The movement of heaven is vigorous, thus the gentleman strives constantly for self-improvement. The nature of earth is receptive, thus the gentleman bears all things with great virtue. When heaven is about to entrust a great mission to a person, it must first torment his mind and spirit and strain his muscles and bones. Shen Qian, go to the back kitchen and take out the trash. Shen Qian, wipe down the tables. Shen Qian, slacking off again. Go clear the leftovers from the customer's table. In the late-night barbecue restaurant, sweat dried on the boy's body layer after layer. With time he could even see fine white salt crystals on his clothes. Fatigue and drowsiness tormented him, and he could only spur himself on by murmuring those famous lines under his breath. Boss, 10 skewers of kidney, 2 of chives and 30 lamb skewers. Baby, see what you'd like to eat. A familiar voice sounded. Shen Qian turned his head. The moment he looked over, he froze. He knew the man who was speaking, and he was equally familiar with the girl at the man's side. Su Man, what university are you applying to? Su Man, don't worry. I'll tutor you. With your comprehension you'll be fine. Su Man, what kind of boy do you like? He has to be devoted, hardworking, and treat me well. As the memories surfaced, Shen Qian's expression shifted again and again. He stood there, a living, breathing presence. It was impossible not to notice him. Yo, Shen Qian, what are you doing here? The man greeted him at once. After all, only half a month ago they had still been classmates in the same class. Seeing Shen Qian, Su Man's expression nestled under Li Jiwei's arm also changed slightly. Nothing much, just a part-time job. Over this period he had served quite a few classmates. This answer had become almost instinctive. Tisk, how could a top student be doing this? Here's the deal, go to the convenience store across the street and buy me 2 boxes of condoms. Whatever's left is yours. 2 banknotes were tossed onto the table. Shen Qian's fists had already clenched tight. What, you want to hit me? You penniless loser, weren't you chasing Su Man before? Look at you, is there anything on you worth more than 20 yuan? You really think being good at studying makes you impressive? My dad's company is full of people with high degrees. You're nothing. Come on, hit me. Hit me once and I swear I'll ruin you and your whole family. Enough, Jiwei. Slap. A solid slap landed squarely on the girl's face. When I'm talking, it's not your turn to butt in. What, you feel sorry for him? The girl had just been struck and Shen Qian was about to speak when her near-screeching voice cut him off. Shen Qian, can't you just get lost? Shen Qian drew in a deep breath, then slowly loosened his fists, a smile of release appearing on his face. Li Jiwei, you are truly pathetic. What did you say? I've been working part-time here, and a few days ago some classmates took photos and posted them in the class group. You mocked me there yourself and even asked them for the name of this barbecue place. You're not drunk right now, so do you really expect me to believe you came here by coincidence? In the end you just chased down this woman and came here to flaunt it in front of me. Your motives couldn't be more obvious. There are just over 30 people in our class with an 80% rate of making the undergraduate cut. These days everyone is talking about universities and campus life, but you didn't take the exam, so you can only make up for it in other ways. And what could be more satisfying than trying to trample the top student of the entire class? As he spoke, he took a step forward. Do you really think this is enough to crush me? What are you relying on, your father's money? Or this woman? To be honest, I've never taken you seriously. As for her... Shen Qian let out a soft, indifferent laugh, not even bothering to pass judgment. His eyes were filled with sheer disdain. Boss, settle my wages. I'm quitting. What? How can you just quit like that? No wages. Oh. Boss, I've still got a month before my 18th birthday. If you don't pay me, I'll be calling the labor inspector right away. Fine, I'll pay you. Working 12 hours a day for half a month, Shen Qian walked away with only 1,200 yuan. On the empty street he walked alone. The searing summer heat could not dispel the chill in his heart. Damn it, she said she liked devotion like gentleness. Rubbish, all of it is utter nonsense. On the road Shen Qian cursed and shouted like someone on the verge of madness. He had lied to the barbecue shop owner. Today was exactly his 18th birthday. On the very day he turned 18, Shen Qian ended his first love. What is there to fear? A true man need not worry about finding a wife. As long as he doesn't give up sooner or later. Scumbag Tycoon System binding in progress. Binding successful. Host Shen Qian. Current target none. Scumbag points none. Scumbag behaviors none recorded. System current level LV1. Scumbag behavior exchange rate 110000. Shen Qian looked again and again, rubbed his eyes, patted his head, and confirmed he wasn't seeing things. It was truly a system. After a brief moment of thought, Shen Qian picked up his phone and found one contact, a girl from his class with whom he had almost no interaction and who already had a boyfriend. As a would-be scumbag, confessing to a girl who already has a boyfriend should count as scummy, right? I've liked you for a long time. Let's be together. Shen Qian finished editing the message and hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end he still pressed send. You have confessed to a girl who is already in a relationship. This meets the criteria for a scumbag behavior. Reward being issued. 10,000 yuan has been transferred into your bank account ending in 0623. Scumbag behavior recorded. Shen Qian examined the system's rules again. Different scumbag behaviors yielded different income. A simple message like the one he had just sent earned only 1 point and 10,000 yuan, but other actions judged differently would grant different rewards. As for the points, they could be exchanged for many things: a spending reimbursement card, a physical enhancement card, and so on, good things that clearly couldn't be bought with mere money. I'm sorry, Shen Qian. You're a great guy, but I already have a boyfriend. Sorry. The girl replied politely. Shen Qian had intended to stop there, but his thoughts shifted. Being a scumbag meant having thick skin, didn't it? I know you don't like me, but the fact that I like you has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to tell you that I like you, that's all. Confessing again after already being rejected meets the criteria for a scumbag behavior. Reward being issued. Yes. In less than 5 minutes another 20,000 yuan arrived in his account. Having a system was truly incredible. It doesn't necessarily have to be girls who are already taken. Being a scumbag is about tackling the numbers first and then worrying about quality, isn't it? He opened his contact list again and found another girl. She looked ordinary but had a remarkably good personality. Many boys had pursued her, yet her attitude was always ambiguous, one of those who spread warmth everywhere. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be with me? That night more than half of the girls in the liberal arts class received confession messages from Shen Qian. Quite a few of them rejected him outright. Others said they needed time to think. Shen Qian especially favored those who wanted to consider it. After all, the ones who refused could only bring him 20,000 yuan, whereas the hesitant ones held limitless potential. Who could have imagined that in the span of a single night his bank balance would surge from 0 to more than 200,000 yuan? That same day he withdrew all 200,000 plus from the bank and spread the cash across his bed. Gazing at the entire mattress covered in red banknotes, his mouth went dry and his heart was shaken beyond words. People nowadays are painfully realistic and precociously mature long before university hierarchies are already drawn in height. Ordinarily, parents of his classmates would urge their children to spend more time with him because of his good grades, yet they never realized that this only made his situation even more difficult. His hand trembling, he picked up a single banknote, then lay down fully into the pile of cash. Bitter tears slid from the corners of his eyes. His confessions could not remain hidden for long. Girls have confidants and his conduct would soon be exposed. But so what? The poor have no dignity. This was a truth he had understood long ago. No matter how strong a front he put on, poverty was still poverty, unchangeable beyond his power to fight. Now such an opportunity had appeared. As long as he abandoned a reputation that meant nothing, he could let himself and his family live in comfort. He was willing. Shen Qian went to the supermarket to buy some pork ribs and a pig's trotter. After fiddling around in the kitchen for quite a while, he mounted his electric bike and rode out of the residential compound. At the gate of a chemical plant, Shen Qian knocked on the window of the security booth. A man in his 50s or 60s opened the door with a smile. Xiao Xin, you're here. Bringing your dad his meal again. Uncle Li, where's my dad? He went on a patrol, he'll be back in a bit. Shen Qian waited, and before long he saw his father approaching from afar, wiping sweat from his forehead. Why did you come? Didn't I tell you there's a canteen in the plant? In this heat, the food in the canteen isn't good. I made you something. Oh. Ribs and pig's trotter. That's too much. I got my wages. Even with wages you shouldn't spend like this. Won't you need money for school later? As he spoke, old Shen let out a heavy sigh. If my health hadn't suddenly gone bad, your mother and you wouldn't have to work so hard. Alright, just eat. This is a one-time thing, okay? 3 years ago old Shen's heart suddenly failed. The surgery swallowed most of the family's savings, and after it he could no longer do heavy labor. Their source of income collapsed almost overnight. Life had already been tight, and then last year his mother accidentally hit someone while riding her electric bike, paying out another large sum in compensation. Only a modest apartment remained with a mortgage that still had to be paid every month. Forced by circumstance, his mother went to Shanghai to work and his father could only take a job as a security guard at the chemical plant. Dad later tell mom to come back. You should quit this job too. Your son has money now. Money? Where did you get money? From trading stocks. I've already made 20 to 30,000. 20 to 30,000. Under normal circumstances Shen Qian would never lie to his parents, but he knew all too well how stubborn they were. He would never mention the system to anyone. His parents only needed to enjoy the fruits he brought home. As for whether the process left him ruined and infamous, that burden was his alone to bear. You mustn't trade stocks, they can wipe out everything you own. It's just gambling. Relax, Dad. I've got inside tips and I invest very little. Each time I only earn 10 or 20,000 at most. I'm not greedy, I don't use leverage, so nothing will happen. Just 10 or 20,000 still isn't enough. We've got more than 300,000 left on the mortgage. If your mom comes back and I quit, our whole family will just sit and watch our savings drain away. Yes, for now I've earned 10 or 20,000, but by the end of the vacation I expect to make at least 50 or 60,000. Then my university expenses will be covered. The air in this plant is unhealthy if you breathe it too long. Listen to me and quit. If it really doesn't work out once mom is back, you too can open a small shop. 50 or 60,000. Shen Qian had wanted to claim an even higher amount but feared his father wouldn't be able to accept it. 50 or 60,000 was just right compared with hundreds of thousands or millions. It sounded far more believable. That's right. Your son has met a benefactor. The big shots feast on the meat while I sip the soup. We're not like those people who move hundreds of thousands, millions or billions. Each time I just make 2 or 3,000, maybe 4 or 5,000, that's enough for you to eat well and live comfortably, isn't it? What kind of benefactor is this? Someone I met online. He saw that I was working part-time while studying and thought I was a decent person, so he wanted to give me a hand, just a bit of information. It won't make me fabulously rich, but it will certainly be enough for us to live without worry. Shen Qian's explanation covered everything thoroughly. His father was 70 to 80% convinced, though still harboring some suspicion. How about this? Let mom stay where she is for now, but you leave the chemical plant first. I'll transfer you 20,000. A security job like this you can find anywhere, take it as a break, alright. Once you make a few more successful trades and we're sure it's reliable, then we'll have mom come back. Seeing his son insist like this, old Shen fell silent. From the way Shen Qian looked at him, he could tell his father's eyes had reddened. Ever since his illness, life had grown increasingly difficult. As the pillar of the family, even if he didn't show it, he was bound to blame himself. Shen Qian wrapped his arms around his father. Dad, things will gradually get better. He had wanted to take his father home with him right away, but his father insisted on finishing out the month before resigning. Though it left him somewhat helpless, everything had to be done step by step, and it was normal for his father to harbor doubts about this so-called benefactor. For almost the entire morning, Shen Qian hadn't looked at his phone. When he finally opened his messages, the string of unread notifications already told him everything he needed to know. Shen Qian, I thought you were a decent person. TCH, scumbag. Shen Qian, you're shameless. Are you even human? Shen the scumbag, disgusting. Confessing to so many girls at once, have you lost your mind? There were also countless 60-second voice messages. Shen Qian casually tapped one on the other end. The girl cursed him and his entire family without restraint. In all these years he had never been humiliated by so many girls at once. A torrent of personal attacks poured in, many of them pure unvarnished contempt for who he was as a person. Even though I've confessed to many people, you're still the one I like the most. After carefully composing the message, Shen Qian sent it out in bulk. Yes, bulk send. Many of the messages failed to go through, marked by a red exclamation point, but about half were successfully delivered. Shen Qian was quite satisfied with that. Even with such a terrible reputation, he still chose to confess. His actions perfectly met the standards of a scumbag. The system's rewards began to pour in. In less than a minute, more than 100,000 yuan was credited to his account. What the hell, Shen Qian, just what are you doing? Shen Qian has few friends and Lu Jiawang is one of them. Many people know that Shen Qian has a good relationship with him, so some suspect it might be a prank and come to ask Lu Jiawang. Not much, just a confession. What? It was really you. I thought it was your enemy who snatched your phone. Yes, it was me. You calmly confessed your scumbag behavior to others, and it meets the scumbag criteria. Rewards are being issued. Is this even allowed? Hey Lao Shun, are you free this afternoon? Let's meet and talk. Sure. In the afternoon, Shen Qian sat down at a milk tea shop near the school, and soon Lu Jiawang arrived. Lao Shen, you've really put me in a tough spot. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Everyone knows about your confession to all the girls in class, and now I'm getting scolded like crazy. What on earth triggered you? You were a tough nut to crack before, and now you're like a nut that's exploded. As he spoke, the waitress brought a cup of milk tea to their table. Miss, you're so beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? Ha! The girl was slightly taken aback, then nodded. They exchanged contact information on their phones. Shen Qian's external appearance is decent and the waitress isn't particularly beautiful, so he naturally got her contact. You successfully flirted and obtained contact information, and it meets the scumbag criteria. Rewards are being issued. Shen Qian glanced at his phone, still at 10,000. So far it seems he hasn't done anything that exceeds 10,000. Perhaps his scumbag behavior is still a bit shallow and confessions are too superficial, so he only deserves 10,000. Being a scumbag is also a skill. He pondered, completely ignoring Lu Jiawang, who was staring in shock, taking a while to recover. No bro, are you a beast? Confessing to the whole class isn't enough and you're adding contacts with a waitress over milk tea. What law states that I can't confess to all the girls in class? None. Then what law states that I can't add the milk tea girl? You call her a girl. She clearly looks much older than you. Nonsense, as long as there's love, she's 18. So what are you planning to do next? What is there to do? Restore your reputation. At this rate you'll be completely ruined. A woman who loves me won't abandon me just because I've lost my reputation. A woman who loves me will defend me even if the world scorns me. You. Are you preparing to take the entrance exam for graduate school? You're speaking so fluently. In 3 years of high school, surely someone liked me, right? That's not certain. Let's assume someone liked me for 3 years, but I never realized it. How deep did she hide it? My widespread confessions give her a chance, right? Those who rejected me are unimportant because after high school they finished their role in my life. What matters is finding that one person who likes you. If you don't find a partner in college, trust me, she will be happy with you for life. You successfully packaged and spread the scumbag ideology, and it meets the scumbag criteria. Rewards are being issued. Suddenly Shen Qian thought of something and looked at Lu Jiawang. Lu Jiawang, I like you, let's be together. The boy felt a chill and shivered, instinctively shrinking back. Lao Shen, don't joke around, I consider you a brother. The reward wasn't issued, which made Shen Qian a bit disappointed. If confessing to boys worked, there were still over a dozen boys in class, but this thing is only scary if the boy agrees. It's fine, I'm just joking. Don't worry, I only like girls. Really? We've showered together, remember? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiawang relaxed a bit. The idea of his best friend having feelings for him was terrifying, but worse would be if his best friend had feelings for his mom. So are you saying you're ready to date now? Shen Qian thought for a moment. Dating now? What a joke. How could he be carefree and be a scumbag while dating? Even if he were to date, it would have to be with a bad girl. Dating a good girl would be wrong. He wants to make money by being a scumbag but doesn't want to be a scumbag. If he could find a girl who was unattainable or a goddess, that would be even better. That way he could be a scumbag with a clear conscience. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Jiawang wanted to pay but was stopped by Shen Qian. You've been treating me all this time, it's my turn to treat you. Are you free tonight? Lu Jiawang suddenly tightened his buttocks. What? What for? To prove that I'm not interested in you, let's go for a foot bath. Hearing this, Lu Jiawang excitedly rubbed his hands together but then let them drop. I've spent quite a bit online recently and I only have 300 to 400 left. Going for a foot bath isn't just a whim, I thought a lot about it last night. If I want to be a scumbag, the first thing to do is to build immunity to girls. I need to cure the problem of getting easily infatuated. To achieve this, I either have to date more or go for foot baths. He currently doesn't have the mindset to date more, and it would be a waste of time, so he can only speed up through foot baths. If I remember correctly, your parents rewarded you with 8,000 for getting into college. Even if you're spending every day in an internet cafe, you wouldn't need that much, would you? Shen Qian didn't plan on letting Lu Jiawang treat him, but the frequency of spending was concerning. He hoped he hadn't picked up any bad habits. I'm currently pursuing a girl, so I've been spending a bit more. What girl spends 8,000 in less than half a month? Wait, did she get diamond encrusted? So what stage are you at? I'm still pursuing her. You know, chasing girls is naturally expensive. So what you're saying is you bought her gifts and she accepted them, and after spending over 8,000 you're still chasing her and haven't even held hands. We've held hands. Bro, no more words. Tonight we'll go for a foot bath first, then karaoke. I guarantee I'll cure your dog-like syndrome. You still have the nerve to say I have dog-like syndrome. You pursued Su Man, or rather you didn't pursue at all. Alright, let's not talk about the past. Let's start fresh. That evening Shen Qian and Lu Jiawang stood at the entrance of the best foot massage shop in the county. Lao Shen, is this okay? I only have a few hundred left. Don't worry, I brought 5,000, that's definitely enough. Is 5,000 enough? How would I know? But it should be around that amount. If it's any more expensive, that would be too extravagant. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a preferred therapist? Nothing familiar. It's my first time here. We want a foot wash and a massage. We want 2 beautiful ones. How much? Right now Shen Qian has hundreds of thousands, so he isn't really worried. Mainly it's his first time in such a place and his budget is 5,000. If it costs more, that would just make him a fool. It's easy to make money with the system, but that's not a reason to be a fool. We have ordinary technicians and advanced technicians, and the prices are different: 188, 288 and 388. Which one would you like? Are the advanced technicians beautiful? Shen Qian asked bluntly. The receptionist had already noticed they were 2 rookies and smiled. There are beautiful ones and average ones. But since it's your first time, I will make sure to arrange it well for you. She led them into a private room which had 2 specially designed sofa beds and a large screen. You can lie down and rest for a while. I'll arrange for the technicians now. 2 of the 388 ones. The technique doesn't matter, they have to be beautiful. Old Shen am still a bit nervous. This is legal, right? We won't get caught in a vice raid or anything, right? Theoretically we shouldn't. Look around, there are so many foot massage places everywhere. If they were going to sweep them they would have cleaned them up long ago. Plus we're here for a massage and they didn't say anything about hidden services, so don't worry. When two technicians walked into the room, Lu Jiawang's eyes instantly lit up. Black stockings, a tight skirt and work attire on top, this was a deadly temptation for an 18 or 19-year-old boy. But the next second change. Money is the hero's courage, and this saying is indeed true. With hundreds of thousands in his pocket, Shen Qian easily requested a change even though it was his first time here. The two technicians pouted and left the room. No, old Shen, why change? This one is fine. Look at her chest, her backside and those stockings. Shut up. This place is just taking advantage of our youth. Can you stop staring at her chest? Look at her face, okay? We spend a lot to have two old women massage our feet. We must change until we find young and beautiful ones. If this place doesn't have them, well, just go to another place. We have money, so what's there to be afraid of? Oh my, old Shen, you're really bold now. Bro, I'm committed to being a scumbag now. First I need to set the tone. What's the stance of a scumbag? It's to always have a sense of ownership. We are always humans, never dogs, and definitely not turtles. Two more technicians walked in, clearly much younger than the previous ones. Lu Jiawan felt very satisfied and was just about to speak. Change. Also give me a straight answer, do you have young and beautiful ones in your shop? If not, I won't bother changing and will just leave directly. To ensure your physical and mental pleasure, you ruthlessly eliminate unattractive technicians and your actions align with the scumbag standard. Rewards are being issued. Can this really happen? But isn't a scumbag supposed to be less picky? I remember an old scumbag once said ugly ones are still acceptable. While pondering this, two girls pushed the door open. Bro, do you think we are okay? If I had to describe these two girls with one word, it would be young. Lu Jiawang stared in awe. Both girls had very well-defined features with large eyes, sharp noses and subtle makeup. Though their figures weren't as good as the earlier ones, they were bursting with youth. Alright, just you two. Okay bro, please wait a moment while we prepare. Wow, old Shen, these girls are unbelievably beautiful. I feel like I'm falling in love. Is that love already? Unfortunately, your love isn't worth much, your money is what holds value. Look for 388 such beautiful girls helping you massage your feet. You spend nearly 8,000 and the girl won't even let you touch her. Tell me, what's the cost-performance ratio? This. It's different after all, love is love and foot washing is foot washing. Alright, remember what you just said. Soon the two girls brought in wooden buckets and began chatting casually. Shen Qian's goal was to charm, so he remained somewhat guarded. Information was to be concealed whenever possible. But Lu Jiawan was different. When the young girl smiled and said a few words, he was almost ready to give out his ID number. This wasn't his fault, after all it was his first time with girls of this caliber. Previously, when he pursued girls, he received no responses and gifts were received but felt meaningless, only moving himself. But now, just over 300 and a girl who usually wouldn't even glance at him was tirelessly chatting and trying to make him happy. Anyone would know how to choose. Two handsome guys, why not get a card? Our shop has a promotion right now. Shen Qian had originally closed his eyes to enjoy but finally opened them at this moment. I won't get a card for now. Let's add each other on WeChat. After I bring my brother here a few more times, if he likes you, it won't be too late to get a card then. Lu Jiawan contemplated getting one, having already been charmed. But charm aside, he still knew how much money he had. While painting a big picture for yourself, you also manage to get their contact information and your actions align with the scumbag standard. Rewards are being issued. After exchanging contact information, the time had come. The two girls looked at Shen Qian, knowing that this time he was treating. Whether they could extend the time also depended on him. But Shen Qian remained motionless for a long time. Do you have any other business? No, just take your time to rest. One of them was pleasant, but the other had a slightly displeased expression as she left, clearly dissatisfied with Shen Qian's stinginess. However, she concealed it well. If Shen Qian hadn't been observant, he wouldn't have noticed. Ha! Old Shen, I thought you would get a card. What a joke. Why would I get a card? Remember, we never hang ourselves on the same tree. If we get a card here, we can only get massages from this place. But if we don't get a card, there are so many foot massage shops where we can enjoy ourselves. Spending a lot and limiting our freedom. Only a fool would do that. Don't you want to chat with them more? Brother, have you ever raised chickens? Seriously or not? In my hometown, those country chickens. I haven't raised them, but I've fed them. Isn't it true that wherever you scatter the rice, the chickens follow you? Isn't that obvious? But what if you've run out of rice? The chickens won't care about you at all. You made a series of scumbag remarks and successfully influenced someone, and your actions align with the scumbag standard. Rewards are being issued. This old Lu is amazing. A small investment yields high returns. Originally, Shen Qian intended to take Lu Jiawang to experience the legendary Shen Qian after they finished foot massage, but given the performance in the foot massage place, Shen Qian felt it would be better to take it slow. From the information he gathered, the Shen Qian was far more exhilarating than the foot massage. After washing their feet, the two parted ways. Shen Qian headed home to sleep while Lu Jiawang continued his all-night escapade. Why not go together? I can't afford the foot wash, but I can cover the internet fee. No, old Lu, I'm trying to become a scumbag now. A scumbag can fight all night but absolutely can't stay up late on a normal day. Lu Jiawang didn't understand. He was puzzled as to why the usually honest Shen Qian suddenly wanted to be a scumbag. But as a brother, all he could do was support whatever his friend wanted to do. The next day, Shen Qian woke up early. With over a month until the university semester began, he needed to systematically learn how to be a scumbag during this time. Although confessing could earn him 100,000, it felt a bit like overfishing. Most of the girls in his class had already unfriended him. A scumbag obviously wouldn't fear being unfriended, as the women who would unfriend him were never friends to begin with. He studied cases online and extracted 3 key elements. 1. Handsome. This doesn't necessarily refer to good looks, but rather a feeling. One must dress well, have a stylish haircut, and maintain a charming demeanor. 2. Wealthy. Being rich is nuanced. You can't appear too wealthy. You need others to discover your wealth. The more low-key you are, the stronger the surprise when they find out. 3. Clear-minded. Always need to know what you want when encountering beautiful women. Understand that their temper may not be great, and if you meet someone with a good temper, accept that they will face many temptations. No one is perfect, but a scumbag can be. Based on these 3 points, Shen Qian formulated a series of plans. As for being handsome, his features were decent, though his skin was a bit dark and his muscles were not particularly developed. He was too ordinary, lacking sexual tension. Exercise is a man's best form of beauty. Shen Qian stepped out of his house and began his long run for the day. Half an hour later, his lungs felt like a broken bellows, each breath making the ragged bellows inflate. 3 kilometers. I can only run 3 kilometers. To become a scumbag, this endurance is simply insufficient. Choosing to exercise for endurance behavior aligns with scumbag standards. Rewards being issued. I knew I was right. Shen Qian shakily picked up his phone, pleasantly surprised to find that this time the reward was not 10000 but 15000. Different actions, indeed different rewards. Instead of blindly casting a net, spending time and energy on self-improvement will yield higher rewards. He felt a bit moved. This was not a scumbag-rich system at all, it was clearly a self-improvement-rich system. Although the rewards had increased, his body was after all just 3 kilometers was already his limit for the day. He couldn't do more exercise just for the sake of rewards. As long as the mindset was open, there were countless things he could do. Choosing to do Kegel exercises for endurance behavior aligns with scumbag standards. Rewards being issued. Choosing to get a swimming card for endurance behavior aligns with scumbag standards. Rewards being issued. Choosing to flirt with a female gym trainer to gain her contact information for learning fitness knowledge behavior aligns with scumbag standards. Rewards being issued. In just one day, Shen Qian's savings reached 300,000. Any behavior related to self-improvement earned him 150,000, and he was now curious about what kind of actions would be worth 200,000 or even more. Scumbag behavior points have exceeded 100. Would you like to do a 10-time draw? After Shen Qian sent his pickup message to the female gym trainer he had just approached, the system gave him a prompt. 10 draws. That's a must. Suddenly a shimmering screen appeared before him, countless golden cards piled together, then forming a circle. A transparent arrow appeared in the void and the golden cards spun and spun, randomly stopping in front of the golden arrow. Bang bang bang. Shen Qian had played card drawing games before and had an idea of how it worked. However, the probabilities in card drawing games were often lowered, so he wondered if this system was benevolent. It seemed to understand Shen Qian's thoughts. Immediately small characters appeared beneath the spinning cards. Level 1 system. A golden card is guaranteed per 10 draws. 10 cards were quickly drawn. 2 cards burst forth with golden light, while the remaining 8 consisted of 3 purple and 5 blue cards. On the blue cards 3 simple words were written: cash card. Shen Qian clicked on one. Using a cash card, reward of 666 yuan. Wow, a red envelope. But 666 is still a bit less compared to the scumbag rewards of 100,000. But a mosquito's leg is still meat. Shen Qian immediately used the other cash cards, the highest being 999 yuan and the lowest only 333 yuan. After using the 5 cash cards he gained over 3000 yuan. Among the 3 purple cards, 2 were labeled as cashback cards while 1 was labeled as a reimbursement card. System, what do these two mean? Cashback card for spending amounts within 200,000. There will be a random multiplier of 1 to 5 times for cashback. Reimbursement card for any spending within 200,000. Reimbursement will be granted. Is there a limit for this spending? For example, can it only be used when trying to pick up girls? Lottery props drawn with scumbag points have no usage restrictions. Can these two cards be used together? Shen Qian's eyes lit up as he precisely noticed that the amounts on these two cards were both 200,000. This meant that if he bought something worth 200,000 using both cards together would mean he wouldn't need to spend a single cent and could trigger multiple cashbacks. If he spent 200,000, the maximum cashback would be 5 times, which means he would receive 1 million. However, he would actually only get 800,000 since 200,000 was truly spent. However, if he used the reimbursement card and then the cashback card, it would mean he wouldn't spend a dime, bought something and still received cashback. Can be stacked for use. Are the limits for the cashback card and reimbursement card both 200,000? Current system level limit is 200,000. Good. As long as I level up, the amounts eligible for cashback and reimbursement won't just be 200,000 anymore. The last two golden cards were labeled as skill card and copy card. I can understand the skill card, it should randomly give me a skill, but what is this copy card? Skill card, randomly acquire a skill. Copy card, randomly copy a skill from others. Comprehensive, too comprehensive. With such a powerful system, Shen Qian naturally wouldn't fall behind and immediately began doing push-ups. Exercising muscles to become a scumbag behavior aligns with scumbag standards, rewards being issued. System, I won't say anything else, you are my god. In the following month, Shen's daily life was incredibly fulfilling. He would go for a run in the morning, casually striking up conversations with girls who were jogging as well. In the morning he studied a foreign language, he chose French and found himself flirting with a female classmate who was also learning it. He cooked for his father at noon and in the afternoon he went swimming. If he had known that French was so difficult to learn, he would have used the skill replication card on his law teacher instead of the swimming coach. However, it wasn't all in vain. In just over a month he had already developed some curves and his abdominal muscles were starting to take shape. Meanwhile, through his continuous efforts, his wealth had finally reached several million. This was no small feat. Who could imagine that just over a month ago he was a fool trying to impress a girl? But now, walking down the street, he would approach a beautiful girl without hesitation. Got a partner. What does that have to do with me? He'll still strike up a conversation. Got a husband. Again, what does that have to do with me? He'll still strike up a conversation. Got a girlfriend. Then he'll flirt with the girlfriend too. As for whether he would feel shy about it, he wouldn't mind. Flirting would earn him 100,000 yuan. Unless Shen Qian lost his mind, he would never give up such a great opportunity to make money. If it weren't for his parents still needing to live in the small county, Shen Qian would work even harder. During this time he also discovered other patterns. Different girls would yield different rewards from the system. Ordinary girls would only give 100,000, but those who were exceptionally beautiful would yield 15,000. Compared to the very beautiful girls, Shen Qian preferred those who were average looking but had a beautiful background. The ones who really didn't reply to messages. If it weren't for knowing he was on a mission, Shen Qian would have thought he had become a simp again. As for the non-responsive girls, Shen Qian didn't care. To him they were just backup hidden resources, because deleting one would give a reward of 15,000 based on the scumbag behavior, and he didn't lack that 15,000 now, so it was better to keep them. Who knows when they might come in handy. He started learning how to raise fish, aligning his actions with the scumbag standard, and rewards were being dispensed. With the establishment of the new student group at school, Shen Qian knew it was time to take the next step. Today a young customer arrived at the BMW dealership. Sir, how may I assist you? The salesgirl greeted him warmly. Shen Qian had thought it would play out like in the novels, where he would be looked down upon and then get to show off, but in reality the salesperson only saw two types of people: customers and potential customers. Even if they couldn't afford it now, who knew when they might be able to buy it in the future? I want a BMW around 200,000 yuan. I've seen it online, the 3 Series, and it should be at this price. His precise budget and having done his research indicated that he specifically wanted a BMW. These 3 points hit the salesperson's radar perfectly. Alright sir, please follow me. He'll take you to the lounge to rest for a bit and then he'll recommend some options for you. Knowing Shen Qian's intention was strong, the salesperson hurried back and forth, fearing that this deal might be snatched away in the next moment. It was no wonder the salesperson was so eager. While Shen Qian was resting, another salesperson came over to ask if he was looking to buy a car, to which Shen Qian only responded casually. The salesperson provided detailed introductions covering every aspect. Shen Qian only listened vaguely. In fact, he already understood most of it. With his current financial capability, he could easily buy a better car. The reason he chose this one for over 200,000 yuan was that it could be reimbursed, plus there would be cashback. You're doing a great job. Can I add you on WeChat? Of course. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me anytime. After exchanging contact information, and it wasn't through a company WeChat, Shen Qian was quite satisfied. If he bought a car for over 200,000 yuan and couldn't even add a personal WeChat, he would immediately switch to another salesperson. Let's swipe the card. You said you have the car in stock, right? Right now. The salesperson's voice trembled slightly. Yes, right now. Payment car pickup. If there's a chance later, I'd like to invite you to dinner. How could I possibly treat you? I should be the one treating you. To be honest, you're the first order I've processed since coming here. Thank you for your trust. Shen Qian nodded in satisfaction. This girl was beautiful and her figure was nice. She seemed to have a fiery personality. The only downside was that she was new to the job and her insight wasn't high enough. Once her standards rose and she looked down on everyone, then it would be time for her to be a scumbag. The car pickup procedures were a bit tedious, but this salesperson helped throughout. Of course, an essential part was taking photos with flowers in front of the new car. Sitting in the car, Shen Qian looked at his past moments on social media, deleting some posts and keeping those where he went out with good friends. He posted his first social media update since graduation. There were no captions, just a picture of Shen Qian holding flowers in front of the BMW. No way. Lao Shun, are you kidding me? I'm still playing QQ Speed and you've already got a car. There were many messages coming in and Shen Qian naturally clicked on Lu Jiawang's first. How's it going? Want to take a spin? Definitely. The female classmates in the class had mostly deleted him, leaving just a few. The moment they saw this update, they were all stunned. Suman had been in the East Market for the past few days, traveling with a few classmates. While they were discussing where to go in the afternoon, someone suddenly exclaimed, "No way." The person looked at the phone again, then handed the phone over. Shen Qian just got his car. She tried to sound calm, but he indeed had the car, a real BMW. Among those present, many had driver's licenses, but apart from Lu Jiwei, who had actually driven a car, it was just an old Volkswagen that was phased out. During their travels, they relied on Lu Jiwei to drive, and he treasured that car immensely. Unless he was particularly tired, he wouldn't let anyone else drive. Shen Qian and Suman were close, and everyone knew that Suman had been stringing Shen Qian along. He was originally an inconsequential person, but when he suddenly improved, things became interesting. That's a BMW 3 Series. How could Shen Qian possibly have that much money? He's probably just showing off, going to the dealership to take pictures. Lu Jiwei quickly voiced his suspicion, but everyone present wasn't foolish. If someone picked up a car, how could they allow someone else to take pictures? Wouldn't that mean paying for someone else to show off? This guy must have seen Suman and me talking and couldn't take it, so he's trying to make his presence known by doing this. Lu Jiwei's words immediately awakened the memories of several people. Indeed, Shen Qian had been quite reckless lately, confessing his feelings everywhere. It was said that he even mingled with people from other classes to confess, turning into a great joke. However, his shameless confessions provided the others present with plenty of room for imagination. You guys think he might be relying on a rich woman? In such a short time, he had acquired so much money, and coupled with Shen Qian's decent looks, they could only think of him relying on a rich woman. It's possible. What do you mean possible? It's definitely the case. Li Jiwei immediately became excited. That day at the barbecue stall, Isomi and Suman felt humiliated and went on a crazy spree of confessions. After being exposed, he just gave up. Who would have thought that Shen Qian, who looked so honest, would turn out to be such a person? So what if he got into college? Morally corrupt and shameful. Suman remained silent. Regardless of whether Shen Qian was relying on a rich woman or using other means, he had indeed driven a BMW. In this society, adults only look at results, not processes. Even if he used some means, Shen Qian had improved, and that was a fact. Despite Li Jiwei's righteous words, he was actually just jealous. However, jealousy is contagious. After Li Jiwei finished speaking, the others followed suit and started cursing. On the other side, Shen Qian was driving slowly, adapting on the streets. Since obtaining his driver's license, this was his first time driving, so he was naturally a bit excited. The air conditioning was set very low and the cooling effect was excellent. If he hadn't sneezed several times, he wouldn't have thought to turn it up. System used the cashback card, used the reimbursement card, and stacked them together. Reimbursement card used reimbursing 200,000 yuan this time. Cashback card used spending 200,000 yuan this time, triggering 5 times cashback, receiving 100,000 yuan. On the car, Shen Qian couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He had spent a total of 220,000 yuan on this car, received a reimbursement of 200,000 yuan and cashback of 100,000 yuan. Essentially, he spent nothing and gained a car plus an additional 118,000 yuan. When Lao Shen saw Shen Qian's BMW, he was speechless for a long time. This was also earned from stock trading. Yes, Dad, didn't I make a few thousand last time? With the increased capital, the returns naturally increased. This time I earned over 300,000 yuan. I bought this car for 200,000 and I left 100,000 at home. Now you can surely let mom come back, right? I've seen you busy during this time, but I don't know what you've been up to. Why this sudden? Dad, you have to keep it a secret that I can make big money. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. That big shot said he would help me at most, but if too many people know, he won't take me along anymore. Then you must invite him over for a meal when you get the chance. We only communicate online. He's dealing with transactions worth hundreds of thousands to millions every minute. How could he have the time? But don't worry, when the opportunity arises, I will definitely repay him well. Good son, you have potential and that reassures me. Afterward, we'll buy a shop and open a small convenience store so you can enjoy a comfortable life. As Shen Qian spoke, he transferred another 100,000 yuan to his father. With the system in hand, he wouldn't lack money in the future. Gradually allowing his parents to accept it was the best approach. There's only a few days left until school starts. He'll drive you to the city for a few days of fun with mom before bringing you back. Shen's father was so excited that he wiped his tears and nodded repeatedly, then immediately took out his phone to call his mother in the city. That evening, Shen Qian drove Lu Jiawan around the city. If it weren't for me not having a driver's license, I would take a couple of laps too. He was so eager for a boy his age, regardless of whether it was a BMW or even a beaten-up car, as long as it could move he wanted to drive. He'll post a moment on social media to show off. Lu Jiawan took a picture of Shen Qian at the driver's seat, then changed angles to include himself alongside Shen Qian. Posting photos to show off doesn't seem like you. Those who can't get grapes say they are sour. They say you can only afford a car by relying on a rich woman. I just want to post and annoy them. You don't doubt that I'm relying on a rich woman. Even if you were that kind of person, so what? The flower language of a steel wool ball is endurance and wealth, which is unattainable for ordinary people. Don't worry, I haven't relied on a rich woman. If I ever do meet one, I'll introduce her to you. Clearly you've understood the meaning of the steel wool ball. Damn it. The two laughed and cursed as Shen Qian drove further away. Wait, where are we going? To the city. To the city. That's over 100 kilometers. What for? We've pretty much explored all the foot massage places in the county. There are only a few good ones left and I'm already tired of them. You can't be serious, just to wash your feet you drive over 100 kilometers. Not going. Then get out of the car. Don't my adoptive father, please. Since they couldn't take the highway, it took them a full 2 hours to cover over 100 kilometers. By the time they arrived in the city, it was already past 9. After finding a restaurant and eating their fill, they headed straight to a foot massage shop. It seemed like all foot massage shops, big or small, had a common flaw: they would try every means to scam young customers. Change too. Lu Jiawan waved his hand, signaling the technician who had just entered the room to leave. Sure, let's change it. Shen Qian was very pleased with his brother's transformation. With our frequency of washing feet every 3 days, if I don't change soon, my feet will be worn out. By the way, are you still in contact with that girl you were pursuing? Don't mention it. She's so indecisive, accepting your benefits but unwilling to date you, always ordering you around as if she were your girlfriend. As you said, she wanted something from me, and after I refused her several times, she acted like I owed her something. Damn it, if anyone tells me that girls need to be pursued and pampered, I'll smack them with my shoe. A turtle man doesn't die, my heart won't be at ease. You successfully crushed a sycophant in the cradle, cleansing the market environment. Your actions meet the standards of a scumbag. Rewards are being distributed. 200,000 yuan. Shen Qian squinted slightly. Awakening a sycophant can earn so much. However, thinking about it, awakening a sycophant is quite costly. He had spent 3,000 to 4,000 on foot massages recently. If it were Lu Jiawan, he wouldn't feel bad, but for others, whether they become sycophants or not, what does it have to do with him? 20 scumbag behaviors have been recorded. System upgrade available. Do you wish to upgrade? Is it upgraded already? This upgrade will take 7 days. After upgrading, there will be item upgrades and the mall will be fully opened. What about the points and rewards I've accumulated during this period? During the upgrade period, the host can continue practicing scumbag behavior and rewards will be distributed uniformly after the upgrade. The system began its upgrade and the prompt sound faded away. With 2 weeks until the start of school, he planned to take his parents on a trip around the city during the last week. That left only 1 week at home. This final week was a good time for him to accumulate points. Shen Qian, I admit I had some misunderstandings about you. I said some harsh things before and I apologize to you. Across the table, the girl looked very apologetic. It's okay. We're classmates. I'm really happy that you still want to meet me today. Did you mean it when you said you wanted to be with me? You know, I've never been in a relationship, so I'm quite cautious about such matters. I understand. To be honest, I was very happy when you rejected me because it showed that you are not an easily swayed person. Only someone like you deserves to be liked by truly good people. Shen Qian expressed this with deep sincerity. After performing this act so many times, he had grown immune to such nauseating words. In fact, he even believed that what he said was true. Actually, we could try dating. Although our universities are in different cities, as long as there's love, distance is not an issue. He thought to himself, with just a BMW, I can have 6 partners. I wonder if a more expensive car would yield even better results. Yet his expression had already reached the excited part. Really? Can I really? Yes, actually, you're quite handsome and very talented. Shen Qian fell silent, reaching out to hold the other person's hand. The other party only resisted slightly before not insisting further. If I can juggle several relationships, I should be able to gain quite a few rewards. In the following days, Shen Qian hardly contacted those girls. Instead, he waited for them to reach out to him. If they didn't, he would cut off contact. However, none of these girls had been cut off. Instead, they checked in on him daily, which made him inexplicably irritable. Darling, can you take me to school? Sweetheart, I study in the city. It's not a hassle for me to drop you off. Baby, could you see me off when I get in the car? Looking at the requests from the 3 girls, Shen Qian smirked slightly. I'm busy. Just 2 words, not a single extra sentence. Shen Qian was a scumbag and he had no intention of having a serious relationship with them. The existence of a girlfriend was purely to accumulate scumbag points and gain system rewards. Moreover, after just 1 week of dating, they already dared to make demands. If it extended to a month, would he have to give up all his money? Anyway, he was about to leave soon. The game of play acting would end here. Shen Qian appreciated their efforts in helping him accumulate scumbag points, but he wouldn't part with a single cent. Shen Qian, I'm your girlfriend. Actually, I thought about it, I might not be a good fit. You're not as great as I imagined. Fortunately, we haven't taken things further, so let's leave it at that. What do you mean? Anyway, we haven't made anything official, nor have we done anything else. You haven't lost anything, that's what I mean. Shen Qian, you bastard, you scoundrel, you deceived my feelings. May you have a terrible end. 60 seconds was the limit for voice messages, not hers. Shen Qian was somewhat puzzled about what she was so angry about. To say that he had deceived her feelings was absurd. They had barely had any meaningful interactions. Before they confirmed their relationship, they hadn't exchanged more than 10 sentences. Furthermore, when he confessed for the first time, this woman had mocked him, saying a toad couldn't expect to eat swan meat. If anyone had deceived feelings, it was her deceiving herself. Clearly not liking him at all, yet agreeing to his confession. What was her purpose? Everyone knew. However, Shen Qian didn't care. If she wanted to curse, she could. No matter how much she scolded, he wouldn't delete her. After all, he still needed to accumulate scumbag points during the holidays. As for whether she would delete him, it was still the same, he didn't care. If he lost her, there would be others. Even if there weren't, he could find new ones. Keeping her was merely for convenience. This girl was the impatient type. Compared to her, the other 2 were much better. They only sent a few angry emoji and then left him alone. The next morning, just after waking up, the system prompt sound, which hadn't appeared for a week, finally re-emerged. The scumbag rich system has been updated. Host Shen Qian, current targets none, system level LV2, scumbag behavior, exchange rate 120000. While you have a girlfriend, if you pursue new girlfriends, the behavior meets scumbag standards, rewards are being distributed. While you have a girlfriend. While on a date with your girlfriend and chatting with other girls it meets. With a series of system prompts, Shen Qian felt his head buzzing, taking a while to regain his composure. Achievement panel unlocked. Congratulations on achieving She Doesn't Understand. Congratulations on achieving juggling 2 relationships. Congratulations on achieving unintentional person. Congratulations on achieving just a backup. Current achievement points 16. Achievement store open. Scumbag behavior points exceeded 100. Can perform a 10 consecutive draw. Vaguely, Shen Qian felt like he was an oil driller, having frantically swung his pickaxe before, with every strike accumulating energy that was now surging out. A rough tally showed that in just these 7 days his earnings had exceeded 1 million and his net worth had directly surged to over 3 million. Besides that, the items in the achievement store were even more impressive than those in the scumbag market. Just the ones visible to him included golden cash cards, reimbursement cards, and cashback cards. According to the system's previous statement, the purple card had a limit of 200,000, so the golden card must be 500,000, right? Apart from those 3 cards, there were also business cards, information cards, and a series of others, each costing only 1 achievement point, and he currently had 16. Let's draw first. Do a 10 consecutive draw. The familiar light curtain flickered. This time his luck was excellent: 2 golden cards, 5 purple cards, and 3 blue cards. Following the old routine, Shen Qian first opened the blue cards, which included 2 cash cards and 1 fragment card. Using cash card, obtained 888 yuan. Using cash card, my cash 999 yuan. Using fragment card, obtained portion 911 fragment. Wow, can there be fragments? Shen Qian looked and saw that 100 fragments were needed to exchange for 1911. It seemed like a consolation prize for drawing the blue card. As for the purple cards, they were still reimbursement and cashback cards. He had yet to see any other types. Reimbursement card, reimbursement for items under 1 million. Cashback card, cashback for items under 1 million. Is this how powerful it is at level 2? Previously it was 200,000 and now it starts directly at 1 million. Shen Qian clicked back into the achievement store, reaching out to buy, but then he hesitated. System, if I buy this card now and don't use it, will it upgrade along with your next system upgrade? It will. Purchase golden cashback card. Successfully purchased cashback card for 1 achievement point. Cashback card for items under 5 million provides critical cashback. Critical cashback. How much critical? Cashback multiplier 10-30 times. Oh my goodness. Yang City is over 400 kilometers away from Mu City. Along the way, both father and son are somewhat excited. One is eager to see his wife and the other is thrilled about becoming a millionaire. After driving for nearly 6 hours, they finally arrived. Dad, let's rest for today. Well, go pick up Mom tomorrow. Why don't you rest? I can take the subway to your mom's place. Since you've been driving for so long, it's only right that I let you rest. They'll take you to the hotel first, then they'll find a chauffeur to go pick up my mom. Old Shen hesitated a bit. While he didn't mind his son's plan, he was still concerned about the expenses. Over the years, not only had Shen Qian struggled financially, but he had also grown fearful of spending, wishing he could stretch his money further. But when the car stopped, he was stunned. The Pearl Tower, the big hands, and a long row of office buildings. He had worked in Hu City before he fell ill. How could he possibly not know where this place was? Son, why did you drive the car here? Shen Qian pointed to the tall buildings nearby. The hotel is here. Here. You can't be serious. How much does it cost to stay for a night here? Just a few thousand. A few thousand. Son, you can't spend like this. It's not easy to earn money. I booked for a week. It's only a few thousand for the week, which isn't too expensive. I just thought after so many years in Hu City, you and Mom haven't had good food or a decent place to stay. I feel for you both. Moreover, it's non-refundable. Shen Qian's last remark was a knockout. Don't worry, just this once. I won't be this extravagant again after this. You sigh, how can I possibly sleep now? That's how parents are, frugal all their lives, afraid to enjoy anything. If Shen Qian didn't have money, he would have come alone enduring a bit of hardship. Now that he has money, he naturally wants his parents to enjoy themselves. He felt a bit fortunate. Thankfully, he had mentioned a few thousand, not tens of thousands, or else his father would have surely skinned him alive. As they walked past the red crystal stone gate, the dazzling gold and brilliance left both father and son awestruck. Compared to the buildings here, they became exceptionally eye-catching, and as they walked along the colonnade, their view opened up even more. Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you? The receptionist was courteous, exuding an indescribable gentlemanly charm. We would like to check in. Where should we go? Welcome to J Hotel. Please follow me. The receptionist led them to the elevator. You can check in at the lobby on the 101st floor. 101st floor. Old Shen couldn't help but mumble. Although he had worked in Hu City for many years, he usually did carpentry in residential buildings. This was his first time coming to such a high place. Shen Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. His father had worked in Hu City for over a decade, yet the city's splendor had never touched him. The divide between the rich and the poor was starkly evident here. Without the system, he might have toiled away for a lifetime without ever reaching this place. Even if he had a strong heart, it might not help, just like how the lobby is on the 101st floor. Books would never tell him what kind of life the wealthy truly live. When the elevator doors opened, the two stepped out and gazed at the world outside the glass, speechless for a long time. The entire Hu City seemed to be at their feet. It was an unparalleled shock. After all these years, it's as if I've lived in vain. Shen Qian wondered if his father felt the same way, but when he saw all this, that was his sentiment. The young man who worked at a barbecue stall and was covered in salt a month ago now stood in a luxurious hotel. This transformation was unimaginable. Dad, let's go check in. The staff provided detailed introductions. Shen Qian had booked 2 rooms for a week each. After the introductions, Shen Qian took his father to check in. Upon opening the door, soft lighting greeted them. To the left was a cloakroom and to the right was a shower room. Wow, the hotel even has a cloakroom. As they walked in, they found the whole room. Shen Qian couldn't name the items here, but he knew they weren't cheap. His father's room had a view of the Pearl Tower, which he had specially arranged. After settling his father, Shen Qian took a cab to where his mother was working. When it came to driving, Hu City's experienced drivers were definitely faster. Along the way, he asked the driver about where to buy higher-end items. There are plenty of those places like IFC, Hang Lung, Chintan, Taiku, Li, Huanmo, and Global Harbor. Those places are all pretty good. But the prices can be a bit steep. Shen Qian wasn't afraid of high prices. Now a piece of clothing costing 20 or 30,000 was just about right. He had reimbursement in cashback cards allowing him to spend freely up to 500,000. Just now he had figured it out. After so many years of hardship, his parents hadn't even owned a decent piece of clothing. Now that he had money, if he couldn't ensure they had good food, clothing and necessities, what was the point of sacrificing his pride and dignity to earn money? The places the driver mentioned sounded great and likely had many foreign goods. When the time came, he could just inflate the price a little. That would be easy to manage. The car drove for nearly an hour before stopping in a villa area where Shen Qian's mother was cooking in someone else's home. His mother looked familiar, but there were more wrinkles on her face, more gray hairs, and her plump figure was dressed in clothes that must have been worn for many years. Seeing his mother like this, Shen Qian felt a wave of sadness and guilt. Even though he had had money for over a month, he should have brought her back sooner, even if she was unwilling to accept it. "Where's your dad?" Shen's mother looked around but couldn't find old Shen. "I took dad to the hotel to rest. Let's go now." When Shen's mother walked into the hotel, she was dazed until she knocked on the door. That evening, Shen Qian booked a restaurant on the 120th floor. The three of them went for a meal cheerfully, but when he saw the prices, Shen Qian quietly moved the menu further away from his parents. Hearing that cola cost 68, his parents would probably explode if they knew the price. How much did this meal cost, Xiao Qian? 700. That's not too bad. Eating in a place like this, you can't get away with less than 700 or 800. It's a rare occasion. It's my son's filial piety. His father wanted to say something more, but since his wife had already said that if he continued to complain it would dampen the mood. Ideologies need to change gradually, there's still time. Shen Qian thought to himself, quietly taking out his phone to send affectionate messages to a few girls. Expressing insincere love under the pretense of not loving someone meets the standards of a scoundrel. Rewards being issued. 80,000 had arrived and Shen Qian felt quite relieved. That night he took a photo of the night view of the Huangpu River through the floor-to-ceiling window, still without a caption. However, anyone with clear eyes could tell where this picture was taken. "Old Shen, where are you staying? So high up." Lu Jiaowang was a very competent friend. When he asked this, Shen Qian had to respond, and after he did, regardless of whether he had added Lu Jiaowang as a friend, everyone would see his answer. But being that ostentatious would be too obvious. He simply replied with 2 words: in the sky. In the evening, Shen Qian initially wanted to take a stroll at the Bund with his parents, but his father had been sitting in the car for too long and his mother, exhausted from a day's work, had gone to bed early. Thus he decided to wander around alone. It was still summer vacation, and even though it was nearing 9 p.m. there were still quite a few people near the 3-piece set, mostly young people. The money radar beeped repeatedly. With so many people around, including several girls, it was a waste not to flirt. You flirted with a 4-point girl, your behavior meets the criteria of a scumbag. Rewards being issued. Shen Qian looked at the relatively pretty girl beside him. No way, if she's only a 4 then a 10 must be stunningly beautiful. But in the end the score didn't matter, the 20,000 yuan had already been credited. To quickly earn money, Shen Qian usually exchanged contacts and then excused himself. After all, he couldn't give up on other opportunities for just 20,000. And so while walking and flirting in less than an hour, he successfully flirted with over 20 girls and more than half of them shared their contact information. Shen Qian was presentably handsome and quite polite, with clearly defined muscles in his arms, so most girls didn't mind his approach. "Hello, I noticed you over there, may I get to know you?" As Shen Qian fixed his gaze on a new target, just as he was about to wrap up the flirtation and head back to sleep, a boy suddenly emerged from behind the girl carrying various bags and a DSLR camera, looking rather honest. This posture clearly indicated that he was quite attentive. However, Shen Qian was a bit surprised that despite his flirtation this guy had also appeared. Yet he simply stared at Shen Qian, glaring at him without making any other moves. "So are you here to have fun?" The girl took out her phone and exchanged contact information with Shen Qian. "Well, sort of. I'm from Hu University and classes start in a week." "Really? You're from Hu University too?" The girl's tone turned excited. "You are?" "Yes, I'm studying journalism. Human resource management." Shen Qian politely extended his hand and the girl immediately took it. Initially they were just chatting, but the boy was still glaring at Shen Qian. Now that their hands were intertwined, he could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward, he stood beside the girl. "Who is this?" "Your boyfriend. This is my friend Wu Gao." The boy seemed ready to say something, but the girl jumped in first. "He's also studying at Hu University, but at the Science and Technology University." "Hello, I'm Shen Qian, nice to meet you." Shen Qian remained friendly, even introduced himself to Wu Gao, but Wu Gao, sensing Shen Qian's intentions, felt he wasn't a good person and refrained from shaking hands, only offering a curt hello. "You successfully flirted with a 6-point girl, your behavior meets the criteria of a scumbag. Rewards being issued." 6 points. Shen Qian subtly scrutinized the girl, a light yellow short-sleeve top paired with a denim skirt, white shoes and white socks. She wasn't tall, but her leg proportions were excellent. Though it was dark, he guessed she must be very fair during the day, her features falling into the delicate category, and she looked quite pretty when she smiled. Ignoring Wu Gao's indifference, Shen Qian thought to himself that this guy either needed to boldly display his possessiveness or genuinely show generosity. The current demeanor made him seem like a wronged little wife, which was unlikely to attract any positive feelings. Since we're all going to be fellow alumni, why not explore together? Sure. Wu Gao wanted to stop this, but Shen Qian noticed him opening his mouth, yet it was clear that among the three he had no say. In the time that followed, the two continued to converse. The girl's name was Lu Xinyao, and she and Wu Gao both hailed from Gansu province. They were not only high school classmates but also childhood friends. When the topic of childhood friends and high school classmates came up, Shen Qian noticed Wu Gao's expression involuntarily swell with pride. There were plenty of photo spots near the three-piece set, but food and drinks were a bit pricey. However, the girl spent money without hesitation, racking up 500 or 600 in just over an hour. Naturally, Shen Qian wouldn't pay. He was a scumbag, not a fool, and besides, there was already one fool here. Wu Gao almost always jumped at the chance to pay. If it was something Lu Xinyao liked, he would buy it, which explained why he had so many bags. Yet looking at Wu Gao, he was dressed in nothing branded and he didn't seem wealthy at all. As time passed, Shen Qian gained a deeper understanding of the girl. Xinyao, we should probably head back, otherwise we might miss the subway. Don't you live around here? Shen Qian casually asked. We live nearby, but it's 4,000 to 5,000 a night here. We barely have enough money. Don't worry, Xinyao, once we graduate we can surely stay in Shanghai with our capabilities. The boy spoke earnestly, almost moving Shen Qian. However, the girl was completely unmoved, as this foolish boy was emphasizing their lack of money. Girls are quite strange, they can point out their flaws but not allow others to mention them. Like now, she could say she couldn't afford to stay, but Wu Gao couldn't stress this point, otherwise it would undermine her. At this moment, Shen Qian faced two choices: either take them up to pretend for a while, which would surely earn him a lot of goodwill, or let them go, knowing that as far as safety was concerned he could be sure that Wu Gao wouldn't get anywhere with Lu Xinyao until she had dated a few boys. This guy had already placed himself in a subordinate position from the start, so expecting to gain anything was wishful thinking. No rush, after all, we've exchanged contacts, let's let the bullets fly for a while. Shen Qian thought as he smiled at the girl beside him. Then let's call it a night. I had a great time today. We can hang out again when we have the chance. Sounds good. We're planning to explore Shanghai over the next few days. The girl was warm towards Shen Qian. There was something in her eyes that he could see. Of course, the increase in her affection for him was also thanks to the support of the devoted admirer who, if not for his diligent efforts, wouldn't have given the girl a reference point for comparison, and things wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Goodbye, Wu Gao. Shen Qian greeted Wu Gao as usual, but how could the latter be fond of him? This time he didn't even respond, merely nodding coldly. Shen Qian found it amusing. Kid, even without me there will be others. You made a mistake from the first step. Reaching the finish line will surely be much harder for you than for others. Before parting, Shen Qian took a photo with Lu Xinyao. I need to post this on social media to record that I made a new friend today. Remember to like it when it's up. Okay. As he watched the two leave, Shen Qian's smile grew even wider. The trap was set, and now it was time to see if the first prey would take the bait. In the evening, in a budget hotel, Lu Xinyao was looking at the photos taken that day, selecting a few to edit and post on her social media. Suddenly she recalled what Shen Qian had said before leaving. She had a good impression of the boy who had appeared out of nowhere. He was good-looking, tall, and clearly muscular from working out. Moreover, they attended the same school. She had long fantasized about a college romance since high school, and now Shen Qian seemed to fit her ideal type perfectly. He is tall and handsome. If only he had some money, he would be perfect. Lost in thought, she slowly scrolled through her social media feed. After graduating high school, everyone's posts seemed to bloom like mushrooms after rain, with the boys' posts being abstract, filled with game screenshots and whatever he felt like sharing. The girls' posts were different, showcasing beautiful landscapes, stunning people, and delicious food, seemingly in a silent competition. Finally, she came across Shen Qian's social media. It featured a simple photo of him with someone else, accompanied by a caption saying he made new friends on his first day in Shanghai. Looking at it this way, he is quite handsome, she thought. On the other side, Shen Qian saw the likes on his post and raised his glass of red wine, finishing it in one gulp. With her phone on silent, she turned over and fell asleep. Lu Xinyao began to doubt whether she had seen correctly, but it was indeed Shen Qian's social media, which could only be viewed for a month, so she could only see 3 posts. The first post showed him with a BMW in one hand. The second post, which he had just uploaded a few hours ago, was a photo capturing the night view of the Huangpu River from a height. The third post was a photo of him with her, the only one with a caption. She downloaded the image from the second post and asked a question on a small forum, immediately receiving comments. Central J Hotel, the highest hotel in Shanghai, 5-star. A night stay usually costs 4,000 to 5,000, and during holidays it could reach 6,000 to 7,000. After searching on the app, she found a few photos that indeed matched Shen Qian's perspective. After viewing these, her face turned a bit red and her heart raced. Here he was, her Prince Charming, the kind of boy she had always wanted, sunny, handsome, low-key, reserved and polite. He could show off, but he didn't. Although he had a BMW and stayed in such a nice hotel, he was very humble. He had taken the initiative to approach her, which meant he must like her too. As this thought arose, she felt her heart race even faster. This is an opportunity. A good boy like him will surely have many admirers once he gets to school. I must take the initiative and we will have a story together. Thinking of this, she decided to act. Do you want to hang out tomorrow? After sending the message, she waited for a minute, no reply. 2 minutes, still no reply. Half an hour passed and there was still no response. What's going on? Is he in the shower? No, boys shower quickly, maybe he's gaming. If he's gaming, it's normal for him not to reply. What should I do? I hope I'm not interrupting his game. He wouldn't dislike me, would he? Calm down, calm down. It's possible he's not gaming after all. He doesn't seem like the type to be addicted to games. Yes, maybe he fell asleep. People like him are usually very disciplined. Half an hour later, the girl occasionally picked up her phone to check. Although she had convinced herself he was asleep, she still hoped Shen Qian would reply. Suddenly she heard the notification sound. The girl hurriedly picked up her phone. Xinyao, where do you want to go tomorrow? I can help you plan the route in advance. Lu Xinyao frowned. She had never disliked receiving messages from Wu Gao as much as she did now. They grew up together, but ever since they became adults, Wu Gao always got too close for her comfort, even though she had expressed multiple times that she wasn't interested in dating. Despite her insistence to Wu Gao to keep his feelings to himself, he continued to do many things that made Lu Xinyao uncomfortable. She felt as if not being with him would leave her in his debt. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. In the internet cafe, Wu Gao looked at the messages on his phone, feeling quite unhappy. He had seen the way Lu Xinyao looked at Shen Qian today. She had never looked at him that way. Even on the way home, he felt very anxious. That guy Shen Qian also attended the same school as Xinyao. What if he pursued her later? I've done so much for Xinyao. What she wants, I would give her my life. If I just try a bit harder, she will love me. Shen Qian, if you think you can come in between us, you're dreaming. Thinking of Xinyao made him happy again. In high school, strict rules were enforced against early relationships, but now it was different. They were both in college and their parents supported them. Perhaps soon he would be in a relationship with her, then get married, have children, and live a simple yet happy life. The images in his mind became more beautiful, and even sleeping on the internet cafe sofa felt like a happy thing. The next morning, Shen Qian woke up and picked up his phone to see Lu Xinyao's message. I usually sleep early, so I didn't see your message. I can hang out, but I want to spend time with my parents for the next couple of days. They've worked hard for a long time and haven't visited many attractions. As soon as Shen Qian sent the message, the other side replied immediately. He looked at the time, it was 6 a.m. She replied so quickly. Was she awake all night? As it turned out, Lu Xinyao had indeed been unable to sleep after sending that message, so she had been watching dramas to pass the time, and before she knew it, it was already 6 a.m. Yes, spending time with your parents is important. After all, we are alumni and have each other's contact information. Let's meet up when you have time. Okay. After sending the last 2 words, Shen Qian changed into sportswear. The hotel had its own gym and pool, which he had learned about yesterday. Unlike yesterday, today Shen Qian was no longer shocked by the luxurious pool and large gym area. He finally understood where the composure of wealthy people came from. Indeed, wealth cultivates a person. In fact, he had intended to take pictures and post them on social media. However, after considering it, he decided against it. Posting just enough for others to explore was best. If he overwhelmed them with too many posts at once, it would be like saying, look at me, I rarely stay here, I'm just showing off. Reputation can be unflattering, but one must maintain the right pace. To cultivate a persona, design social media posts actions aligned with scumbag standards. Rewards are being distributed. When Shen Qian emerged from the swimming pool, it was already past 7 o'clock. His parents, noticing his absence from the room, had called him, but he did not answer. Where did you run off to so early in the morning? The hotel has a gym, so I went to work out. Had I known you were up this early, I would have sent you a message to let you know. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Such a high-end hotel couldn't possibly have any issues. Shen's father joked from the side. Only a mother is truly good in this world. If one day I go missing, your old man would just think I've gone traveling the world. The old man was left speechless, waving his hand in surrender. Feeling the warmth of family harmony, Shen Qian became even more resolute in his belief of being a playboy. The hotel offered breakfast, but Shen Qian did not plan on letting his parents eat there. Given their temperaments, once they knew there was breakfast available, they would insist on eating at the hotel every day for the next few days. Since Shen Qian wanted them to enjoy themselves, he naturally aimed for a more comprehensive experience. The family first went to a well-known breakfast place where the 3 of them spent over 400 yuan. It wasn't just his father, even his mother was very distressed about the expense. With no other choice, Shen Qian opened his own account. This was a special account he had opened to appease his parents, which prominently displayed a balance of 200,000 yuan. 200,000. His father was so shocked by the number that he nearly shouted, but was quickly silenced by his mother's hand over his mouth. Son, where did you get so much money? Did I not mention it before? I made it from stock trading. But Dad, we need to keep a low profile. Wealth should not be flaunted, you understand. This 200000 is from a big shot who said that with some maneuvering I could probably make it to 400000. After that you too should use it to pay off the mortgage. How much we can keep depends on the situation, but it would be best to invest in a small convenience store or something. Son, this money is from a legitimate source, right? Shen Qian knew his mother would ask this, and he felt both amused and exasperated. Mom, you need to understand one thing, is ordinary people aside from earning money through legitimate means who would take us along any other way. I've already said this is from a big shot. They eat the meat and I'm just drinking the soup. Your son has encountered a benefactor, but still remember, don't let it slip, otherwise it might attract envy. So how much can you earn in a month? In the stock market, sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. I wish I could earn 1 million every day, but that's impossible. It's just that you and Dad are getting a rare chance to enjoy yourselves, otherwise why would I spend so much? For these few days you should relax and enjoy yourselves. After that we can go back home and tighten our budget. After all these years of hard work, what's wrong with indulging a little? One cannot wait until old age when they can no longer move or eat well to regret it. Shen Qian's words were quite motivating, and it was clear that his parents were swayed. Shen's father was the first to express his agreement. Alright then, let's indulge just this once. Let me bask in the glow of my son. With their son saying this, what could the mother say? She could only nod. In recent years it wasn't just them, their son had also endured a lot of hardships. She had long been heartbroken. Now that the whole family could enjoy a moment of happiness together, it truly should not be spoiled. At noon in the Peace Hotel, Shen's father couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The Peace Hotel. After all these years in Shanghai, I've never been to the Peace Hotel. I never expected to be brought here by my son. Although the J Hotel is luxurious and has tall floors, it lacks the heritage. The Peace Hotel, on the other hand, is almost universally known. When spending money on his parents, Shen Qian was incredibly generous. If it weren't for the fear of getting scolded, he would have wanted his parents to try every dish on the menu. During the meal he also took many photos. Even though he couldn't post them on social media now, that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. If he were alone, he might not even come to such a meal. Every little bit of material he could gather was worthwhile. From yesterday to today his phone had hardly stopped buzzing with the most frequent messages coming from Shen Qian's first love, the girl he had broken up with after just a week of dating. Initially she was the one who got dumped. After the breakup, Shen Qian was seen soaring above the Huangpu River and making new friends, and that new friend was even good-looking, more attractive than her. How could she bear it? To put it bluntly, she was just throwing a small tantrum. What boy doesn't have a girlfriend who throws fits? It's not just about throwing a tantrum. If asked to kneel, they would kneel right away. But why was it that with him not only did he refuse to meet her demands, but he also broke up with her at the first sign of trouble? Where was there anyone like him? After thinking it over, combined with the fact that Shen Qian had moved to Shanghai, she immediately found the reason they were going long distance. Just as they started dating, they would have to deal with distance. Shen Qian was unhappy, and in his moment of unhappiness she went to confront him. Of course, in a fit of impulsiveness he would propose breaking up. Looking at the endless stream of messages, Shen Qian genuinely felt a headache. Wanting to keep a fish requires a price. What could he do? Stop sending messages. I don't blame you, I just need some time to think about our relationship. As he typed, Shen Qian felt deeply emotional. After sending this message, the other party immediately fired back with a lengthy text that left him dizzy, but the gist was that she would wait for him. She will wait for me. Shen Qian smiled and remained silent. In this world, who cannot live without whom? Saying she would wait for him translated to, I will secretly be involved with someone not as good as you, but once you return I will kick that person out. Having been a playboy for over a month, Shen Qian had long been immune to such emotions. He deeply understood what was truly valuable. In the afternoon, Shen Qian took his parents to 2 more attractions. However, when they arrived at a slightly upscale restaurant, his parents always seemed awkward due to their attire. Realizing this, Shen Qian quickly took his parents to the IFC. As expected, it was filled with foreign brands, and when the staff saw the 3 of them, they provided the expected service, polite yet lacking warmth. However, once Shen Qian made his first purchase, the subsequent staff became much more enthusiastic. After all, the price points at different stores weren't vastly different. If you could afford something in one store, you could certainly afford it in others. Luxury clothing items tend to have a lower price point than cars or watches, so commissions are more significant. The elderly couple used to haggling at street stalls were now dazzled by the enthusiastic salespeople. Of course, Shen Qian also benefited. He typically chatted up 1 or 2 staff members in each store. Initially he couldn't even get their contact details, but as he continued buying more items, the staff started to proactively add him on WeChat. Back at the hotel in the evening, Shen Qian looked at the day's bill, spending over 200,000 yuan on clothes, meals and so on, but he had earned 26,000 yuan through chatting and exchanging contact details. He felt delighted and satisfied. I'm at the Bund, do you want to come join me? The message came from Lu Xinyao. Shen Qian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the golden building shimmering in the light. Sure, I'll treat you to a drink. The fish had taken the bait. When Wu Gao saw Shen Qian, his expression immediately darkened to the extreme. He never expected to encounter this guy today. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This guy harbored ill intentions towards Xian Yao. The two of them hadn't played anything that day. In the morning, Xian Yao mentioned she hadn't slept well last night and wanted to catch up on sleep. Wu Gao could only continue to linger in the internet cafe. Poor thing, it was summer and he could only take a shower there. Just when he finally got out, he unexpectedly saw the last person he wanted to meet. There he is. Upon seeing Shen Qian, Lu Xian Yao was almost ready to jump with joy. The girl was dressed very strikingly today, wearing a gray polka dot spaghetti strap dress underneath and a black jacket on top. The curves that were not very apparent yesterday were now clearly visible. Shen Qian observed discreetly. This girl had put in some effort because he hadn't noticed such a significant change yesterday. Hi Wu Gao, nice to see you again. Xian Yao, you look beautiful today. When he called out Xian Yao's name, Wu Gao felt like he was about to explode. For the first time in his life he hated someone this much, yet the problem was that he couldn't find anything wrong with this person. Come on, I said, I'd treat you to a drink. I heard from the hotel manager that there's a nice lounge nearby with good drinks. Sorry, we don't go to bars. The girl was about to agree when Wu Gao could no longer hold back his anger and said firmly. Ha! Did I not express myself clearly? I said lounge, it's different from a bar. Even if it were a bar it wouldn't matter, we're all adults now, right? Xian Yao. How long have we known him? You can't trust someone like this. Wu Gao spoke bluntly, not even avoiding Shen Qian. What are you talking about? Shen Qian is a friend, how can you say that about him? Lu Xian Yao did not want to go out with Wu Gao today, but he insisted on following her. Now with him saying such things, she was practically furious. What's the big deal? There's no need to argue. Wu Gao is right, we should indeed be cautious when going out. Even if we are in Shanghai, there are all sorts of tricks out there. So let's go to the lounge. Wu Gao, you just watch over me. If I do anything wrong, you can heroically save me. There was nothing wrong with what she said. Shen Qian thought to himself that a saying was true: people gradually become the very thing they despise. For instance, he was now trying hard to play the role of a scumbag while being a dead green tea. Wu Gao was so taken aback that he couldn't even speak. He was furious to the point that it felt like his lungs would burst, yet he didn't even know what exactly made him so angry. The three arrived at the lounge, and just as Shen Qian had said, the environment was great. The dim lighting created an ambiguous atmosphere and there weren't many people. A few foreigners were drinking nearby. What would you like to drink? Shen Qian took the menu. It was his first time in a lounge and the names of the different drinks were bizarre, with prices that weren't cheap, ranging from 60 to 100 per drink. Even though he was now worth nearly $1 million, he still found the price of 60 to 100 for a drink to be expensive. You'll have this one and also give me your best drink. What drinks are suitable for girls? For girls, I recommend the Metropolis. It's sweet and sour and many girls love it. Then let's get a Metropolis for this girl. Please see if you want another drink. Shen Qian said, handing the menu to Lu Xian Yao. The girl frowned slightly upon seeing the prices. A drink costing over 60 to more than 100 was not cheap for most students. No worries, you can order anything here, I said I would treat you. At that moment the girl felt her heart race again and the words white knight swirled in her mind once more. Is this Irish coffee also an alcoholic drink? Yes, madam. If it's your first time drinking this, the alcohol content might be a bit high. Since you already have a Metropolis, I recommend you try a Cuba Libre or a Mojito. They have lower alcohol content and taste better. Then what's your specialty? Signature drink, Wheel of Fate. I'll take this one. Before she could finish listening to the introduction, she had already made up her mind about the drink. She liked the name and to her it felt like the Wheel of Fate had turned the moment she met Shen Qian. Wu Gao, are you sure you don't want a drink? Shen Qian looked at Wu Gao, who clearly seemed reluctant to interact with him. Sorry, we need to step outside for a moment. All right. Shen Qian could roughly guess what would happen next. They might get into a fight. No, it shouldn't be called a fight, it would be a one-sided reprimand from a lovesick dog. Wu Gao, Shen Qian kindly invited us for drinks. Can you not act like this? We're just out to have some fun, and why are you throwing a tantrum? Just outside the lounge, Lu Xian Yao said angrily. Xian Yao, that guy Shen is clearly not a good person. We met for the first time yesterday and now for the second time he's taking you to places like this. What kind of place is this? It's just a lounge, we're only having a drink. It's not a bar, you saw the environment just now. Was there anything inappropriate in there? But I still think he's not a good person. He's here for you. What's wrong with him being here for me? Tell me what's wrong with him being here for me. Even if he's here for me, he knows how to be polite. Has he done anything excessive? Can you stop being so sensitive? Do you know you're making it hard for me to breathe? What am I to you? Yes, we grew up together, but that doesn't mean you have to control me like my parents, do you understand? If you keep this up, then just go back first. I'm sorry, Xin Yao. I care too much about you, I won't do it again. Hearing him say such things made Lu Xin Yao feel inexplicably irritated. Clearly he was interfering with her life and her choices, yet in the end she was the one being ungrateful. I don't need your concern. What is our relationship? With you caring for me like this, am I your child bride? Or do you think you'll definitely be your wife in the future, so you want to keep me under your watch? That's not what I mean. Just go back, please. But what if you get drunk? It's only 2 drinks, I won't get drunk. Go back, Wu Gao, don't push me to dislike you. She turned and took a couple of steps before looking back. If you stay here and secretly follow me, then we should never meet again. Seeing Lu Xinyao returning, Shen Qian pretended to be curious and asked where Wu Gao had gone. He ran too much today and feels a bit unwell, so I let him go back early. Shen Qian understood that this was a command from the woman and the loyal follower was dismissed. After feeling a moment of pity for this honest boy, he resumed chatting with Lu Xinyao, who had applied light makeup that evening, making her bright eyes and delicate features stand out. As the wine in their glasses gradually disappeared, the distance between them also shrank. The girl discovered that this boy was not just interesting, he always had something amusing to say to make her laugh, and his life experience seemed much richer than hers. After finishing their drinks, they chatted for a while longer, seemingly unaware of the concept of time. The girl's face was flushed, appearing slightly tipsy, but she was far from being drunk. Let's go for a walk. Okay. Stepping out of the bar, they strolled along the Huangpu River. It was nearly 11 o'clock, yet a few people still passed by them. At the first traffic light, Shen Qian took the girl's hand and she did not refuse. Thus they walked hand in hand. With no destination in mind, they walked like this. Suddenly Shen Qian stopped. What's wrong? The girl asked curiously, following Shen Qian's gaze to see a couple kissing in an alley. For a moment both were silent. The girl slightly lowered her head, and when she looked up again she found herself face-to-face with Shen Qian's sharply defined face. Her breathing quickened, yet she felt no panic, only a hint of anticipation. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to kiss you? The girl closed her eyes, but the boy in front of her suddenly said these words, causing her to open her eyes wide, feeling a bit disappointed and flustered. No, I really want to kiss you. In the next moment, with a hand cradling the back of her head, their soft lips met. In the rush of the moment, she bumped against his abdomen and chest, both of which were solid muscle. Shen Qian had been a scoundrel for over a month, but he was still a novice when it came to kissing. This was his first practice, and he didn't even know how to breathe properly. After the kiss, both were panting as if they had just engaged in some vigorous exercise. The girl's eyes were misty, uncertain whether it was due to the alcohol she had just consumed or the kiss they had shared. Even she felt a bit dazed. The pace of their relationship was too fast. In less than 2 days she had lost her first kiss. This was also my first kiss. The other party always seemed to know what she was thinking. From the very beginning her emotions had been stirred, and when Shen Qian mentioned that it was also his first kiss, she felt that this was love. She had fallen for him. There's a small bar in my hotel room. Do you want to have a little more to drink? Sure. A lingering sense of rationality told her she should refuse, but it was just a fleeting thought that couldn't stop her instinct to pursue love. The fastest elevator in the world took just over a minute to reach the 100th floor. The boy led the girl out of the elevator unhurriedly, yet every step felt like it was echoing in her heart. Opening the door and stepping inside, Shen Qian was not in a hurry. Instead, he held the girl's hand and walked to the massive glass curtain wall. The Huangpu River they had just passed was now in front of them, with pedestrians appearing so small that they were almost invisible. Do you like this beautiful view? He embraced the girl from behind, his voice softly echoing in her ear like a celestial melody, yet also like the whisper of a demon. It's so beautiful. You are beautiful too. The next morning Shen Qian gazed at the girl sleeping beside him, lost in thought. Just one step away, just that one step. The girl cried out in pain, yet he did not proceed. Fortunately, he had read so much information and prepared himself mentally, having already crossed the threshold. It had ended just like that. Still lacking practical experience. I need practical experience. Next time I absolutely cannot stop. When the girl woke up, Shen Qian had just returned from the swimming pool. To be honest, if Shen Qian had really gone through with it last night, she might have fallen for him, but it would have certainly been somewhat diminished, as he was ultimately motivated by that kind of thing. Girls mature earlier than boys, and the boy in the girl's eyes was either still a child or a creature driven by desire. But last night they had clearly reached the final step, yet because she was in so much pain, Shen Qian stopped. She felt that there would be no other boy like Shen Qian in this world. I still need to accompany my parents today. How about I get a cab for you? The girl gently shook her head. No need, I can take a taxi back myself. This man was simply too perfect, she even felt unworthy of such a perfect man. The confidence she had built over the years was now shaken. Shen Qian, does this mean we are dating?
What do you mean by that? Just because you are not dating someone else, does that mean you kiss someone else?
Turning the table, scoundrels dread being asked about their relationship, but Shen Qian skillfully unraveled this dilemma.
As long as he was uncertain about their relationship, he could let the other party define it.
I understood the theoretical knowledge so well, yet when it comes to practical application I actually. The more Shen Qian thought about it, the more he wanted to slap himself. You spent a wonderful night with a girl you met just 2 days ago. Behavior meeting the scoundrel, standard rewards being issued. You successfully used a turning Thedible's tactic to resolve a critical question raised by the other party. Behavior meeting the scoundrel, standard rewards being issued.
No, that's not what I meant. Shen Qian smiled, approaching and holding the girl in his arms. Of course I know that's not what you meant. The reason I didn't touch you last night was that I was scared. We haven't even started school yet and there are too many temptations in college. I'm afraid that if I possess you too soon you might regret your decision today when you meet someone better in the future. So there's no rush, let's take it slow. You successfully expressed scoundrel sentiments which moved the girl. Behavior meeting the scoundrel, standard rewards being issued. They kissed again, parting long after. Not bad, your skills have improved quite a bit since yesterday. You need to practice more in the future. After seeing Lu Xinyao off, Shen Qian continued to take his parents around to eat and shop. The elderly couple looked refreshed in their new clothes. Dad, let's go a bit further today, let's have some soup dumplings.
Shen Qian glanced at his phone. The system rewards had been issued 50000 for spending the night with the girl and 40000 for the turning Thedible's tactic.
Damn. If I had succeeded last night, how much would I have earned?
But things were as they were. Shen Qian had a good mindset. Having something was better than having nothing. Son, Dad, need to discuss something with you. And Shen Qian drove steadily while his father, seated in the back, spoke hesitantly. Well, your uncles, elder uncle and second uncle, heard we've arrived in Shanghai and want to gather the whole family for dinner. And Shen Qian's expression froze momentarily, then he nodded.
And fine. When?
Tomorrow. And Shen Qian harbored no affection whatsoever for these two uncles, chiefly because when his father fell gravely ill, Shen Qian had pleaded for their help only to be met with cold indifference.
Their own younger brother lay dying, and still they turned away.
What purpose could such kin possibly serve?
Yet blood ties remained unbreakable.
His father, stubborn and steeped in tradition, now lived comfortably. A single shared meal cost little, and if it brought his father joy, that alone justified it.
This minor detour did not dampen the family's festive mood for the day. NAS enrollment drew near. The otherwise quiet freshman group chat suddenly flared with activity.
I'm already in Shanghai, anyone up for exploring together? And you're here already.
Enrollment isn't for 3 more days.
I wanted to get acquainted with the city first, and squeeze in some sightseeing too. And we've got 4 years ahead, no need to rush. And messages cascaded, rapid-fire overlapping, until the chat dissolved into an endless stream of ellipses. Shen Qian scanned the 100-odd members and the group, eyes narrowing slightly.
N.
You insincerely confessed your love to someone you do not like, an act aligning perfectly with the definition of a scoundrel. Reward distribution in progress. N. You insincerely confessed your love to someone you do not like, an act aligning perfectly with the definition of a scoundrel. Reward distribution in progress. And that day, every female student majoring in human resource management at Shanghai University received an identical friend request. Hi beautiful, you're stunning.
May I date you?
Only one sender stood behind all those messages, nameless to them yet instantly recognizable by his avatar, a grinning puppy.
And Shen Qian set down his phone and exhaled deeply.
While no one knew each other yet, this was the perfect window to accumulate points before familiarity bred suspicion. Within an hour, mere confessions had netted over 3 million points.
Even Shen Qian had to admit he was extraordinary. Yet reality proved less flawless than imagined.
Which class is this guy from? What an idiot, blindsiding girls with confessions on day 1. Na girl posted Shen Qian's screenshot in the freshman group.
You got one too.
I'm still stunned. And another girl shared her own confession screenshot.
And instantly the group erupted.
4 or 5 girls posted screenshots simultaneously, then more followed and more still, until it became undeniable this man had confessed to every single woman in the group.
Within hours, Shen Qian's name and phone number were exposed.
And this is utterly cringe. I'm posting it on Zaya Honshu so everyone can steer clear. He deserves social death.
If not, this scoundrel will keep preying on innocent girls. Voices multiplied, sharp, furious, unanimous in condemnation.
Shen Qian, however, remained oblivious, and even if he'd seen it, he wouldn't have cared. He'd anticipated exposure the moment he sent those confessions. From now on, he would embrace his role as a scoundrel, conscientiously, deliberately.
Reputation. He'd discarded it once, he saw no reason to cling to it a second time. The fouler his reputation grew, the better.
For only those drawn solely by his wealth, not by character, would approach him then, and thus his scoundrel's path would feel not just justified, but serene.
At first the scandal spread only within the human resource management cohort, but upperclassmen lurked in the freshman group too. Soon they carried the juiciest gossip across campus from faculty to faculty. Within a day Shen Qian had become a household name among freshmen. And some speculated it was an elaborate prank, but such doubts were swiftly drowned out. When Lu Xinyao saw the screenshots circulating in the group, she nearly refused to believe her eyes. The same avatar, the same nickname. It was Shen Qian. But how could it be? Just last night Shen Qian had revealed his true integrity. How could he possibly be recklessly confessing to dozens now? She dialed his number immediately, only to hear a busy signal. And no, something's wrong. He must be under cyber attack right now, and indeed he was. Hello. Who is this? And you confessed to me just minutes ago, and already forgot who I am. You wretched scoundrel, drop dead. Then may I at least know your name? A confession without names feels rather abrupt, don't you think? In drop dead scoundrel? Each incoming call found Shen Qian answering patiently, regardless of how vicious or venomous the words. So long as the voice belonged to a woman, he responded with tender sincerity, and confessed anew. His calm persistence disarmed their fury, eventually leaving callers speechless, cursing once more before hanging up in resignation. And what they didn't know, each call earned Shen Qian another surge of scoundrel points. Shen Qian gazed at his balance, 8 million points cold and stark, and curled his lips upward, bitterly amused. And reputation. Worth less than pennies per pound. With just 10 or 20,000 of those points he could command an adult's full-time loyalty, for a month perhaps two. The arithmetic was crystal clear. He profited precisely from the sacrifice of dignity. And Shen Qian, what on earth is going on? And Lu Xinyao's message appeared. He replied with a single line. What you see is the truth, and he would not be a scoundrel in shadows, he would be one openly, unapologetically. And won't you explain yourself? Explain. Shen Qian found the question absurd. And how could he reveal the system? That left only one explanation, that he truly was a scoundrel. Hadn't he made that plain enough? And so he chose silence, his only fitting reply. Lu Xinyao's heart trembled at his silence. She felt lost. How could Shen Qian, so upright and kind, commit such an act? The contradiction defied logic, shattered coherence. Xinyao, I checked in at school, and Wu Gao bade her farewell face ashen. Last night he'd stood guard outside her dorm room all night long, yet she never returned. Not until noon did she. He longed to ask, but dared not. And he feared that one question would shatter the last fragile illusion he held. And he simply could not accept that the pure, untarnished Lu Xinyao had spent the night with a stranger she'd known for less than 2 days. Xinyao, I need to ask you something. Why would a boy suddenly confess to many girls at once? And because he's a scoundrel, what else could it be? Impossible. Shen Qian isn't like that, Nat. Those words, Wu Gao's eyes lit up. And so, you mean Shen Qian confessed to many girls simultaneously? Lu Xinyao sighed and nodded. But he's no scoundrel, he didn't even touch me last night. And what do you mean, didn't touch you? Xinyao, you mean you two didn't? And light blazed anew in the young man's eyes. He knew it, he knew heaven would never deal such cruelty to a man as devoted as himself. Xinyao, you must not be deceived by his surface appearance. Perhaps he has been disguising himself in front of you, flirting around and being promiscuous. This is his true nature. Fortunately, you haven't been taken advantage of. Just stay away from such people in the future. Wu Gao gently lured her, attempting to malign Shen Qian, hoping to draw closer to Lu Xinyao. In his perception, Lu Xinyao was merely a victim of deception, and once she recognized her mistake, she would know whom to choose correctly. Aren't you supposed to report in? Go ahead, I want to be alone for a while. Xinyao, don't be unhappy. If you're really upset, just give me a call, or after I finish reporting he'll come find you. The girl neither agreed nor opposed, simply nodding in tacit approval. Wu Gao felt the world brighten again, and his motivation to strive returned. That night in the hotel, Shen Qian opened the system panel. His scoundrel behavior accumulated to 53 points, allowing him to draw 5 cards, and his achievement points increased by 2, both contributed by Lu Xinyao. He still had 3 golden cards left unused. Although he currently possessed over 8 million, he had 2 reimbursement cards worth under 1 million and 3 cashback cards under 1 million. But where was this? In the Shanghai market, let alone 8 million, what good was a billion? Many villas here were priced in billions, indicating that the path of a scoundrel was long and arduous. The 2 golden cards included 1 information card and 1 networking card. The information card would provide the most authentic business information upon Shen Qian's review, while the networking card offered useful connections, albeit vaguely described. Shen Qian understood that since the system designated these 2 cards as golden, their value must be considerable. He decided to wait, saving these 2 cards along with the cashback card purchased with achievement points for a crucial moment, especially the networking card. In this society, having money alone was insufficient. Without connections, wealth merely served to make others richer. Shen Qian glanced at his phone. Since he dedicated himself to being a scoundrel, his phone was inundated with messages daily. He was either flirting or on his way to flirt. In just over a month, the number of girls he had interacted with surpassed those he had spoken to in the past decade. Moreover, driving a BMW with one hand, staying in a high-end hotel and having beautiful friends made it easy for others to associate him with a wealthy young master. No one disliked a wealthy young master, especially girls. Even if some claimed to hate them, it was merely because they could never meet the standards set by such young masters, simply put, sour grapes. Chatting with these girls who messaged him was effortless. He simply needed to reply briefly and then leave them hanging. After all, they wouldn't get angry. Even if they did, Shen Qian wouldn't mind. They were merely acquaintances exchanging contact information. It was far too early for him to play the boyfriend role. The next day, Shen Qian was to take his parents to dine with his uncles. On the way, Shen Qian spoke little. If it weren't for his father, he would never wish to see those two families in his lifetime. Indeed, his family had fallen on hard times. Helping them was an act of kindness, while not helping was merely a matter of principle. Yet his father was their own brother. If not even a shred of familial love was considered, then what was the point of maintaining any connection? The agreed time was 11 o'clock. At 11:30, Shen Qian frowned, glancing at the time. It was already 11:30. Your uncles are like this, they always like to be late. Sometimes even before leaving home they claim there's still a red light ahead. Shen's father noticed his son's displeasure and spoke to console him. Shen Qian smirked and stepped out of the private room. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to check and greet my uncles. He certainly had no intention of greeting any uncles, but instead headed straight to the hotel front desk. Hello, may I ask if the Peony private room is booked with a package? Yes, it's the 688 package. What are the different price ranges for this package? There are packages for 188, 388, 688, 988 and 1288. However, the 188 and 388 packages are recommended for gatherings of 6 people or fewer. Is there no package more expensive than 1288? There can be. The front desk was quite clever. You can provide a price range and I'll arrange the dishes accordingly. Arrange the dishes for me based on 5,000, and when everyone arrives serve 2 bottles of Feitian. Do we need to confirm this with the person who booked the package? We're all sitting here, do we really need to confirm? Shen Qian said with a wicked smile. These 2 uncles haven't seen my dad in years. If I only served the 688 package for this meal, that would be quite disrespectful to them. As he spoke, he displayed his balance of over 100,000. Don't worry about whether I can afford it, just serve the dishes. Even if they refuse to pay later, I can cover it. Alright, sir. By the way, miss, you are very beautiful. Can we exchange contact information? Maybe we can hang out together sometime. You flirted with a girl, rated 5 points. Your behavior meets the scoundrel standards. Rewards are being issued. Not only did he not spend 5,000, but he also made a profit of 2,000. Shen Qian's previous displeasure completely dissipated. How to relieve worries? Only through rewards. Close to noon, the families of his uncle and second uncle finally arrived together. Besides them, there was another family whose appearance and demeanor overshadowed both families. After introduction, Shen Qian learned that this person was a distant cousin who had a good relationship with his father in the past. They had been living in Jing City, and now that their daughter was attending university in Shanghai, they came to Shanghai to see her off. Shen Qian understood why these 2 families who had not been in contact suddenly changed their demeanor and took the initiative to treat him to a meal. However, their perspective was still too narrow. To curry favor, they merely booked a 688 package, likely hoping to add dishes midway, showcasing their importance. When 2 bottles of Maotai were served, Shen Qian noticed his 2 uncles' expressions changed distinctly, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. He immediately stood up. Uncle, second uncle, these 2 bottles of wine are what I specially requested from the front desk. My father is not in Shanghai. He has been wanting to gather with you for a long time. I worked a bit and saved some money. Today's 2 bottles of wine are on me. Oh no, we can't let you pay for this, the distant cousin immediately interjected. Today, after finally seeing your father, this wine is on me. If this wine is on you, then those 2 uncles really won't know how to behave. They quickly stopped him. We're treating, how could we let you pay? We're paying. Shen Qian felt a sense of relief. This is exactly what I wanted. For many people, face is valued more than life itself. I want you to swallow your pride and bite the bullet. Shen Qian's performance was subtle, but with a little attention one could tell it was intentional. After all, he was a young man, how could he be so materialistic? Yet the older folks were easily taken in by it. Among those present, there was one person who saw through Shen Qian's intentions. It was the daughter of his distant uncle. Noticing the girl staring at him, Shen Qian took another look at her. She was indeed beautiful, and the moment she entered the private room, she gave Shen Qian a refreshing feeling. Now looking again, he still found her stunning. How could a person's features be so perfectly matched? Her eyebrows, eyes, nose and lips had no flaws, especially her red lips, which would surely make countless men swoon. While sitting, it was hard to tell her figure, but from how she stood earlier, she was likely over 165 meters tall with long and slender legs. As for her chest, Shen Qian didn't get a clear view due to obstruction. This girl, the system probably rated her at least a 7. After a few rounds of drinks, this distant uncle started chatting with his father about their past, including how they had done business together and worked hard over the years. Shen Qian didn't really believe in emotions yet. This distant uncle unexpectedly started crying during the conversation, which took him by surprise. Brother, how could you not tell me about such a major surgery? When I later learned you almost died, I was devastated. The distant uncle held his father and both ended up crying under the influence of alcohol. Shen Qian felt a bit helpless. The atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, so he informed his mother and left the private room. He wandered around the hotel and found a convenience store, bought a lollipop and sat inside watching the people come and go. Inside the private room they were probably still exchanging heartfelt words for a while. Spending about 20 minutes here would be enough before he could head back. I thought you came out to smoke, but who knew you came out for a lollipop? The girl sat down in the adjacent seat looking at Shen Qian with interest. Are you Shen Qian? Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Xia Mengling. What stage are they at now? Shen Qian naturally inquired about the situation inside the room. When I left, my dad already wanted to recognize you as his godson. Fortunately, your dad doesn't want to recognize my dad as his godson. Put. The girl couldn't help but laugh just as she imagined this boy was truly amusing. Was that mutai on the table intentional? Not just the mutai was intentional. The original cost of the meal was 688 and I raised it to 5,000. 5,000, that's quite a leap. What kind of grudge do you have? No grudge, just that it's been a long time since we last met relatives and I wanted to give them a little cut. You aren't as obedient as your dad says. Shen Qian slightly turned to look into the girl's eyes. And what about you? Are you really as good as your dad claims? You have successfully attracted a girl rated 7 and restrained your feelings for her behaving according to the standards of a playboy. Reward is being distributed. The system said. Shen Qian was not moved, but he knew clearly that he was indeed captivated. He had a feeling that this girl would bring him rewards incomparable to other girls. I am a good child. Alright, good child, how about we exchange contact information? Why? The girl propped her pretty chin. What do you want my contact information for? You add me first and I'll tell you after that. Are you speaking the truth or lying? After the girl leaned back, the system's reward was successfully distributed. Both. I want to hear both. I think you're very good looking. Maybe you could become my girlfriend in the future. You study at Hu Teacher Normal University, so I could use that as an excuse to pursue girls from your school. So which of these two is true? If you want to hear both, then you decide for yourself. Tisk, you want to pursue other girls right in front of such a gorgeous girl like me? You must be a big playboy. Shen Qian nodded. You're quite clever. I am indeed a playboy. What kind of playboy admits to being one? I'm different. I'm openly and unapologetically a playboy. The two sat in the convenience store for a while longer before heading back. At checkout, the two uncles and the distant uncle quarreled, finally seizing the chance to pay. The total is 8,725. I'll round it down to 8,700 for you. What did you say? Yes, the set meal is 5,000 yuan plus drinks. The total is 8,700. What's wrong, uncle? How about I take care of this? I earned some money from my holiday job and I suggested raising the meal cost, thinking it wouldn't be right to be too stingy since you and dad rarely gather. Beside her, Xia Mengling was stifling a laugh, thinking this guy was utterly wicked. If these two uncles really let Shen Qian pay for this meal, they could forget about holding their heads high in front of this younger generation. But 8,700 for a meal close to 10,000 was no longer just above standard, it was like cutting flesh from them. It's fine, it's rare to meet, so we should enjoy a good meal. Big brother, how about I take care of it? Shen's father stepped forward but was pushed back by the elder uncle. What are you saying? If we say we're treating, then we're treating, so just pay. WeChat transfer received 8,700 yuan. Shen Qian found that particularly delightful. It was the sound of the elder uncle's heartbreaking. Let's all go to my house for a while since we're all here. Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I need to get some school supplies since school is starting soon. I'll come back to pick you up in the evening. Shen Qian really disliked this back and forth, and Xia Mengling's family was also invited. The girl looked at Shen Qian. How about I go with Shen Gu? I also need to buy some school supplies since I'll be registering tomorrow. Alright, then you can drive your dad's car and take Shen Qian along. I'll drive the car. A blue BMW beside the restaurant flashed as Shen Qian took out the keys. In an instant, the elder uncle and the second uncle were somewhat surprised. In their impression, Shen Qian's family was still struggling to make ends meet. How could they possibly afford a BMW? They owned a house in Hu City, so they wouldn't think a car costing over 200,000 yuan was a luxury, but since Shen Qian was the one driving and looking at the outfit of the family of 3 today, it was clear they had secretly made a fortune. Alright, then you all go ahead. Is this a new car? As soon as she got in, Xia Mengling curiously asked. Yes, you're the second woman to ride in this car. Who was the first? Your girlfriend. What a playboy. My mom. TSK tisk then that won't do, isn't that what a playboy does? I see you're just a rookie. After that I'll work hard to try to take every girl from your school for a ride. What's going on? Are you going to drive for Didi? That's not impossible. I heard that driving a good car for Didi can attract quite a few girls in a day. Cut it out, where to next? The girl rolled her eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to buy school supplies? Those things can be bought anytime I want to watch a movie. Shen Qian looked at the girl, narrowing his eyes slightly. This girl wasn't a good person. As Shen Qian and Xia Mengling appeared at the cinema, he could clearly feel that some people were paying attention to them. After all, Xia Mengling was indeed beautiful, dressed in a short skirt that showcased her long slender legs that seemed to glow. Moreover, with her tiny waist she exuded the allure of slender branches bearing ripe fruit, which explained why some guys in the cinema couldn't resist stealing glances despite the risk of getting caught by their girlfriends. What type of movies do you like? The girl asked with a smile, their interaction resembling that of a couple. Then let's go with this one, a horror film. I love horror movies. Oh. Taking a girl to a horror movie, your intentions aren't pure. Though she said this, the girl happily bought the tickets. You post about new friends on your social media but not a word about watching a movie with me. Will you post? Shen Qian retorted directly. Me? Of course I will, because today is a memorable day. I met you. If he were an ordinary person or the Shen Qian from over a month ago, he would have been reduced to a flustered mess by now, his heart racing at the girl's flirtation. But Shen Qian was different now. Ever since he embraced his playboy persona, he had been learning, observing and understanding the people around him. The most important rule for a playboy was to remain detached. One could feign interest through words and actions, but internally one must maintain rationality. For instance, what kind of girl was Xia Mengling? Beautiful, extraordinarily beautiful. And what kind of boy was he? Though handsome, he wasn't so striking that it would make others lose their minds. He exhibited a bit of strength, but Xia Mengling was equally affluent. Hence love at first sight and any profit motive were ruled out. So what was the reason for this girl's demeanor? This girl loved to laugh. Shen Qian categorized girls who laughed into several types. One type is carefree, laughing nonstop at the slightest things. Another is optimistic and genuinely appreciates the beauty of life. And then there's the kind like Xia Mengling who smiles because it enhances her beauty. Their exchanges were minimal, yet there was a subtle flirtation in their words. If it were merely politeness, she wouldn't act this way. So it boiled down to one possibility: she found herself amusing and wanted him to be her admirer. This behavior had a nickname in Shen Qian's world: training a dog. The other party was no novice. She recognized the allure of his social media presence, yet she didn't mind. In fact, it excited her. Thus the current scene in the cinema unfolded, including the earlier mention of social media by the girl. She wanted to shape herself into the form he desired before he fully transformed into a playboy. Of course, this could merely be speculation. Perhaps the girl genuinely found him interesting and wanted to develop their relationship further, feeling a real spark. But for Shen Qian, whether it was genuine feelings or pretenses didn't matter. His primary goal now was to use the playboy system to earn money. If it was insincere, that was better. If it was sincere, since it was offered to him, he wouldn't let it go to waste. Shen Qian always knew what he wanted and never sought everything at once. Then I'll post too. After saying that, he went to buy popcorn. After the movie started, the girl pushed the barrier between them back. What are you doing? If you do that, where will the popcorn go? You hold it, I just need to lean a bit closer to you. The girl shifted her body closer, her shoulder brushing against his. Hey you. What's wrong with leaning a bit? Others wish they could lean on me, you stingy guy. Do many people pursue you? That's only natural. I'm born beautiful. Isn't it normal to have many admirers? Yet I'm not interested in them. Why not? Because I'm waiting for someone who truly loves me. Once she said this, Shen Qian could be 100% certain that this girl was indeed training a dog. He sneered inwardly, yet remained composed on the surface as the movie had started. Next, she should find ways to create some ambiguity, leaving me with memorable impressions, preferably the kind that keeps me awake at night. Shen Qian waited, sitting up straight like a stone. You seem a bit nervous. This isn't your first time watching a movie with a girl, is it? Since the movie had already begun, the girl could only lower her voice and whisper in Shen Qian's ear. No, I often watch movies with girls at school. Is that so? Then why are you stuttering? Silence accompanied by the sound of swallowing. They were watching a foreign horror film that focused on sudden shocks. Shen Qian was attentive to the girl's movements, so he wasn't watching closely. Meanwhile, after a scene transition, the girl suddenly hugged Shen Qian's arm, but it was only for a moment before she released it. In the following moments, the girl would occasionally inch closer to Shen Qian, almost wanting to burrow into his embrace, yet she maintained an excellent sense of boundaries, allowing plenty of room for fantasy without becoming overly ambiguous. I didn't expect you to be so brave, big playboy. In such a scary movie, you're not afraid at all. I have always been quite brave. Shen Qian feigned calmness. Oh. What a pity, I thought you were too busy looking at me to pay attention to the movie. What's so great about looking at you?
I've seen many beautiful women, they all have fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs.
Do I compare to them?
The girl tossed her legs playfully and Shen Qian diverted his gaze, realizing his life might be at stake. The girl clearly was pleased with such a response.
Let's go.
Go where? Even though school supplies shouldn't be bought, new clothes for dating are still necessary.
Dating. New clothes. Aren't you single?
I'm single, yes, the girl laughed, but I also want a sweet romance.
What if I find someone when I get to college?
Then you go buy clothes, what should I do? I'll wear them for boys to see, of course I need a boy's perspective. You're a big playboy, having seen countless girls, so you can help me decide which clothes are the most appealing to boys.
Shen Qian was taken aback. Is this woman expecting me to pay for her clothes?
I'm just playing along with the fishing, don't reveal your intentions so soon please.
You're on a higher level, so don't rush it.
That night Shen Qian drove his parents back to the hotel. Looking at Xia Mengling's contact information on his phone, he felt very satisfied.
Not bad, a 7-point beauty and a skilled dog trainer.
Since you wish for me to fall in love with you, I shall grant your wish. Just know that as this good dog approaches you, it may veer slightly off course, so don't lose your cool.
He edited a message on his phone and sent it. Meanwhile, Xia Mengling looked at her phone. I had a great time today, let's watch a movie together again next time, okay?
A disdainful smile appeared on her beautiful face.
Is that it? I thought it would be more fun.
She then tossed her phone aside and happily started applying a facial mask.
A week passed quickly, and before he knew it, Shen Qian had to report to school.
However, his parents did not accompany him. The reason was simple: while other parents helped their children immensely, his own stayed behind, unable to assist and only complicating matters, forcing Shen Qian to run back and forth for them. So they decided to leave a day before his reporting. Shen Qian initially wanted to stay, but considering his reputation, he realized that if his parents heard about it, they would worry. Their goal of enjoying themselves was achieved, so he simply took them to the bus station. In the past few days he also sent a few messages to Xia Mengling, but his proposal to accompany her to report was declined and she hardly responded to the other messages. Shen Qian understood that this was the second step in training her to disregard him. His goal was to become a scoundrel to Xia Mengling, so he had to break free from the pack of her admirers. The method was simple: occasionally show some affection while continuously radiating his own charm. Focusing on attraction while being a mere admirer, as long as he was of high quality and exuded an aura of being easily taken away by others, he need not worry about her not seeking him. If she really found someone she liked better and decided to give him up, Shen Qian would wish her happiness. After all, he had plenty of options and there would only be more when he reached university. What school flowers and goddesses were in his eyes were just ordinary people elevated by admirers, merely valuable money trees. Suddenly Shen Qian thought of Lu Xinyo. He hadn't messaged her much these days.
Do you want me to accompany you to report tomorrow?
Regardless, he had earned some points from this girl and achieved a few accomplishments. Although he wouldn't give her money, he could still do some things for her. On the other hand, Lu Xinyo looked at the message on her phone, feeling a mix of emotions. In recent days she had thought a lot, and Wu Gao had said many things to her, the most recurring being that regardless of whether this was intentional or not, the boy's reputation was already tarnished, and if she was with him, hers would suffer too. Shen Qian was indeed good, but what if someone better came along? If she bound herself to him now, how would other boys at school view her? She couldn't just lose her right to choose a partner right after arriving at university.
No, I'll go by myself.
Shen Qian looked at her response and understood her meaning after a moment of contemplation. Since she had made her choice, there was no need for him to force his way into her life. The next day he did not rush to school. After all, he had a whole day. He had spent the past few days preparing clothes for his parents and indulging in food and drink, and hadn't had time to tidy himself up. His reputation was indeed tarnished, but it didn't matter. As long as society's values remained unchanged, when he showcased his abilities, there would naturally be people to speak on his behalf.
After checking out of his room, he headed straight to the Rolex store.
The staff, seeing a young man without any luxury items, immediately sent out a somewhat inexperienced salesperson to assist him.
Hello. I want a gold rainbow Daytona. Do you have it in stock? Do I need to queue for an appointment?
Shen Qian looked over the watches on the market, and this was the only model that was closest to $1 million. Moreover, this was a watch worth $1 million, enough to buy a house back in his hometown. If it weren't for the reimbursement and cashback card, he might not have bought it even with the system. The salesperson was momentarily stunned by Shen Qian's words, then quickly nodded. Yes, we do have one.
Please wait a moment while I introduce it to you.
When the salesperson brought the watch out of the display case, Shen Qian was momentarily mesmerized. It truly looked like a watch worth a house. He had always thought that those who wore gold watches were unsophisticated, but only upon seeing this watch did he realize that a watch could be so beautifully crafted. Under the lighting, this watch actually dazzled a bit. He used to think that the so-called dazzling diamond watches in TV dramas were ridiculous, but now he realized it was because the lives of the wealthy were too distant from his own, making them seem extravagant.
I'll take this one.
He decided that even if it exceeded a million slightly, he wanted to own this watch. At this moment he understood why women cared so much about the watches on men's wrists. Because women love shiny things and expensive items often shine brightly.
So this one. I'll take it. Yes, I'll make the payment.
Sitting in the car, he admired the watch from different angles, taking a long time to calm his emotions.
System used the cashback card and reimbursement card, stack them. Using reimbursement card, reimbursement amount is 1 million. Using cashback card, triggering critical hit 7 times cashback, this cashback is 7 million. What?
Shen Qian thought this time would only yield a 15 times cashback, but he didn't expect it to be a direct 7 times.
The secondary cashback card possesses critical hit attributes. 8 million instantly turned into 16 million, doubling his worth.
Shen Qian felt that it was his relentless endeavor to be a scoundrel that had influenced the system, prompting it to assist him so vigorously.
System, I won't say anything else, just wait. I will definitely give you the title of Ultimate Scoundrel King.
Your choice to purchase luxury items to attract girls meets the standards of a scoundrel. Rewards are being issued.
Oh my.
Shen Qian felt grateful that the system didn't have a physical form, otherwise he would have to kneel before it. As for clothing, Shen Qian felt there was no need to buy anything special. The reason was simple: having one or two high-end brands showed wealth and restraint, while wearing all high-end brands made one look like a nouveau riche. He was indeed a nouveau riche, but he understood that his core goal was to be a scoundrel.
The attraction of a wealthy person who is restrained is several levels higher than that of a nouveau riche.
As the saying goes, one must hide appropriately, allowing the girl to gradually understand your strength. Exposing everything makes one seem insecure. As noon approached, Shen Qian drove towards the school. Because it was reporting day, even before reaching the school gate, Shen Qian was deterred by the traffic that had not moved for half a day. He decided to find a parking spot nearby and walked to the registration office with his bag.
Excuse me, are you a new student?
As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a senior sister warmly welcomed him. Shen Qian had a pleasant appearance and his short sleeves could not hide his muscular arms, prompting two senior sisters to come over to assist him.
Hello, senior sister, I'm in the Human Resource Management major. Where should I go?
I know, junior brother, come with me. One of the senior sisters smiled brightly.
Shen Qian took a look. This girl was slightly plump but not excessive, belonging to the cute type. Junior brother, shall we exchange contact information? You can ask me anything you don't know later.
Sure.
My name is Li Ran, what about you?
Shen Qian.
Oh. What's your name?
Shen Qian, a new student in the Human Resource Management major.
He flashed a faint smile.
Junior brother, may I ask, do you know that your major has someone with a name quite similar to yours? Are you talking about the one who confessed crazily?
Yes, that's the one.
That's me. For a moment the scene became awkward.
Senior Li Ran, are you still willing to take me there? If not, just point me in the right direction and I can find my way myself. Li Ran was a bit confused but more so perplexed.
The boy in front of her was tall and handsome, and judging by his physique he was quite the catch in college. How could he make such a bold confession in front of over 200 people? This was practically a suicidal confession. With such actions, it wasn't just that he was slightly handsome, he was exceptionally good-looking.
If he were exceptionally handsome, perhaps it could be forgiven. Well, I'll take you there then. Senior, thank you. You're such a good person, I really like you. Although Shen Qian's confession was late, it still sent shivers down Li Ran's spine.
This sudden expression of affection from the junior actually made her feel a bit pleased, and she even felt a bit happy.
However, considering what this junior had done, she felt conflicted.
But soon his gaze fell upon the watch on Shen Qian's wrist. It was summer and Shen Qian was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, yet that watch was dazzlingly eye-catching.
A golden watch. This junior is dressed simply, but that watch is quite ostentatious, she thought to herself.
Knowing he was Shen Qian, their conversation became less frequent while Shen Qian remained calm and polite. You just fill out this information here and someone will take you to collect your enrollment materials as well as the bedding provided by the school. The weather was hot, so Li Ran decided to take a break in the cool shade of the Human Resources Major's Pavilion and have a drink while Shen Qian filled out the forms. Curious, she glanced over at Shen Qian and to her surprise she felt a bit uncertain and leaned in closer. When the crown-like emblem on the watch dial came into view, she realized she hadn't mistaken it.
It was definitely a Rolex.
This junior who had boldly confessed to others was reporting in with a Rolex.
She pretended to play with her phone and took a picture of Shen Qian's watch. Senior, thank you. Let's grab a meal together sometime. After Shen Qian waved goodbye and left, Li Ran immediately messaged one of her dormitory sisters. Lan, you know a lot about luxury goods.
Quickly check if this watch is a Rolex and how much it might cost.
Aren't you supposed to be volunteering to help juniors? Why are you looking at watches?
As soon as the other party sent a voice message, she quickly added.
Ran, where did this rich kid come from? A Rolex Rainbow Daytona worth over $1 million and he's just casually wearing it out.
So it's really a Rolex?
Li Ran asked again. Of course, not only is it a Rolex, but it's also not the basic model. The Rainbow Daytona is over $1 million. Ran, the guy wearing this watch must be handsome. As long as he's not excessively ugly, you should definitely go for it. There are plenty of people at our school who know Rolexes. If you don't act quickly, I can guarantee that within half a month someone else will sweep him away. He is indeed quite handsome and very polite. Among the boys I've met today, his physique and looks are definitely the best. On the other end, the girl named Lan immediately became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Ran, go for it. This is a prime catch. While this junior is still naive and clueless as seniors, we naturally have to reel them in. But you absolutely won't guess who he is, the girl said, looking at the last message from Ran, her face filled with confusion. What does she mean by you won't guess who he is? Could this junior know him? But that shouldn't be the case. The juniors she flirted with in the freshman group were all her confidential resources, and even Ran hadn't shared them. His name is Shen Qian, Ran added. The girl initially felt indifferent towards this name, but as she repeated it she suddenly remembered. Shen Qian. Is he that Shen Qian? The one who's a bit crazy and has a teddy bear-like appearance? Recently Shen Qian's story had been circulating not only among the freshmen but also among the upperclassmen, bringing with it a variety of nicknames. Many speculated that Shen Qian must be extremely ugly, which is why he resorted to such a scattershot approach to find a girlfriend. Others guessed that he was a lecherous devil, otherwise he wouldn't behave this way. Some even speculated that he must have some sort of mental illness driving him to seek love desperately, hence the nickname Teddy Bear emerged. That's right, it's him. He himself admitted it. Lan, if you haven't seen him you can't imagine how much of a contrast he has. Even when he introduced himself as Shen Qian, I thought it was just a case of having the same name. Do you have a picture? I didn't take one, but I can assure you with my integrity that he is indeed quite handsome and has a very composed demeanor. He has that kind of rugged yet gentle vibe. Now I just don't understand. Leaving everything else aside, with his looks, finding a partner should be a piece of cake. Why is he? Ran, have you exchanged contact information? I have, but am currently considering whether to delete it. Delete what? What's wrong with confessing in a group? Is that such a big deal? Whether in the college or a club, there are countless meaningless messages in those groups every day. He just confessed in a group without harassing anyone. What's the big deal? Since you've added his contact information, let's not waste it. How about this? You ask him out for dinner later and he'll help you scout the situation. This isn't that appropriate. This boy already has such a bad reputation. Reputation is just a shadow of a person's name. What does it matter if it's good or bad? Look at our student council president who has gone through 10 girlfriends. His reputation is already in tatters. Do you see anyone saying anything? And those slightly handsome guys in school also have girlfriends here and there. Just ignore it, just invite him for dinner. We're just going for a meal, not doing anything else. Meanwhile in dorm 618, 3 young men gathered around an empty bed staring intently at the nameplate attached to the bed. Guys, could we really be so unlucky as to share a dorm with him? In our major, is there another person named Shen Qian? Isn't that the end of it? Sharing a dorm with him? How are we supposed to find partners for the next 4 years? I really don't want to be single for 4 years. You can't say that. The popularity of some events comes and goes. Right now he's the target of everyone's disdain, but who will remember this in 3 months? What are you three doing? Suddenly a clean and fresh-looking young man appeared at the door. Who are you? Hello, I'm Shen Qian, also from this dorm. The three were momentarily stunned but quickly welcomed him. You finally made it. I've been dying to see what a real person looks like. Bro, you're amazing. How did you pull this off? You're a true warrior. This sudden enthusiasm was unexpected for Shen Qian, but upon reflection it made sense. Compared to how much girls care about reputation and details, boys seem to care about just one thing: whether it's impressive enough. Many things that girls find boring can earn boys' respect if they are impressive enough, like a pig raised by 3 people. Living in the same dormitory, it might be a bit troublesome to find a partner in the next few years. Shen Qian actually heard their earlier conversation. One of them hoped for a relationship and didn't want to stay single for 4 years. Haha, no worries, bro. You do your thing and we'll handle the cheers from behind. How old are you this year and when's your birthday? 18, born in June. What date? Another boy chimed in. The 23rd. Haha, just as I said, you must be the youngest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chang Han, the oldest in the dormitory. A boy beside him adjusted his glasses. I'm Wei Ming Tian from Sichuan province. Gao Hai Tao, I'm the youngest from Shandong province. Shen Qian looked at his 3 roommates. Chang Han had a thick accent, making it obvious where he was from. The other 2 also came from different places, suggesting that the school intentionally grouped students from afar into one dormitory. Shen Qian, you all know my name, I'm from Jiang province. Great, the 3rd, welcome to the 618 family. From today on we're brothers. Tonight how about we all go out for dinner? Sounds good, and let's see what delicious food is nearby. Gao Hai Tao immediately joined in.
Try not to eat anything too spicy, I can't handle spicy food.
No way bro, you from Sichuan can't eat spicy. Who says Sichuan people must eat spicy?
That's a stereotype. In the evening the few of them sat down in a small hotel near the school.
The eldest Chang Hong opened a beer bottle with his teeth.
Brothers, our friendship span across the south and the north, all celebrated in this drink.
Cheers to new encounters. Cheers to new encounters.
That night Chang Hong got ridiculously drunk, followed closely by Gao Hai Tao. Wei Tianming was a bit frail and it was a struggle to even move one of them, let alone two. Shen Qian felt quite helpless. When they were drinking, these two drank the most fiercely and he was shocked. He thought they were in it together, but who knew they would be out after just a few cups.
Old two, you keep an eye on the eldest. I'll carry the fourth back first and then we'll come back for him.
If it weren't for the fact that the school wasn't far away, he would have just booked a room.
The next day the eldest was rubbing his head looking at Wei Mingtian, who was brushing his teeth. Old two, where's old three? You might not believe it.
On the playground after running his last lap, Shen Qian found a spot to stretch a bit. The clothes he bought had good moisture-wicking properties, but the intensity of his workout was considerable, so the clothes still clung to him.
Although his abdominal muscles hadn't yet defined clearly, there were indeed lines showing. After returning to the dormitory, the fourth also woke up.
Shen Qian leaned against his bed and joked, in the East Province there are tigers, in Shandong there are wolves.
The Jiang Province lambs can't be outdone. I thought it was a joke, but who knew it was true?
Hey old three, don't get cocky.
This is just a temporary adjustment to the local environment.
Just wait until I get used to it and I'll show you what it means to have a big capacity.
Old three, are you serious? It's your first day at school and you're already out running. I'm telling you, you can be a scumbag, you can be a beast, but don't you dare become the top student. Otherwise that would feel worse than killing me.
Shen Qian knew this guy was joking.
So tell me, am I a scumbag? Not sure. No, I am a scumbag. I can clearly tell you that my goal is to be a big scumbag, but being a scumbag has its standards. First, you must not be ugly. Even if you are, you need to have a good physique. Second, you need to have emotional intelligence and money.
Stop old three, you're not a scumbag, you're a perfect man.
You're aiming to become a god. What do you mean? It means that a real scumbag doesn't need all the conditions you mentioned. They can still be scummy without any skills, it's all about emotions.
Shen Qian understood that he had learned many techniques during this time.
Even when facing someone like Xia Mangling, he could remain unaffected.
It was all about technique without emotions.
It's like if you confess to every girl that's lacking in technique.
The real scumbag skill is to flirt with all the girls but not actually enter a relationship. So you gain the emotional value, but when asked, you're single, forever single. Shen Qian knew this too, but he felt that having a large amount of money just sitting there requiring only a simple message to access was too much of a waste. I once had a senior in high school who dated the school beauty. Besides dating her, he also dated her best friend. Later we found out that he was not only dating her best friend but also her sister.
At that time the whole school was shocked. So in my view, dating 2 or 3 normal girlfriends seems like basic operation.
But dating dozens of girlfriends at the same time is quite overwhelming.
For your modeling it's easy to have quantity, but the hard part is having quality.
If you can have an extremely beautiful girlfriend while also having another extremely beautiful girlfriend, that's truly a scumbag among scumbags. Wei Mingtian's words made Shen Qian fall into deep thought. For the first time it confirmed the saying that learning alone without friends leads to ignorance. After the system upgraded from level 1 to level 2, while the rewards changed, the recording of scumbag behaviors decreased.
The last recorded scumbag behavior was during the confrontation with Xia Mengling.
This means that the system's level 1 to level 2 applies to ordinary scumbags who only pursue quantity without seeking quality. Because among the rich and handsome, as long as they have one of those traits or possess good conversational skills, being a scumbag isn't difficult. What's truly difficult is how to upgrade the system. It seems now that pursuing those hard-to-get girls can stimulate the recording of scumbag behaviors. Confessing to many people is indeed a useful method. You can earn 1 million or even more in one go.
But if the system upgrades, it will yield even more. Struggling to strike up a conversation, even with great effort, you might only manage to talk to dozens in a day.
But at level 2, a simple cashback card can bring in 1 million. What about at level 3 or 4? In an instant, Shen Qian gained clarity. To improve himself, he must also cherish his time. Starting today, he wouldn't waste any time on girls below a 5 out of 10 but would wholeheartedly pursue those above 5, targeting a level 3 system.
The orientation has concluded and each class is required to hold a meeting during which the counselor will make a rare appearance.
In the following college years, the counselor's presence will be infrequent. When their counselor, a man wearing glasses with a scholarly demeanor, appeared, it was evident that the camaraderie among the students had diminished.
Starting today, I will be your counselor. I'm not a beauty, so I hope I don't disappoint you, but I believe this won't affect my service to you in the future. Well, there isn't much service involved, just the approval of leave requests and assessing performance trivial matters. But my principle is simple: now that you're in college, everyone enjoys freedom, but freedom often comes with troubles. Therefore, I hope you can cooperate with each other. When you want freedom, I will turn a blind eye, but do not create trouble for me, as I am quite afraid of it. This is my name. The man wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard: Lu Qingyun. This is our class first gathering. Would anyone like to introduce themselves? A good self-introduction may even earn you points when selecting a class leader after military training. In the Human Resources Management major, there are more girls. In Shen Qian's class, there are about 40 students, with nearly 30 being girls. Shen Qian even suspected he was still in a liberal arts class. My name is Wenru and I'm from Jiang province. I hope to receive your guidance. One girl stepped up to introduce herself, and the boys in the class were captivated. She was stunning, with shoulder-length hair and exquisitely defined features. Her eyes appeared soft and full of stories, wearing a simple but clean t-shirt paired with light gray trousers. Old 3, just like you, I'm from Jiang province, so we are fellow townsfolk. Shen Qian chuckled, thinking Jiang province was so vast and whose city was right next to it, so it hardly counted as being from the same hometown. My name is Tan Xinxin. I enjoy dancing, karaoke, and occasionally drinking a bit of beer along with some barbecues. If you have gatherings, feel free to invite me. I also enjoy making friends and having fun together. I hope we can get along well in the days to come. Tan Xingxin's beauty was on par with Wenru's, but one was gentle while the other was cheerful, each with their differences. As the girl stepped down, she cast a glance at Shen Qian, who keenly noticed it. The few people from the same dormitory introduced themselves, and then it was Shen Qian's turn. Among the class, Shen Qian's looks were quite outstanding, and before he went on stage, many had been watching him. Hello everyone, I am Shen Qian from Jiang province. I hope we can get along well in the days to come. Shen Qian. No way, he is Shen Qian. How could he be Shen Qian? The counselor perceptibly noticed the unrest in the class, looking at Shen Qian with curiosity before stepping on stage to quell the disturbance. Alright, who is next? After everyone had introduced themselves, the discussions continued. Lu Qingyun clapped his hands. I initially wanted to conduct an icebreaker game, but it seems like everyone has already become familiar with each other. Shen Qian, could you come up one more time? Shen Qian pointed to himself, puzzled, but still went on stage. It's clear everyone is interested in you. Can you do me a favor and perform a show? That would complete the icebreaker. No way, counselor, how can you do this to me? How can this be unfair to you? Others would want this opportunity and I might not even give it to them. Besides, I genuinely do not want to engage in some embarrassing icebreaker game. It feels like an insult to my intelligence. Hurry up. Once you perform, things like approving leave requests will be easier. You said it. Shen Qian thought about how he would be a scoundrel in the future, and the number of nights he would not return home would surely be many. I said it. With the terms agreed upon, Shen Qian stood on stage and looked at the crowd. I believe before today everyone has gained some understanding of me through others. However, what others know may not be comprehensive. For example, saying I am a human-shaped teddy bear might not convey that I can speak French. The counselor asked me to perform a show, and I think this is the only thing I can confidently present: the French song Dior, which translates to outside, dedicated to everyone. As everyone was still in a daze, the accompaniment began playing. Shen Qian's voice was pleasant and slightly magnetic, making it effortless for him to sing in French. After finishing the song, he applauded himself on stage. Below, the people from the dormitory wanted to clap, but the atmosphere was so awkward that the classmates below were either stunned or caught in an eerie silence. Suddenly, Tan Xinxin in the center began clapping enthusiastically, followed by the others, with the 3 from the dormitory clapping the hardest, compensating for their earlier lack of support for old 3. I knew it. Shen Qian is so handsome. That incident must have been a misunderstanding. Shen Qian did not respond to this question. I suppose I have set the stage. If any other classmates want to perform, feel free to come up. The counselor said that as long as you perform, it will be easier to request leave in the future. As soon as this was said, Tan Xinxin immediately stood up. Since Shen Qian has already sung a song, I will dance to liven things up for everyone. Shen Qian stepped down and glanced at the counselor. The awkward icebreaker game was gone and the equally awkward artistic performance began, but this had nothing to do with him. College life had started off on a good note. On the way back to the dormitory, the 4 brothers discussed who was the most attractive in class. Although Wenru and Tan Xinxin are nice, I prefer the one named Xiaoxiaban. Gentle, undoubtedly gentle. You must believe in the vision of a man from Sichuan. Beauty and figure are all superficial. A girl's gentleness is the most important quality. You don't understand anything. What good is gentleness? For a girlfriend, the most important thing is touch. I think Wenru and Tan Xinxin are great, but they are unattainable, so I might as well pursue something practical. He Wenjing, I think she is pretty good. Her figure is fantastic. While they were still chatting, Shen Qian was suddenly tapped on the back. It was Tan Xinxin. Since just now Shen Qian had been thinking about how to pursue Tan Xinxin and Wenru. The two were different, one cheerful and the other gentle, requiring two different battle plans. From the earlier class meeting, Shen Qian could confirm that Tan Xinxin likely had some fondness for him, but the source of that fondness was still unclear, requiring further observation. Shen Qian, our dormitory is having a gathering. Would you like to join us? Dinner gathering. Great, we just had a feast in our dorm last night and I was looking for a reason to get back at them. Chang Hong readily agreed. Tan Xinxin was standing next to two girls who were none other than Xia Xiaodan and He Wenjing, whom they had just mentioned. What do you think? Shen Qian looked at the other two, receiving affirmative answers, so he could only nod. In fact, in his plan there was no need to approach Tan Xinxin just yet. He could first release his charm for a while. Since they were aiming for a refined approach, there was no need to rush. It should be taken slowly. However, since the other party had come to him, he couldn't miss the chance to get to know this girl better. Originally the plan was to have dinner near the school, but now with the school season starting, it was pure luck that Shen Qian and the others managed to book a private room yesterday. Today their luck was not as good. Sorry Shen Qian, I was thinking of having a joint gathering between two dorms, but it turned out like this. It's fine, we can just book a place a bit farther away. With a girl he liked present, Chang Han was very enthusiastic and Wei Mingtian next to him nodded repeatedly while Shen Qian quietly watched without making too many comments. We've booked it, let's go. Shen Qian took the phone, glanced at it and saw that it was a private restaurant with an average cost of over 200 per person, which was within an acceptable range. However, he was a bit worried seeing how eager these two brothers were. They probably wanted to show off in front of the girls. Would they end up paying for the girls' meals too? Isn't 200 per person a bit too expensive? No worries, I'll treat this meal. As soon as He Wenjing mentioned the price, Chang Hong immediately patted his chest, insisting on treating. How about we go Dutch? At 200 per person with 8 of us it could easily reach 2,000. Money doesn't come easy. If we don't go Dutch we should choose another place. We're students, there's no need to eat so lavishly. Shen Qian had money but he didn't like to spend it recklessly. While Chang Hong could indeed afford this meal, if things went that way their dorm leader would be on the path to financial ruin. Hearing Shen Qian say this, the expressions of the two girls subtly changed while the remaining girl remained silent. Tan Xinxin immediately interjected, Shen Qian is right, our monthly living expenses are at most 2,000 to 3,000. Even if it's a bit more, it's only 3,000 to 4,000. If one meal costs over 2,000, how are we going to live? It's fine, let's have it here. Well, treat this meal. Even if it costs 2,000, well, split it between the two of us and it'll only be 1,000 each. Trying to reason with a stubborn fool, Shen Qian finally understood the power of that phrase. These two were completely blinded by their desires and thought that being extravagant in front of the girls equated to being charming. It was fortunate that they had previously complained about how bad men were. Turns out they were just theoretical learners. Unable to persuade them, Shen Qian decided not to drive, opting to share a taxi with the others. 8 people meant 2 taxis. In the car, Xia Xiaodan couldn't help but complain Shen Qian is too stingy. It's just a few hundred for a meal and he insists on going Dutch. Not only stingy but also fake. If he really cared about his brothers spending too much, wouldn't it be better for him to chip in a little? In total it's just over 2,000, which means each of the two would be paying just over 1,000. That means each of the 4 of us would only need to pay a bit more than 500. Splitting it evenly would make it even less. He Wenjing also chimed in, displeased. All right. We initially planned to treat, but now it has turned into them treating, so there's no need for us to say much more. Tan Xinxin stepped in to smooth things over. In the other car, Shen Qian looked at the two with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. You guys don't know how to pursue a girl at all. How long have you known her? Do you know her likes and dislikes? Do you even understand her personality? Spending money recklessly without knowing anything makes it too easy to be seen as a cash cow, you know. It's only about 1,000. You're overreacting, third brother. I'm overreacting. How much is your monthly living expense? I have 2,000. I have 2,400. Oh wow, you have 400 more than me. Ha! You all start at 2,000. I have it the worst, I only have 1,500. Gao Haitao shouted. No wonder he had been quiet earlier, it was because of his financial limitations. Don't worry, we said we'd treat this meal and we will. Third brother, we know what you're thinking. You're just afraid we'll become the big spenders, right? Don't worry, we have our own pace. Hearing this, Shen Qian felt a headache coming on. If they really had a pace, they wouldn't have gone from being treated to treating others. Just think of it as us treating for a gathering. Who knows, maybe we can end up with Xia Xiaodan and the others. Haitao, do you have someone you like? I think that quiet girl is pretty nice, I believe her name is Su Ling. Shen Qian recalled the girl named Su Ling wearing oversized black-framed glasses, her messy hair almost covering her eyes. Despite it being summer, she wore a loose jacket. Shen Qian couldn't understand why someone who looked like such a homebody would be willing to attend a gathering. No thanks, I prefer girls who are a bit more normal. That girl looks even more lifeless than I do. I feel like if I spend time with her my vitality will be drained away. There's no one in our class that I like, but that's fine. University is a long time and there's no rush. The two cars quickly arrived at their destination. As they got out, Gao Haitao suddenly spotted someone and tugged at Shen Qian. Third brother at 900, there's a beauty. Following his gaze, Shen Qian immediately spotted the beauty. When Shen Qian looked over, the girl was facing another direction, seemingly waiting for someone. Soon a tall and slender boy walked out of the parking lot smiling as he greeted the girl. However, when the girl turned her face, Shen Qian couldn't help but exclaim that the world was indeed small. The girl was Lu Xinyao and the boy was not Wu Gao. Shen Qian and his group stood out conspicuously by the roadside, and naturally Lu Xinyao, who passed by, noticed him. A hint of panic suddenly appeared on her face, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. If the other party were to greet him, he would respond, but it seemed the other party wanted to play it cool, so Shen Qian decided to cooperate with their act. Having a car in college is great. This guy clearly drove the beauty here. The boy didn't have a habit of checking others' social media posts unless they were freshly posted. If Gao Haitao had seen Shen Qian's posts, he would have surely noticed that the beauty had taken a photo with Shen Qian. Not long after, the car carrying the girls also arrived. Suddenly Shen Qian's phone chimed. He's my senior, he has taken care of me a lot, so I want to treat him to a meal. Don't misunderstand. Shen Qian smiled as he replied to several messages from long-distance girlfriends, then tucked his phone back into his pocket. Misunderstandings only happen when one cares. If one doesn't care, who cares who eats with whom and how they eat? In the restaurant, seeing that Shen Qian had not replied to her message, Lu Xinyao felt a bit uncomfortable. She wasn't lying. Since she came to school to register, the senior had been taking good care of her. She said she wanted to treat him to a meal, but the senior didn't agree, so it turned into him treating her. The senior was tall and thin with an average appearance but polite demeanor. He was in his third year and even had his own car, which made him stand out among his peers. However, compared to Shen Qian, he was simply lacking in every aspect. In terms of looks, physique, strength and charm, Shen Qian completely overshadowed the senior. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Clearly Shen Qian was the one who made the mistake first by confessing to a bunch of people and tarnishing his own reputation. After that, not only did he not offer an explanation, but he also went to watch a movie with someone prettier and posted about it on social media. In the end, he even shamelessly came to find her, asking if she wanted to go register together. He didn't even think to explain who the girl he watched the movie with was, but that girl was so beautiful that just looking at her photo made Lu Xinyao feel inferior. Then there were these past 2 days. They had already registered, but after arriving at school he suddenly stopped contacting her, as if he had vanished from the earth. Now when she ran into him, he didn't even greet her. Even if they couldn't become lovers, weren't they supposed to be friends? Xinyao. Sorry senior, I was just lost in thought. What were you saying? I was saying that this restaurant has a decent flavor. I've already ordered a few specialties. Take a look and see if there are any you like. Senior, you go ahead and order. I need to use the restroom. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I might have eaten something bad. It'll be quick. Lu Xinyao walked out of the private room, looked around and then went downstairs, only to bump into Shen Qian and his group on the staircase. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Shen Qian guessed she was coming towards him. Why didn't you reply to my message? Lu Xinyao initially wanted to say it was nothing, but ended up questioning him instead. Shen Qian, who is this? Tan Xinxin was not one of the 3 straightforward boys from Shen Qian's dormitory. She had gone back and forth through Shen Qian's social media posts multiple times and immediately recognized the girl in front of her, but recognizing her wasn't important. How Shen Qian introduced her was. She is my friend, we met before the semester started. Lu Xinyao looked at Shen Qian in disbelief. Are we just friends? Then what else? What do you think our relationship is? Shen Qian countered. The girl wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. You asked me why I didn't reply to your message. You and your senior came to eat and I came to eat with my classmates. That's all quite normal. You told me not to misunderstand. I didn't misunderstand, so I just didn't reply. Then who is the girl you went to the movies with that day? The one from your social media post. She is a distant cousin of mine. Wait, you and your senior came to eat and I didn't even ask who your senior was. Why are you asking me? You're overstepping your bounds. Shen Qian, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, but you have to understand that I like you. Hello, if you're planning to confess, I think it's best to choose another time. Right now we need to go eat together and I think your senior is still waiting for you. Can we pass first? Tan Xinxin interrupted Lu Xinyao and then led the 3 girls from the dormitory past. For a moment the boys from Shen Qian's dormitory didn't know how to react until Shen Qian also left. Well, anyway, you have his contact information. You can just contact him later. Gao Haitao left with that remark.
He had been watching from behind, initially wondering why Shen Qian had no reaction to such a beautiful girl, only to realize that they actually knew each other. Knowing each other was one thing, but this also turned into a case of a girl pursuing a boy. Suddenly he felt that Shen Qian was not ordinary. He initially thought Shen Qian had no experience just like himself and wouldn't pursue girls, which was why he confessed to the group. Who would have thought his skills were actually so impressive? As soon as they sat down, Chang Heng gave Gao Haitao a glance, signaling him to check his phone, which had a message. Look at Lao San's social media. Gao Haitao realized and opened Shen Qian's social media. The first post, one-handed BMW. The second post, overlooking the Huangpu River. The third post, a photo with Lu Xinyao. The fourth post, a photo taken while watching a movie with Xiao Mengling. Any one of these posts he felt could be bragged about for a year, especially the last one where the girl was holding a movie ticket smiling sweetly. Just the photo alone could captivate anyone. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? There was a little incident, let's order, said Shen Qian as he handed the menu to Chang Heng. Oh right, let's order. Ladies first, he said, passing the menu to several girls. The items on the menu weren't cheap. The girls looked over it and only Tan Xinxin ordered 2 dishes before returning the menu. After Chang Heng took back the menu, he passed it to Shen Qian. You two are treating, so of course you two should order. Hurry up, by the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? Shen Qian was naturally asking the girls. I don't eat carrots. On the side, Su Ling, who was wearing a coat, spoke up softly. Alright boss, pay attention when ordering, no carrots. Got it. Let's get some drinks, how can we not drink at a gathering? Tan Xinxin said with a smile while Shen Qian looked at the two beside him with a hint of helplessness, but they both chimed in, come on. We must have some. An hour later, Shen Qian felt a slight dizziness, but he could still remain clear-headed. It wasn't just Chang Heng and the others who drank too much, even Wei Ming Tian, who had been able to hold his liquor earlier, was slumped in his chair. Shen, your drinking capacity is quite impressive. Tan Xinxin was laughing a bit foolishly, looking somewhat tipsy. Shen Qian glanced at Su Ling beside her, who was completely out of it after one drink, and the other 2 girls who had tried to get him drunk only to end up inebriated themselves, and he awkwardly smiled. Hello, may I ask who will settle the bill? A waitress entered the private room. Shen Qian was at a loss, pulling out his phone to pay. But the biggest problem now was that out of 8 people, 6 were drunk and 1 was probably about to pass out too. How to get them back? I told you not to drink, but you insisted on drinking. In the end, I had to clean up the mess. Shen Qian had no choice but to have the service staff take care of the almost passed out Tan Xinxin, book a few rooms at a nearby hotel, and then return to become a porter. After running back and forth 2 or 3 times, Shen Qian had completely sobered up. The other 3 girls were completely out of it, so he could only carry them in a princess carry, but Tan Xinxin had a bit of consciousness left, so he slung her over his shoulder. Carrying 7 people alone, no matter how fit he was, it was exhausting. By the time he laid Tan Xinxin down on the bed, Shen Qian also collapsed beside her, gasping for air. Just as he thought he could rest a bit and get up to leave, he felt a hand pressing on his chest, followed by a leg draping over him. Shen Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Such scenarios that could happen in a TV drama could never occur so coincidentally in his life. He moved the other person's hand away and gently lifted their leg with his placing it aside. I prefer being sober over being drunk. So don't rush, there will be opportunities. After whispering a couple of words in the other's ear, he lifted their chin and kissed their lips. When the door closed, Tan Xinxin sat up in bed. She was a bit tipsy, but not to the point of losing her ability to move. Her consciousness was clear. You really are still awake. Suddenly the lights turned on and Shen Qian walked out, leaning against the wall with a sorrowful expression as he looked at her. I only needed to settle the 3 of them, yet you made my workload double. The girl was startled by Shen Qian's sudden appearance, then smiled and said, is that not good? When you carry them in a princess carry, you could gain quite a bit from it. So tell me, how will you compensate me? Shen Qian was not one to listen to such things. You just stole someone's first kiss, now you want compensation. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just because you say it's a first kiss, does that make it a first kiss? Shen Qian walked to the side of the bed. The girl looked up at him. Sometimes a single glance is all it takes for a man and a woman to know what to do next. You wouldn't be thinking of dating me, would you? Some things need to be discussed later. The girl shifted from sitting to kneeling, gazing at Shen Qian. You think like me, you're a good person and also a bad one, so let's just talk about it later. Before establishing a romantic relationship, engaging in intimate relations falls under the standards of a scumbag. Rewards are being issued. Successfully stealing someone's partner while they have a boyfriend also falls under the standards of a scumbag. Rewards are being issued. Achievement unlocked, no responsibilities required. Achievement unlocked, minor mistake. Achievement unlocked, quick 24 hours. Achievement unlocked, giving him green lights. Achievement unlocked, violent bicycle. The next morning when Shen Qian heard this series of system notifications, he felt a mix of joy from obtaining rewards and a hint of displeasure. This girl actually has a boyfriend.
However, judging by how she acted last night, she didn't seem very experienced. It didn't look like an act. Just as he was pondering, the girl hugged him from behind. I won't only like you. I know someone like you wouldn't be able to be exclusive even if you wanted to. What do you want? I don't know. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the place. I don't have anyone to rely on. If you could think of me from time to time, that would be enough. Shen Qian understood wanting nothing meant wanting everything. However, she was very clever, or perhaps she simply understood men well. I get it. Now answer me one last question. Do you have a boyfriend? Think carefully before you answer. Yes, I had a boyfriend in my second year of high school and he's studying in Jilin now. You can lie to him but not to me. Handle this relationship well, don't bring me any trouble. I understand. At that moment Tan Xinxin finally saw the real Shen Qian. Perhaps he had been calm and easygoing before, but that was merely a facade for others. Once it came to core interests, he became dignified and ruthless. The two of them were not drunk, waking up much earlier than those who were. It was not until nearly noon that Shen Qian and the other two in the dorm finally stirred. Boss second, let's settle the expenses. Yesterday's meal plus 3 rooms totals 2,400 you 1200 each. The two were quite straightforward with the money, looking apologetic. They probably knew that it was Shen Qian who had to carry them alone last night, which was quite a burden. Let's set a rule in the future: when going out for meals, don't drink. Even if you do drink, don't get drunk. I'm alone dealing with 7 of you, what about you silly boys? Ha! No drinking. That's... Chang Han looked at Shen Qian with a pleading expression. Let's ease up a bit. Here are the conditions. First, there must be no classes the next day. Second, the restaurant must be close to the hotel. Third, boss, you need to lose some weight. Damn it, you can keep up with 2 people on your own. When Shen Qian said this, everyone laughed. The few girls had also begun to see Shen Qian in a better light. After all, last night the girls, unlike the boys, didn't get so drunk that they were passed out. They could vaguely feel Shen Qian holding them. The drunk girls were weak, and weak people lack security the most. Shen Qian provided them with that sense of security. As soon as the 2 dorms returned to school, they received a message from their instructor. The 8 of them stood neatly in the instructor's office. The semester just started and 2 dorms didn't return at night. Luckily, it's just the beginning of the semester. The school's management is a bit lax, or I wouldn't be able to suppress this. Do you know how troublesome this could be? Instructor, didn't you say it's easy to take leave? Did you ask for leave? Answer me, look into my eyes. Did you ask for leave? Shen Qian and Tan Xinxin, both clear-headed, battled with the instructor, forgetting about this matter. Sigh, this won't happen again. What kind of behavior is this, getting so drunk right at the start of the semester? What will happen in the future? There are only a few days until military training. Can you all behave and let me worry less, okay? After being lectured a bit more by the instructor, both groups were finally released. After returning to the dorm, Shen Qian began to calculate his gains. After this outing, his achievement points soared to 21. And with the scumbag points, he could perform 2 10 consecutive draws. Besides that, just the rewards given by the system amounted to 500,000. System performed 2 10 consecutive draws. A flash of light appeared for the 2 sets of 10 draws, revealing 4 golden cards, 2 information cards, 1 skill card, and 1 cashback card. Adding to what he had before, Shen Qian now had 2 skill cards, 3 information cards, 2 high-level cashback cards, and 1 networking card. These seemed like mere cards, but Shen Qian knew they were money. This time, the purple cards, in addition to the cashback and reimbursement cards, included a new type of card, experience card. Experience card can be used to enhance already learned skills. Shen Qian opened 1 experience card, and after confirming its use, many small squares appeared in front of him, each with a word. He looked at each one and found that they were all things he had learned before, with French and swimming at the very bottom. He clicked on French, and then the experience card transformed into countless small light particles, merging into the French square. Suddenly Shen Qian felt that the vocabulary and grammar in his mind became extraordinarily smooth, as if he had known them all along. What a good thing! Truly a good thing. With this experience card, learning ability isn't just enhanced, it's like it's completely unlocked. Just when he was feeling pleased, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Xinyao. I want to talk to you. In the corner of the school cafeteria, Lu Xinyao sat there while Shen Qian entered and scanned the room before spotting her. However, he did not approach her and instead took a seat in the center of the cafeteria. Come here. Shortly after the message was sent, Lu Xinyao came over. Go ahead, what do you want to talk about? Shen Qian, I'm sorry, I admit that I... Don't apologize to me. You haven't done anything wrong to me. We are friends, there's no need for that. Are you still angry that I went out to dinner with the senior, or is it because I didn't check in with you? Did you come to me just to say this? Shen Qian looked at her in disbelief. If that's all you wanted to say, then there's no need. I'm not someone who nitpicks over trivial matters, especially since these aren't even trivial. The phrase about not being trivial struck the girl like a heavy blow to her heart. Shen Qian, I really didn't mean to. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Enough. Why do you keep emphasizing your apology? You haven't done anything wrong to me, so you don't need to seek my forgiveness. Shen Qian maintained his calm demeanor, but to the girl this calmness felt like something entirely different. What does it mean to not need forgiveness? They had clearly shown mutual affection before, and after that night he had been very gentle. So why did things turn out like this now? Shen Qian stood up. Xinyao, we are friends. If you need help with something in the future, I will assist you to the best of my ability. But if you continue like this saying these nonsensical things, I think we have no reason to see each other again. Are you trying to draw a line between us? I said we are friends, but if you want to interpret it as drawing a line, then that's your perception and I can't interfere with that. Just friends. So in the end, can we only be friends? Shen Qian felt that it was enough and turned to leave, indifferent to whether she cried or made a scene afterward. This result was within his plans. Originally he intended to be more noticeable so that Lu Xinyao would approach him, but he hadn't expected their meeting to be advanced like this. Indeed, plans could not keep up with changes. In the afternoon there were no classes for Shen Qian's class, so they discussed whether to go out and have some fun, curious about the surroundings since school had just started. It would be best to buy some sunscreen and moisturizing products. We have military training coming up and we'll be out in the sun for 14 days. Just thinking about it is terrifying. What's there to be afraid of? You're a big guy, what's the harm in getting a bit darker? While they were talking, Tan Xinxin sent a message to Shen Qian. Dear, our dormitory is going out to buy supplies for military training. Think about what you might need and I'll bring you some. No need, our dormitory is going to buy together. Shen Qian was quite satisfied with Tan Xinxin. This girl was smart, knew her boundaries and understood men very well. Her current favor-seeking behavior was a tactic of retreating to advance. She was signaling to Shen Qian that she was already his and that he shouldn't forget her. But Shen Qian was currently a scumbag, and a scumbag would never give up his own rhythm just because a woman was good enough. Just as a woman wouldn't fall in love simply because a man treated her well, it was a matter of principle. Could he provide benefits to the other party? Of course, and it would be very easy. Not to mention he currently had more than a dozen reimbursement cards with a limit of 1 million each and several cashback cards. Even in the Shanghai market, buying a few bags wouldn't cost $1 million. But why wouldn't he do so? The reason was simple: he had a brain. Climbing into bed to gain benefits was because those men knew their age and physique were mismatched with those young women. But what about Shen Qian? He had looks, physique, and capability. He was deserving of any girl in the world. If he started giving Tan Xinxin benefits now, it would be equivalent to devaluing himself, signaling that he was insecure and needed to use money to compensate for this imbalance. A man can be domineering and strong, but he must never appear weak, especially in front of women. Even a slight weakness can lead them to think they are stronger than you and try to control you with their so-called love. Shen Qian would provide benefits to Tan Xinxin, but that was because he felt his partner deserved good things. The core was to package his partner, not because he had received the right body and needed to compensate her. Refusing the other party's goodwill now follows the same logic. For small expenses, can't he buy them himself? Why does he need her to be so considerate? On the other side, Tan Xinxin looked at her phone. As expected, Shen Qian rejected her offer. But that was fine. She knew that expressing his attitude was more important than actually buying things. The next moment her phone received another message. Taking a leave, going out tonight. The message was from Shen Qian and she smiled slightly in response with a good. In the supermarket they bought some sunscreen and insoles. In the cosmetics section, Shen Qian acted as if cosmetics were free, buying the most expensive items. In one go the three brothers spent 300 while Shen Qian alone spent nearly 10,000. Wow, old three, you're being too extravagant. I'm planning to be a scumbag. This face, this body needs to be taken care of. To attract girls by purchasing skincare products, behavior meets scumbag standards. Reward being issued. The system rewarded him as Shen Qian paid for all three of their items. Don't. We bought these ourselves, how can we let you pay? Yeah, old three, we know you might have more money than us, but we can't take advantage of you. Cut the nonsense. Last night's dinner cost over 2,000, didn't I take advantage of you then? Now you're whining over 200 or 300. Are we not brothers? Shen Qian laughed. Since he said that, the brothers naturally felt embarrassed to refuse. However, Gao Haitao truly felt awkward, as he had always been the one taking advantage of the brothers until now. At that moment Shen Qian patted his shoulder. What are you anxious about? We have 4 years ahead of us and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off. Only then did the other party feel relieved. In the evening Shen Qian dressed up and was about to go out. Old three, where are you going dressed so formally? Chang Hong saw Shen Qian all dressed up and his curiosity was piqued. On a date, I won't be coming back tonight. Wow, that's too fast. We've just started school and it hasn't even been a week. How did you manage that? Shen Qian smiled slightly. I'm a scumbag, isn't this basic skill? Damn, I can't hold it anymore. Brothers, let's deal with him. After some playful banter, Shen Qian finally went out. It had been a few days since he had driven his car, so it was time to show off his ride. At the bus stop in front of the school, Tan Xinxin wore a short floral dress and carried a small brown bag. Her beautiful collarbone accentuated her slender figure, and with her outstanding look she quickly attracted the attention of many. During this time someone mustered the courage to approach her to add her on WeChat but was politely declined. Beside her a tall and slender boy initiated a conversation. Tan Xinxin glanced at him. He was of average looks, wearing glasses, and had a refined yet unremarkable vibe. She replied coldly, but the boy seemed unwilling to give up. If possible, why don't you add my contact? I'm very familiar with the area around the school. I can recommend good food and fun places. Just as he was getting into his pitch, a blue BMW stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down and Shen Qian's voice came from the driver's seat. Get in. The girl, whose expression had been indifferent, immediately broke into a bright smile, ignoring the so-called senior brother, and got into the car. The car drove away, leaving the senior standing there watching the taillights. I don't know that person, he just came up to talk while standing here. As soon as she got in the car, Tan Xinxin explained that she had seen Shen Qian's attitude towards Lu Xinya yesterday. Frankly, she thought Lu Xinya was not any less attractive than herself, but Shen Qian had treated her coldly, indicating that this boy was not lacking in beautiful girls around him. A refined lady is a gentleman's best match, it's very normal. Shen Qian smiled and then extended his hand to rest on the white gearshift. Have you had dinner yet? Not yet, but I usually don't eat in the evening. Perfect, let's grab a bite now, you will be very tired later. Welcome to Wanjiang Pavilion. As they arrived at the restaurant, the staff enthusiastically welcomed them. It was a semi-open restaurant with glass railings, and the evening breeze was gentle, with the Huangpu River reflecting various lights. After Shen Qian ordered several dishes, he handed the menu to Tan Xinxin. The girl was taken aback by the prices, each dish costing several hundred. A salad over 100, a main dish over 200. Coming from an ordinary family, she only had 2,000 for her monthly living expenses, which had just been raised to 2,005. If it were up to her, she probably wouldn't dare to eat here for all 4 years of college. What's wrong? Shen Qian asked gently. Don't you like Western food? If you don't like it, we can have Chinese food next time. But tonight you need to eat something, otherwise you will feel uncomfortable. Saying this, he took the menu. I ordered 2 of each dish, this lady will have the same as me. By the end of the meal they had spent over 2,000, which was nothing to Shen Qian now, but it left Tan Xinxin somewhat shocked. After all, it had been less than a week since school started. She had been an ordinary student before, happy to have a couple of hundred pocket money, and now spending over 2,000 on a meal felt like too big of a leap. When the dishes arrived, Shen Qian asked the waiter to take a photo of him and Tan Xinxin. At the table, Shen Qian made a V sign with his hand, a smile on his face exuding the aura of a sunny boy. Are you going to post this on WeChat? Tan Xinxin asked tentatively. It depends, I might post it right away or save it for later. Memories are precious and I want to keep them. I thought you wanted to hide me away. The girl carefully spoke again. Why would I want to hide someone as beautiful as you? It's just that my reputation isn't good right now. Aren't you afraid of others pointing fingers at you if I post this on WeChat? Can I post it? A WeChat moment of us having dinner together. Shen Qian liked this girl who understood boundaries more and more. His previous words were to indicate that his current reputation was not good, and her appearing in his WeChat moments might lead to gossip. Moreover, as his wealth became apparent, people might say she was materialistic. Yet the girl directly answered with action, as long as you agree, I will post it on WeChat, not caring about any gossip. Moreover, emphasizing a moment of eating together represented that their relationship wouldn't be publicized. Have you resolved your relationship with your boyfriend? Asking this question, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Not yet. If it's too quick, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble. Shen Qian understood his girlfriend from a long-distance relationship had just started university a few days ago and suddenly suggested breaking up. How could a young man in his prime accept that? Then you should hold off on posting on WeChat for now, handle this relationship first. Actually, my relationship with him is just nominal. He has been pursuing me since high school and we got together in our second year. But we haven't done anything inappropriate. Last night was my first time. The girl wanted to explain and Shen Qian smiled. What a coincidence, it was my first time too, today should be my second. His eyes were filled with sincerity and the girl was a bit stunned. She had never expected that. She originally thought Shen Qian was a playboy. And like you, I also have a girlfriend, and not just one. Shen Qian was referring to a few he dated during the holidays who would occasionally check in on him. Tan Xinxin felt a bit confused. What was this? A playboy who kept his body pure. But none of that is important. Do you know what the most important thing is? What? When I am with you, my heart and eyes are filled with you, that is the most important.
As they exchanged glances, Tan Xinxin could tell that she saw the flames of desire in Shen Qian's eyes, and she too was ignited by those flames. This man was dangerous, charming, yet utterly irresistible. The Peace Hotel. The girl held the boy's hand, looking at him in disbelief. Our first time in such an ordinary hotel might have been a bit of a letdown. Let's make up for it today. In the elevator, their hands were tightly clasped together, with sparks seemingly igniting their bodies. As the hotel room door closed, everything about the hotel environment and the view outside became unimportant. In the girl's eyes, there was only the man before her, while Shen Qian felt an endless surge of power. The next day, Shen Qian indulged in a rare sleep, and the girl still in his arms. Seeing her like this filled him with an My dear, you're awake. After the girl woke up, her voice was gentle as she leaned against him. Shen Qian, not knowing why, found himself unable to restrain his urges at this moment, even though he had been able to resist someone like Xiao Mangling. As they walked out of the hotel, the girl felt a bit of pain in her waist, but her expression showed no discomfort. Shen Qian's infatuation with her made her feel cherished. Shen Qian's car could not enter the school due to lack of registration, so he let Tan Xinxin go in first while he stayed at the gate to handle the paperwork. While speaking with the gatekeeper, a sudden voice interrupted, and Shen Qian looked over to see Li Ran. He glanced at Li Ran and then at the few people beside her, realizing they must be from the same dormitory, out for fun just like him, not returning all night.
Ran, aren't you going to introduce us?
Where did you find such a handsome junior? A curly-haired girl next to Li Ran exclaimed, but soon she noticed the watch on Shen Qian's wrist. Shen Qian, let me introduce you to my roommates Qin Lan and Yu Ting and Chen Yunyun. Everyone, this is Shen Qian, a new student I met a couple of days ago.
Hello, senior sisters. Shen Qian greeted politely.
The other two girls appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing his introduction, while Qin Lan reached out her hand to shake his, which Shen Qian naturally did not refuse. He observed the four girls in the dormitory and thought that Qin Lan was the prettiest among them. If rated by a system, she would probably get a 6. The others were just average, with Li Ran being the best in terms of figure.
Alright Lanlin, you should let go of his hand now.
Noticing their hands had been clasped for quite a while, the girl named Yu Ting reminded.
Junior, since we've met, how about exchanging contact information?
Wow, this senior sister is quite bold.
Shen Qian thought to himself.
Naturally, he wouldn't refuse, as even if he planned to pursue a more refined path, this senior sister was still within the acceptable range.
You just came back from playing outside, right?
Yes, I parked the car outside because there were too many people when the semester started, and am just bringing it in now.
Is this your car?
Yes, it's just for getting around.
Young man, I checked for you and you can bring it in, but there will be a management fee. The security guard chimed in.
How much? 1,000 for a semester.
Alright, no problem.
Shen Qian paid the fee, filled out the form, and waved goodbye to Li Ran before driving away. Xiao Ran, is this Shen Qian? The one who confessed in freshman year?
The human teddy bear.
The two girls had just been too shy to ask in front of Shen Qian.
Yes, that's him. He sure is showing off driving a BMW to school in his first year.
No wonder he dares to confess to the whole group. Turns out he's just a rich kid playing with emotions. And Yu Ting commented disdainfully.
Actually, I think this junior is quite alright. At least he's polite and doesn't act superior.
Chen Yunyun, having heard of Shen Qian's fame, thought he was quite different from the rumors, especially with the refined aura he carried, which she found appealing.
Xiao Lan, stop staring, he's already far away.
I don't know what you're so infatuated with, you almost pounced on him just now. Though they are from the same dormitory, and Yu Ting being local looked down on Qin Lan somewhat, especially since Qin Lan seemed unashamed of her materialistic nature. Qin Lan pretended not to hear in Yu Ting's remarks. They had been roommates for a year, so they were already immune to each other's comments. She had her own plans in mind. Previously, she had asked Li Ran to invite Shen Qian to dinner, but Li Ran was unwilling. At that time, she suspected Li Ran wanted to keep him to herself. They were roommates and she had a decent relationship with Li Ran, so she decided not to pursue it further. However, upon seeing him today, she felt she couldn't let him go. Good looks and a nice figure were already worth pursuing. Additionally, the watch on his wrist was worth over $1 million.
Although the BMW 3 Series he used for transportation was only worth around 200,000, his low-key demeanor didn't mean he couldn't afford it.
In the past year, she had seen many boys, but none had the appealing presence of Shen Qian. Just as she had previously commented, he was a rare gem, one that would be hard to find again if missed. Li Ran, on the other hand, was a bit dazed. Unlike Qin Lan, her material desires weren't particularly high, but she had to admit that Shen Qian indeed matched her aesthetic. Perhaps she should listen to Qin Lan and try to invite the junior to dinner or something. Meanwhile, Shen Qian had just returned to the dormitory, where he was immediately surrounded by his friends.
What's going on?
Old 3, tell me the truth, was it Tan Xinxin who was with you last night?
Yes, why? Shen Qian hadn't planned to hide it, but he was curious how these three knew. I was chatting with Xia Xiaodan yesterday and she told me that Tan Xinxin didn't come back all night. Then we started thinking and figured out something was off.
The night before last we had 3 rooms, one for the 3 of us, one for the 3 girls and one left with just 1 boy and 1 girl. Shen Qian smiled slightly. Looks like I shouldn't have saved you money. I should have booked 8 rooms, then no one would have found out. But I didn't plan to hide it. Indeed, we were together last night. Wow. Old 3 no foster father teach me. This is a class flower level person and it's only been 2 days. How did you do it? Well. He pretended to ponder for a moment while his roommates eagerly awaited the answer. You just need to see her and hit it off and that's all. TCH, so are you two in a relationship now? Sort of, but not really, he replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Haven't I said it before? I'm a scumbag. Have you ever seen a dedicated scumbag? Damn, can I tell Xia Xiaodan this? You can. If Xia Xiaodan knows him like this and that you're my roommate's son, you'll never be able to chase her. Don't worry, we're brothers. Even if I can't chase her, I won't say anything. What if you end up talking to her again? Besides, I'm the father here. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xia Xiaodan and her friends glanced at Tan Xinxin with peculiar expressions. Unlike boys, friendships among boys often establish faster and more firmly, but girls frequently form groups of 4 or 6. Especially for someone like Tan Xinxin, who had just started school not long ago and was already staying out all night, it was easy for others to gossip behind her back. Moreover, those 3 boys deducing the room situation was also thanks to the help of these girls. Xinxin, where were you last night? We were really worried about you. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. I just went out for dinner last night, but it got too late, so I ended up staying out overnight. She knew that no matter how she explained, others would only believe what they wanted to believe. Yet when she decided to be with Shen Qian, she was already prepared to face everything. She believed in her judgment, so even if she eventually took a wrong gamble, she would accept it. In the following days, time passed quickly. Shen Qian continued his routine of running in the morning and doing push-ups in the evening. He had acquired a swimming card at the gym near the school, and whenever he had no classes he would go swimming. To him, swimming was actually a means to combat his primal desires. Whenever he had free time, thoughts of Tan Xinxin would flood his mind, and with those thoughts came the urge to explore the pathways to a woman's heart. He intended to be a scoundrel, absolutely refusing to become too infatuated with any one woman. Thus the immediate priority was to find a second girlfriend. However, the time was simply too short. Exuding charm required a period of cultivation. After completing another lap, Shen Qian felt that the flames of desire within him had calmed down before he finally emerged from the pool. Just then a girl in a one-piece swimsuit called out from the edge of the pool. Junior. Shen Qian recognized her. She was Qin Lan, a roommate of Li Ran. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Hello, senior. Don't call me senior, it makes me sound so old. Just call me Lan Lan. Shen Qian had just come out of the water wearing only his swim trunks, leaving his upper body exposed. After some effort he had developed the beginnings of abs. In a normal state they might not have been noticeable, but after such vigorous exercise they were clearly visible. I didn't expect it, Junior, your physique is quite impressive, she remarked, poking his abs with her finger, in action that took Shen Qian by surprise. This senior had been messaging him frequently over the past few days and he could roughly understand her intentions, realizing she was bold, but he never expected her to be this bold. Thank you, senior, your figure is also quite good. No wonder everyone likes you, Junior, you're quite the charmer. Are you leaving now? MHM. That's a pity, I was hoping to find someone to teach me how to swim. It seems that opportunity has passed. Her gaze roamed over him and Shen Qian naturally understood what she meant. How about I teach you? Sure. I won't let you teach for free. If you teach me well, there will be a reward. This was a very direct seduction. No girl he had encountered before could compare to this senior in terms of seduction. Shen Qian now understood that this swimming pool was not near the school. This senior could have chosen a closer and better option to learn swimming, yet she had deliberately chosen this place, and today they coincidentally met. Underwater, Shen Qian held her hand, instructing her to kick her legs while floating. However, she miscalculated and collided forcefully against his chest. Her 2 rounded forms pressed directly against his chest. Shen Qian gritted his teeth slightly. This woman was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Logically, he needed to rid himself of his dependency on Tan Xinxin, and this senior was a perfect opportunity. Yet reason prevailed and Shen Qian restrained himself. If he allowed this senior to take control, it would mean he was being manipulated by her. Regardless of any relationship, he had to maintain the dominant position, otherwise he would be deceived. This senior was clearly after him. He would let her employ some tactics, but he absolutely could not take the bait. To put it simply, he could fish for her, but he must not be caught himself. Senior, you really have a great figure, Shen Qian said as he pushed her away in the water. Really? I don't believe it. If you truly think so, why would you push me away? Because I am teaching you how to swim. If I were trying to take advantage of you, I wouldn't push you away, I would hold you. During the subsequent moments, the senior would occasionally bump into him, but Shen Qian merely endured without making any further moves. However, only he knew how difficult it was to suppress himself.
You did well today. How about this senior treats you to dinner tonight? No thanks, senior. Tomorrow we start military training and tonight the people in my dorm have planned to eat together. The military training at Huhai University is different from other schools. They transport all the students to a closed-off area. According to the seniors, the food there isn't good and it's exhausting every day. After hearing this, a few people in the dorm discussed having one last meal together before the training, and Shen Qian complained that this behavior felt like a last supper. Oh, so you guys are going for a last supper? Shen Qian hadn't expected that was what the seniors called it. Alright, I won't disturb you then. But I owe you a favor. When you return from military training, I'll treat you to a proper meal. Shen Qian smiled and agreed, but in his heart he thought, yes, when I return we will have a good meal. For every hardship you make me endure, I will make you suffer in return. On the way back to school, Shen Qian was accompanied by Qin Lan, her long fair legs swinging in the passenger seat, undoubtedly on purpose. As for Shen Qian, he didn't even glance at her. If she wanted to use tactics, he would let her. The next few days would be a period of cool detachment. When she felt she was about to fail, he would then give her a glimmer of hope, and then he would have successfully caught the fish. Being a scoundrel was not easy, and being a high-level scoundrel was even harder. That evening he returned to the same hotel where he had dined with Tan Xinxin and her roommates, deliberately driving to prevent his friends from drinking too much. Yet even so, he could only prevent himself from drinking. Chan Hong and the others still got so drunk they could barely stand. The next day it was Shen Qian who slapped them awake, and only then did they groggily get out of bed to board the bus to the military training base. The military training lasted a total of 15 days with a high intensity of training. Of course, this was tailored for ordinary fragile university students, while for someone like Shen Qian it was just right. Due to his excellent physical condition and his handsome face, Shen Qian gradually began to change in the eyes of the girls in his class during the military training. During military training there were always some small games. During this time Shen Qian had some interactions with Wenru, especially during the game punishments such as princess carry squats. Shen Qian carrying Wenru while doing squats was even photographed and posted on the school's confession wall. Finally going home. On the bus, Gao Haitao was howling nearly to the point of tears. Old 3, I'm feeling quite unwell. Can you check and see if I'm still alive? During these days Chang Hung also suffered, having lost quite a bit of weight. You're fine, don't worry. No way, we must have a big feast when we get back. I want pork stewed with vermicelli, I want sweet and sour pork, I want chicken stew with mushrooms. Boss, we're back, what do we need vermicelli for? Just give me 2 big pork shanks. One bites while the other watches, and after finishing one they move on to the next. Wei Mingtian chimed in. Alright, we'll have it all. Everyone listen to me. I believe after the military training we're all tired. I think this is an opportunity, why not gather for a meal together? What do you all think? The one speaking is named Sun Haoyu, who has been exceptionally active during the military training. Being adults, everyone is aware of his true intentions. As the military training is about to end, the class monitor will soon be elected. In a class with a large number of girls, a male class monitor is often chosen due to the complex factions among the girls. And this Sun Haoyu is a strong contender for the male class monitor. A gathering is great. We can order a few dishes, but when it comes to gatherings, one person can eat a lot of food. Gao Haitao shouted out, I agree with the gathering. With his shout, Chan Hung couldn't sit still either and exclaimed, I also agree with the gathering. Almost all the boys agreed. Shen Qian glanced at Tan Xinxin. According to his original plan, he needed to study human anatomy with her tonight as well as maintain their perpetual motion machine. But given the current situation, since all 3 in the dormitory agreed, he couldn't skip out on it. After all, these 3 drinkers would definitely drink too much at the gathering. I will go too. During this military training the girls have also divided into factions. In Shen Qian's words, it was a tripartite balance: Tan Xingxin's faction, Wenru's faction, and a rising faction led by a girl named Feng Wei. With Tan Xingxin's agreement, it essentially represented that her faction agreed as well. Then we will go to Feng Wei raised her hand, beaming. As for Wenru and her group, most of them would attend, so they had to go as well. Alright, it's settled then. For this gathering, us guys will split the bill and the girls will be exempt from payment. What the hell? As soon as this was said, a group of boys was stunned, realizing it meant everyone had to pay while he would take all the limelight. Who could tolerate that? What nonsense are you talking about? Is this how you do things? Chang Hung had a violent temper, and after the torment of military training these days he had unlocked the hidden trait of the Eastern Province cursing. He was like a machine gun, but Shen Qian managed to suppress him, and only then did he calm down. Chang Heng, there are about 40 people in our class, the girls don't have big appetites anyway. What's wrong with a few boys splitting the bill? If you don't want to split, I can cover your share. Is that alright? What the hell, am I broke or something? Do you need to feign concern? Boss. Stop cursing. The decision to gather had already been made, and while Chang Hung was indeed speaking up for the boys, it was useless with only his voice. The other boys, valuing their pride, were unwilling to speak up. Gao Haitao wanted to join in with the cursing but was held back by Shen Qian. Watch me. He patted the shoulders of the two. Young master's son, I know your family is wealthy, but just because your family is rich doesn't mean everyone else is too. Everyone had received their living expenses not long ago and everyone knew how much they had spent at the military training base. The boys were not affluent either. How about this, you don't need to cover the boss share. It'll cover all the costs for the gathering for all the boys in the class including you. If young master's son has money then he should cover all the expenses for the girls in the class too. Let's treat this gathering as our treat. What does everyone think? I agree. Chang Heng jumped up immediately. Me too. Gao Haitao echoed and soon nearly all the boys agreed. As for the girls, they originally had some objections to Chang Heng's sudden interference, but they were pleasantly surprised that they wouldn't have to pay, so they quickly expressed their agreement. Shen Qian, are you joking? Shen Qian shrugged and replied, my dorm brothers all know I never joke about money. What's this, son guy, are you broke or something? If you're broke, why act all high and mighty? Haha. Chang Heng took the opportunity to strike back. Shen Qian sometimes truly felt that the boss temper was just too straightforward. Thank goodness it's a lawful society. If he had this temper out in the world he would have faced countless beatings. If we're paying then let's pay. Alright then, everyone pick a restaurant. Remember, don't be polite with me or young master's son. We can afford it. With Shen Qian's declaration everyone instantly became excited and gasped for breath. During this time Shen Qian had been wearing his Rolex even during training, and many people had noticed this watch. When some people found out that this watch was worth over $1 million, almost everyone in the class was stunned, not expecting Shen Qian to be such a rich person while being so low-key. Some even said Shen Qian drove here with his vehicle being a brand new BMW worth over $200,000. The others in the class could not verify this from Shen Qian, so they subtly asked his three dorm mates. Shen Qian didn't deliberately make the three conceal anything, but they still asked Shen Qian for his opinion and then began boasting. His roommates portrayed him as a rich man and imagined all the wealthy lifestyle they attributed to Shen Qian. For instance, a BMW is nothing. Do you know why the third one drives a BMW 3 Series? It's because he doesn't want to flaunt his wealth, so he purposely bought a new one. His family has a garage full of sports cars. You all know he is a low-key person. What? If he's low-key, why is he wearing a Rolex? If someone wants to be low-key, it doesn't mean they want to pretend to be poor. What's wrong with wearing a Rolex? You can't expect him to wear a children's watch, can you? That's silly. For example, the other day I went drinking with the third one. You all know that we from Lu province have a special relationship with alcohol. I initially thought a bottle of Feitian would suffice, but the third one insisted we're good brothers. If you drink Feitian, aren't you slapping my face? What do you think he ended up opening? Romani Conti. When that wine came out I was stunned. Do you understand that feeling? Just one bottle of wine can buy a car and he just drank it like that. And so on. Well, let me say this, while the third one and young master's son are treating, we can't go overboard. If you suggest that the third one should book the Peace Hotel, that would be too excessive. So when we look for a restaurant, let's try to find one that's appropriate. What does everyone think? Seeing someone really looking at the Peace Hotel, Chang Heng, having already played the bad guy once, simply did it again. He knew Shen Qian was rich, but Shen Qian was helping him out, so he couldn't let him be taken advantage of. Shen Qian is 500 per person, alright? Someone raised their head to ask. He actually didn't mind, he still had several cashback cards left unspent. Anything under $1 million would be fine, but of course he couldn't say that or the class would see him as a rich fool. Let's say under 1,000 per person, everyone can choose freely. He spoke calmly, but Sun Haoyu's face suddenly changed. 1,000 per person for over 30 girls meant over 300,000. He did have a bit of money, his parents only gave him 200,000 each quarter. It had only been a short time since school started and he still had over 100,000 on hand. How could he pay 300,000? Let's choose a restaurant closer to the school, it will be more convenient for us to go back and forth. He quickly came up with this strategy. However, Shen Qian might not let him off easily. If he didn't care about this matter it would be one thing, but since he did, he would make sure to crush the other party. It's fine, everyone can just find a place. All the boys will cover the taxi fare for the round trip. Taking a taxi in the Shanghai market is more expensive than in other places. The starting fare is already higher, costing about 40 to 50 yuan for a trip. With over 30 girls in the class, at least 8 cars would be needed, which adds up to 600 or 700 yuan for a round trip. Normally he wouldn't even bat an eye at 600 or 700 yuan, but now he had over 10,000 in hand and estimated he would need over 30,000. When one is short on money, every little bit counts. What's wrong? Young master's son, why are you looking at me? Oh, you don't want to pay for the girls' taxi fares? No problem, I'll cover the girls' fares too, it's just a few hundred yuan, what's the big deal? As Shen Qian spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on Sun Haoyu. The other party couldn't be unaware that if he didn't pay for the taxi, even if he covered the meal costs, he would still be labeled as stingy. That's just how people are, they take a mile if you give an inch. He could have gotten 100, but if you give him 90 or 80, as long as it's not 100, he will feel you owe him. It's fine, you don't need to worry, Shen Qian, I can afford a few hundred. I found this place, they have set menus for 10 people per table. The set menu is about 4,888 yuan per table, we'll need about 4 tables, which comes to nearly 20,000 yuan. Is that okay? You're talking about a set menu, we need to discuss how to split the bill between boys and girls. How about this? Suddenly a boy suggested if it's just for dining, the average cost per person would be 1,000 yuan, which is quite rare even for restaurants in Shanghai. Even if there are such restaurants, we have too many people. I actually have a good idea, we could go to a hot spring. Many hot springs not only offer baths and massages but also have very luxurious buffets. For an average cost of 1,000 yuan per person, we can eat a lot. After all the military training, everyone's back and waist are sore, we can eat and get a massage. Qian Ge, what do you think? Shen Qian was just considering that if he only spent 20 or 30,000 it wouldn't hurt Sun Haoyu too much. He thought he might not be able to teach the other party a lesson, but this idea was quite good. It's important to note that those foot massages and spa services often cost hundreds or even thousands. He had cashback cards, and even without them he had nearly 10 million in cash, which was more than enough. I think what he said is very good, just dining won't do. We're all sore, we need a massage. I agree, let's raise the budget to 2,000 per person and look for a comfortable hot spring with luxurious buffets and foot massages. Qian Ge, you're so cool. Shen Ge, you're amazing. Shen Qian, you're my idol. The car erupted in cheers once again, and this time Shen Qian didn't even ask for Sun Haoyu's opinion, as the girls had already accepted that he would pay, so they began looking at hot springs. Young Master Sun, the girls might spend 50 or 60,000, would you feel uncomfortable? If you do, I can treat the whole class instead, how about that? Just a moment ago it was 20 or 30,000, but now it's suddenly 50 or 60,000, a direct doubling of the price. Even so, Sun Haoyu gritted his teeth. It's fine, the girls can also find deals, a budget of around 2,000 is fine, the comfort matters. For him, Shen Qian was no longer just provoking him, it was a blatant humiliation. If he didn't go along with it, how would he manage in the class for the next few years? If he didn't stand out today, he would always be suppressed by Shen Qian in the future, not only by Shen Qian but also by the others in their dorm. So not taking a stand over a few tens of thousands is just foolishness. After all, he would get scolded anyway, what difference does it make to ask for a couple of thousand more, or 3 or 4,000? Seeing the other party look as if they wanted to swallow him whole, Shen Qian couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was so righteous when it came to spending others' money, but now that the knife was at his own neck, he finally felt the pain. Soon someone found a suitable place, an entrance ticket plus a set menu for 1,500 yuan, which included a massage, bathing, and a buffet. What? So expensive. If my parents found out I spent 1,500 yuan on a bath, they'd definitely beat me senseless. Chang Hong secretly gasped. It's fine, let's go with this one. Share this place in the group chat, everyone, let's head back to school to change clothes and then we'll gather at the school gate. The price was only 1,500, which relieved Sun Haoyu. After all, it was his own money, he preferred to spend less if he could. But Shen Qian didn't think so. Compared to Sun Haoyu, he was more rational and had more faith in human nature. The 1,500 indeed included massages, bathing, and a buffet, but what about other items? Once someone starts paying, others will want more, that's human nature. He didn't mind he had a reimbursement card. But what about Sun Haoyu? What did he have? The bus soon arrived at the school. As soon as Shen Qian got off, a message popped up on his phone, and it was from Lu Xinyao. During these days of military training, this girl had been sending him messages, and he replied when he felt like it, ignoring them when he didn't. Have you arrived at school? I just got here. Do you want to grab a meal together? As Shen Qian was about to reply, another message popped up, this time from Qinlan. Junior, you've worked hard these past few days. Would you like your senior to treat you to a nice meal to help you recover? At the end of the message was an ambiguous emoji. He thought for a moment and replied to Qinlan, let's eat after that, our class has a rich guy treating the entire class to a sweat lodge. Knowing this senior well, since she could follow them to the pool, it would be easy for her to find out who was treating in their class. Let her dig slowly, the stronger the curiosity, the more she would want to know. Our class is going to the sweat lodge together. I and another classmate are treating, do you want to come? Treating? You and another classmate? Yes, he'll cover the girls' portion and I'll cover the boys. If you come, I can just pay for one more person. On the other end of the phone there was almost no hesitation. I'm willing, where do I find you? Let's gather at the east gate in a bit, just come. The boys packed up very quickly, they just changed into another set of clothes while the girls took a bit longer to put on some light makeup before heading out. Lu Xinyo's appearance caught the attention of some people. This girl stood beside Shen Qian looking as if she wanted to get closer but maintained a bit of distance. Young Master Sun, this is my friend, her share is on me. Shen Qian, this is a class gathering, how can you bring someone? Shen Qian smiled and looked at the boys beside him. Brothers, can I bring a friend? Young master's son, she isn't asking you to pay. What's the problem with bringing a friend? Exactly when you asked us to pay before you didn't consult us either. Chaotic voices arose and Sun Haoyu had no choice but to sulk and walk aside. Everyone should keep a good screenshot of the taxi fare and send it to me later. I'll reimburse it all. Third brother, taking a taxi only costs 50 or 60. With 4 people in a car it's just a few bucks each. We can afford that, so let's not reimburse it. As someone suggested this, others immediately agreed. After all, they had already saved over 1,000 and it would be too much to not cover a few bucks for the taxi. While the boys were discussing this, the girls remained silent. Shen Qian noticed that when Ru seemed to want to speak but was pulled back by someone. Generosity towards others has its preconditions. It requires that everyone feels convinced about it. For instance, right now every guy has benefited from Shen Qian not only avoiding the costs for meals but also enjoying over 1,000 worth of spa and massage services. What's a few bucks for the taxi? However, the situation was different for the girls. They had not been required to pay anything at all, so moving from not paying for meals to not paying for massages was a shift. If when Ru suggested not reimbursing the taxi fare, she would definitely face backlash from the girls. The reason Tan Xinqian remained silent was clear. Given the current situation, Shen Qian was setting up Sun Haoyu. As Shen Qian's ally, how could she help Sun Haoyu save on taxi fare? That would be going against her own man. The boss knows that I have always been strict about money matters. If I say I will reimburse, I will reimburse. It doesn't matter whether you take a ride-hailing service or a private car, I'll cover it all. Today I'm not asking for anything, just hoping the brothers have a good time. Alright, since third brother has spoken, why are you all still hesitating? Hurry up and take a taxi. After driving everyone away, Chang Hung quietly said to Shen Qian, third brother, you are standing up for me this time. I can't cover the spa expenses, but you must let me handle the taxi fare. Boss, how much money do you have left for living expenses? Let me take care of it. Third brother is not just for you but also for me. Gao Haitao chimed in supportively. With both of them saying this, Shen Qian nodded. Ultimately, brotherhood is about these gestures. A few people did not take a taxi as Shen Qian drove. Whoa, third brother, you actually brought your car. We thought it was still back home. Wow, a BMW and it's new. Third brother, when can I borrow it? You think you can just drive it? This is a new car. If you scratch it, the value will drop significantly. Do you understand? Hee, I'm just trying to drive slowly at school to show off a bit. What's there to show off with just a BMW? I'll see if there are any profitable projects later and we can work on it together to earn enough to buy a BMW ourselves. Wouldn't that be even cooler? Seriously? Really? Not guaranteed, it depends on your performance. Come on, third brother, I'm sticking with you. They continued chatting and laughing all the way. Lu Xinyao sat quietly in the passenger seat listening intently. This boy hadn't changed, he always brought countless surprises to her and those around him. She felt that familiar sensation, the same feeling from that night. Shen Qian merely smiled faintly. Although the relationship among the three in the dorm was decent, the time was still too short. In society, many conflicts arise from small favors. For now, he was just putting on a show in front of Lu Xinyao. Whether he would continue to bring them along would depend on their performance. Helping his brothers get rich was not a sudden idea for Shen Qian. During these days of military training, having a Rolex combined with these three brothers' ability to brag had indeed brought him many benefits. His low-profile approach was indeed effective in attracting girls, but since the semester started he had only attracted one senior sister, Qinlan. That efficiency was too slow. But what could he do? If he wanted to attract high-quality women, he had to maintain his low-profile persona. Keeping that persona meant he couldn't intentionally flaunt his wealth. He couldn't, but these three could. After just a few days of military training, they boasted about him accomplishing what he couldn't do himself, establishing his reputation as a wealthy figure. After boasting, they would apologize to him, feeling they had exaggerated a bit, unaware that Shen Qian loved it when they bragged on his behalf. The more extravagant they boasted, the more stark the contrast became with his low-key personality when others interacted with him, sparking their curiosity. During military training, he did nothing but had already added several girls with a score of around 6 to his contacts. These were all future wealth. This made him realize the power of promotion. Good publicity isn't just about talking, it's about tangible effects. These three could boast until they were blue in the face, but nothing compared to directly stating, hanging out with Shen Qian, I bought a car. What kind of promotional effect would that have? They would reach out to girls who would then reach out to other girls, and through word of mouth it would take off. No rush. Currently there are no stocks in the market that can make you rich. This requires waiting, but not for too long. Damn, just hearing that gets my blood boiling. In contrast to their excitement, Shen Qian appeared quite calm. He provided them with wealth and they helped him with promotion, mutual benefit. This was excellent. After about half an hour of driving, they arrived at their destination. Just from the outside it was evident that this was a high-end club. You invited your classmates here. Lu Xinyao knew Shen Qian was wealthy, after all he could stay at the J Hotel. However, spending money on oneself was different from spending on others. Just looking at the decor from outside made her hesitant to enter. They really know how to choose. In response to Lu Xinyo's surprise, Shen Qian just smiled and commented, "This is quite similar to the bathhouses back in our eastern province. In fact, in terms of luxury, ours is even better. Why is this place so expensive? Maybe the owner is from the eastern province, specially opening a plus version to cater to the wealthy in Shanghai." The brothers joked and laughed while waiting for the guests to arrive. Watching the crowd grow at the entrance, the security called for the lobby manager. The lobby manager initially thought there was going to be a disturbance and felt a bit anxious. However, after Shen Qian spoke a few words, he immediately turned cheerful. Over 40 people, this was a massive order. Their high spending meant that the daily foot traffic wasn't large, and he had never imagined receiving 40 or 50 people all at once. When everyone arrived, the hall was packed, filled with heads and various clamoring voices. The manager called in a few staff members from the back to maintain order, while at the same time he instructed the kitchen to procure more supplies beyond their usual stock. The lobby manager was a sharp individual. He knew a group of college students could never afford to spend here, so it must have been some wealthy young master treating them. What does a wealthy young master seek? Face. Therefore, he would ensure ample fanfare and exceptional service, giving the wealthy young master the respect he deserved, and spending would naturally flow like water. I'm going to die. The moment his body entered the bath, Gao Haitao murmured, the same sound echoing in every corner of the pool. Meanwhile, on the other side, several girls surrounded Lu Xinyao, chattering away. Are you Shen Qian's girlfriend? This was the question they were most concerned about. Now it was Lu Xinyo's turn to be in a dilemma, as Shen Qian had introduced her as a friend to others. If she claimed to be Shen Qian's girlfriend, would he be unhappy? That shouldn't be the case. After all, Shen Qian is not the kind of person who hides things. If it were a girlfriend, he would have said so. Tan Xinxin suddenly leaned in and remarked. No, I'm not a girlfriend. I'm pursuing him, but he hasn't agreed yet. Women have a sixth sense about certain matters. Lu Xinyo had seen Tan Xinxin before that night. Tan Xinxin had displayed obvious hostility towards her, indicating that this girl also liked Shen Qian. Having come this far, she had no reason to be timid. The other party had openly denied her relationship with Shen Qian, which was tantamount to declaring war. Since I'm not his girlfriend, I am his pursuer. I will make it clear that I have feelings for this man. A pursuer. It can't be that simple. During military training, many girls added Shen Qian, and quite a few were pursuing him. Why haven't I seen him bring anyone else along? Someone, whether not seeing the current situation clearly or simply enjoying the spectacle, began to tease. If I had known Shen Qian was such a great guy, I would have pursued him when he had a bad reputation. Now if I try to pursue him, he probably won't look at me anymore. A girl mumbled, and her words struck Lu Xinyo's heart like a sharp sword. Tan Xinxin noticed the change in the girl's expression. Her previously calm demeanor shifted, seemingly pleased, as she moved to the other side. After the boys finished their baths, they donned bathrobes and headed to the buffet area, where over 1,000 yuan worth of various delicacies awaited. There's also alcohol. Someone discovered beer and liquor, although they required an extra charge. When Chang Heng and his friends heard about the alcohol, they looked at Shen Qian and smiled awkwardly. Shen Qian sighed helplessly. All the boys can take what they want to drink, but the condition is that one person must stay sober in each dorm, as I can't handle so many drunken fools alone. Ha ha ha, don't worry, third brother. No problem. With the boys having alcohol to drink, the girls naturally wanted some too. However, since Sun Haoyu was treating, they were unsure if he would pay the bill. When their eyes turned to Sun Haoyu, he seemed unable to withstand the pressure. The girls can have some too, just count it as mine. Young Master Sun is generous. Young Master Sun is magnanimous. Thank you, young Master Sun. With a few girls shouting in excitement, they joined the crowd to get alcohol. Old 3, this alcohol is way too expensive. Beer outside is 6 yuan a bottle, but here it costs over 20. Normally Chang Heng and his friends would start with a whole box of beer, but today they surprisingly only took 1 bottle. The other boys also only grabbed 1 or 2 bottles, clearly feeling that the prices were steep and no one bothered with the liquor. Look at you guys, you're not as good as the girls. As he said this, he glanced over at the girls. There was beer, liquor, and even red wine. A few girls only grabbed a bottle of beer, while several others held not only liquor but even red wine. Did I tell you to save for me? If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have offered. But since I said it's mine, then drink freely. However, the rules must be established. 1 person from each dorm must stay sober. Oldest brother, you lead the way. Is that appropriate? What are you being shy about? If I tell you to lead, then lead. If you don't lead, how will they dare to take any? All right. Since you've said it. Chang Heng gritted his teeth and shouted, brothers, old 3 said we can drink freely, and 1 person from each dorm must ensure we don't get blackout drunk. Everyone, let's drink.
Upon hearing this, the boys immediately went to grab beer, though despite the free drinking they mainly took beer with only a few bottles of liquor and just 2 bottles of red wine for tasting. They had eaten and drunk, in groups of 3 or 4 went for massages. Shen Qian wasn't very interested in massages and found a resting room to look at his phone.
Suddenly someone entered the resting room.
Shen Qian looked up and saw it was Tan Xinxin. Such a rare opportunity, why not go enjoy it? The girl approached and lay down beside Shen Qian, then nestled into his arms like a little kitten.
I'm feeling jealous.
Her voice was soft, igniting a flame in Shen Qian's heart.
What if you're jealous? Do you want me to keep my distance from Lu Xinyao? That's what I think, but I know I can't control you, and you definitely won't let me control you, so I can only seek comfort from you.
After saying this, the girl's lips kissed him, and after a long while they parted.
After all, this was a foot massage shop, not a hotel, so they still held back and didn't proceed further.
But at that moment another person entered Shen Qian's resting room.
Lu Xinyao stared at Tan Xinxin lying in Shen Qian's embrace for quite some time before immediately turning to flee. Aren't you going to chase after her? Do you remember what I told you?
When I'm with you, my heart and eyes are filled with you. Moreover, I need to emphasize that she and I are just friends. You don't need to be jealous of her.
But I can tell that you want her. That just means I'm a normal man.
No, you're not just a normal man, you're a strong man. Shen Qian looked at the girl. They were about the same age, but this girl was overly sensible while he was overly mature.
Someone who grew up in a honey jar would not be like this. Tomorrow is the weekend, accompany me to go shopping.
He felt it was time. As his reputation grew, Tan Xinxin shouldn't have to hide anymore, and some benefits should be given.
Tomorrow I might come late. That's alright, it's just shopping. This soft hum made Shen Qian feel happiness.
Suddenly he thought of something and grinned mischievously. Such a rare opportunity, why not let your girlfriends have a little fun?
Tan Xinxin listened to Shen Qian's words and gently punched his chest. You're so wicked, aren't you afraid he'll run away? If he runs away, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Doesn't he want to show off with someone else's money? I'll just give him that opportunity.
As everyone emerged from the massage area, their faces were all beaming with satisfaction. Shen Qian found it strange that Sun Haoyu also looked quite relaxed, apparently having scored some money and no longer having worries. But this guy's comfort didn't last long.
How much?
What did you say?
Yes, sir, your total consumption is 123,000 yuan.
That's right, sir, here is the bill for your review. The lobby manager said as he handed over the bill, simultaneously giving a signal to the security guard at the entrance.
Judging by this kid's demeanor, he might not even have the money.
The other details don't matter, but this kind of person must be kept an eye on. The boys stared at the items on the bill that they had never even heard of, secretly astonished. These women truly knew how to indulge themselves. They did see some suggestive items, but remembering that it was Shen Qian treating, they managed to suppress their impulses.
Sun Haoyu looked at the group of girls. Who are you all? This is my treat. Do you think I'm I originally just invited you all for a meal, but now you want to soak in a bath. Fine, let's soak. You want drinks?
I'll provide the drinks and massages, and this is how you repay me. He didn't realize that all this was a result of Tan Xinxin taking Shen Qian's suggestion to meddle. However, Tan Xinxin also didn't expect that these girls would spend so freely with someone else's money. How could they dare to spend hundreds of thousands? He had struggled to get 4,000 yuan from his parents and borrowed another 5,000 from various friends, finally scraping together 55,000, thinking it would be enough. But now it was nowhere near enough, and everyone might end up stuck here. He was on the verge of tears, all his grievances pouring out, scaring the group of girls half to death.
I tell you, you think I'm going to be the one footing this bill? You're dreaming,
he said, trying to rush out, but the security guard was quick and blocked him. He wanted to struggle, but the guard, being strong, easily restrained him back. Seeing him actually trying to run, most people panicked.
After all, over 100,000, who could handle that? Even if it was split evenly, everyone would have to bear a huge cost.
However, shortly after, more security personnel arrived.
How could he do this? He's really not a good person. I thought he was nice. What are we going to do? He can't expect us to pay this. We don't have money.
Sun Haoyu, you can't cover this, stop bragging.
What do we do now? Panic spread and some girls even started to cry. Shen Qian was enjoying the show, moving closer to Chang Heng.
Boss, how about becoming the class monitor?
What do you mean? Don't you wouldn't actually want to pay, would you? It's not worth it.
If someone else becomes the monitor, all kinds of attendance and other things will become a hassle.
Now we can make a bit from the headcount, it's not a loss.
Chang Hong was generous without much cunning. Shen Qian himself had no interest in being the monitor, but Chang Hong was more suitable. This was a good opportunity to earn some favor.
Having money doesn't mean you have to spend it like this. Everyone knows it's my money, but no one will mention it to me, you understand?
If you bring it up, it means those girls owe you a favor.
Moreover, this matter has to be handled by you. The second and fourth are both too concerned about their image. Even if they become class monitors, they wouldn't know how to deal with the girls if they cause a scene. You are straightforward and can handle it, plus if you become the monitor our dorm will have some advantages in evaluations, right? Alright. Chang Heng couldn't argue with Shen Qian because he felt that whatever Shen Qian said was right. This was Shen Qian's unique ability. Everyone don't panic. The third person said he will cover this bill, so don't get flustered, maintain order. However, the third person also said he will only cover 80000 for the girls, the rest Sun Haoyu will be up to you. Why should I? Sun Haoyu roared on the floor. Just because this situation is your doing. If it weren't for you, could there be such a mess? To have the third person cover 80000 is already a huge share. Don't tell me you can't even come up with 40000. Then when you said you were treating, were you just bragging, deliberately trying to trick everyone? Sun Haoyu's face changed drastically. He had just lost face, and if he couldn't even cover this 40000 now, those girls would probably kill him. Fine, I will pay. His heart was bleeding because even if he coughed up the money, the credit would ultimately go to Shen Qian and Chang Heng. Don't you like being generous with others' money? Now I not only want you to pay, but you won't even get credit for it, Shen Qian thought to himself, feeling utterly satisfied. A wave of gratitude flooded towards Chang Heng. The boss felt somewhat helpless, the third person was too low-key. The good deeds were clearly done by him, but the credit fell onto Chang Heng. What kind of situation was this? Miss, can you show us our bill as well? Gao Haitao noticed something and asked the waitress for a detailed breakdown. Among the more than 10 boys, nearly all spent around 1500 yuan, but excluding drinks, one boy had racked up a bill of 5000 yuan. Which bastard had the guts to come forward? Spending 5000, are you crazy? Gao Haitao questioned sternly, and immediately a boy responded, not me, I only ordered the set meal. Not me either, I just ordered a massage that cost a little over 100. Shen Qian raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to stop talking. It doesn't matter, today's about having fun. If we spent it, then we spent it. No way, brother Qian, you're treating. We already feel bad and someone's really taking advantage. Over 5000 per person, how can we bear that? Exactly, I'm not afraid of inspections, just these 10 or so hand tags. Almost all the boys showed a fearless attitude towards inspections. Finally, all eyes turned towards Sun Haoyu. At this point, even a fool could tell who had spent over 5000. I said no matter who it is, today's about having fun. Let's just let this slide. Number 4, stop whining. You're too much. You say we spent a lot, but he spent over 5000 alone. Saying we're taking advantage of him, he's really taking advantage of Shen Qian so ruthlessly. A girl said, and instantly it was like a powder keg had been ignited. In an instant, the group was filled with various insults, with the girls being the main attackers. Their offensive power was incredibly swift. Sun Haoyu had just finished paying when he was immediately targeted by everyone, and his mentality completely collapsed. Shen Qian spoke again, everyone, a few thousand isn't worth it. Our goal today is to have a good time. I hope we can all go home happy, alright. In the crowd, Shen Qian did not see Lu Xinyao and could guess that the girl probably left upon seeing Tan Xinxin in his arms. But what does that matter? He believed that this girl would still come looking for him. Even if he later made it clear to her that he wouldn't let Tan Xinxin go, she would still find a reason to come back to him. And that's human nature. It's also why so many girls, having been hurt by scumbags, would choose not to pick good boys but instead return to the scumbags who beckon with a finger. Because scumbags always possess something absolutely dominant, whether it's mentality, looks, emotional intelligence, or financial power. As long as they possess one of these strong attributes, there will always be girls who feel weak in these aspects and yearn to get closer. Shen Qian also drank a bit of alcohol. With Lu Xinyao absent, he decided to hire a chauffeur. I suspected as much, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Shen Qian's tone was lazy, as if he were discussing something trivial. 5,000 yuan, third brother, this matter cannot just be overlooked. His reputation in class has already tarnished, and whether he can continue studying is uncertain. Besides, having spent over 100,000, does 5,000 really matter? The chauffeur listened to their conversation, feeling it was somewhat unreal. From their dialogue and demeanor, they looked like students. What were they talking about? 5,000 over 100,000. He worked during the day and drove at night, and that barely earned him a fraction. Could these few really be students? This time Shen Qian didn't use the cashback card or the reimbursement card, as the difference between over 100,000 and a million was too great, and it felt wasteful no matter how he looked at it. Moreover, having spent over 100,000 allowed him to identify genuine classmates, those who could become friends, and this was fully revealed. Alas, it's a pity that with the system upgrade, the cashback and reimbursement cards have risen to the million tier. If only there were a 20,000 tier cashback card, otherwise it feels like a pure loss of 100,000. Can I consume some scoundrel points to merge 3 cash cards into a level 1 cashback card? It can be done. Why didn't the system tell me earlier? Nice, a limit of 200,000, delightful. When a level 1 cashback card was in hand, Shen Qian didn't use it immediately. Can I merge it with a reimbursement card? Yes. He immediately used some scoundrel points and received another reimbursement card. Using the reimbursement fund's cashback card and applying them together. The reimbursement card triggered a special reimbursement amounting to 137000 yuan with a special reimbursement reward of 7 cash cards. I told you the reimbursement and cashback cards are of the same tier. The cashback card can trigger critical cashback, but the reimbursement card is not necessarily ordinary. The cashback card triggered a critical cashback with a multiplier of 6 totaling 822000 yuan in cashback. Shen Qian's heart calmed instantly. He hadn't spent 12,000 but gained over 80,000. Who could he go to for justification? Third brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you smiling after spending 12,000? Shen Qian then realized he hadn't controlled his smile. 12,000 yuan helps clarify many people's intentions. With 12,000 we can change universities and not be troubled for 10 years. 12,000 allows us to get ahead in evaluations and honors. It's worth it no matter how you think about it. Big brother, your current goal is to prepare a campaign speech. Second brother, you're competing for the academic committee, and fourth brother, you're competing for the secretary. As long as one of us secures a position, it's enough. We're all competing for positions. What about you? Don't you have any thoughts? Me. I feel the psychological committee is very important, so I plan to compete for it. Third brother, I can't hold it in anymore. You're too humorous. After Shen Qian's interruption, everyone forgot to criticize Sun Haoyu, but the group chat didn't stop. Even the reluctant instructor Lu Qingyun was drawn out, and after inquiring about the situation he managed to pacify the angry group members. Yet he secretly felt relieved thanks to Shen Qian's intervention. Otherwise, with over 40 people stuck there, he as their instructor would be hard-pressed to explain. That night he went to the dormitory to comfort Sun Haoyu, ensuring he wouldn't do anything foolish, and then sought out Shen Qian. Shen Qian, I'll be direct. I want you to be the class monitor. I refuse. Why? You should know other classes are fighting for it. You should also have guessed Sun Haoyu's intentions this time. I understand, but I refuse. I'm not someone who likes to be managed or to manage others, but rest assured I will not cause you any trouble. As for the monitor position, I recommend Chang Heng from our dormitory. He is just fair and very suitable for the role. Do you support him? Yes, Shen Qian nodded. Well, having your support is good too. This incident counts as me owing you a favor. Without you I'd probably be writing a self-reflection report by now. Instructor, what about the academic committee position? Should we also consider someone from our dormitory? Lu Qingyun looked at Shen Qian with a mischievous smile. You little rascal, want to skip class? How could that be? I've said I don't want to trouble you. It's fine, but I think having one class monitor from your dormitory is enough. You have to understand, if there are too many class committee members in the dormitory, other students would pay more attention, and even if the academic committee can cover for you, it's inevitable. Shen Qian understood he hadn't considered it and forgot the principle of attracting attention. But you don't need to worry, just don't overdo it and help me reduce some trouble, you understand? Don't worry, instructor, from now on your problems are my problems. Really? Really? Lu Qingyun grinned mischievously. Then I have a question now. The welcome party. Isn't that supposed to be organized by us? Why is there a need for us to perform? Indeed, it's organized for us, but freshmen should at least present a couple of performances. In the dormitory, Shen Qian explained. So the instructor saw that you could speak French that day and thought you could deliver a performance, thus putting you up there. Our instructor is a new one and there are bound to be more new faces. With more people there's competition. Plus he fears trouble, so he pushed me out. But third brother, you can't just go on stage and sing a cappella, that would be so awkward. I'll bring some instruments, what else can I do? You know how to play instruments. Well, I have a basic understanding. He certainly didn't know, but he had an experience card. As long as he learned an instrument, even if he was just a beginner, using the experience card would elevate him to a certain level. For instance, his French proficiency was almost like a native speaker. Previously he could only read a few words and memorize a song. Before that, auditions were necessary, and even if he passed, there was a chance he might not perform on stage if he wasn't proficient with the experience card. However, Shen Qian still needed this opportunity to showcase his talents. The spotlight effect on stage would leave a deep impression on the audience. What instrument do you plan to perform with? Shen Qian couldn't answer immediately as he currently didn't know how to play any instrument, but that was okay. Tomorrow he would go shopping with Tan Xinxin and hear her opinions. We'll talk about it then. That night, just as Shen Qian was about to sleep, a message came through. Shen Qian, how could you do this to me? I hate you. It was Lu Xinyao. He just smiled and replied, no, you don't hate me, you hate me because you love me. Then he ignored any further messages and went straight to sleep. On the weekend, several people in the dormitory chose to sleep until noon while Shen Qian went for a run alone. The others in the dorm were already accustomed to Shen Qian's routine. This guy could even wake up early to run during military training. Was that something a normal person could do? He intended to be a scoundrel, and now the brothers had no objections. With his demeanor, if he didn't act like a scoundrel, who would? If they weren't all guys, they might even fall for him. As they discussed this, Shen Qian felt a tightness in his chest, his expression guarded. With the end of military training, many people's lives began to normalize. In the morning, as Shen Qian went out to run the playground, saw an increase in people all out exercising like him. Just as he wondered why there seemed to be more people who loved exercising at school, he spotted a girl in the front right of the playground. The girl wore shorts and long sleeves, but just from her legs Shen Qian could confidently assert that 70 of the males on the playground were there for her. Dressed in a complete set of sportswear, she wore shorts on the bottom and a black long-sleeve top on top. Her waist was slender and she had a ponytail as she ran. Shen Qian slightly quickened his pace and soon caught up to the girl. He didn't shy away, running backwards just to see what she looked like. The girl clearly felt offended by Shen Qian's sudden action and frowned slightly before accelerating. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, Shen Qian finally understood why so many had come here. She was beautiful, extremely beautiful, even more so than Xiaomengling. With fair skin and delicate features coupled with a certain aura between her brows, Shen Qian guessed she must be a school beauty. Regarding her acceleration, Shen Qian was unfazed. He maintained his speed and quickly caught up again, this time running beside her. No wonder more people are exercising. Senior sister, you're very pretty. Can I have your contact information? The girl frowned again, hastening her pace, unwilling to engage with Shen Qian. Even if you don't give me your contact information, with your looks you must be quite famous at school. I could find out easily, so why make it hard for me? Accelerating again, the girl's breathing became slightly hurried. Senior sister, you can't outrun me. Why not just give me your contact information? There are probably many guys chasing after you. Losing one won't matter, right? You have approached an 8-point girl. Your behavior aligns with scoundrel standards. Rewards being granted. You are persistently pursuing an 8-point girl. Your behavior aligns with scoundrel standards. Rewards being granted. The girl still didn't respond and continued to speed up while Shen Qian calmly followed her, running 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, when suddenly she stumbled and fell. Shen Qian quickly caught her, then saw her small legs tremble slightly. You've cramped up, let me help you stretch it out, it might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Without waiting for her to refuse, he laid the girl down on the ground, lifted one of her legs and pressed it in a direction. It's fine now, senior sister. Tell me, why did you have to be so extreme while running? You ended up cramping up. Get lost. What? I said get lost. The girl with tears in her eyes shouted for Shen Qian to leave. You have poor stamina and lack manners. When someone helps you, you tell them to get lost. Like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, you are that dog, good looks but utterly useless. What did you say? The girl widened her eyes, looking at Shen Qian in disbelief. What? Is your hearing bad? Or is your brain not fully developed? Can't even understand human speech? If you don't want to share your contact information, just let it go. Someone like you would lower my standards. Oh, I get it. Someone as pretty as you probably hasn't had anyone speak harshly to you since childhood. The first time I asked for your contact information, you could have just directly refused. It's annoying when you try to have it both ways. After saying this, Shen Qian continued running as if nothing had happened, only stopping after completing 5 kilometers. During this time, he noticed someone trying to approach the girl, only to be immediately chased away, thinking to himself how lucky he was to run fast, otherwise he would have been the one getting scolded. Back in the dorm, Shen Qian took a shower. When he came out, Gao Haitao was already awake but was still lying on the bed playing with his phone. What the hell, who's so impressive? Suddenly Gao Haitao sat up. What's wrong? Third brother, did you go running this morning? Do you know about this? What thing? This morning someone on the playground molested a girl, and it seems the girl molested was a school beauty from our school. Molested? Shen Qian frowned slightly, he hoped it wasn't about him. Thinking this, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the school's confession wall. As he looked, he realized the matter was quite serious. The most important thing was how this incident would be characterized. At that time she had a leg injury and he helped her with the correction. Apart from holding her briefly when she fell, there were no other inappropriate actions. But the key point was who could prove it. Aside from himself and the parties involved, no one could verify this. But if she insisted he had molested her, then he would definitely face prison time. Thinking of this, fine beads of sweat appeared on Shen Qian's forehead. He was a cautious person, always considering the worst outcomes. He couldn't gamble his future on someone else's character, that would be too foolish. What's wrong, third brother? What's being said on the confession wall is about me. What? Gao Haitao, who had just laid down, immediately sat up again. How could that be? How could you do something like that? I really didn't do it. But how the other party will portray me is uncertain. I had a bit of a quarrel with that girl, and if she insists I molested her, I might end up in jail. What exactly happened? Didn't you just go for a run? I will handle this matter. I need to step out for a bit. Remember, no matter who asks you about this, just say you don't know, alright? Got it. Also, the boss is hot-tempered, so keep him in check and don't let him say anything reckless. Shen Qian left the dorm taking a deep breath. System used the relationship card. Consuming relationship card. After the relationship card was used, several options appeared before him. Politics, business, academics. Brash. Shen Qian's eyes lit up immediately and he clicked on politics. Contact information has been delivered. Shen Qian looked at his phone. There was a new text message. Guiyu phone number 175. Realizing that every minute he delayed he was in danger, Shen Qian immediately dialed the number. Xiao Qian, what brings you to call me? Uncle Gui, there's something I want to discuss with you. I understand. Since you've brought it up, leave it to Uncle Gui. It's not a serious matter at all. Go out and enjoy yourself. He'll handle it with a few phone calls. Not serious. As you said yourself, the playground is under surveillance, and you merely touched her foot. When she fell, she collapsed directly onto you. From any objective standpoint, this cannot constitute molestation. But I did touch her. What if she insists on pressing charges? If she insists on falsely accusing you, Uncle Gui can still find alternative solutions. Wait and see, this incident hasn't escalated yet. The best outcome is for nothing to happen at all. But should she choose to blow it out of proportion, there will come a time when she begs for your mercy. Though clearly siding with him, these words sent a chill down Shen Qian's spine. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, one of Xia Wan's friends could no longer contain her outrage. What kind of person is this? Can't even get her contact info yet, says such things. Ugh, trash. Xiao Wan, we absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Still, I think it's best to clarify things. I truly suffered a muscle strain and he genuinely performed corrective stretching. His hands never wandered. The girl rubbed her calf. But you strained yourself because of him. If he hadn't been harassing you, would you have sprinted so desperately? Would you have strained yourself if you hadn't run so fast? We must wield the law as our weapon. File charges for molestation, send him behind bars and teach this despicable man a lesson he'll never forget. Exactly. We must make an example of him. Wan, you're universally recognized as our campus beauty. What is he really? How dare he speak to you like that? We absolutely cannot let him go unpunished. I don't even know who he is, yet because he spoke harshly would send him to jail. That seems. Let's start by contacting our academic advisor. Have his advisor bring him here to apologize. If he refuses, well, escalate to campus security and have him arrested. Right. No one is allowed to bully Wan. As they rose to contact their advisor, they found her already standing at the dormitory door. Advisor. How did you get here? We were just about to look for you. The female advisor sighed softly and pulled out her phone. This defamatory post circulating on the campus confession wall, was it posted by any of you? The post she referred to was precisely the one accusing Shen Qian of molestation. What's wrong, advisor? Answer me first, did any of you post it, and who exactly? Me. One of the girls who had shouted most vehemently raised her hand timidly. You. Do Cici, you're a sophomore, not a second grader. Do you ever think before acting? Do you realize the legal consequences if this slanderous post spreads widely enough for the accused to pursue defamation charges against you? Advisor, what are you talking about? He did molest her, he touched Xiao Wan. That's the truth. You call it truth that Xiao Wan cramped while running and collapsed onto him and that he kindly assisted with stretching, yet you fabricate a post accusing him of molestation. Let me be direct, just minutes ago a senior official called the dean directly. The department head personally reviewed the surveillance footage and uncovered the full truth without ambiguity. Then he instructed me to rush over immediately to prevent you from escalating this further. Because of this trivial matter, the dean, the department head, and I have all been scrambling across campus on a weekend. What? What do you mean, did he act immediately upon seeing your post? We now know the entire sequence. First, CC, delete that post and submit a formal self-critique to me. And Xiaowan, please post a public clarification stating clearly that the student did not molest you, so everyone stops believing and spreading rumors. That's all I can do for you. As long as he chooses not to press charges, you'll face no consequences, but should he decide to pursue legal action? She left the sentence unfinished, yet all understood its grim implication. Du Cece stood frozen, still plotting retaliation, only to find herself facing indictment instead. Advisor, he did approach Xiaowan first, and she strained herself trying to evade him. Then tell me, if Xiaowan wished to avoid him, why didn't she simply leave the playground, instead choosing a high-speed sprint? What if he followed her? So that's speculation, not evidence, correct? There's no proof he would have pursued her beyond the playground. Her injury resulted solely from excessive speed, and surveillance footage confirms she fell voluntarily onto him and he even helped steady her. Enough, I won't waste more words explaining. Are you truly naive or pretending to be? Must I spell it out so plainly? He made a single phone call that reached the dean himself, do you grasp that? Reached the dean. As adults do, CC instantly fell silent at those words. Even if he held no legitimate ground, a single call from him forced the dean to intervene and the department head to review footage firsthand. And now he holds both legitimacy and leverage. Understand. In adulthood, truths need not be spoken outright, sometimes a subtle nudge suffices. For now, set aside the self-critique. Your priority is contacting that young man and sincerely apologizing so he drops the matter entirely. That is paramount. Why should we? The advisor laughed bitterly at the question. Refuse to apologize if you wish. Fine, I'll comply. The department head sent me here to resolve this directly. Yet I'm exhausting myself devising solutions for you, and you ask why. Let me tell you why. Because defamation is illegal. Because this affair has nothing to do with you, yet you deliberately fabricated falsehoods. Because if he pursues charges, you face 5 to 10 days of detention, and with a few well-placed calls the term could extend indefinitely. You might even emerge without your degree. A naked threat. Life is no fairy tale, this is its harshest reality. Xia Wan, do you intend to follow her path as well? Frankly, if you accompany her in apologizing, forgiveness becomes far more likely. But as I've said, I'm doing everything possible to shield you. That's all I'll say. Choose wisely and deliver your resolution by day's end. Fail to do so and tomorrow's visitor won't be me. The advisor departed, yet carried away the very air from the room, leaving the girls breathless. For the first time in their lives they felt the suffocating weight of institutional power, no appeals to fairness, no concern for their sense of injustice. Only one demand mattered, that reality conform precisely to authorities' expectations. CC, I'll accompany you to apologize. Xia Wan spoke with quiet bitterness. They were only sophomores, absolutely could not let such a minor incident jeopardize their futures. Is that it solved? On the other end of the phone, Shen Qian could hardly believe his ears. Just a moment ago he was drenched in cold sweat from fear, and now he was being told that everything had been resolved. Actually, there was nothing much to begin with. The principal of their academy said he would handle the matter and assured that justice would be served, definitely not letting the rumormongers get away with it. What do you mean? I went from being the defendant to the plaintiff. PFF, what defendant? You were merely helping your classmates out of goodwill, and now someone is stirring up trouble with rumors. This behavior is too vile and must not be tolerated. I estimate that someone will come to apologize to you shortly. Apologize to me? Shen Qian couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying capabilities of the system. Earlier he was afraid of being dragged into trouble, yet now not only was he in the clear but others also had to apologize to him. In any case, as long as you abide by the law, there's nothing to fear with Uncle Gua around. Thank you, Uncle Gua. We're all family, so let's leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. After hanging up, Shen Qian was still a bit dazed. Family. Damn family. He hadn't even met them yet the system had conjured up a family for him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tan Xinxin was also a bit bewildered. Shen Qian explained to her what had happened. Upon hearing about the lecherous individual facing consequences, Tan Xinxin was startled. I tend to be cautious, preferring to resolve issues before they arise, but fortunately it seems there are no problems now. She originally thought she understood him well enough, but now it seemed far from it. What she knew was merely the tip of the iceberg, and she never expected such immense power lay beneath. Using up a connection card like this made Shen Qian feel a bit regretful, but he didn't feel pained. As he said, the most important thing was to resolve the issue. This was just a minor episode. With the problem resolved, Shen Qian naturally no longer bothered about it. The car quickly made its way to the city center, and after getting out the girl naturally linked her arm with Shen Qian. Darling, what are we doing today? Shopping, then buying some things, and finally having a meal. Speaking of which, this is our first date. First date? I don't quite see it that way. To me, as long as I'm with you, it counts as a date. Shen Qian smiled playfully, pinching her cheek. You're so caring, you must have suffered a lot. Upon hearing this, the girl froze for a moment before regaining her composure. Shen Qian withdrew his arm from her wrist and wrapped it around her shoulder. Let's go, let the date begin. As noon approached, the two went to a Chinese restaurant. So how is it? Is the cuisine from Guizhou authentic? The girl shook her head. Not authentic, and they sell it for much more than in Guizhou. Ah. I thought that if the price was higher it would be more authentic. It seems that one must eat locally for the best experience. The girl forced a smile, her expression a bit stiff. Actually, I don't know if the real dishes from Guizhou are good, because in my memory my home-cooked meals weren't tasty. No worries, I won't let you eat that kind of tasteless food again. Shen Qian said gently, his tone serious. At that moment the girl was a bit taken aback. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she truly felt that the boy was glowing.
After finishing their meal they strolled around the central area and Shen Qian pulled the girl into a store.
Hello, welcome to Chanel.
Please help me pick out a few bags for my girlfriend.
Thank you,
Shen Qian said as he pulled Tan Xinxin out.
Certainly, sir. The girl was stunned. How could she not know what Chanel was? Although she didn't know the specific prices, one thing was for sure: this well-known brand was undeniably expensive. Shen Qian. Choose the ones you like. In my eyes, you deserve it.
After selecting 4 or 5 options, the girl initially liked them, but her enthusiasm faded when she saw the prices.
You always need a bag when going out. You're my partner, I can't have you carrying that little bag all the time.
Plus, if you carry a Chanel bag, it'll prevent some unworthy individuals from trying to approach you, right?
Shen Qian persuaded her gently.
The girl still wanted to refuse, but the boy pointed out a few of the bags. This one, that one, and that one. My girlfriend likes them all, so I'll take them.
The sales staff's eyes lit up.
He thought this young man would buy at most one, but to his surprise he was making such a big purchase, 4 bags at once. Those little bosses who brought their partners to buy rarely spent so lavishly.
How did you know?
I told you, when I'm with you my heart and eyes are filled with you, so your eyes can't deceive me. Sir, the total is 145000.
How would you like to pay?
The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to the price.
It wasn't 1450
or 4500, it was 145000, a figure she couldn't even dare to imagine.
All right.
Seeing the girl still in a daze, Shen Qian wrapped his arm around her.
Let's go to the next place. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Qian led the girl shopping and buying along the way. They visited places like Helena Rubinstein for cosmetics and new women's wear from LV.
Of course he didn't buy just anything expensive. Instead, wherever his eyes landed and he found something novel and appealing, he would purchase it without hesitation. By the time they returned to the car, Tan Xinxin was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Shen Qian.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I don't know, but as long as I'm with you, even eating roadside baked pancakes is fine. The boy playfully pinched her nose. They didn't continue eating outside but returned to the school, ordering 2 bowls of noodles at the cafeteria.
I've already broken up with him, but he wouldn't accept it. I can understand that.
He asked me if I had changed my heart and I told him yes. He asked me why I was treating him this way.
How did you respond?
I said I found someone who could give me both my present and future.
Shen Qian, I know you might not believe it, but even if you have no money, I would still love you. Because my intuition tells me that you and I are alike, but you are stronger than me.
Being with you makes me feel much more at ease.
But I won't love just one person. I believe I've mentioned this. It's okay.
Just like you said, when you're with me your heart and eyes are focused solely on me, that's enough.
I don't expect more. That evening Shen Qian dropped the girl off at the dormitory building and many people saw them.
That same night the girl posted that moment on her social media.
Just as Shen Qian was about to return to the boys' dormitory, he was suddenly stopped by 2 girls, Xiaowan and Du Chanxian. Is there something you need?
Seeing that they had come to apologize, Shen Qian relaxed considerably.
Are you Shen Qian? The other party asked knowingly, and Shen Qian was unwilling to engage in banter. No, step aside. You are Shen Qian. So you know why I ask. Are you showing off your intelligence? Can you speak properly?
Upon hearing this, Shen Qian frowned slightly. This girl was quite pretty, maybe around 6 points, but her angry demeanor made her look like a little lion, which was hard to like.
What does it have to do with you whether I can speak properly? You're blocking the entrance to the boys' dormitory, not letting me in, and now you're questioning me. Alright Shen Qian, we came to apologize about this morning, I'm sorry.
They had been waiting at the dormitory entrance for nearly a day, and after finally getting their chance they naturally couldn't engage in more banter.
Who are you?
You. I don't even know who you are. Why should I forgive you?
You're causing us trouble without even knowing who we are. Upon hearing this, Du Chanxian instantly became furious.
There was no choice. I'm the type who is quite timid and likes to eliminate unstable factors in their infancy, so the moment that post appeared I acted. I was afraid that if I delayed someone would accuse me of indecency and send me to jail. You know, it's too easy for women to wrongfully accuse men these days. Even consensual encounters could be labeled as rape. How can you say such vulgar things?
The words may be crude, but the reasoning isn't.
You are goddesses, you are the campus flowers, elevated above all, and every man who approaches you is merely a crawling insect in the shadows, something unworthy of the stage.
Even now, as you're apologizing to me, you must think the same way, right?
So I'll tell you, I don't accept your apology because I don't even know your names.
I'm Du Chanxian and she's Xiaowan. Now you know, right? Are you crazy?
Who apologizes by saying their names?
Shen Qian pushed past Du Chanxian, trying to return to the dormitory. So tell me, what do I have to do to forgive? If I hadn't acted fast and you had acted first, I would be in trouble now.
Why should I forgive you just because you're good looking?
We truly know we were wrong. Can you let Shen Qian off the hook?
Just name your conditions and we will comply as long as we can.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. But our supervisor wants results today. Du Qian blurted out. Oh, so your eagerness to apologize isn't because you know you were wrong but because you know you're in trouble. Alright, if you want to set conditions, you two choose one. Spend the night with me tonight. What did you just say? Is it surprising?
For men, beautiful women evoke nothing but primal desires.
If you don't agree, then step aside.
Shen Qian said this very calmly, but despite his lewd words there was no trace of desire in his gaze, which left Xiaowan perplexed. Wait, I'll help you stretch, but this woman showed up here to apologize.
Oh, I see, she's the one who posted that message. Alright, no need to choose anymore. You either accompany me tonight or you can leave. You bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Aren't you afraid I'll accuse you of rape? To die under the peony blossoms is to be a romantic ghost, and what if you fall in love with me after tonight?
I'm quite the catch, someone like you might not even be worth my time.
Hurry up and decide, if you don't I'll be leaving. Alright. I'll accompany you. Qian. Xiaowan still wanted to stop her.
It's fine, just consider it a bite from a dog.
Then in that case you can leave. You come with me.
Like driving away something dirty, Shen Qian shoved Xiaowan away and then very calmly wrapped his arms around Du Qian's waist. In the hotel, Shen Qian was showering in the bathroom while Du Qian was outside anxiously tapping her fingers. Although she had had a boyfriend before, they had quickly broken up and tonight was supposed to be her first time unexpectedly with such a rogue. When Shen Qian walked out wrapped in a bath towel around his lower body and bare-chested, his lines were very defined with six-pack abs that gave a strong impression of power. Du Qian's previous boyfriend had a body like a small child, thin as a skeleton. He didn't have any muscles, let alone abs. Well, it seems not bad. Upon a closer look, Shen Qian was quite handsome with an excellent physique. Although he was a bit of a rogue based solely on these 2 points, many in the school were surely coveting him. Moreover, he was a junior. She felt like an old cow eating young grass. As her gaze inadvertently wandered down, Du Qian felt her heart racing. I'm done showering, you can go wash now.
Okay.
As the sound of water flowed in the bathroom, Shen Qian opened the computer in the room. Indeed, he had rented a gaming room. In the bathroom, Du Qian felt a bit flustered. She didn't know what her feelings were at the moment. At first she resisted, but now she felt a bit excited.
Du Qian, you really are hopeless? How could you be seduced like this?
He casually proposes such conditions, he must be a scumbag and you should despise him.
But then she thought if he's a scumbag then she wouldn't have to take responsibility.
After all, it would be enjoyable for her, and having her first time with someone in such good shape didn't seem like a loss.
Thus, with complex feelings, she stepped out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Come sit over here. Shen Qian patted the chair in front of him holding a hairdryer. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? To dry your hair.
This was a new tactic he learned. A man who helps a woman dry her hair gives her a sense of reliability, thus unconsciously creating psychological dependence. After her hair was completely dried, Du Qian felt a little thirsty. She was too anxious and her voice was weak like a mosquito.
It's my first time, be gentle. Gentle my ass. I asked you to spend the night with me, not to share a bed. You think you can covet my body just because of that? What? Here, I've created a gaming account for you. Tonight you have to play for a whole night without stopping for a moment. I've already bought you Red Bull and coffee.
As he spoke, Shen Qian pointed to the items on the table.
If you get hungry you can order takeout, but I won't reimburse you. You brought me here just for this. You slandered me for indecency, so let's spend the night together. After one night I won't have to slander you. Naturally, rumors about you and me will spread. I'm just returning the favor. Is there any problem with that?
And can you keep your filthy thoughts to yourself?
Always thinking about that. How lowly. You think I'm lowly?
Then why did you just say to be gentle?
What's with that?
Then you said it's your first time. What first time?
Shut up.
If I play, will you forgive me?
You have to finish playing first. If you quit halfway, then I definitely can't forgive you. All right. At that moment, Du Qian wished she could bite the boy in front of her to death.
In the deep of night, Du Qian was diligently typing away at her keyboard while behind her Shen Qian was sleeping soundly.
This guy. Du Qian was almost infuriated. He fell asleep before 11 and his sleep quality was impeccable.
She initially thought of yelling to disturb his sleep, but realizing she was there to seek forgiveness, she held back her anger and quietly played games.
At 6 a.m. Shen Qian woke up on time while Du Qian was still moving the mouse in front of the computer.
They exchanged a glance but did not speak.
Let's go have breakfast first.
In a breakfast shop near the school, Du Qian sported deep dark circles under her eyes. I stayed with you all night as you asked, so can you forgive me now?
I can, but there's one condition. Don't be too unreasonable. Fine, then I have no conditions. Shen Qian shrugged and stuffed a soup dumpling into his mouth. Go ahead, say it. I told you I have no conditions. You can leave now. You can't bully me like this. I merely posted something. Besides, don't you think you were in the wrong too?
Du Qian hadn't slept all night and was already feeling groggy, unable to control her emotions, and shouted out loud. Her outburst quickly drew attention from all around and everyone continued to watch the two at the table. Shen Qian, however, calmly picked up the soybean milk in front of him, took a sip and looked at her without a trace of emotion in his eyes, as if to say, "Go on, I'm watching." After about 10 seconds of this standoff, the girl suddenly panicked and her tone softened.
"What do you want me to? I have no conditions, you can leave now."
Shen Qian simply repeated what he had said earlier, then seemed to recall something amusing and laughed.
"I'm just bullying you, what are you going to do about it?"
The girl was furious but also knew she had to earn his forgiveness, otherwise the days ahead would be quite difficult.
"I apologize for my tone earlier. Just tell me what to do and as long as I can do it I agree."
"I actually prefer how unruly you were just now, it startled me."
"I thought you would throw the soybean milk in my face."
"Because you startled me, therefore beg me, otherwise I won't tell you."
"Please tell me what you want me to do." "It's very simple. Starting tomorrow, accompany me for a run for a month. It'll be at the playground at 6:30 a.m. every day. You need to be there waiting for me before 6:30.
"What did you say?"
6:30. "That's right, 6:30.
I'll have a word with the leaders of your college. I temporarily forgive you, but I reserve the right to sue."
6:30 for a month. If you're late by a minute or miss a day, that won't do.
You should be thankful it's summer now and not winter. Winter at 6:30 would truly be torture.
What will you do if I'm late?"
"You can try it, but I guarantee you will regret it."
"Just running, nothing else." Shen Qian found this question amusing. "What are you thinking?"
In broad daylight in the early morning at the playground, what else could there be?
"Even if it were kissing, I would still think your breath stinks in the morning."
"You."
"Fine, I agree." Returning to the dorm, Du Qian felt exhausted and sleepy with aches in her back and waist.
Xia Wan wanted to check on her, but she fell asleep immediately, so Xia Wan didn't disturb her.
"Xiao Wan, what happened to Qian? Didn't she go to apologize? Why hasn't she come back all night?" "Yeah, what exactly happened?" "It's nothing. She's probably just tired. Let's go out."
After a few left the dorm, Xia Wan went to find the counselor while the other two exchanged glances as they watched her leave. "I inquired a bit and heard that the junior is the class prince. After the military training ended yesterday, he treated the whole class to a bath spending 100,000 yuan.
Is that true?" "Absolutely true.
I heard his family has dozens of sports cars and villas, but to keep a low profile he only drove a BMW 3 Series to school. They say just the watch on his wrist is worth over $1 million.
The more I hear about it, the more it feels off. It seems like Qian benefited from this. I think it's strange too. Xia Wan went running, but the guy wanted Xia Wan's contact information. In the end, Xia Wan was fine while Qian didn't come back all night. And look at how Qian is sore and aching." "You mean? That can't be. Haha, can't be.
Haven't we seen enough this year? Luxury cars occasionally stopped at the school gate with people inside looking bizarre.
Was there an ugly one in the passenger seat? Are you saying that Junior is interested in Qian? Not necessarily interested in Qian.
I think he's more likely interested in Xiao Wan, but you know Xiao Wan, she's quite proud." The two continued to speculate, but the more they speculated, the more they felt that Du Qian was being intentional, with the target being that handsome and wealthy junior. After his morning classes, Shen Qian went to a nearby music store, and Wei Mingtian happened to want to learn an instrument too, so he followed him out. "Old San, isn't it unnecessary for us to buy a piano separately?
The school should provide props for performances and we must get selected. If we don't get picked, wouldn't that just waste the money?" "It's fine. Even if we don't get selected, it'll be good to show off later. Like what, the guitar boy, piano prince, violin gentleman and Swana craftsman, all very appealing. I feel like something strange has mixed into this conversation. Don't mind those details." Yesterday Shen Qian asked Tan Xinxin what instrument boys look coolest playing. The girl answered that the violin is the coolest, thinking Shen Qian looked extremely handsome when he was serious, and the violin highlighted that seriousness.
Since she said so, he naturally took her advice. The violin comes in different price ranges, and having a card for experience, he bought a professional level 1 costing over 200,000 yuan. To attract the attention of the opposite sex through purchasing instruments, behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards being distributed. The system always provides corresponding rewards at the right moments, and of course this is thanks to Shen Qian never forgetting his goal to be a scumbag, a big scumbag, with all actions taken with this goal in mind. In the afternoon, Shen Qian found a deserted place to start learning the violin. Since he knew nothing about it, he could only follow online tutorials until a violin button finally appeared in his skill section. Returning to the dormitory in the evening, the guys looked eagerly at the violin. Shen Qian, not one to be stingy, let them give it a try, but the intense noise nearly harmed their eardrums. "This thing is unplayable. The guitar from the second brother is much better," Chang Hong remarked as he strummed the guitar strings.
"Third brother, why not play a piece?" "I've never heard a violin performance in my life." Right, third brother, give it a go, the others insisted. With no choice, Shen Qian decided to test how far his experience card could take him, randomly selecting a piece online. As the melodious sound of the violin filled the air, the trio who initially planned just to watch suddenly became serious. After the piece ended, they were all left in a daze. They were definitely novices, but they could still tell what sounded good. Given Shen Qian's skill, if he hadn't practiced since childhood, he wouldn't have achieved such a level, especially the aura he exuded while playing, reminiscent of a master. Although they didn't really know what a master was like, they felt that Shen Qian fit the bill. Third brother, you must be the legendary wolf in sheep's clothing, you've hidden it too well. If you hadn't played the violin, I'd think we were just two guys with money and no money. The moment you played, I felt we were from different worlds. What? I'm in what world? Am I in another world? With that one sentence, Shen Qian shattered the lofty image he had just created. His goal was to attract girls, not to create a gap with his dorm brothers. Pretentiousness was fine in front of girls but unnecessary among boys. Third brother, play another piece. I feel your skill level is exceptionally high. I want to record it and post it on my social media. Sure, Shen Qian thought the suggestion was good. To be a scumbag, he couldn't be a public figure, but expanding his influence through others was acceptable. After a moment of contemplation, he chose another love song. As he moved his fingers across the strings, the beautiful melody seemed to truly convey emotion. Amazing, so amazing. Third brother, you'll definitely get selected, his dorm mates praised, and he merely laughed it off. Early the next morning, Shen Qian got up early. By the time he arrived at the playground, the clock read 6:24. He wasn't in a hurry, instead he started stretching. After about 2 minutes, a girl rushed into the playground and quickly ran to his side. Due to her speed, when she stopped beside Shen Qian, she could only lean on her knees, gasping for breath. Senior, you're right on time, Shen Qian said with a smile, pointing to his watch. Just a little more and you would have had to say goodbye to your university life. Let's go, he said. What? Running? Did you forget? I asked you to accompany me for a run. Really? What else? Can I take a break? I ran over from the dorm and I'm really out of breath now. Of course, I usually run 3 kilometers. Here's the deal, you take a break for 1 kilometer and you only need to run 2 kilometers. How much? What did you say? Shen Qian's voice cracked. Do you feel it's too much? Well, cutting it down by a third is quite a lot. No, 2 kilometers is fine, don't add more. I'm begging you. Alright, then you stay here and rest while I run a kilometer and come back for you. With that, Shen Qian went off to run. Watching him run lap after lap, Shen Qian felt utterly defeated, but what had to come would come. I can't do it anymore. Just give me a quick and you might as well just kill me. After 1 kilometer, the girl lay on the ground gasping as if she would collapse. Of course, Shen Qian wouldn't really do anything to her. He continued running without a care, neglecting her plight, which made her feel utterly wronged, and tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. Shen Qian, what are you doing here? The sudden voice startled the girl. It was Xia Wan. Why are you crying? It's nothing, Wan. I'm fine. Xia Wan quickly noticed Shen Qian running, her brows slightly furrowing. Did he bully you? I'll go talk to him about it. No, he didn't bully me. Shen Qian quickly stopped Xia Wan. If she provoked Shen Qian again, who knows what ideas he might come up with to torment her. It's fine, Shen Qian. I'll reason with him, he has to be reasonable, right? As Shen Qian slowly approached, Xia Wan immediately followed. Shen Qian has already apologized and met your conditions. Why are you still unwilling to let her go? This matter originated because of me. If you intended to attract my attention through Shen Qian, you succeeded. What do you want in exchange for letting her go? Hearing these words, Shen Qian rolled his eyes inwardly. Are all these pretty girls this confident? What attention did she think she was attracting? Such ridiculous CEO rhetoric. Senior, please stay away from me. I'm running and I'm afraid you'll cramp up and collapse on me, claiming I assaulted. Regarding the post, Shen Qian has already apologized. Why are you being so petty as a man? Whether I'm petty or generous isn't for you to say. Who do you think you are, talking nonsense? Until he finished the 3 kilometers, Shen Qian didn't acknowledge Xia Wan again. Xia Wan was right about one thing, he was indeed using Shen Qian, but not to attract Xia Wan's attention. He intended to use Shen Qian as bait. But what use was attracting attention? The key was to ensnare Xia Wan. After completing the 3 kilometers, Shen Qian walked straight towards Shen Qian. Today we agreed on 2 kilometers, but you only ran 1 kilometer. What's the deal? I really can't keep going. I usually don't exercise. 1 kilometer is already my limit. What do you want to do? Xia Wan showed up again. Shen Qian frowned at Shen Qian. Did she send you? Senior, are you trying to prolong the time? You only needed to accompany me for a month, but now you're provoking me like this. I can't help but extend the time. No one, don't say too much. He didn't bully me, he just asked me to run with him.
I really can't run anymore, which is why I'm resting here. She was genuinely scared. If Shen Qian prolonged the time further, it would be like taking half her life. Getting up before 6:30 every morning and then running was simply the harshest punishment in the world.
You want to run? I'll run with you. Just don't torment Shen Qian anymore.
If he were an ordinary scumbag, he would have agreed at this moment. Running with Xia Wan could greatly enhance their relationship, making winning her heart just a matter of time.
However, Shen Qian is not an ordinary scumbag.
He never believed in the idea that love could develop over time, he only believed in the love that could arise from time and future encounters. A dog licking while running together is still a dog licking. Only by stirring a girl's emotions and leaving a deep impression in her memory, making her think of you from time to time, is there any possibility for further development, even if that emotion is one of disgust.
He crossed his arms impatiently, looking at Du Qian. Is this your idea? Du Qian felt a bit perplexed. What's wrong? Why is it suddenly my idea? No, it's not my idea.
It has nothing to do with Qian. I volunteered to take her place, so that should be fine now.
Shen Qian smiled in disbelief, looking earnestly at Xia Wan.
Senior, you and I have never had any relationship at all. I just wanted to add your contact information but couldn't do so, that's all. My connection with Du Qian is purely because she slandered me in a post, so I wanted to teach her a lesson.
As for what you said about attracting your attention, that's purely your imagination, understand?
From beginning to end it was only me and her. This matter has nothing to do with you. So why do you say you're taking her place?
What right do you have to do that? I only want her, so please stop adding drama to yourself, okay? After saying this, he looked back at Du Qian.
Today I was going to let you off. 3 kilometers turned into 2 kilometers, 2 kilometers into 1 kilometer, but tomorrow it cannot be. 3 kilometers is still 3 kilometers and you must crawl to complete it. Also get up early tomorrow and change your clothes, you don't look like you're dressed for sports at all.
Ah. No, Senior Shen, Senior, good Senior, I beg you, can we stick to 2 kilometers? Ignoring Du Qian's wails and not looking at Xia Wan's expression, Shen Qian left decisively.
Bastard, that bastard. What a waste of that face, what a waste of such a good figure. To think he's a living king of hell.
In the cafeteria, Du Qian grumbled while fiercely biting into a yotiao. Qian, why didn't you tell me about running with him? Finally, Xia Wan spoke up.
I thought it would only be for a month. After a month I wouldn't have anything to do with him and I didn't want to drag you into it. Actually, similar to what Xia Wan thought, Du Qian also believed that Shen Qian was making things difficult for her because of Xia Wan, but from his recent behavior it seemed not to be the case. Shen Qian did not, unlike other boys, focus solely on Xia Wan. On the contrary, he only noticed himself and even realized he had only run 1 kilometer and that his clothes did not fit. During this first year of college, many boys pursued Du Qian and more than half lost interest in her upon seeing Xia Wan. She is a very sensitive girl, able to catch the fleeting changes in a man's gaze. As for the remaining few who pursued her, they were originally drawn to Xia Wan. Moreover, he hasn't done anything bad to me, he just makes me wake up early and run.
Ah. That's unacceptable, it drives me crazy. How can there be such a boy?
Yes, it is indeed quite strange, Qian.
But what about you two the night before yesterday? Du Qian waved her hand?
No, that guy made me play games all night, he fell asleep before 11 p.m. So there was nothing between you.
Really not. If there was, don't you think my walk yesterday was too normal?
That guy is such a carefree person.
What am I going to do tomorrow? 3 kilometers.
I can barely manage 1 kilometer, running 3 kilometers is going to kill me.
Xia Wan, sitting across from Du Qian, said nothing further but thought about what Shen Qian had just said, unconsciously clenching her fist.
That guy really knows how to infuriate people. Back in the dorm, Shen Qian took a shower and in the mirror his 6-pack abs became clearer, getting closer to his goal of 8-pack abs. His increased training over the past few days was paying off.
Damn, Lao San. Wei Mingtian had just woken up and was shouting loudly from his bed. What's wrong? Shen Qian was brushing his teeth, looking at Wei Mingtian on the bed. It's gone viral.
Your video of playing the violin has over 10 million views now.
Just while I took a nap.
My followers have directly increased to 130,000. You could tell Wei Mingtian was very excited while Shen Qian merely nodded at his phone.
Not bad.
His voice was slightly muffled.
Wei Mingtian scrolled through the comments.
This music, mom, I'm in love again.
The way he plays the violin is so captivating, there's an indescribable elegance. Can you do another one, preferably without a shirt, hee?
Wei Mingtian looked at the highly praised comment, then glanced at Shen Qian, who was currently brushing his teeth without a shirt, feeling that now was the time to seize the opportunity, so he quietly raised his phone.
Lao San, come here for a second. What's up?
Shen Qian walked over, looking up. The light angle in this section was very good, especially at the moment Shen Qian looked up. His clear gaze paired with his physique made Wei Mingtian have a premonition that this shot would also go viral. Lao San, can I take a photo of your physique and post it on my social media?
Isn't that a bit too deliberate? It's fine, it's just one shot to test the waters. If it goes viral, we'll split it 50-50.
Shen Qian laughed. He truly didn't care about these small gains with the wealth he currently possessed.
Do as you please, just don't get your account banned. It won't happen, they're very much looking forward to it. Wei Mingtian grinned and sent it after slightly blurring the image.
In the morning, Shen Qian received a message that he could attend the program's audition, so he took his violin with him. There were quite a few talented freshmen, two of whom also played the violin, but thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, this is High University, where it's quite normal to have a few who can play the violin.
To be safe, Shen Qian used an experience card on his violin skills again. He vaguely felt that his current violin technique might not be much better than those professionals. When the judges saw Shen Qian holding the violin, one of the judges nodded slightly.
Their nodding was not because Shen Qian played the violin well, but because Shen Qian's appearance was quite impressive. The previous few who played were average, but either overweight or underweight. Only Shen Qian had a great presence.
Let's start. Shen Qian nodded and began playing. After finishing a piece, one of the female judges suddenly stood up.
I'll give you a piece, you play it in C.
The Devil's Tremolo.
Shen Qian didn't know much about the violin, but just by looking at the score he knew this piece should be very difficult to play. However, his goal was to get selected, so reluctantly he used another experience card. It was only when he began to play this piece that he realized it was even more challenging than he had imagined. A hint of disappointment flickered in the eyes of the teacher sitting there.
No way.
Shen Qian gritted his teeth and used up the last two experience cards.
Consequently, this place became Shen Qian's personal stage.
Initially there were still some murmurs, but as Shen Qian's violin strings trembled wildly and his fingers moved frantically, producing one difficult tremolo after another, no one dared to speak. They all held their breath, waiting for the piece to finish. Only after the strings resonated for the final time did Shen Qian lower the violin. The piece was exceedingly difficult, and even with his physical fitness he found himself sweating.
Teacher, I have finished playing.
It was not until Shen Qian called out softly that several selection teachers regained their composure from the shock.
Are you from the music academy?
No, I am majoring in human resource management.
What? You are majoring in human resource management? How is that possible? What's wrong, teacher? Who taught you to play the violin?
Shen Qian was slightly taken aback. He couldn't possibly say it was the system, so he smiled awkwardly and said, I don't have a specific teacher, I taught myself. It wasn't entirely a lie, he had indeed self-taught a portion while the rest relied entirely on the system.
Self?
The female teacher was at a loss for words and waved her hand grandly. You passed.
Remember to come for rehearsal later. Here, let me add your contact information.
All right. Shen Qian let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had passed. With a few experience cards added together, he estimated he could reach the level of a master. If he hadn't passed, Shen Qian would have gone mad.
My name is Song Shulu, a teacher from the music academy. Shen, let's keep in touch more often.
At this moment Shen Qian still did not understand what she meant by keeping in touch, but as long as he had passed and could shine at the welcome party, that was all that mattered. Son's daddy has returned triumphant. The moment he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw his three brothers huddled together whispering about something.
What are you looking at? Third brother, you're famous. You've gone viral.
Wei Mingtian held up his phone showing Shen Qian the video he had secretly recorded that morning.
Wow, you were secretly filming. No wonder you asked me this morning. Isn't this to cater to the needs of the vast female audience? Look at the views and then the likes.
More than 20 million views and over 200,000 likes. Shen Qian was also a bit surprised. Generally speaking, there were plenty of borderline content online and those showing abs were the norm, so why was this video so popular?
Did you buy views? No, it's purely organic. Do you know why?
Because your previous video was of you playing the violin, relying solely on talent to attract attention. This video, on the other hand, revealed a more personable side of you, and it was mainly due to the candid filming.
You understand the perspective issue, right? Oh, so it makes viewers feel like they are eavesdropping. Exactly. That's precisely it. Because it's not staged, it feels more real, which is why it became a hit.
Now the followers have increased to over 200,000.
Not bad, but I suggest you take a break. If you keep filming, it might lead to aesthetic fatigue. Understood, but now there's a problem. These people might come looking for you. What should we do?
Shen Qian shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter if I dare to let you film, I'm not afraid of that.
Besides, it's just 2 videos, it's not a big deal. However, whether this sudden influx of attention would lead to a chain reaction was uncertain. As long as it didn't interfere with his ability to earn money as a scumbag through the system, he would be fine with anything.
In the girls' dormitory, Lu Xinyao had just returned from outside and saw a few roommates discussing something.
Xinyao, do you remember the task assigned by our media teacher yesterday? I remember.
If we reach 1,000 followers for our tremolo, we'll pass this semester.
I found a shortcut. What shortcut? Look. The girl raised her phone, and upon seeing the person on the screen, Lu Xinyo's heart trembled. Since that night she hadn't contacted Shen Qian for several days. She had been enduring waiting for Shen Qian to send her a message first so she could pretend as if nothing had happened that night. But there was nothing, not a single message. That man was indeed so heartless he didn't even offer an explanation. This video is from our school super handsome, right? Look at that figure, it makes me drool. If we could film together with him, getting 1,000 followers would be a breeze. Besides, there's this one too. The girl said as she opened Shen Qian's video of him playing the violin. He plays the violin well, has a great body, and is handsome too. Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? So Xinya, you're so beautiful, can you help us out? How can I help you? It's simple, just run into him casually and use your beauty to charm him, then ask him to help us film a video. He's not lacking pretty girls around him. Lu Xinyao said, her heart aching fiercely. Indeed, Shen Qian never seemed to lack beautiful girls by his side. There was Tan Xinxin, and the one in his friend's circle felt even prettier than her. Now had other pretty girls appeared around him. Sai, you're right. A boy like him, if he had a bit more money, the girls around him would change as easily as flowing water. But Xinyao, you are beautiful too. Even if he isn't lacking pretty girls, so what? You can easily push the other girls aside. I read some comments, he seems to be quite wealthy. Someone saw his watch and said it was a Rolex worth over $1 million. Is that true? I searched, it does seem like it. The words of her roommate suddenly awakened Lu Xinya. Yes, a boy like Shen Qian would surely have many girls around him. If she continued like this, wouldn't she be giving up her position to someone else? She had to seize the spot first, and as for his lack of fidelity, she would figure that out slowly later. I'll ask him if he's willing to help us out. The moment Lu Xinyao said this, her roommates were momentarily stunned, then they immediately surrounded her. Xinyao, do you know him? Yeah, I've known him since before the semester started. So we were almost about to date, but then something happened. However, we're still good friends now. Lu Xinyao said as she dialed the phone. What's up? The other party answered, making her breathe a sigh of relief. Our academy has a task that requires the Tremolo followers to reach 1,000. We saw your video and wanted to ask if you have time to help us film a video. How do you want to film it? We haven't discussed that yet. Can we let you know once we sort it out? Keep it as simple as possible. Besides classes, I also need to prepare for the welcome party rehearsal, so my time might be tight. No worries, we can work around your schedule. We have a whole semester. Okay. Then bye-bye. Bye-bye. The moment the call ended, the dormitory erupted in excited screams. Xinyao, you little brat. You've been enjoying such good food behind our backs. The tone of voice on the phone just now was so indulgent. Aha. Shen Qian hung up the phone, looking at Wei Mingtian, who was studying the video with great satisfaction. He never expected that this video would reel back Lu Xinyao, a fish he thought he had severed ties with. Junior, it seems that senior sister now has a chance to treat you to a meal. Qin Lan sent another invitation. Shen Qian was unsure if it was due to the video, but he had other strategies for someone like Qin Lan. Sure, but I also want to bring my girlfriend along. Does senior sister mind? Upon seeing Shen Qian's message, Qin Lan raised her eyebrows slightly. What did he mean by that? Was he trying to show others his commitment? No, if he were truly committed, he wouldn't maintain ambiguity with her. Was it to demonstrate his popularity? Qin Lan didn't think so either. Although she had little interaction with Shen Qian, her intuition told her that this guy was not so superficial. In fact, he seemed more profound than all the boys she had ever met combined. Although she didn't know the correct answer, she was aware of the wrong ones. Alright, let me see what kind of beauty will arrive first. Upon receiving the agreement, Shen Qian sent a message to Tan Xinxin. Do you have plans for tonight? No. That's great. A senior sister is treating, come with me. Okay. Shen Qian was very pleased with Tan Xinxin's response. He knew she was a smart person, and as long as she agreed, he would definitely achieve the desired effect that night. As for whether she would be unhappy about it, it was possible, but that wasn't within his consideration. If he were afraid of making a girl unhappy, he wouldn't be a scumbag. The restaurant Qin Lan chose was not far from the school, but it was one of the higher-end places nearby, averaging about 300 to 400 per person, which was definitely considered high expenditure for an ordinary college student. Senior sister, let me introduce my girlfriend Tan Xinxin, who is in the same class as me. As soon as they met, Shen Qian introduced Tan Xinxin to Qin Lan, and the girl felt a bit startled after giving her a cursory glance. That bag is a classic Chanel, over 50,000. The clothes are a new LV design, over 30,000. The jewelry is Cartier, over 20,000. Every item the girl wore was a luxury brand, adding up to at least 100,000. How could an ordinary college student possibly afford that? But once she thought about the fact that she was Shen Qian's girlfriend, she understood that these were probably all gifts from him. We're classmates. This made Lan realize another thing. Before the semester started, Shen Qian did not know this girl, and the new students had been in military training for half a month of the less than a month since classes began. Given Shen Qian's personality, he wouldn't have bought gifts for a girl right after meeting her before military training. After all, he wasn't that foolish, otherwise he would have been caught long ago. So it could only mean that their relationship was established after military training. But it had only been a few days. Just a few days, and he spent over 100,000 on a girl. The more Lan thought about it, the more startled she became. She had dealt with rich second-generation kids before. Although they seemed glamorous, their families had strict control over their finances. There was one rich second-generation kid who only received a little over 10,000 for living expenses each month, claiming his family was worth billions. He drove luxury cars and lived in villas, yet he spent very little on girls. These days girls have become savvy, knowing that only what they can actually get is theirs. What they can't obtain is useless, no matter how good you are. Of course, there are rich second-generation kids who can spend money, but they are extremely rare. Obviously, Shen Qian is one of those who can spend. Lan was not lacking in emotional intelligence, and neither she nor Shen Qian was boring. Throughout the meal, the three of them hit it off very well, even feeling a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. But the true thoughts were only known to the three of them. Shen Qian's goal was to once again showcase his strength to the senior sister while simultaneously demonstrating the benefits of being with him. Lan's goal was to learn as much about Shen Qian as possible. Her original plan was to eliminate Tan Xinxin, thinking of ways to get ahead. But since Shen Qian brought his girlfriend, it seemed he didn't want to ditch Tan Xinxin. Thus her goal needed to shift from getting rid of Tan Xinxin to joining her. Tan Xinxin's goal was to see what kind of woman she would face next. If it was someone solely after money, she wouldn't worry, as Shen Qian would automatically filter out such people. If it was someone looking for love, she wouldn't need to worry either. Shen Qian had love for her, but he was definitely not exclusive. Just because she could accept that didn't mean others could. Once someone couldn't accept it, they would be eliminated. The only type she needed to be wary of was the kind that wanted nothing but simply like Shen Qian. Such people were the most terrifying. Because she was that kind of person, it would be fine if she was the only one. But once there were more, she wouldn't be as rare anymore. But as it stands, the senior sister seemed to be after money, yet she was the very clever type. That was enough. As long as she didn't overlap with Tan Xinxin, whatever happened between her and Shen Qian was fine. What she wanted was simple, just that one sentence from Shen Qian: "When I'm with you, you fill my heart and mind," was enough. This seemingly simple condition was actually very difficult to fulfill, and only she and Shen Qian knew that. On the surface, the three of them were laughing and chatting, but in reality each of them was looking beyond appearances to understand the essence, hoping to see more clearly. Then a test from Lan completely revealed this essence. While Shen Qian was speaking, he suddenly felt a light touch on his calf, followed by a foot gliding up along his leg. He calmly continued speaking, but his calf suddenly closed, trapping that foot, and then he stared unabashedly into the eyes of this senior sister. Engaging in physical flirtation with another woman in front of your girlfriend fits the scumbag standard. Rewards are being issued. Senior sister, thank you for your hospitality. If you really want to thank me, you can treat me later. As long as you invite, I will definitely be available. I will if I have the chance. Indicating in front of your girlfriend that you will invite another girl to dinner fits the scumbag standard. Rewards are being issued. She was flirting with you during dinner, right? In the car, Tan Xinxin spoke up. What, are you jealous? I like you, so of course I'm a little jealous. But her intentions are not pure, isn't that a problem? Shen Qian smiled. Tan Xinxin was still as clever as ever. In fact, this girl would rather have him surrounded by gold diggers to highlight her own worth, yet she spoke such words now. This wasn't hypocrisy, it was just cleverness. A smart person will always say what benefits themselves when considering others. It doesn't matter. To me, as long as there's an intention, there's no such thing as pure or impure. Let her be. If she really has the ability to catch me, then it's because you want her to catch you. She wants to catch your money, you want to catch her body and heart. Shen Qian tilted his head to look at Tan Xinxin, pondering, if she had a system, it would surely be no worse than mine. She understands human nature too well. A naive boy is nothing but a toy in front of her. In response to his gaze, Tan Xinxin met it with a kiss. They said little more before heading back to school, and as usual Shen Qian escorted her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. As affectionate as any other couple. Shortly after returning to the dorm, Shen Qian received a message from Lan Jr. How about a walk on the playground? Shen Qian raised an eyebrow. The senior was rather impatient. They had just parted and she was already inviting him for a second meeting clearly aimed at him alone. She likely thought that the action of him holding her calf during dinner was a hint suggesting that their relationship could progress further. However, that was not the case yet. This senior had not displayed any significant emotional fluctuations. Her rationality remained intact and he needed to pull her in a bit more. If he were only interested in her body, he could easily dispense with such trouble.
A small financial incentive would suffice. He wouldn't even need a cashback card with a limit of 1,200,000 would be enough to secure her submission. In fact, it might not even require 200,000. A bag worth a few thousand could do the trick. Thus he chose not to reply. What he truly thought was something for her to guess. With substantial benefits at stake, she wouldn't let go easily. Even if she did let go, he wouldn't be idle. Lu Xinyo had already entered the fray along with Du Chanxian and Xiaowan, not to mention the long-ignored Xiao Mangling. Shen Qian was still quite fulfilled. The next morning Shen Qian as usual rose early for a run, arriving at the playground by 6:20. About 3 minutes later a figure rushed up to him. "Tisk tisk senior, you did well today, 4 minutes faster than yesterday." The time was already 6:25, just 5 minutes to go. After finishing his run yesterday, Du Chanxian was utterly exhausted, feeling as though her vitality had been drained. She messaged Shen Qian asking if she could take a day off. Time still counted as a month, but he simply did not reply. She understood that his silence was not acceptance but a refusal. Thus, despite her reluctance, she still showed up today. "Yesterday you only ran 1 kilometer. I concluded that it was because you didn't stretch beforehand. So today I'll make an exception, you have 10 minutes to stretch." "Really?" The girl beamed with joy, not because of the stretching but because she finally had a chance to rest. Having just hurried from the dorm, it had already taken a toll on her. Without a breather, she would likely end up as exhausted as yesterday, collapsed by the roadside. "Do you know how to stretch?" Yes, I've run with Xiaowan before, she taught me." "That's good enough," Shen Qian said and began stretching himself. As Du Chanxian stretched, she suddenly realized that she had unintentionally mentioned Xiaowan. Previously she would have been reluctant to bring up Xiaowan in front of boys. The reason was simple: whenever boys had seen Xiaowan and she mentioned her, the conversation would quickly shift, centering solely on Xiaowan. But now the boy beside her had previously sought Xiaowan's contact information, yet she found herself entirely unconcerned about the topic shifting towards Xiaowan. Xiaowan was indeed beautiful, but that didn't matter to Shen Qian. For some reason, thinking about this made her mood significantly better while stretching. However, this good mood did not last long, as a figure suddenly appeared beside her during her stretching. "Qian, I'm here to keep you company." It was of course Xiaowan. Perhaps, as she had said, she came early today to accompany Du Chanxian. Shen Qian looked at Xiaowan and thought to himself, here she comes. Yet he did not move, continuing to stretch on his own. When he mentioned 10 minutes, he purposely showed Du Chanxian the watch starting at 6:27. By 6:37 he approached the two. He first glanced at Xiaowan without greeting her, then pointed at Du Chanxian's watch. 10 minutes are up, let's get started." "Oh, okay. Chanxian, I'll run with you," Xiaowan said, joining in to run. Du Chanxian was on the inner track while Shen Qian ran parallel to her on the outer track. This created a dilemma: where should Xiaowan run? Du Chanxian was already on the inner track and there was no track left inside. But if she ran outside Shen Qian, wouldn't that mean she was running alongside him? The ideal scenario was for Du Chanxian to be on the inner track, Xiaowan in the middle and Shen Qian on the outer track. But was that possible? No, Shen Qian would never allow such a thing to happen. Thus the playground witnessed this scene. Shen Qian and Du Chanxian ran ahead while Xiaowan ran on the outermost track. After 1 kilometer. Du Chanxian was once again out of breath, though today was better than yesterday. She didn't collapse to the side but could still manage to walk. As for Shen Qian, he showed no signs of slowing down. "Today, even if you walk, you must finish 3 kilometers with me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." With that harsh remark he continued, and Du Chanxian felt wronged, but not as much as yesterday. After realizing that this was just Shen Qian's nature, she seemed to accept his attitude. "Shen Qian, are you alright?" "I'm fine, but there are still 2 kilometers left. This ruthless guy, can't you cut me some slack? Should I talk to him and run the remaining 2 kilometers for you?" "That's useless, this guy only recognizes me. Didn't you say you would run for me yesterday? Look, does he agree?" As she said this, Du Chanxian might not have realized the hint of pride blossoming in her heart. Since she entered university, since he became roommates with Xiaowan, almost everyone's gaze, regardless of gender, was directed towards her. Clearly she was attractive herself and wanted attention. But she knew that Xiaowan was too beautiful enough that anyone who saw her would understand how unrealistic her own aspirations were. Moreover, this girl was not only pretty but also had an exceptionally good character with almost no flaws in her disposition. Thus the more she felt jealous, the more she repressed it. Because being jealous of such a wonderful girl would make her seem utterly ugly inside. Yet jealousy is something that every human experiences. The more she suppressed it, the deeper the seeds of jealousy took root. One day when they broke through the surface, they would grow into a towering tree. After completing a lap, Du Chanxian felt her strength returning a bit. When Shen Qian passed by, she immediately followed suit, starting to run again. Though she didn't get far before stopping, she still felt a bit pleased. Shen Qian finished running and left without caring whether Du Chanxian had completed the 3 kilometers. This guy talks tough, but it turns out he's quite nice. The girl thought to herself, just hold on a little longer and finish the 3 kilometers.
During this time Xia Wan was accompanying her all the way. Today was the first rehearsal for the welcome party and Shen Qian was waiting by the stage with his violin when a girl sat down beside him. At least a 7 out of 10. Shen Qian took one glance and confirmed that this was the third girl he had encountered with a score of 7 after Xia Mangling and Xia Wan. The girl was wearing a cream-colored dress, her collarbone exposed and her arms were fair and glowing. Even from the side profile it was clear that her features were extraordinary. You must be Shen Qian. Just as Shen Qian was about to find a suitable way to strike up a conversation, she spoke first. Yes, and you are. Hello, I'm Tycoon Jr. and I'll be your partner from now on. When the girl turned her face, Shen Qian confirmed it, 7 out of 10, definitely a 7. Unlike the cunning of Xia Mangling or the aloofness of Xia Wan, this girl seemed much more approachable, smiling very gently. It was obvious that she was extremely popular in school. Her smile always gave people the illusion that they could get close to her. Partner. Shen Qian noticed something. He remembered that he was supposed to be doing a solo violin performance. What does partner mean? Teacher Song said you play the violin exceptionally well. If we can perform together it will create a wonderful stage effect. Teacher Song, Shen Qian recalled, was that Song Shulu they had exchanged contact information with earlier. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm supposed to be performing solo. Indeed, it is a solo performance, but Teacher Song arranged for me to join you. Have you decided on your piece? As for the piece, Shen Qian certainly hadn't. He had planned to casually play some popular music from the internet, but now that he had a partner it couldn't be that casual. Where's your violin? Seeing the girl had come empty-handed, Shen Qian tried to change the topic while thinking about what piece to choose. I don't play the violin, I play the piano. Now Shen Qian understood where her aura came from. She was a piano, one with a violin and one with a piano. Shen Qian suddenly had an idea. Actually, for my solo I wanted to choose something more cheerful, but if there's a piano I'd like to perform something everyone has heard of. Something everyone has heard of. Senior, have you seen your lie in April? Are you referring to If We Can Shine? Junior, I already have a boyfriend. So what? Does your boyfriend mind me performing on stage with you? Do you want me to give up my solo for your boyfriend? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I was supposed to perform solo. Letting you join is already a compromise. Don't push your luck. Ha! Tao Yan meant that she had a boyfriend and it was inappropriate to perform this piece with him, yet this person automatically defined her as someone trying to steal the spotlight. What kind of logic was that? Just play this piece. If you want to play, go ahead, if not I'll perform solo anyway. After all, I was supposed to perform solo. Shen Qian said this as he directly dialed Song Shulu's number. Hello. Teacher Song, I'd like to ask why my solo performance has turned into a duet. Now this Tao sister is concerned about performing with a guy since she has a boyfriend and wants me to give up the violinist position for her boyfriend. Is that your intention? In front of the concerned party, Tao Yan's beautiful face showed an expression that didn't match her looks. Shen Qian, there must be a misunderstanding. Your senior is a music major in her junior year. She should have some professional qualities. I believe she expressed herself unclearly. Let me get in touch with her. Thank you, teacher. I knew you were a good person. If you really want to replace me, then go ahead, I will definitely comply with the school's arrangements. Accusations. Green tea playing the victim. After Shen Qian hung up, Tao Yan received a call from Song Shulu. Okay, teacher, I understand. No, really, I understand. When the call ended, Tao Yan noticed that Shen Qian's expression had changed and there was a rare look of disgust in his eyes. She never expected a boy could be so detestable. Senior, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Since you're unwilling to play that piece, I'll choose another one. In front of Tao Yan, Shen Qian started searching. The most difficult piano piece in the world. Then I'll play this one, the third piano concerto. What did you say? What's wrong? Can't play it. Tao Yan sneered. I play the third piano concerto, are you going to accompany me? Do you have that ability? Just then the staff came to call them. Piano and violin duet, right? Yes. Then what piece? The third concerto. The staff didn't know what the third concerto was, but upon seeing Tao Yan their expression clearly changed. There was an unmistakable excitement written all over their face. Without a doubt this must be one of Tao Yan's admirers. Even if not a devoted fan, they could still be some kind of admirer. Tao Yan, are you also participating in the performance? Yes, please prepare the piano for me. Not a problem, not a problem. The two stood on stage while all the male gazes were focused on Tao Yan. As for Tao Yan, she didn't look at them but quietly waited for this boastful guy to embarrass himself. The third concerto, how could he even mention it? She knew very well how difficult that piece was. Even after years of piano study, she still couldn't play it. The reason was simple: the techniques were too advanced, the speed too fast, requiring an exceptional sense of music and a master-level standard. He was just a freshman. Teacher Song said he wasn't even a music major.
The third piano concerto was originally a piano piece. What right did he have to play it on the violin?
Then I'll begin try to keep up.
After saying the last sentence, Shen Qian closed his eyes and the strings began to tremble slightly.
In music, the gap between professionals and amateurs is particularly vast. For professionals, even a slight deviation in a note can be detected, while amateurs can only distinguish between pleasant and unpleasant. For those in the audience, Shen Qian's violin performance could no longer be described as merely pleasant. Just by watching his posture, it was clear that it was impressive. The strings seemed to grow from him, producing whatever sound he wished. So without realizing it, Shen Qian played for nearly 15 minutes, and during this time no one stopped him. You successfully attracted the attention of a 7-point girl with your talent, and your behavior meets the standards of a scumbag. Rewards are being distributed. What's wrong, senior? Not even a note played. Practice more, okay?
Faced with Shen Qian's mockery, the girl bit her lip but remained silent for a long time. This boy twisted the truth was shameless and even somewhat despicable, yet none of this could erase one undeniable fact.
He is a genius. A bona fide genius.
Coming from a non-professional background, achieving this level of skill can only be described as terrifying.
No wonder the teacher wanted me to perform with him.
Classmate, you can't just play by yourself. When we agreed it would be a duet, can you? The staff member just now stopped Shen Qian, who helplessly raised his hands. You can't blame me for this. I initially chose a simple piece, but this senior sister couldn't duet with me because she has a boyfriend.
To avoid suspicion, I had to pick a more technically challenging piece, but she couldn't keep up. How can that be my fault?
I think you are deliberately making things difficult, purposely choosing such a difficult piece. These words, once spoken, hit the mark.
Shen Qian turned to look at Tao Yan.
The piece I just played is called the Third Piano Concerto. It was originally a piano piece.
How many keys does a piano have? I only have a few strings.
This inherently increased the difficulty for me.
Now I raised the difficulty, finished my performance, and you say I am making things hard for the senior sister. Classmate, that's not how the logic works.
Enough.
Tao Yan slowly walked over to Shen Qian.
I apologize for my unprofessionalism. Let's play the piece you suggested. It seemed that those present were somewhat numb. Others might not recognize Tao Yan, but they were different. Most of them came from the art academy, and no one had yet stolen the title of piano princess from her. Not just because of her beauty, but also due to her pride and extraordinary piano skills. When had Tao Yan ever bowed her head to anyone? Now they were witnessing it. You can talk to teacher Song yourself, tell her you can't keep up with me and give up the duet.
After all, one day you will also give up the piano. Giving up early is a good thing. I will not give up the piano.
You won't. You would refuse to perform an ambiguous piece on stage with someone else because of your boyfriend. One day in the future you will refuse to rehearse with the opposite sex and refuse to perform with them because of your boyfriend. Eventually you will give up further opportunities with the piano for your man. You will give up your dreams for your family and your children.
When you think your boyfriend is more important than performing, your professionalism becomes a joke.
I want to perform that piece because we need to connect with the youth. What are you thinking? You are thinking I want to have an affair with you just because of your decent looks, or because those guys put you on a pedestal making you believe you are truly divine.
To me you are just an unprofessional musician, third-rate material.
Hey, what are you saying?
Your mouth is too reckless. How can you speak like that? Get lost. Just because you play well doesn't make you special. Get out.
Faced with the crowd's accusations, Shen Qian felt no fear. I came for rehearsal, not to be criticized by you.
Who was it that told me to get lost just now? Was it you? Or you? I can leave, but the program has already been submitted. If I leave, who will perform the violin solo? Is it you? Or you?
Who will take responsibility?
Is it also you? Sorry, just because you play well doesn't make you impressive.
If you're unconvinced, I welcome you to challenge me anytime. If anyone can surpass my skills, feel free to take my place.
And not just sit here talking big and being a sycophant.
Half of her being so useless is her own responsibility, the other half is on you sycophants. Every day just saying good, you're already amazing, you've worked hard, no one is stronger than you.
Put. Trash.
Those present were stunned. Shen Qian's psychological endurance was too strong. He alone was able to hold his ground against a group.
Enough. Stop shouting.
Tao Yan's eyes were red. She was genuinely hurt by Shen Qian's words and had even begun to hate him in her heart.
So what do you want? Simple, I want to replace you. I can't decide that. I need to ask Teacher Song.
I will speak to her personally.
After a phone call, Shen Qian looked at Tao Yan. Teacher Song wants you to take me to your music academy to personally choose someone.
In an instant the girl's face drained of color. She felt she could barely stand. She thought she was the teacher's prized student, that the teacher would always defend her. But now the teacher actually agreed to let her be replaced.
Is there really no room for negotiation?
She hadn't realized she was almost pleading. Senior sister, this is just a performance for you, but for me it's a serious performance that I must take seriously.
Just a performance, just a performance.
The art of language lies here. Tao Yan did not value the label of the performance and it was quietly attached.
Alright, I'll take you.
The girl spoke with a choked voice. She had never been bullied like this in her life, holding back tears just to maintain the last shred of dignity.
The art academy was located on the far east side of the school, quite a distance away. Tao Yan rode an electric bike when she came. You can sit behind, I'll take you. There's no need for that, you ride ahead and lead the way.
When the electric bike stopped in front of a blue BMW, Tao Yan got off the bike and tried to open the car door, but it was locked.
The window slowly came down. What do you want?
Shen Qian's voice was cold.
If you don't open the door, how can I get in? Is what's on your neck just a decoration? I admit it looks quite nice, is that enough? What do you mean?
You have a boyfriend, I need to avoid suspicion, so I need you to ride the electric bike in front and lead the way.
Do you understand me clearly?
Then the window rose again, leaving the girl standing dumbfounded at the car door. Usually she had no shortage of rich suitors chasing her, let alone a BMW, even a Porsche or Lamborghini she wouldn't even glance at. But now she didn't even have the right to get into such a BMW 3 Series. Inside, Shen Qian's expression remained indifferent. Thanks to those sycophants who elevated these guys to a pedestal, if the pedestal weren't built high enough they wouldn't have had a chance. This high and mighty goddess will fall to pieces. The harder she falls, the deeper the hatred, the more complete the love. So what if she has a boyfriend?
Is there anything more important than gaining my recognition in this world?
With that thought, Shen Qian started the BMW. The campus of Huai University is quite large, or perhaps it's because Tao Yan is riding too slowly. It took about 10 minutes to arrive. Usually the students of the art college enter through the east gate, which Shen Qian rarely visits. However, today it was indeed impressive. As expected of art students, there were hardly any unattractive ones. The average level of the girls here can easily reach a score of 5. Of course, this does not exclude those who wear makeup. However, those who score 6 or 7 are still rare. Beautiful women are a scarce resource no matter where one is, and this holds true even in the art college.
Hello, could I have your contact information?
As soon as Shen Qian got off the car, someone approached him for contact information. Tao Yan's heart sank, thinking that this girl was doomed. With Shen Qian's assertive nature, she would likely face criticism for asking for his contact right away.
Of course. Miss, you are so beautiful and your figure is amazing. You must be a dancer, right? Yes, I am indeed a dancer. Looking at you, are you a freshman? Yes, I'm a freshman. Oh, so you are a junior. Tisk tisk tisk, junior, you must exercise often, your physique is impressive. Really? I thought I wasn't that great.
Senior, why don't you feel my muscles and see if there's anything that needs improvement?
As the girl was about to touch Shen Qian's bicep, Tao Yan finally couldn't hold back. Shen Qian, we have something to do, let's go.
Why are you in such a hurry?
Can't you see I'm chatting with this beautiful senior?
Riding the electric bike so slowly just now, and now he knows to hurry me up. Tao Yan felt like she was about to explode from anger. He was cold to her but sweet to others, and didn't he just smile? Moreover, he smiled so obsequiously as if he had never seen a woman before.
Wasn't she prettier than the girl?
It's you who is being selected. Teacher Song has already gathered the others.
If you don't go now, you'll waste everyone's time.
Well, it's your slow riding that caused the delay. Why are you so verbose? From now on, maintain a distance of 2 meters from me.
Someone with a boyfriend should know to avoid suspicion.
Tao Yan had been learning dance, piano and etiquette since she was 8 years old, and for all these years she had strictly demanded perfection of herself, even avoiding arguments with others. But at this moment she really wanted to abandon all those polite conventions and slap the man in front of her hard across the face. It was just too detestable. It made her grit her teeth in anger.
Hello, teacher, Song Shulu asked me to bring him over, we have something to do. Can you talk later? She couldn't do anything about Shen Qian, but that didn't mean she couldn't handle this girl. Teacher Song's strictness was well known throughout the art college, and many art students had attended his classes, so invoking his name had a clear effect.
A hint of panic appeared in the girl's eyes, and she quickly said goodbye to Shen Qian before leaving.
What do you mean? We have important matters to attend to.
Fine, you use Teacher Song's name to bully others outside. Just wait, I will definitely report you.
Are you even a man? You don't even report kids now. How would you know if I'm a man?
You can just try it, but unfortunately you have a boyfriend, so it can't be tested.
You are simply a rogue. I'm just stating objective facts.
Where did your thoughts wander?
Oh.
I didn't expect you to look so pure and elegant yet. It turns out you are not only poor at playing the piano but also have a corrupted moral compass.
I am not, don't say such things. Alright, let's hurry up. Shen Qian took a large step back, creating distance from the girl.
The two walked forward, during which Shen Qian occasionally stopped to greet girls, sometimes pulling out his phone for contact information, completely disregarding Tao Yan.
Among them was one of Tao Yan's juniors who was stunned to see Shen Qian flirting. Shen Qian, you're here. Song Shulu looked much the same as the last time they met, but her aura was clearly stronger here, exuding an invisible pressure. Sorry, Teacher Song. This is my first time at the art college and there are so many beautiful female classmates that I got a bit dazzled, which is why I was late. Many of the girls present were stunned by his words, including Tao Yan. She knew Shen Qian had a thick skin and a big heart, but she didn't expect him to be this bold. Did he even know who he was facing? The female Yama of the art college whom students usually have to avoid. How dare he say such things in front of her? Yet Song Shulu merely nodded and said, it seems you have a pursuit for beauty. It's nothing special, just about 3 or 4 floors high. If it's only 3 or 4 floors high, then you wouldn't have the ability to play the third piano concerto on the violin. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who had just looked down on him felt their scalps tingle. Violin and the third piano concerto. Can these two be connected? They had gathered here under Teacher Song, already considered among the best, yet they couldn't play the third piano concerto even with a piano, and this guy was actually going to try it with a violin. It was simply a joke. I don't want you to prove anything, after all many people heard it at the time, but please can you play it one more time? Song Shulu took out a violin. Although Shen Qian didn't understand it, he could tell that this violin was quite expensive, definitely more so than his own professional model, costing over 200,000. Noticing Shen Qian's gaze at the violin, Song Shulu was very pleased. This violin is worth over 700,000. Upon hearing the price, the girls present gasped. They had only heard of such expensive instruments but had never seen one. However, Shen Qian remained calm. After all, 700,000 wasn't even a million. He thought it was a waste to use a rebate card on it. While he thought this, he spoke differently. Talking about money is too vulgar compared to a beautiful melody. He felt he was showing off too much, even he thought he was being overly pretentious. But the other side didn't seem to think so. After Shen Qian said this, she excitedly grabbed his hand. I knew it. I knew I wasn't mistaking. Your hands are truly born for music. Actually, if I put all my experience points into fighting, I might also be born for fighting. However, unless he wanted to die, he could only internally complain when faced with such a music fanatic. Shen Qian, play something. What piece? Anything, it doesn't matter. Shen Qian glanced at Tao Yan, then began, I will perform a piece if it can shine bright. Tao Yan initially thought this guy would show off his skills and choose a more challenging piece. Little did she expect he was still fixated on this one. If it can shine brightly. Song Shulu looked at his students with a puzzled expression. Teacher, this piece comes from an anime. It's a duet for violin and piano. Anime. Song Shulu appeared somewhat disappointed, but since Shen Qian had already performed, she couldn't stop him. After familiarizing himself with the piece, Shen Qian picked up the violin. Since reaching the master level with the violin, he no longer needed to consciously memorize the score. With just a glance, the notes seemed embedded in his mind, never to be forgotten. Are you ready, friend A? As he slowly closed his eyes, the pure love he once believed in seemed vividly present. But what about now? He did not think that pure love was bad. Love is sacred and beautiful, and two people in love together must be happy. But this world changes too quickly. Human hearts can change as well. Even if one once loved deeply, it does not prevent future indifference. Even if they once made solemn vows, it does not prevent mutual harm. Love is a magnificent thing. Yet love is also transient, effective only in that moment of affection. Shen Qian's performance ended and everyone was left speechless, especially Song Shulu. She loved music, particularly classical music, which she viewed as heavy and pure, as if using music to tell a story. Music is different from language, it transcends communication. As long as one has feelings, music can convey the intended emotions. In contrast, pop music often floats on the surface of emotions, trying too hard to convey through notes, which leads to a lack of coherence. Thus she listened to pop music infrequently. But today she realized it wasn't the fault of pop music, it was about the performer. The depth of emotion in classical music is due to the differing techniques of each performer conveying unique feelings. Just now she heard the purity of love in Shen Qian's violin. It was a kind of unwavering madness, and she also sensed the sorrow of love, a pain of longing. Mixed within were various subtle emotions. She had never been so entranced by pop music as she was today. Tao Yan was also stunned. She originally thought this junior wanted to play this piece to create some romantic tension with her, to bind himself to her. But after truly listening, she realized how shallow she had been. No wonder Shen Qian had been so angry. He must have felt that she had tarnished this piece. The resentment she had towards Shen Qian before now turned into deep shame. Teacher, I have finished performing. This piece is also what I wish to showcase at the welcome party. I now need to find a classmate to perform with me. Everyone's gaze turned towards Tao Yan, knowing that usually she would be the one to take the lead in such matters. Everyone need not look at her. She has clearly declined this piece, so everyone has a chance. What should we do? How about I let everyone play at once and you listen to each one to see who matches you best? No need to make it so complicated. Please raise your hands. Either surrender or just show me your hand. The crowd was confused, but Shen Qian looked at each hand and eventually locked onto a girl. The girl was not particularly striking. In a group where everyone had an average appearance of 5 points, she probably only had a 4. 5. She wasn't particularly tall either, and her figure was just average. She was the type of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd unless one looked closely. However, her hands were bandaged and there were patches on her arms. It's her. Shen Qian decided decisively, and the girl was somewhat incredulous. So was Song Shulu, because Shen Qian had chosen the one with the least talent among all the students. Is this some sort of complementarity? Genius and fool. Song Shulu thought, yet she hesitated to advise, as saying so would hurt the girl's pride. Why not choose someone else? I can't do it, I'm the least talented here. The girl spoke softly, never lifting her head. I know not only are you the least talented, but you're also the dullest. So just what I want is you. Shen Qian's sudden sharp tone left everyone slightly taken aback. They had expected him to say something comforting like talent doesn't matter, but he bluntly stated her lack of talent and dullness without any other embellishments. The only twist was that Shen Qian wanted her. 2 can't do it. Alright, I understand. You can't do it. Is there anything else you wish to say? If not, let's go rehearse. Ms. Song, you should have a piano here, right? Of course. Can you arrange a room with a piano, preferably one without any interruptions? Sure. Although she didn't hold much hope. What if? This boy was a genius. How could an ordinary person measure the world of geniuses? I really can't. The girl wanted to refuse again, but the boy had already grasped her hand. Against Shen Qian's strength, her struggles were utterly meaningless. As the door to the piano room closed, Shen Qian brought her to the piano. Come on, play it once for me to hear. I really can't. Yes, I know you can't. Can we try something new? I'm asking you to play it once. The girl reluctantly sat at the piano. Her fingers danced rapidly over the keys and a piece was quickly completed. Isn't this playing it? Alright, this is good. Just maintain this and you can go on stage at the welcome party. What? This is acceptable. This is too dismissive. You say you can't, I believe you can't. So I can take this as your best state. Since you have reached your best state, what else is there to demand? But it's the welcome party, all the new students will be watching. So what? Don't feel too much pressure. I just can't stand that Taoyan girl, always so high and mighty. I deliberately chose you instead of her. Let's see how she acts now. You chose me just to annoy Taoyan. What else? Look at you, average looking, average height, average figure, and you can hurt your fingers playing the piano, even get tendinitis. I can tell you're a fool. The girl raised her hand, wanting to slap Shen Qian. But in the next second, not only did he grab her hand, but he also pressed down on her head. Their lips touched, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. Kissing a girl he had known for less than an hour, behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, reward being issued. What are you doing? Kissing you, can't you tell? I'm going to tell teacher Song. Do as you wish, and then what? Shen Qian sat nonchalantly at the piano, gently pressing a few keys. Do you think they would believe it? I don't even care about Taoyan, let alone you. The girl's footsteps halted. Shen Qian was right. Taoyan was so beautiful he could give up collaboration with her. Now she wanted to say that this junior forced a kiss on her. Who would believe that? Moreover, he was so talented. Teacher Song should be on his side, right? What's wrong? Not going anymore? Or have you thought it through and accepted your fate? Again, 2 piano keys were pressed, but this time they were 2 strong notes, like 2 stones dropping in the girl's heart. If you've made up your mind, come over. Shen Qian patted the seat beside him. What do you want to do? If you keep this up, I'll tell Taoyan what you just said. Saying you chose me just to annoy her. Oh. Don't you like her? No, I just find her attractive. I simply want to sleep with her. You're simply scum, a failure, a bastard. The girl cursed with every dirty word she could imagine, but to the boy in front of her it felt like a mere tickle. He didn't even flinch. Are you done cursing? If you're finished, come sit over here. He didn't threaten her. His voice remained calm, but as he spoke the girl felt a shiver in her heart and dared not approach for a long time. Shen Qian nodded, stood up and walked towards the girl, slowly cornering her against the wall. You didn't practice your piano, so let's practice something else. 5 minutes later, the girl's face was as red as it could be, but she felt strange inside. She was somewhat bewildered, wondering why she didn't bite him to break his lip or bite his tongue. It's your first kiss. Your kissing skills are so poor. Shen Qian stared at her and she could only nod slightly. It's okay, I don't mind. You can practice slowly, just like your piano skills. Practice gradually. He sat back at the piano, patting the seat beside him. Come sit over here. When they both sat in front of the piano, Shen Qian pointed at it. Teach me how to play. Ha! I said teach me how to play the piano, can't you understand? Oh. In one afternoon they stayed in the piano room. Sometimes Shen Qian would play a tune that seemed to sparkle and other times he would press a few notes. Amidst it all there were kisses after kisses. At first the girl would resist a little but gradually she grew to like this feeling. It seemed to give her strength and a confidence she had never felt before. When Shen Qian left wrapping his arms around her waist she surprisingly lifted her head and closed her eyes. My name is Niz Shen. In response to the girl's self-introduction Shen Qian smiled faintly. Not important, your current appearance isn't enough for me to remember your name. Bastard. Despite her evaluation Shen Qian remained unfazed. Back in the dormitory that night Niz Xin's roommates surrounded her. How was it playing with the junior? It was okay. Xiaozi, this is an opportunity. All your hard work practicing piano is for this chance, right? However, I didn't expect that a boy would actually reject Tao Yen. That is Tao Yen, you know. I heard that during rehearsal that junior made Tao Yen cry and then argued with a bunch of people. So impressive. He's only a freshman and already so bold. Xiaozi, he didn't bully you, did he? No, he didn't bully me. The girl hurriedly answered, but she couldn't clearly say whether that counted as bullying. That person was a scoundrel, a rogue. His words seemed very vulgar, completely unlike the boy she had imagined, at least not like the boy she desired. The boy she wanted was gentle, kind, devoted and warm, but this person was entirely the opposite. But why does she keep thinking of him? Clearly they had just parted in the afternoon, yet she couldn't sleep that night because of him. Ran, are you asleep? No, why? Do you think a person can fall for someone completely opposite to their expectations? Xiaozi, you have someone you like? No, it's just a childhood friend from my hometown whom I started dating during the summer at home. She clearly told me what kind of boy would be good for her. But when I met that boyfriend this time he was nothing like she described. Standards are set for those you don't like. Who cares if they're tall, rich, handsome, loyal and so on? Where in the world would there be such a man? Look at Coco. For love she even dated a Kappa and said he gave her a sense of security. Remember her previous requirements. She couldn't accept even one of tall, rich or handsome. Ran, he's not a Kappa, he just has a little hair loss and he isn't ugly. Another girl in the dormitory shouted. Yes, not ugly. Is that enough? The girl named Coco still couldn't believe it, scoffing. You did date a handsome guy, but what happened? You only realized during the breakup how many green hats you had worn and you were only a side piece, not even a third wheel. Ah. Don't mention that scoundrel. That bastard still owes me 500 yuan. I see you deliberately don't want to pay so you can keep his WeChat and stalk him. The two of them began to argue back and forth, leaving Niz Shen lying on her bed unsure of what to say. Shen Qian was too complex. Even though she was a senior she felt like a child in front of him. It's a pity that I didn't add a single contact today. If I had added a contact, what should I say? What did he mean by his last words? What does it mean that I'm not enough for him to remember my name? In the boys' dormitory Shen Qian was exercising as usual. So far his six-pack abs had fully formed and he was working towards an eight-pack. Old 3, there will be a class meeting tomorrow and they will probably elect a class monitor. Suddenly Chang Hong reminded him. Shen Qian often received a lot of messages and frequently didn't have time to read group messages. I know you three can rest assured to elect someone. We will definitely secure one. But I heard that Tian Shiwen has been dining with boys and girls from the class these days. Do you think there will be any changes? Tian Shiwen. Shen Qian had an impression of this name. It seemed to be a roommate of Sun Haoyu. It looked like this guy knew he wouldn't get elected and was pushing someone else to run. There are only 3 dormitories for boys. Sun Haoyu's dormitory would most likely support Tian Shiwen and someone from the other dormitory would probably run as well. The boys' votes would be relatively even, but the key was the girls' votes. Shen Qian patted Chang Hong on the shoulder. The class meeting is tomorrow night. We still have time. Just wait and see. On the morning of the second day Shen Qian still went for his usual run, but today he arrived at 624 and Du Chanxian was surprisingly there waiting with her mouth agape. Next to her Xia Wan was still stunningly beautiful. Impressive senior sister, you actually arrived earlier than me today. Getting up early is nothing for me, it's a piece of cake. Since you are so diligent, let me give you a little gift. Shen Qian pulled a watch out of his pocket and regardless of whether she was willing he took her wrist and put the watch directly on her. I have to run and I can't keep an eye on your 3 kilometers, so let this watch supervise for me. That doesn't seem appropriate. Du Chanxian protested, but she was already examining the watch closely. She had thought it was some sports watch from a well-known smartphone brand, but she had never seen this brand before. This is a Garmin 970 specifically designed for sports watches worth nearly 6,000 yuan. 6,000. Du Chanxian was taken aback. 6,000 yuan was hardly a small gift. The price was almost equivalent to a decent smartphone. No way, Shen Qian, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. The girl said she wanted to take off the watch. If you want to remove it you have to stick with me throughout the whole run today. You can't stop at all, then I'll agree to let you take it off. But this is 6,000.
If you really think it's too expensive you can return it to me after a month, but before that this is not a 6,000 yuan watch, it's a useful supervising tool. To Shen Qian the watch served two purposes: first to make Du Qian mistakenly believe he had a crush on her, and second to impress Xiao. He had observed that Xiao Wan's watch was a sports watch worth over 1,000 yuan, which was already considered high-end for an average college student. Shen Qian found it a bit puzzling with Xiao Wan's looks. It should be quite normal for rich heirs to pursue her, so why had no one thought of gifting her a better sports watch? But regardless of the reasons, as a professional scumbag he certainly needed to fill in the gaps. Sometimes unintentional actions yield the best results. In such a psychological state the emotional tug was most pronounced. Du Qian, someone who had never run before, was inexplicably pulled into running and was gifted a sports watch worth over 6,000 yuan. And she ran every day, where aside from being watched while running sometimes people would even approach her under the pretense of gathering courage, which was essentially harassment. Surprisingly, no one had ever given her such a watch. As long as someone has normal emotions, a sense of disparity will inevitably arise. When a flicker of emotion flashed across Xiao Wan's eyes, Shen Qian knew that the 6,000 yuan watch had already served its greatest purpose. Even if Xiao Wan had no emotions, it didn't matter. After all, Du Qian was also one of his targets. Just now he had gained another reward from this girl, so he wouldn't be at a loss. Du Qian did not notice Xiao Wan's fleeting disappointment looking at the watch on her wrist. She grew fonder of it. When Shen Qian put the watch on her, he had held her hand, so could it be that he had a slight fondness for her? What's there to look at? Come on, stretch. Shen Qian's voice remained cold, but after running these past 2 days Du Qian had grown accustomed to his indifference. Especially today she felt even happier. Of course this happiness was only limited to the first kilometer. She improved a little compared to yesterday, running 1.2 kilometers before she started walking. By the time she reached 2 kilometers she ran a little again. Compared to yesterday, the time she took to run 3 kilometers had shortened by several minutes. You should get a pair of running shoes, those look way too heavy. After finishing the run today, Shen Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead he gave her some advice. After speaking he glanced at Xiao Wan. Don't you run every day too? Why not give her some guidance? A simple sentence left Xiao Wan in silence. In an instant a deeply unpleasant feeling washed over her. It seemed she had become a part of someone else's game, or rather she had become a servant. What kind of joke was this? She was Xiao Wan and many people at school thought she could be the school beauty, yet now she had become a servant. It's not Xiao Wan's fault. I usually don't run. The 3 kilometers are done. Qian, let's go. Xiao Wan didn't want to see this man for even a second. He seemed like a black hole, draining her confidence relentlessly as long as she stood next to him. She hated this feeling, and besides that she despised this man who didn't take her seriously, arrogant and conceited. Watching Xiao Wan pull Du Qian away, Shen Qian did not stop them and let them leave. So far every step had been part of his plan, requiring no excessive interference. He still needed a little more time and a minor conflict between the two friends. Xiao Wan, what's wrong? Du Qian asked Xiao Wan, not understanding why she was so angry. If it was just because Shen Qian said something that would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Shen Qian, he's not a good person, I can sense it. I know he's just a jerk. Du Qian cursed, but Xiao Wan could not sense any anger in that curse. Shen Qian, you don't like him, do you? Why do you suddenly ask that? A person like him is definitely a playboy, not worth relying on. Don't let him deceive you. Xiao Wan, what's wrong with you? How could I like someone like him? He forces me to run every day. I can't even sleep well. If I get the chance I would definitely kick him hard. Do you remember Senior Ma? Senior Ma was the boy Du Qian liked during her freshman year, and now Xiao Wan could only hope that Senior Ma would rescue Du Qian from Shen Qian's tender trap. Because she had already sensed it. Du Qian was about to fall for him. Senior Ma. What happened? They're organizing a social event and asked if we'd like to join. Haven't you always liked him? Let's go. Du Qian hesitated. In reality she no longer liked Senior Ma because she realized that Senior Ma still liked Xiao Wan, and if she went she would definitely end up as Xiao Wan's sidekick. Even though she had only been with Shen Qian for a few days, she could no longer tolerate living as a sidekick. She was a pretty girl too. She needed someone who would focus solely on her, just like Shen Qian did. But she couldn't say it out loud as it would make her seem jealous. Alright, let's go together. Xiao Wan let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't notice the fleeting look of difficulty on Du Qian's face. As the National Day holiday approached, there weren't many courses in the human resources major. In the morning at a cafe outside the school, two girls found Shen Qian, who was chatting with someone at a table. The newcomers were Wenru and her roommate Sui Wei. The girls in the class were currently divided into 3 factions, one led by Tan Xinxin, one by Wenru, and the last by Feng Hui. Shen Qian had little in common with Feng Hui, but he had developed a bit of camaraderie with Wenru during military training, so he planned to help her with the votes. As long as most of the votes among the girls went to them, the class leader's position would be assured. From what he understood, Wenru was true to her name, gentle and soft. The only reason she could have a faction was purely due to her roommate Sui Wei offering ideas.
Third brother, I really didn't expect you to invite us for coffee too, Sui Wei joked as soon as she sat down. Are you blaming us for being late? How about we find a time later to grab some drinks and I'll drink 3 cups as punishment? Shen Qian responded with a smile, but the girls kept waving their hands. Last time we took such a big advantage from third brother, how could we let you treat again? We are all family here, there's no question of taking advantage. It's just that the work of the leader will need your cooperation in the future. Of course we hope third brother can take care of our Ru a bit. You know how girls can be. Ru is a bit indecisive. As they bantered back and forth, when Ru and Chang Han listened on, looking utterly puzzled. Alright third brother, let's make this collaboration pleasant. Pleasant collaboration. They shook hands and were about to leave while Chang Hong and Wenru remained confused but kept silent. It was only after the 2 girls left that Chang Hong finally spoke up in confusion. Third brother, weren't we here to gather votes? So? Where are the votes? Haven't we already gathered them? On the other side, Wei, what were you two just talking about? Wasn't it about whether to support Chang Hong for class leader? We already discussed it, we support him, replied Chang Hong and Wenru in unison, surprised. In the evening the class meeting was held as scheduled and Chang Hong still felt a bit anxious. We've been in school for so long and we haven't elected class officers yet. Other classes have already settled their positions. I won't say much, let's start electing class officers now. Is anyone running for class leader? Chang Hong, Tian Shiwen and another boy from a different dormitory raised their hands simultaneously. Great, then these 3, everyone start voting. Just find a piece of paper, write a name on it and crumple it up. Instructor, won't this be too simple? Isn't there supposed to be a campaign speech? Sun Haoyu from the dorm suddenly stood up and said. Alright, let's start. Who among the 3 wants to go first for their speech? I will. Tian Shiwen responded enthusiastically. Hello everyone, I'm Tian Shiwen. Also regarding class funds, if I become class leader, then for any activities organized by the school such as clothing or anything, you won't need to pay class fees, I'll cover it all. Shen Qian frowned slightly. The Sun Haoyu was truly forgetful about past lessons. He had been reprimanded before for such nonsense and still dared to use this kind of rhetoric. But if the other side used this kind of tactic, then they certainly couldn't follow suit, otherwise it wouldn't be an election for class leader but a direct comparison of financial power. Then what's the point of even choosing? They might as well just buy the position outright. That little brat, how could he be so shameless? No need to think, it must be Sun Haoyu's idea. Boss, tone it down, we're here to campaign, not to start a verbal battle. Don't worry, just read what you prepare. Those present weren't fools. The empty promises from the other party had already lost credibility due to Sun Haoyu's previous escapade. Just perform well and remember not to insult anyone. After Tian Shiwen finished, another person took the stage and made their own grand statement, followed by Chang Hong. What they said was quite good, though a bit hollow. As for me, I'm a more practical person, I'll say what I can actually do. If I become class leader, I can't guarantee to cover all class fees, but I can take on all the tasks. Additionally, I will try my best to ensure that any evaluations are fair. To ensure fairness means you'll still prioritize your own people, right? Before Chang Hong could finish, someone below interrupted. Everyone please remain silent while others are speaking. Lu Qingyun was the first to speak, showing clear bias. After all, Shen Qian really helped him save a lot of trouble. If Shen Qian could help him avoid work, conversely, if Shen Qian wanted to stir trouble, that would definitely cause great issues. Therefore, it was best for the class leader to be someone from Shen Qian's dormitory so that he could comfortably slack off. I don't know what you mean by that, but for evaluations it's always about who's better. I've looked into our class grades. The 3rd place in our dorm does the best, followed by the 2nd place in our dorm. Of course, college won't only look at grades but also at behavior and participation in activities. I still stand by what I said. I will try my best to be fair. After all the speeches concluded, Shen Qian led the applause, followed by Tan Xinxin and Wenru. Alright, all speeches are done and now we can vote. In the class of 43, Chang Hong received 25 votes and won outright. Next is the academic committee. I need to emphasize that this position records attendance, so you absolutely cannot skip class. Wei Mingtian, who had been eager to compete, suddenly quieted down. Third brother, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? I just found out. Let's see who is running. If Wenru is running, we'll vote for her. That's what we agreed on. No problem. Just joking. As a carefree college student, how could he not skip classes? If he couldn't skip, he would have to catch others skipping. Who would want to take the academic committee position? Certainly not him. Wait, third brother, when did we agree to vote for Wenru? In the afternoon. I can't believe how much coded language you have. I listened for half an hour and didn't understand a thing. Calm down, you'll learn gradually. The candidates for election were Su Xing, Wenru and Feng Hui. In the end, Wenru won the position with 6 votes ahead of Feng Hui. Next was the secretary, taken by Tan Xinxin. Lastly, we have 2 positions left, a sports committee member and a psychological committee member. Is anyone interested in competing for them? With the 3 core positions filled, everyone lost interest. Instructor, I want to be the psychological committee member. Psychological committee member. Not only the instructor but the other classmates were also surprised. They didn't expect Shen Qian to be interested in such a trivial position. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? Teacher, can I be the deputy psychological committee member? Fong Hui chimed in, attracting many looks. This. Lu Qingyun was initially considering letting Fong Hui be the deputy class leader if things went south, but he didn't expect her to directly want to be the deputy psychological committee member. Which class has both a psychological committee member and a deputy? Then Shen Qian will be the psychological committee member and Fong Hui will be the deputy psychological committee member. I believe our class will have no psychological issues now. Lu Qingyun never expected that after the psychological committee, the sports committee would receive even less attention from everyone. They were all fragile college students who would want to be the sports committee member. I recommend Shen Qian. He runs every morning and has 6-pack abs. Among us, he has the best physique. Another guy from a different dorm pointed at Shen Qian. Since both the sports committee and the psychological committee were trivial roles, Shen Qian simply took on the position. Teacher, I want to be the vice sports committee member. I want to be one too. I want to be the vice sports committee member as well. The girls finally reacted, who cared about class committees when clinging to this wealthy classmate was more important. Not to mention being a class monitor. What could being a club president or student council president accomplish? Would others look at you more favorably just because you were a class monitor? They wouldn't, but if you had a wealthy friend, you could even avoid working and still enjoy the good life. Alright everyone, if you want to be the vice sports committee member, meet me tomorrow morning at 6:30. Whoever can get up and run with me will be the vice sports committee member. Although these girls weren't as pretty as Du Cece, their numbers were overwhelming and it was time to give Du Cece a sense of urgency. When they heard they had to run, the girls felt a bit troubled. After all, it was 6:30. Who would have thought that Shen Qian not only had money but was also disciplined to this extent? It was simply abnormal. Once the election was over, the class meeting concluded. Shen Qian didn't head directly back to the dormitory. Instead, he went to the art academy. With the performance approaching, he still needed to rehearse. In the same practice room as before, Shen Qian played the violin while Ni Zixin played the piano. In just one day, the girl's finger technique had clearly improved a lot. It seemed she had been practicing alone. You're playing well, but there's no emotion. Emotion. Exactly. This piece requires emotion. Mere playing won't evoke resonance. Then what should I do? Shen Qian put the violin down and walked to the girl. It's simple, I'll give it to you. After saying this, he lifted her chin and kissed her again. This time the girl offered no resistance. Instead, she tightly embraced Shen Qian, wishing this moment could last longer. Even though she knew this guy was a jerk and that liking him would inevitably bring pain in the future, she just didn't want to let go, even if just for a moment. When their lips parted, Shen Qian gently stroked her hair. Tell me, what is the name of this piece? If it can shine. Shine Ni Zixin. Since I chose you, even if you aren't a piece of gold, you can still shine. This time it wasn't Shen Qian who took the initiative, it was the girl who tiptoed and leaned in closer, seeking to be nearer to him. However, Shen Qian did not respond. Instead, he pushed her away. I'm not a loyal person, nor can I be. I have a girlfriend. It's not too late to leave me now. The girl took Shen Qian's hand and placed it on her cheek. It's okay, I'm willing. You are informing the other party that you have a girlfriend while gaining a second girlfriend, behavior that meets the criteria of a scumbag, rewards being issued. Congratulations on achieving love is tolerance behavior recorded. Shen Qian was in a good mood when he left the art academy, and Ni Zixin was the type that needed to gain confidence. After the performance ended, he could proceed to the next step. It would be a pity to go back after making it to the East Gate. Shen Qian casually strolled around the East Gate, and as luck would have it, he spotted someone familiar. Du Cece, Xiaowan, and 2 girls he hadn't seen before. He saw Du Cece chatting with a guy while the other boys were almost all surrounding Xiaowan. What a coincidence. But why did they gather at the East Gate? It seems a bit far-fetched. Are they afraid of running into someone like me? Shen Qian was not a narcissistic person. If he had absolute confidence in his understanding of human nature, these past few days Du Cece's gaze could not deceive him. The powder keg had long been dry, it just needed a small spark. And now that spark was delivered to him. If he went up to greet them now, it should go well, but it wouldn't be enough. One careless move could lead to suspicion of stalking. Since I want to perform, I must ensure the performance has maximum impact. After confirming that a few people entered a restaurant, Shen Qian turned and walked into a nearby specialty shop. I just heard that there was a stunning beauty here and thought it would be someone special, so I came to take a look. Shen Qian held a bag, chuckling bitterly, then shifted his gaze from Xiaowan to Du Cece. The girl avoided his eyes, too shy to look up. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. After speaking, Shen Qian tossed away the bag he held. From the packaging, it was a shoebox. Upon seeing this, Du Cici's pupils suddenly contracted.
Shen Qian had already walked far away and she incredulously picked up the item that had been thrown on the ground. It was indeed a shoebox and inside was a pair of women's running shoes. In the car the music played a moving melody.
The only thing more painful than not being able to obtain is having once possessed.
Senior, you once had my heart even though I deceived you. And all of this is your fault, or rather Xia Wan's fault. When you want to explain but realize you don't even have my contact information, senior, can you still sleep tonight? In the girls' dormitory, Du Cici had been silent since returning from outside, staring blankly at the pair of sports shoes.
Cici.
Xia Wan called softly, but the other party ignored her.
Xia Wan, promise me you won't ever like Shen Qian.
Cici, what are you talking about?
You don't think him trying to compete with you?
Then promise me, since you don't like him, it won't be a big deal to reassure me, right?
Or do you actually like him?
Or perhaps you don't like him, you just hate that he doesn't revolve around you.
You see him always paying attention to me, so you want to take him away, right? You're crazy. Do you even know what you're saying?
Then just promise me that even if he pursues you in the future you won't agree to him.
Even if all men in this world were to die out, you still wouldn't be with him.
Xia Wan sighed, her chest rising and falling a few times. She opened her mouth but ultimately shook her head. I don't like him at all, so why should I make such a promise?
Cici, the things you're saying are too hurtful. How could you think of me this way?
Then how should I think of you?
Tell me, how should I view you?
He clearly likes me, why do you always have to appear in front of us? You already have so many admirers, why be so greedy?
Me?
Greedy?
You think I'm greedy?
Xia Wan was genuinely a bit angry. She was clearly considering the other person's feelings, yet they seemed to be possessed, making such assumptions about her, prompting her to uncontrollably speak out in anger.
If I were really greedy, do you think he would even glance at you?
It was only after she said this that she realized she had misspoken.
Du Qian let out a cold laugh. Finally speaking the truth, right?
This is your true thought. In your eyes we are merely your accessories and those boys should revolve around you.
As long as you are willing, no one would even look at us. Shen Qian, I just said that in a moment of frustration.
Then you have to promise me, swear that you won't like him. Swear that even if he pursues you, you will reject him. As long as you swear, I will consider what you just said was just in anger.
Xiao Wan, just agree with Shen Qian.
We're all in the same dormitory, and anyway you have so many boys pursuing you. What's the big deal?
Yeah, didn't you say so? You don't like that junior either, so agreeing with Shen Qian is just a simple thing, right?
The other two in the dormitory also came forward to mediate.
Xia Wan remained silent. She didn't feel the need to make this so-called vow.
To her, whether she liked someone was her own freedom, and she couldn't control her thoughts for others even if the request seemed reasonable. The next morning Shen Qian woke up early as usual to run.
Given last night's situation, not running today would actually be more effective. If he didn't show up on the playground today, Du Qian would definitely appear at the door of his dormitory.
But Shen Qian was a professional scumbag, and the hallmark of a scumbag is that he would never disrupt his own plans for others. Du Qian was indeed a very important bait, but no matter how important she was, it could never outweigh strengthening himself. For a scumbag, he would always be the first priority. The playground today was quite lively. Besides the usual runners, a few more girls had joined.
At 6:24, Shen Qian arrived at the playground and immediately spotted Du Qian along with several girls from his class.
Third brother, you're here. The girls ran up to his side as soon as they saw Shen Qian, causing Du Qian, who wanted to approach, to be successfully repelled. Since everyone is here, let's stretch and prepare to start running. After greeting a few people, Shen Qian walked towards Du Qian.
Let's stretch a bit and get ready to run.
His tone remained indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if last night's events had never occurred.
Shen Qian, I'm wearing the sports shoes you bought for me. Senior, you're mistaken. I never bought any women's sports shoes. Last night that was because Xia Wan said she wanted to socialize with a senior, so I went. Senior, it's early in the morning. If your mind isn't clear, it's best not to speak. Don't take me for a fool. I didn't.
Unfortunately, Shen Qian didn't give her a chance to continue, instead walking to the other side to stretch while casually guiding a few girls from the class on stretching movements. After running 3 kilometers, not many could keep up, and the only one who managed to keep pace with Shen Qian for the entire distance was Su Ling. Shen Qian was surprised that Tan Xingxin's roommate turned out to have fairly good stamina.
Vice Physical Committee, please guide me. Please guide me.
Shen Qian hugged Su Ling, knowing that this girl had quite a good figure, but her hairstyle was too drab, making it hard to see what she really looked like. He had always thought she was a homebody, but her athletic ability was surprisingly strong. You can change your hairstyle a bit. Running like this makes your hair easily poke your eyes and you could get hurt.
As the two chatted while stretching, Du Qian was running alone on the playground, and at that moment Xia Wan arrived again.
Still as beautiful and stunning as ever, even some girls in the class were left speechless upon seeing this senior. She scanned the playground, walked past Shen Qian, and left a remark.
Tonight at the Hunan Flavor Restaurant, I want to talk to you. Here it comes. Last night's small spark seemed to have ignited the powder keg. The high and mighty goddess is beginning to compromise. Successfully using skills and tricks stirred the emotions of 8 girls. Behavior aligns with the scumbag standard rewards being issued. Scumbag behavior has been recorded. But senior, it's not that simple. Whatever you want to fix, I will destroy. I will destroy it until you are scared, until you bow your head. Shen Qian thought as he walked towards Du Chanqian, who had just finished running. Today was her first time completing 3 kilometers by run. Seeing Shen Qian approach, she excitedly raised her sports watch. Look Shen Qian, I ran 3 kilometers today and I completed it while running. Senior, could you please help me convey a message to Xiaowan? I'm not interested in her, so I won't be going to the Hunan flavor restaurant tonight. As expected, when those words were spoken, Du Chanqian's brows furrowed fiercely, her eyes seemingly capable of shooting fire. But when she realized Shen Qian had rejected Xiaowan, she felt a bit happy for some unknown reason. Indeed, there were quite a few girls running today and they seemed to be classmates of Shen Qian, but none of them looked as good as her. If she just needed to invest another month or perhaps a bit more time, her relationship with Shen Qian could return to the way it was before. But now she was also certain of one thing: Xiaowan wanted to steal Shen Qian. Shen Qian left walking very calmly. He didn't need to stay to see what would happen next. After all, the stage was set and the actors were in place. Just following the script was enough. Third brother, why didn't you agree to that, senior? She's so beautiful. Su Ling, who had witnessed the whole scene, subconsciously viewed Shen Qian as a gentle and generous person, though his flaw was being a bit lecherous. But all men are lecherous, however, not all men are like Shen Qian. He had originally thought Shen Qian would agree to that, senior, but who knew this boy would directly refuse. She is indeed quite beautiful, but she is arrogantly nauseating, acting as if it's a tremendous favor for her to want to talk to me. What about that, senior? I feel like that senior also likes you, and Shen Qian likes you too, not to mention that girl from the last gathering. Third brother, how many girls actually like you? Shen Qian looked at Su Ling, unable to see her eyes, so he reached out to brush aside her bangs. What about you? Do you like me? You successfully flirted with a 7-point girl. Behavior aligns with the scumbag standard rewards being issued. 7 points. Wow, potential stock. The title of the class flower had always fluctuated between Tan Xinxin and Wenru, but it turned out this girl was the hidden boss. The girl's eyes were beautiful, but they would occasionally dart away when meeting Shen Qian's gaze, as if shy or startled. The sudden delight of drawing a high-end card from an ordinary deck made Shen Qian very satisfied. However, he only glanced into her eyes before casually covering his bangs again. To win over a girl, one must first respect her. What does respect mean? It means to understand and acknowledge all of her actions, even if they seem absurd or somewhat immoral. Why are scoundrels so popular with girls? It's because they never teach, and not teaching is also a form of respect. If this girl likes to cover her eyes with her bangs, then let her do so. After all, he knew she was a 7 out of 10. The next step was to flirt boldly. I'm asking you, do you like it? Xin likes you. I know we're talking. I'm asking if you like it. I want steal her boyfriend. She was an honest child and particularly shy. The intimate gesture of brushing her bangs aside had gone unresisted, which was already an answer in itself. There was no rush. After all, opportunities would abound, and perhaps Tan Xin could lend a hand. In the following days, he was busy rehearsing for the welcome party. He couldn't gauge how much Ni Zixin's piano skills had improved, but his kissing technique had certainly undergone a qualitative leap. If it weren't for his strong lung capacity and good self-control, he might have run out of breath or engaged in some indescribable activities in the piano room. In just a few days, the girl's entire aura underwent a drastic transformation, her eyes now possessing a kind of aggression that was absent during their first meeting. Are the performance outfits ready? Shen Qian sat on a stool, gently rubbing his index finger and thumb together. I prepared a formal dress. Take a look, and I rented you one too. The girl blushed as she took out her phone to show Shen Qian a picture. The girl willingly spends money on you. Behavior fitting the scoundrel standard rewards being issued. Accepting a girl's spending on me makes me a scoundrel. Is it really that easy to become one? However, this only solidified Shen Qian's belief that his path was correct. Merely seeking physical intimacy was shallow scoundrel behavior. To have a girl spend money on you and dedicate her body and soul, that's true depth of scoundrelry. Since I've already received this reward, I don't care about this girl's trifles. Renting. This is my first time performing on stage and it's our first collaboration. What's the big deal about renting? Don't be angry, then I'll go buy it. Shen Qian looked at the girl before him, relieved he had been the one to flirt with her. If it had been someone else, wouldn't she have had to sell her kidney? Buy. What will you use to buy it? Your monthly living expenses of 2,000 or 3,000. A decent formal dress is only a few thousand. I've saved some money enough to buy one. Shen Qian remained silent, merely patting the seat beside him. As her lips parted, the girl's face flushed even more. She felt like a fish out of water, greedily gasping for air. Take a half day off tomorrow and go out with me. Okay. After a few days, no matter what Shen Qian said, she always agreed. This man possessed a unique aura that compelled obedience. Days passed swiftly and the welcome party arrived as scheduled. On stage, the host, dressed in formal wear, announced the final performance, a piano and violin duet of If We Could Shine. The stage lights dimmed and only a few shadows could be seen moving the piano on stage, followed by a boy and a girl taking the stage hand in hand. When the lights came back on, the girl was already seated at the piano while the boy stood beside it. Is that Zixin? In the audience, besides the freshman, Ni Zixin's roommates had also come to support. No way. The girl had hardly returned to the dormitory in the past few days. Whenever asked, she just said she was rehearsing. In just 2 days her hairstyle had changed, her clothes had changed, and she felt like a different person. The man standing beside her, dressed in a high-end suit, stood tall with well-defined and distinct features. After exchanging glances, the boy nodded. The piano began to play and the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Following the short prelude, the unique sound of the violin flowed from the strings. It's 4 lies. It's 4 lies. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and soon more people recognized the piece as it reached its climax. Even those who had never heard this piece were moved by the music in that moment, feeling something deep within stirred, sending chills down their spine. As for those who had heard the piece before, by this time many had teary eyes and some even shed tears. The piece lasted over 3 minutes, and after it concluded, Shen Qian walked to the girl, took her hand, and they both bowed in gratitude. The audience, initially indifferent to the freshman's evening, erupted into excitement after this piece. Some cheered, some shouted, and applause rang out endlessly. On stage, Ni Zixin watched this scene, unable to hold back her tears of excitement. After studying piano for so long, it was her first time performing for such a large audience and receiving such applause. Under the gaze of the crowd, she could no longer contain her inner excitement and embraced the boy beside her, planting a kiss on his cheek. This action once again stirred the audience into a frenzy. Even as the two stepped off the stage, the cheers continued unabated. However, after stepping off the stage, Ni Zixin fell into anxiety. She was too excited to the point of being a little carried away. Shen Qian had said he had a girlfriend, and he had also mentioned pursuing Tao Yan. After this, she wondered if he would be angry. What? Now you know how to be afraid. In the backstage, Shen Qian smiled at her, and his smile instantly put her at ease. He wasn't angry, which was good. I didn't expect your courage to grow so much in just a few days. It's all thanks to you. Shen Qian smiled. Unfortunately, after tonight we won't have any reason to stay in touch. Before we were partners, but what's next? This struck deep, and the girl knew this was Shen Qian giving her one last chance, either stop entangling or become his unnamed lover. I don't know, can you give me some time to think? Shen Qian was not in a hurry and could naturally give her enough time. At this moment, a girl holding flowers approached backstage. Shen Qian, you played so well. I didn't expect you to be so amazing at the violin too. Ni Zixin looked at the newcomer, who was so beautiful that even after her careful dressing up she didn't compare. Thank you. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to take you out for dinner. Just as Shen Qian was about to agree, Ni Zixin stood up. He has to attend a celebration banquet with everyone who performed tonight. Then how about tomorrow night? Do you have time then? Lu Xinyao persisted. Tomorrow night I want to thank him properly, so I want to ask him to dinner. Lu Xinyao was no fool. She frowned slightly at Ni Zixin. I asked Shen Qian, not you. Besides, if you want to invite him to dinner, he hasn't agreed yet, so it's first come first served. Do I look idle or worse, desperate for these 2 meals? Shen Qian regarded the 2 women. He had once imagined he'd relish watching women vie for his affection, now it seemed rather hollow. Xin Yao, let's skip dinner. I've already promised you both we'd film a short video together. We can begin right after the National Day holiday. Shen Qian, do you have any plans for National Day? Not yet decided. Perhaps I'll travel around with my girlfriend, stay wherever strikes my fancy, depends on how things unfold. He even voiced the phrase stay wherever strikes my fancy outright, blunt, unvarnished, and deliberately so. Whether Lu Xinyao or Ni Zixin once either crossed the threshold of her own volition, her heart and body would be wholly his, guaranteeing a substantial surge in Playboy points along with fresh entries in his repertoire of calculated charm. Failing that, there remained Xin Lan, the senior sister. Lately Shen Qian had been declining her advances, not overtly but subtly, always cloaked beneath legitimate pretexts, urgent matters, pressing commitments. Now the bait had been sufficiently tested, the time had come to reel Xin Lan in. Shen Qian's candor left both girls flustered. Though Ni Zixin had long known him to be promiscuous, fully expecting he'd keep multiple girlfriends, his raw, unfiltered honesty still unsettled her. As for Lu Xinyao, she was already striving to convince herself she simply needed more time. What mattered most was Shen Qian's refusal to initiate. Had he merely spoken a few honeyed words, offered even a whisper of persuasion, she would have surrendered long ago. But he did not. What he demanded was complete willing surrender. That evening's celebratory banquet included all performers, among them numerous sophomore and senior sisters. Junior brother Shen, allow me to toast you. After several rehearsals, these senior sisters had grasped his talent, and who could resist such a handsome, affluent junior brother? Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother Shen, do you work out often? Your muscles look remarkably defined.
As she spoke, one senior sister ran her fingers lightly over his biceps.
You flatter me, your own abdominal definition is utterly captivating. Does junior brother have visible abs?
Another senior sister leaned in, poking his abdomen with her fingertip as though discovering uncharted terrain, and burst into delighted laughter while real ones.
So firm.
In truth, many handsome performers graced the stage, not least the MC himself, whose polished broadcast voice and slightly sharper features even eclipsed Shen Qian's. Yet aside from Shen Qian, nearly every other handsome man sat flanked by senior or junior sisters. Some had boyfriends, others did not, it hardly mattered.
Joy not fidelity reigned at the banquet.
When the banquet ended, some planned a second round, but Shen Qian declined. Just moments earlier, Shen had made her choice. At the hotel, Shen Qian and the girl entered the elevator hand in hand and walked side by side to her room door.
Go on in.
She took the key card, opened the door herself, and stepped inside. Shen Qian strode in, slid one arm around her slender waist and kissed her just as his foot swung the door shut behind them. When it opened again, only Shen Qian emerged.
A dull ache bloomed low in her abdomen. She didn't return to campus until noon.
She felt wounded, the reality diverged sharply from her fantasy. She'd expected tenderness, lingering comfort, perhaps quiet companionship, but none came. It was as if once the act concluded, so too had the bond.
Rest well.
That was all the message he sent. Dazed, she wondered, had she chosen wrongly? Yet recalling the night, sweetness flooded back.
You slept with him. Her roommate exploded upon hearing the news. With junior brother Shen. She nodded.
Her emotions churned violently. Her roommate was the only confidant she dared turn to.
How was it? How was he? What's his stamina like?
I'm completely overwhelmed. He left the moment he woke up this morning, just telling me to rest well.
Sensing the conversation veering off course, Shen urgently shared her thoughts.
That's so cold-hearted. How can someone who looks so earnest and upright be this callous? Pulls up his pants and walks away, no trace of conscience. No, we must confront him and demand an explanation.
Indignation flared among them.
I agreed willingly. I even booked the hotel myself.
They stared stunned.
Shen, usually timid in class and deferential in the dormitory, had done something wildly audacious, beyond their wildest imagining.
Shen, were you just swept away? Don't say that. Facing such temptation, anyone would lose their head.
Then she recounted it all, their first kiss, practicing piano together, embracing in the music room, Shen taking her shopping for bespoke attire, styling her hair, every tender, deliberate detail. One roommate seasoned in romance shook her head slowly.
Why can't I find someone like him? Shen, listening to you, I'm almost jealous.
Truthfully, the only misstep he made was abandoning you alone at the hotel this morning.
Everything else. Utterly flawless. Haven't you noticed?
These past few days, with him, you've grown increasingly self-assured, increasingly radiant. Yes, some of his words may have seemed dismissive, but only in speech.
His actions consistently uplifted you, empowered you, helped you shine. I think he's trying to help you detox. Detox. Exactly.
A man like him cannot commit exclusively to anyone.
After last night, your devotion to him has surely peaked.
Had he softened his tone, offered solace, you'd have lost all clarity, though admittedly you're barely lucid even now. Still, this brief withdrawal may spare you future folly born of jealousy.
What a terrifying junior brother, rational to a chilling degree.
So he did it on purpose. He feared I'd love him too deeply.
It certainly appears so. Wait and see, he'll likely contact you again soon.
After all, if he'd merely wanted to sleep with you, he wouldn't have waited this long.
Back in the dormitory, Shen Qian's overnight absences no longer raised eyebrows. At first his roommates had marveled, but now they considered his continued residence proof of their unshakable camaraderie. Brother San, any plans for National Day? Nothing settled yet. Do you have something in mind? We're definitely not going home.
Having finally reached Shanghai, we intend to explore it thoroughly.
Shanghai. Before enrollment, Shen Qian had already traversed every corner of the city.
Merely wandering its urban core held no allure for him anymore. Brother San, if Shanghai bores you, let me recommend something better. A stunning senior sister runs a travel agency affiliated with our university. This National Day, she's organizing trips across provinces surrounding Shanghai. You could join her group.
Stunning. How stunning. Well, reportedly she's the campus beauty queen.
A typical girl would hold little interest, but a true campus beauty. That he had to see for himself. The school flower of the current school, Shen Qian, has already met several of them.
Xiaowan Taoyan. One is a sophomore, the other a junior.
However, he wonders who this year's freshman school flower is.
Suddenly Shen Qian thought of someone, Su Ling.
If that girl tidied herself up a bit, she would be no worse than Xiaowan or Taoyan. For now, there's no need to worry about Xiaowan. He can follow up after the holidays. As for Taoyan, as long as he keeps in touch with Song Shulu, he isn't worried about her not taking the bait.
Xia Mengling has been quiet for a while, it's time to stock up on some high-scoring beauties. Junior, where are you going to play during the National Day holiday? Would you like to go with your senior? The message was from Qin Lan. I must say this senior is quite persistent. He has already rejected her 5 or 6 times, but she still does not give up. Compared to her dorm mate is far too impatient. In fact, most girls today are like this, even if they are just average in appearance. As long as they post a photo online, countless people will rush to praise them, elevating them to the heavens. Perhaps in Li Ran's eyes, inviting him out is a chance for him to pursue her, but the truth is he is the scarce resource, while she doesn't even qualify as a product on the beauty assembly line, merely an ordinary item. Last night he interacted with Niz Xin. For a boy of Shen Qian's age, it is indeed a time of restlessness. With Tan Xinxin there are plenty of days off coming up, so why not switch things up first? Senior, just say it, do you want to pursue me? After being so ambiguous for so long, Shen Qian didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, throwing a straight ball to see how she would respond. Upon seeing this message, Qin Lan furrowed her brows slightly. This question is difficult to answer. Although they have been chatting quite well recently, the relationship has not really deepened. If she answers affirmatively, he might reject her directly, leaving nothing to play with. But if she answers negatively, does it imply that she is interested? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Junior, you're handsome and wealthy, any woman would like you, right? This hotel, go there and wait for me. Shen Qian sent over a link to the Bulgari Hotel. Qin Lan naturally recognized this hotel. She dreams of staying there at least once, but it costs 5,000 to 6,000 for a night, which she cannot afford. Junior, are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? Looking at this message, Shen Qian smiled faintly. Should I find someone else? Senior, I'm setting off soon. After arranging everything, Shen Qian went to the travel agency with Wei Ming. The activity classroom of the travel agency is actually just a small room approved by the school's entrepreneurship street, with only a desk inside its walls covered in travel photos. Shen Qian quickly spotted a stunning girl among the photos. This girl mostly stood in the center. Even when not in the center, she was very eye-catching. Classmate, are you here to sign up for our 5-day tour of Anhui during the National Day? Oh, it seems you didn't come from seeing the posts on WeChat. What year are you in? The girl behind the desk was quite astute, her eyes sparkling. Freshman. Freshmen are great, there's plenty of time and they should go out and see the world. Not many freshmen have signed up for our 5-day tour of Anhui yet. Moreover, there are experienced travel experts and school flower-level beauties leading the tour, ensuring you get your money's worth. Seeing the enthusiasm from the other side, Shen Qian took a small step back. Old 2, is this travel agency legitimate? It feels like a pyramid scheme. I don't know, it's my first time here too. What are you two discussing? Let your senior listen too. Now that you both are traveling together, you can get an 88 discount. Especially for you two handsome juniors, how about I give you a direct 20 off instead of 88? Now Shen Qian understood, no wonder the other side was so enthusiastic, turns out they were charging for it. Senior, how much is this 5-day tour? Not expensive, just 4,000 yuan. 4,000. Other travel agencies don't charge this much. Wei Mingtian immediately shouted out. They are all college students, their living expenses barely reach 2,000 to 3,000 a month, yet a trip costs 4,000. You guys are exaggerating. Even if there's a school flower leading the group, it's not worth that price. Yet Shen Qian remained unfazed, urging Wei Mingtian to stay calm. Senior, how many people have signed up for our group so far? How many boys and how many girls? So far there are 6 people, 2 boys and 4 girls, plus me and another tour guide that makes 2 boys and 6 girls. Oh, old 3, let's not stay here. I want to sign up. For now there's 1 boy and 1 girl. If more people join later, I'll contact you. Do we need to pay a deposit or anything? The girl's eyes sparkled. 4,000 yuan per person means 8,000 for 2 people. The school doesn't only have this travel agency, other agencies charge at most 1 or 2,000 and they are doubling their price. Each person needs to pay a 1,000 yuan deposit. Junior, how would you like to pay? WeChat, and also senior, let's add a contact method. After leaving the travel agency, Wei Mingtian held back for a long time. Old 3Y. No matter how one looks at it, it feels like a loss. You are usually not the type to be speechless in front of school flowers, and you haven't even seen this school flower yet you are already shelling out money. Isn't that plainly being a fool? No, old 2, I am not a fool. Shen Qian turned back to take a look. This travel agency is quite interesting with such prices. They are clearly screening applicants, and the gimmick of this travel agency is the beautiful school flower. It is obvious who they are screening for. Today's girls, even a little pretty, tend to be quite cunning. Among those particularly beautiful ones, not a single one is easy to deal with. Shen Qian roughly analyzed the girls scoring 7 or above. Xia Mengling likes to raise dogs and is quite scheming. With her you'll have endless fantasies and easily fall for her, but if you truly fall in love, then it's over. Xia Wan seems aloof. She currently values friendship and probably has suitors, but because she is only a sophomore those suitors may not be very high quality and need further exploration. Tao Yan claims to have a boyfriend but he has yet to appear. Just from her lofty attitude she must usually be a little princess. Su Ling is an unexpected hidden gem. Although it's unclear why she hides her appearance, one day that beauty will be revealed. It's better to act first, but her heart should be quite closed off, needing guidance. Seniors are not counted. Now among the girls scoring 7 and above he has covered freshmen, sophomores and juniors. He hopes this new school flower won't let him down. Pursuing high-scoring girls is challenging, but fortunately his goal is not merely to be enamored by looks, it's to enjoy early pursuits. After sorting everything out he drove to Bulgari. Having already stayed at the Peace Hotel in the Center J, even though the decor of the Bulgari now seemed even more extravagant, Shen Qian felt it was merely decent, lacking the shock he experienced during his first visit to Center J. However, Qin Lan was different. She had dressed in her most alluring and expensive attire today. Additionally, she adorned herself with earrings and a necklace, truly a sight to behold. Despite this, as she walked through the hotel lobby she still felt a bit shy. Confidence is something that needs to be cultivated, even though she was mentally prepared for her visit to Bulgari. Yet the hefty prices and the constant flow of people created an invisible pressure on her, as she was aware that her so-called elegance was merely a facade. And when he looked out at the scenery from inside the Bulgari Hotel, the joy she felt was beyond description. "Senior, do you like it here?" "I do, of course. This is Bulgari after all." "Then senior, do you know what we are going to do next?" The girl looked at Shen Qian with no trace of shyness, for she was fully prepared to be here. Moreover, to her eyes Shen Qian's good looks and physique were quite suitable, and in such an environment it was hard to say who had the advantage. Shen Qian had excellent stamina and the two spent the entire morning until the afternoon together, only stopping to eat when Shen Qian felt a bit hungry. They did not go to a high-end restaurant but instead ordered a 4-person meal at a barbecue place. Despite their hunger, the girl across from him thoughtfully wrapped the grilled meat in lettuce and fed it to Shen Qian. "Senior, are there any seniors pursuing you at school?" Ever since Shen Qian had money and became a playboy, it seemed that besides a few campus beauties no other woman had blushed at him. Lu Xinyo had indeed shown interest, but it was merely a text message, and even that was not very serious. "Recently there have been a couple of juniors pursuing me, but I turned them all down." Whether she actually refused them, Shen Qian was unsure, but he did not fully trust Qin Lan's side of the story. In today's society, women fishing for men had basically become a passive skill. After all, there was no loss in keeping them dangling, and who knows, a surprise might come one day. "What about you, Junior? Is anyone pursuing you?" Shen Qian shook his head. "How is that possible? I don't believe it. What I mean is, I don't need anyone to pursue me, I pursue others. At the beginning of the semester I confessed to all the girls in our class, but unfortunately not a single one agreed to be with me. What would happen if someone agreed? Then I would pick a few good-looking ones and start dating." He was unabashedly shameless, which was expected by Qin Lan, for in her eyes Shen Qian was merely a carefree rich boy, and such men could never be sincere in love. Even if he were sincere, it would not last, as the temptations he faced were more numerous than those of the average beautiful women. "Junior, you really have no concealment whatsoever." She feigned displeasure, complaining. Shen Qian looked at her, feeling little impact. After all, from Lu Xinyo he had learned that if a man became powerful, being fickle was not a flaw but rather an essential quality. Those who could be tamed are dogs, while those who cannot be tamed are men. Although yesterday's Nizishin had shaken him a bit, today's senior sister had firmly strengthened his resolve. They strolled around the streets before returning to the hotel, where a night of passion awaited. Engaging in entanglements with girls he did not like. His actions aligned with the standards of a playboy. Rewards were being dispensed, or perhaps with a boyfriend from another school. However, there was none among the series of rewards. There was no addition for that, but it was not in vain. The system had recorded 2 new playboy behaviors, and through his efforts with the cooperation of Nizishin and Qin Lan he could perform 2 consecutive draws. System performed 2 draws. A burst of light circulated again, and this time luck was good. 4 golden cards, and surprisingly all the rest were purple cards, not a single blue card, which astonished Shen Qian. Among the purple cards, 5 were refund cards and reimbursement cards, with the rest being experience cards. These experience cards are also valuable. With a basic understanding of any knowledge, a few experience cards could actually rival professional standards, and with further use they could even reach mastery. What Shen Qian was most concerned about were the golden cards. Among the 4 golden cards there was only 1 connection card, while the other 3 were 2 information cards and 1 enhancement card. Enhancement card. A new card. Shen Qian opened this golden card and the card information was displayed. Enhancement card, select any aspect for enhancement. Then one small button after another appeared before him. Fortune, blessing, longevity. Shen Qian's brow jumped repeatedly at the sight of this card. This card was somewhat magical. If the previous cards merely provided wealth and connections, then the existence of this card directly transcended understanding. Originally he thought this card could enhance physical attributes, but now it seemed it could enhance fate itself. System, can I enhance my romantic luck? Suddenly a small box moved from a lower position to the top. Romantic luck. Shen Qian pondered for a moment but ultimately decided against enhancing his romantic luck for a simple reason: the women he had encountered so far were mostly after money and looks. If his romantic luck were enhanced, someone who was not after money or looks but simply wanted to be with him might appear and he would have to refuse, which would be quite troublesome. As for fortune, blessing and longevity, with the system he was never short of money. Having the system, didn't that count as being blessed? As for longevity, if an accident came tomorrow he couldn't avoid it anyway. Rather than thinking of such things, it was better to live well in the present. Thus he selected an enhancement for appearance. Almost the moment he clicked it, a slight warmth appeared on his face, but it was just a fleeting sensation, disappearing quickly. He walked to the mirror to take a look. The changes in his features were not very obvious, but that slight change made his facial structure much more. He touched his face, which seemed to have some oil or something. After washing his face, his true appearance was revealed and Shen Qian didn't know how to evaluate it. Saying he was handsome seemed superficial. He could only say that at this moment his face was on par with any handsome man. When Qin Lan woke up again and saw Shen Qian, she was clearly taken aback. This junior had indeed looked somewhat handsome before, but now for some reason he seemed increasingly attractive. By the time she regained her composure, the man had already put on his clothes and the two of them returned to school together. This was not what Qin Lan had originally planned. She thought that since something had already happened, he should at least buy her a bag or something today. Even if he didn't buy a bag, he should give her several thousand yuan to spend. However, there was none of that. When she saw his face, she surprisingly felt unworthy to make demands, as it seemed she was the one benefiting. But she didn't know that even if she had made a request, Shen Qian would have refused, not outrightly but gradually phased her out in the future. Shen Qian was not averse to gold diggers. After all, he had money and the unhealthy values of others could be beneficial for his own financial gains. However, having money didn't mean he would necessarily spend it on her. Money was always meant to enhance oneself, and even if he spent on others, he had to choose wisely. For someone like Tan Xinxin, spending a little was fine, especially with the cashback card. As for someone like Qin Lan, an occasional purchase of a bag was sufficient. She couldn't be treated as a long-term partner. If it weren't for the need to show off that he had female companions, there might not even be a cooperative relationship. After arriving at school, Shen Qian didn't message the senior again, but he did update his social media with a picture of Bulgari, since it had been a while since he last flaunted. Once he posted on social media, several people immediately noticed. The first was Nizixin, who had been waiting for a message from Shen Qian. However, instead of a message, she received a post from a hotel. Seeing that post shattered her heart, but he had previously stated he was not a one-woman man. Moreover, posting about a hotel did not necessarily mean he had spent the night with a girl. Perhaps he simply couldn't get used to sleeping in the school dorm. A similar excuse was being used by Lu Xinyao. That's right, it must be true. He is a wealthy person. How could a wealthy person sleep in a dorm every day? When school started, he was at Center J, and it's perfectly normal for him to occasionally sleep at Bulgari. Should I ask him about it? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. No, if I ask him, what would that mean? Questioning him. Why should I question him? Du Chanqian was also keeping an eye on social media. Shen Qian didn't go out for a run today, and she had originally wanted to ask him, but doing so would make it seem like she was eager to run with him. She had developed feelings for him, that much was true. But she felt that since Shen Qian hadn't confessed or expressed any affection, they couldn't be considered officially together, so she needed to be a bit reserved. What awaited her was this social media post. How could a boy possibly stay alone at Bulgari? There must be a girl with him. Who could it be? This question spiraled wildly in her mind. She wanted to know who that girl was. She also wanted to confront Shen Qian about why, despite liking her, he had bought her running shoes and a watch just days ago, yet could so easily spend the night with another girl. The more she thought about it, the more anxious and furious she became, yet the more she thought, the colder her heart felt. Shen Qian hasn't confessed to me. Suddenly she realized this issue. She had investigated Shen Qian and knew that he had confessed to all the girls in the class as soon as school started. He was a very flirtatious person. Moreover, she had heard he was quite the charmer, confessing to any pretty girl he encountered. However, despite all that, he had never confessed to her. Why? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? In this regard, she was absolutely confident. Although she couldn't compare to Xiaowan, apart from Xiaowan, she was also a top-tier beauty. Why did he flirt with others but only buy her a watch and running shoes? Men's three great illusions: she likes me, I can turn things around. Women's three great illusions: he is nice to me, so he must like me, I deserve better, I can deceive him. Right now Du Chanqian had developed this illusion, and it led her to a conclusion. He likes others, but he loves me because I hurt his heart. He is so pained that he sought someone else. If Shen Qian knew that Du Chanqian was thinking this way at this moment, he certainly wouldn't check out of the Bulgari room. As long as his stamina held up, he might even earn some more points before the holiday. On the other hand, Shen Qian received a series of notification sounds from the system. Based on the deductions, he roughly understood which girls had helped him earn points. At that moment his phone rang, and a long silent big fish finally threw him a bait. It's been less than a month since school started and cousin Shen is really enjoying the spring breeze.
Xia mangling as expected. I still need to showcase my life as much as possible for this big fish to bite. Shen Qian mused, not at all compared to my cousin I should still be lacking.
Looks like cousin is blaming me for not messaging you. How could I dare? Besides with my cousin's looks you don't need me. National Day is so boring.
I've played around in the Shanghai market for a month and don't want to go home. Looking at this message made Shen Qian smile. The implication was too clear, almost saying I'm giving you a chance, so invite me. I signed up for a travel agency from our school, a 5-day tour around Anhui province, 4,000 yuan per person. If you're interested in joining, I'll help you pay. Only in front of Xia Mangling did Shen Qian play the role of a sycophant, even though he hadn't flattered her for over half a month.
Is that okay?
I want to sturb you and your girlfriend, right? This was a test. Almost all sycophants feared being seen as scumbags by girls, even if they had deleted all female contacts and constantly revolved around their goddess. But as soon as a label was slapped on them, they panicked and desperately tried to prove themselves, whether through kneeling and apologizing or offering expensive gifts. If at this moment Shen Qian did not acknowledge having a girlfriend, how would he explain the social media post from last night? As long as he lied in a relationship, he would be the absolute inferior, because only the inferior had to lie to the superior. If he made Xia Mangling feel like she was above him, then this fishing game couldn't continue. For someone like Xia Mangling, there was no need to reel Shen Qian in. As soon as he bit the hook, she'd cut the line immediately.
She won't mind, she's a very easygoing person. Alright, but you have to come to my school to pick me up.
Shen Qian agreed, and afterward the other party did not reply again. Of course it was intentional. Letting the sycophant overthink was a common tactic of this goddess. With this school bell and Xia Mangling, this National Day is going to be exciting. On the day before the National Day holiday, Lu Qingyun shared some reminders and then the class meeting concluded. It was evident that this guy truly disliked complications. The meeting point agreed upon by the school's travel agency was at the high-speed railway station. Shen Qian couldn't possibly rush there early in the morning, especially since he needed to pick up Xia Mangling today. Shen Qian mentioned Xia Mangling to Tan Xinxin, who asked only one question.
If she is around, will you still only have eyes for me?
Shen Qian replied, don't judge me by my words, wait and see what I do. He couldn't provide a definite answer, but this trip was planned with only Tan Xinxin in mind.
One school beauty aiming to filter through entrance tickets.
One beauty who enjoys training dogs and is equally school beauty level. When these two meet, Shen Qian knows without a doubt it would be a catastrophic encounter. Including himself, there were 3 boys and 8 girls on this trip. If he focused on Tan Xinxin and if she remained undistracted, that would leave 2 boys and 7 girls, which would be quite interesting.
After the class meeting, Shen Qian drove to Huhai Normal University. Due to the holiday, there were a lot of cars here and he waited for quite a while before Xia Mangling arrived. This girl was accompanied by another girl whose looks were equally stunning, at least around a 7 out of 10. What a joke, this is a normal university, not a film academy. Is it really that easy to find a 7 out of 10 girl? Thoughts flickered wildly in his mind, but Shen Qian quickly decided not to engage in conversation with this girl and not to ask for her contact information. Because his main goal now was Xia Mangling. He was a professional playboy. Playboys should be fickle, but they shouldn't be distracted. The current target was the only focus and he must not let sudden distractions disrupt his plans. Mangling, you look even more beautiful after a month apart. Shen Qian waved at the two, his gaze lingering on the other girl for just a fraction of a second before immediately shifting back to Xia Mangling. Cousin Shen, let me introduce you. This is my senior Yu Ziwei, also from Jiang province. Shall be taking the high-speed train back tomorrow. Isn't your hotel booked near the high-speed railway station? I thought I'd have senior Ziwei accompany me, is that okay? No problem, the room I booked is quite spacious, it can easily accommodate 2 people. When booking the hotel, Shen Qian wondered how this girl could agree so readily. Now he realized it wasn't that she trusted his character, she had ulterior motives. But this was also good, it meant that the other party owed him a favor, providing a reason for future contact. I'll head back to school first to pick up my girlfriend and then we can go to the hotel together, alright? Sounds good. I want to see which beauty has captured my handsome cousin's heart in less than a month. Shen Qian smiled without responding. Yu Ziwei was a reserved girl from the moment they met until now. In the car her words were scarce, but her voice was pleasant to hear. Speaking of which, it's a bit of a pity. I was thinking that if you were single I would introduce Senior Yu to you. Suddenly Xia Mangling said in the car. Really? So if that's the case, I must have missed out on a romance. Why not break up? If you do, I'll introduce the senior to you. Yu Ziwei knew they were joking, but she still tugged at Xia Mangling. You can joke about this in front of me, but when you meet your cousin-in-law later, don't say such things, she might get jealous. Oh, after a month apart, how did you suddenly change like this? Weren't you adamant about being a playboy before? Yes, my goal is still to be a playboy, but I must finish this first love before I can play around with others, right? What? First love? Are you saying you haven't been in a relationship before? Xia Mangling seemed a bit incredulous, but then she calmed down. To her this was even more interesting. The dog she trained had actually gone to pursue his first love midway. If she could make a boy give up his first love, wouldn't that be an even greater challenge? Why do you want to be a playboy? Yu Ziwei finally couldn't help but ask. Of course, because being a playboy is a compliment. No girl dislikes a playboy, right? You're wrong to think that there are still many good girls out there. Lingling is a very good girl. Senior, it's not your place to say that. Even if you exemplify, you should use yourself as an example. Don't I know if Lingling is a good girl? So am I a good girl? Xia Mengling asked with a hint of mischief. Of course you are the best girl in the world. If I weren't your cousin, I would pursue you. Pfft, you're just good at sweet talking. I've been in school for a month and you only mentioned wanting to see me when school started, yet you haven't come once. Also, we aren't even proper cousins in terms of blood relation, it's like we're worlds apart. Just because you call me cousin, does that mean you take yourself as my brother? So are you saying that I can come to your school to see you later? Your legs are yours, do you need to ask me? He didn't even understand how to be a playboy, not knowing how someone like him managed to find a partner. As the holiday approached, there were many cars in the city of Huan. Shen Qian drove for over an hour to reach the school where Tan Xinxin had already been waiting with her suitcase. When Xia Mengling and the others got out of the car, not only Tan Xinxin but almost everyone present was stunned. The beauty and temperament of these two had almost reached school beauty standards, creating a beautiful scenery. However, when Shen Qian stepped out of the car, the girls' hearts skipped a beat. The car was filled with handsome boys and beautiful girls, and compared to them, Tan Xinxin seemed a bit ordinary. In the next moment, Shen Qian wrapped his arm around the girl's waist and kissed her on the lips. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? No, I just arrived. If you just arrived, you wouldn't have so many boys around you. As Shen Qian spoke, he looked around. Even though it wasn't a waiting area, many were waiting for a ride, and the most beautiful among them was Tan Xinxin. Let's go, he said, holding the girl with one hand and lifting her suitcase with the other, walking over to Xia Mengling. Let me introduce, this is my girlfriend Tan Xinxin, who is in the same class as me. This is Xia Mengling, my distant cousin, and this is Yu Ziwei, Xia Mengling Sr. Xia Mengling's expression subtly changed, but Shen Qian didn't care. There would be plenty of time over the next few days to seek advice from this dog trainer. In the hotel room, Xia Mengling faced Yu Ziwei. So what do you think of my cousin? Handsome, right? The girl opposite nodded. Indeed, he is handsome and he carries himself with elegance and charm. Xia Mengling widened her eyes. We've been together for almost a month and this is the first time you've complimented a guy. When we were eating earlier, he was very considerate towards his girlfriend and polite to the waitstaff. You could tell he has a really good temperament. So what do you think, senior sister? Should I introduce him to you? But he has a girlfriend. So what if he has a girlfriend? Many seniors at our school have girlfriends and it hasn't stopped them from pursuing you, has it? But I would at least refuse him, Xiaoling. I've heard that in less than a month you've already broken up 3 couples. There are some boys we must refuse. You still have 4 more years of college ahead of you. The girl pouted. I clearly didn't do anything. They fall for anyone they meet and then abandon them. It's so unfair to place the blame on me. Yu Ziwei knew that Xia Mengling's words were half true. Beautiful girls don't need to do much, a small gesture is often enough. But she didn't say much more. After all, she had been through a similar phase. Sometimes, just as Xia Mengling said, you could win someone's heart without doing anything. But senior sister, are you really not interested in my cousin? I feel like he won't last long with that girl. Well, see. At least while he has a girlfriend, I don't want to. Then it seems there's some interest. Don't worry, senior sister. This holiday I'll make an effort for you. By the time the National Day holiday comes around, you might just be single again. Yu Ziwei didn't respond. She didn't know how to reply. After all, Shen Qian was a pretty good boy. Good boys are rare these days. Although there were plenty of excellent suitors at school, it's important to be selective when choosing a boyfriend. In another room, Shen Qian and Tan Xinxin emerged from under the covers, both panting heavily. Since returning from military training, it was their first time together again, and at the most energetic age they felt like they could go all out. Your cousin and that senior girl are both so beautiful, the girl hummed softly against Shen Qian's chest. Are you scared? A little. After all, the opponent's strength is too formidable. I'm afraid that if she casually says something, you won't pay attention to me anymore. To be honest, there is a real possibility of that. Shen Qian teased her. Don't worry, that will definitely not happen. Making insincere promises in bed behavior aligns with the standards of a scumbag, rewards being distributed. I will only love you in this lifetime. Hypocritically pledging loyalty to the girl behavior aligns with the standards of a scumbag, rewards being distributed. Do you really only love me? Then what about that hotel photo from a few days ago? What's the story there? Oh, that was a senior who contacted me regarding an academic discussion, and we were deeply engaged in our studies. How deep was it? Shen Qian thought he had misheard. I'm asking you, how deep was it? Was it more in-depth when discussing with me or with her?
Similar dialogue Shen Qian had only heard in certain adult films before, usually spoken by men.
Hearing a girl say such words for the first time brought him a new understanding. Tisk, I'm not clear, let's discuss it further. The next morning Shen Qian was awakened by Xia Mengling knocking on the door.
They had indeed exerted a lot of energy last night and were both deeply asleep. Seeing Shen Qian like this, Xia Mengling hid her feelings well, but a hint of resentment still appeared in her eyes.
After sending Yu Ziwei away, Shen Qian went with the two girls to meet the travel agency.
As soon as they arrived at the meeting point shown in the photo, a girl with striking beauty caught Shen Qian's attention.
That girl also quickly noticed them, or more accurately she noticed Xia Mengling.
There was no mutual admiration between beauties, it was more like the absence of a king.
Hello, is this the 5-day tour of Huizhou? Shen Qian took the initiative to greet her.
Since the main character has arrived, the show should begin.
Yes, are you the junior?
The girl was naturally the school's flower for this trip. She had heard that a junior had joined initially one boy and one girl, and later it became one boy and two girls. Over 12000 yuan is just thrown around casually. For a rich second generation this amount is nothing, but for an average student it's quite a significant sum. It was said that this money was all provided by the same boy, which indicated the presence of a typical big spender. So she had been waiting here early. Naturally she wasn't waiting for those familiar faces, she was already tired of seeing them. It was hard to come by fresh blood, so she wanted to see what level he was at. But as it appears now, the big spender had been preempted.
That's right, I'm the junior who signed up. These are my two female companions.
As Shen Qian spoke, he took Tan Xingxin's hand, a gesture that made the school flower raise her eyebrows slightly.
It's common for a rich second generation to come out with a beautiful girlfriend and a couple of friends.
In the school flower's perception, Xia Mengling was the beautiful girlfriend while Tan Xingxin was the accompanying friend, but unexpectedly Tan Xingxin was actually the girlfriend.
I see.
So you pursued this beautiful girl by dating the people around her first.
Many rich second generations have used this basic approach, starting with those close to the girl and gradually influencing her. The tactic may be old, but it's still effective. Hello, junior. I'm Guo Shuangcai.
The girl slowly extended her hand, but the boy didn't shake it and smiled. Hello, senior sister.
I'm Shen Qian. This is my girlfriend Tan Xingxin, and this is my cousin.
Distant cousins, Xia Mengling emphasized intentionally and greeted Guo Shuangcai. Hello, senior sister.
You are so beautiful.
As she spoke, she replaced Shen Qian to shake hands with the other.
Now the senior sister was confused. What does this mean? It's not what she expected. This cousin even emphasized distant cousin. What does that imply?
And this boy refused to shake hands with her.
What is he doing? Is he upholding some kind of male virtue?
He's not protecting this beautiful girl's virtue, but rather the ordinary girl's virtue over there. The confusion grew, and Wei Shuangcai didn't even realize that her curiosity had already been piqued. After waiting for a while, the rest of the group arrived. Just as Shen Qian had guessed, the other two boys, although not dressed in flashy brands, emanated an air that unmistakably conveyed three words: money is no object. However, neither of the two boys brought a female companion, and the other girls who arrived also appeared to be well off.
Am I misunderstanding something? Is this merely a travel agency?
Shen Qian pondered whether his perception had become warped due to the scumbag system, causing him to view every situation through a cynical lens. But this thought changed after exchanging glances with several other boys and girls, as the faintly emerging hostility made him realize that this trip was definitely not simple.
After gathering, they all headed to the business lounge to relax.
Shen Qian had driven to Shanghai, having been poor before. This was his first time in business class. His companion Tan Xingxin shared the same experience, so upon reaching the lounge they couldn't help but survey their surroundings.
Junior, the snacks here are free, you can take some, one of the two men said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, the people around cast strange looks at Shen Qian, particularly the girls, who could hardly conceal their disdain. Shen Qian, however, was beaming with excitement.
Really? Xingxin, open the bag, I want to stuff some in. I want to take some too.
Xia Mengling joined in the fun and, disregarding the gazes of those around, the trio stuffed snacks into their bags.
Senior, do you want some? They're free. Shen Qian adhered to the principle that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the awkwardness fell on others.
If they wanted to flaunt their superiority with this, he would put pressure on them directly. Initially he intended to mock them, but he didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Not only was he shameless himself, but he also brought along two girls. The man speaking immediately averted his gaze, unwilling to engage with Shen Qian.
However, Xia Mengling's behavior caught the attention of another person.
Since we'll be traveling together for the next few days, why not take this opportunity to get to know each other? My name is Lu Jiaju, a sophomore from the Finance Academy. The man introduced himself, looking towards Xia Mengling. So this is his way of gathering information, Shen Qian thought, subtly glancing at Xia Mengling. She had just exchanged glances with this Lu guy but was completely ignoring him, instead focusing on a pack of snacks beside her.
I'm Zhou Wei, a junior from the law school.
After the two boys introduced themselves, it was a girl's turn. I'm Shen Qian and this is my girlfriend Tan Xinxin. We're both from the Human Resources Academy. Everyone knows me, so there's no need for me to introduce myself.
Junior, it's your turn. Shen Qian deliberately left out Xia Mengling's introduction, intent on leaving her and Guo Shuangcai in a bind.
People tend to believe that the last one to appear is the main attraction, and who among these two beauties would take center stage was indeed a question. Everyone knows me, so I don't need to introduce myself.
Junior, it's your turn.
Xia Mengling smiled cunningly. Hello seniors, I'm Xia Mengling. You two are amazing, one studying law and the other finance, and you're both so handsome.
You must go out often. Not at all, Xia Junior, you're very cute and beautiful too.
Shen Qian subtly pulled Tan Xinxin closer. Xia Mengling seemed to be training the boys, or more precisely competing for attention. These two affluent boys clearly showed no interest in ordinary girls, targeting Guo Shuangcai instead. But with Xia Mengling's appearance, it was uncertain whether their focus would shift. After all, compared to Xia Mengling, this pretty girl who seemed to lack worldly experience appeared easier to pursue and more charming. Shen Qian had just been contemplating the pressure he was putting on the senior across from him. Why was Xia Mengling getting involved?
Did she intend to help him out?
But he soon realized that men are drawn to innocent and harmless women, preferably those who are a bit poorer, as such women allow them to showcase their superiority and satisfy their desire for conquest.
Guo Shuangcai was too shrewd.
Even if she concealed it, while the rich second-generation kids are not fools.
Perhaps that's why this travel agency only had 3 men.
With the economy downturn, 4,000 yuan could do a lot. There was no need to hang their hopes on a campus beauty.
But they didn't realize that while Guo Shuangcai was astute, she was not malicious, she was merely being selective.
If she truly wanted to profit from this travel agency, they couldn't possibly be seated in business class. As for Xia Mengling, she was truly a love scammer. The key was that this girl was not lacking in money. These two rich second-generation boys seemed quite wealthy, and perhaps their wealth was already evident, highlighting the gap between them and Xia Mengling. Poor Tom and Jerry, soon to be manipulated at their will. Sure enough, as they awaited the high-speed train with just over 20 minutes to go, Xia Mengling was already astonished by the knowledge and experiences of the two seniors. Shen Qian glanced over and was surprised to see stars in her eyes, as if the two rich boys had completely captivated her. When interacting with this girl in the future, one must be cautious. Her affections are undoubtedly fake, as liking someone can be acted out. Shen Qian silently reminded himself, then held Tan Xingxin's hand.
The train is about to arrive. As the announcement echoed through the lounge, it was finally time for them to board.
During those 20-some minutes, the girls chattered away while Guo Shuangcai stared at her phone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the two rich second-generation boys stayed close to Xia Mengling, enthusiastically sharing their insights and suggesting the best spots for photos once they arrived.
Cousin, did you hear?
They brought an impressive camera, unlike you who doesn't even buy a camera when taking your girlfriend out. Suddenly called out by Xia Mengling, Shen Qian rolled his eyes inwardly. This guy is trying to undermine me just to catch these two fish. Very clever.
Xinxin, I didn't buy a camera, will you blame me?
You can't afford one, and besides, we're here to travel, not to take photos of me.
As long as you're here, that's enough. See? This is the difference between you and your cousin. That's why your cousin could win me over so quickly.
Shen Qian said, pulling the girl close and kissing her.
Poof. Xia Mengling huffed, pretending to be angry. It's okay, Lingling, you'll take pictures for you once we arrive. Zhou Wei patted his chest, smiling disingenuously. Really? Senior Zhou, you are too kind. Cousin, if you can find a girlfriend, it must be because Xin is blind.
When I look for a partner in the future, I will definitely look for someone like Senior Zhou.
Shen Qian chuckled inwardly, but Zhou Wei's eyes were already blooming with a smile.
Is this rich second generation for real? Has he never had good food? Shen Qian was puzzled for a moment, but then thought about it. After all, the rich second generation surely has access to good food, but with so many competing for someone like her, it's normal not to get a chance.
Moreover, as the internet becomes more developed, girls are increasingly aware that their beauty has value.
Therefore, there are quite a few who are playing hard to get.
Few like Xia Mengling offer genuine emotional value. Lingling, your luggage is quite heavy. Let me help you with it. At this moment, Lu Jiejun also emerged.
He was only a sophomore this year, and his skills seemed a bit clumsy compared to Zhou Wei, who was in his 3rd year. It was clear that he was a bit anxious, not wanting to lose his edge in this competition. Thank you, Senior Lu. Her enthusiasm was still evident, but anyone with eyes could see that compared to Senior Zhou, Senior Lu was already at a disadvantage.
Jiejun, I see you have some strength. Why not help me as well?
Guo Shuangcai could no longer sit still. There were only 3 boys in total, and Zhou Wei was clearly focused on Xia Mengling, while Shen Qian already had a girlfriend.
Her only option was Lu Jiejun. Just as Shen Qian had guessed, she indeed wanted to find a boyfriend, and he couldn't be too ordinary.
He must have some strength, because she clearly understood that with her looks combined with her ordinary background, it would be a disaster for her. She was unwilling to be with an ordinary person, nor did she want to be treated as a rich person's plaything.
Therefore she had to filter and choose until the right person appeared. However, she forgot one thing: all of this was based on the condition that no one was competing with her. Now that Xia Mengling had appeared, she realized just how cheap the affection of the rich second generation could be. Within half an hour they had turned their attention directly to Xia Mengling. Alright. Lu Jejun had always wanted to help Guo Shuangcai, but his offers had always been met with refusal. Even for small matters she still rejected him. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask for his help. Does this mean she is finally starting to accept me? He thought, feeling an endless surge of strength in his arms. Sigh, being a lovesick fool like this, the incidence rate among the rich second generation is low, but once it flares up there's no remedy. Shen Qian silently followed, watching the two perform. Are you just going to let it develop like this? In the car, Tan Xinxin leaned against Shen Qian's shoulder and quietly asked. I can see you like Xia Mengling. Are you really going to let others fawn over her? If others want to fawn over her, let them. I came out to travel with you. What's it to me? Really? Really? I've said it before, when I'm with you, you are the only one in my eyes. Shen Qian was speaking the truth. In his eyes there indeed was only Tan Xinxin, and the fact that she was the only one was part of his plan. Xia Mengling liked to raise dogs, while Guo Shuangcai wanted to screen her options. During this trip he needed to help this dog break free from Xia Mengling's collar and enter Guo Shuangcai's screening list. He didn't need to do anything, he just had to care for Tan Xinxin well, and by the way, showcase his financial prowess. Tan Xinxin stood up and held the other's face, trying to see something in their eyes, but she found nothing. The other person spoke sincerely without a hint of panic in their gaze. What? Do you want to see if I'm lying to you through my eyes? The other person affectionately pulled her back into their embrace. The journey from the city to Huizhou province took just over an hour. Throughout the trip, Zhou Wei's attention was almost entirely on Xia Mengling. For the first time, Lu Jejun felt that his relationship with Guo Shuangcai had progressed. TCH. While lining up to get off the bus, Shen Qian and Tan Xinxin were at the back, overhearing a girl in their group making a resentful sound. The school beauty senior wanted to screen her options, but weren't they also hoping for the same? Originally they thought that with two boys, one chosen by the school beauty, the other would at least get some benefits. After all, when a man is down, the woman comforting him usually benefits more. However, with Xia Mengling's appearance, it didn't just disrupt this plan, it completely destroyed it. The two rich second generations were taken cleanly, and the remaining one, though handsome, had a girlfriend keeping watch. They suddenly felt like they had become the biggest fools and couldn't help but feel unhappy. 4,000 yuan per person, and we get this kind of hotel. Shen Qian thought this conflict would build up for 2 or 3 days before exploding, but he didn't expect it to blow up so quickly. Shuangcai, this is too much. We paid 4,000 yuan per person. Even if we are sharing a room, we should at least find a better hotel. This budget hotel is filthy, and we don't even know what the previous guests did in here. What are you talking about? Lu Jejun had just made some progress in his relationship with Guo Shuangcai and naturally wanted to defend her. We only have 4,000 yuan in total. We're going to play for 5 days. Are we not going to spend any money on food and drinks? Aren't scenic spots free? And it's the National Day holiday, the hotel prices are already high. Don't be unreasonable. It's over. Shen Qian thought to himself. Everything said before was fine, but that last sentence was unnecessary. I'm being unreasonable. What are you talking about? I paid money to come out and have fun together. Can't I express a single opinion? Even during the National Day holiday, how high could hotel prices be? Lu Jejun, I'm asking Guo Shuangcai, why are you jumping in? What does it have to do with you? What are you saying? What am I saying? I'm saying you're acting like a big shot when she's not even your girlfriend. Why are you so agitated? Alright, everyone stop arguing. We came out to have fun after all. At this moment, Xia Mengling jumped in. The girls were already unhappy with Xia Mengling and her friend, and now that Xia Mengling took the initiative to step in, they naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. We're talking here, what are you trying to muddy the waters for, green tea bitch? Who are you calling? Zhou Wei immediately stood up. He had already fantasized about a sweet romance with Xia Mengling, and if these few people ruined her mood, it would be a loss. Did I say something wrong? What's the point of just smoothing things over? This hotel is simply too bad, at least let us stay somewhere decent. With 3 boys and 8 girls, according to the current division, 5 girls could band together while Shen Qian was merely watching the fun. Xia Mengling enjoyed the chaos, which led to an unprecedented unity among the 5 girls. Alright, let's change the hotel. Lu Jejun waved his big hand generously. Jejun, if we change hotels, the budget won't be enough. No problem, I'll cover the extra costs. It's not fair for just you to cover it, I'll chip in with you. Zhou Wei immediately responded. Shen Qian frowned slightly, thinking, how is this rich second generation being such a lovesick fool studied? It's so ridiculous. As soon as these two fools expressed their intentions, the gazes of several girls immediately fell upon Shen Qian. Come on, do they think they can take me along as a fool? Dream on. She cursed these two sycophants inwardly, then smiled and said, "Thank you, seniors." Is that all? Zhou Wei sneered inwardly while Lu Jiajun wore an expression of disdain. Although they hadn't known Shen Qian for long, Xia Mangling knew he wasn't poor. He might be slightly less wealthy than her, but he was definitely better off than these two. The way he shamelessly said thank you was just like the first time they met. This guy was still as amusing and slightly wicked. Cousin, you're really embarrassing. The two seniors are being generous. How can you act like this? To prevent other women from morally binding Shen Qian, she decided to morally bind him first. She wanted to see what tricks this man still had up his sleeve. Cousin, how can you say that about your cousin? Saying that makes him very sad. Cousin is about to cry. Shen Qian instantly got into character, transforming into a little man who threw himself into Tan Xingxin's arms, looking as if he was truly about to cry. Alright, don't be like that. Anyway, it's us two who said we want to change hotels, so the money will naturally be covered by us. When Lu Jiajun said this, he appeared calm on the surface, but his lips could hardly suppress a smile. Zhou Wei felt the same. Although they aimed to show off to different targets, they both succeeded. The original hotel cost 300 yuan a night, but due to the National Day holiday, aside from high-end hotels, they couldn't book anything else. Thus a hotel that should be over 300 a night was abruptly raised to over 800. Senior, is it too expensive? Shen Qian couldn't help but sigh. This girl was simply a demon. Anyone with a bit of pride who met her would definitely be at her mercy. How could it not be expensive? Each person was paying an extra 500 a night, and with 11 people that was an additional 27000. After all, second-generation rich kids are not the first generation. They have to ask their families for money. In Shen Qian's class there was a similar second-generation rich kid, Sun Haoyu, whose limit was usually around 70000 to 80000. Fortunately, there were two of them, so splitting it meant each person would pay over 15000, which wasn't too burdensome. What's this? Last time I stayed in a 5-star hotel in Shanghai, it cost 5,000 to 6,000 a night. This is only 800, still affordable. Seeing the other party's forced demeanor, Shen Qian felt a bit heartbroken, not for the fact that they were being foolish, but because he pitted them for being foolish and also getting played by Xia Mangling. He could almost guess how Xia Mangling would deal with this guy after the trip. Wow, senior, you're amazing. With someone like you, there must be many girls chasing after you at school. Xia Mangling kept pressing, and Shen Qian helplessly walked up. My girlfriend and I don't need separate rooms, just one room is fine. Helping this guy save some money so that he wouldn't find himself broke when it came to buying drinks later. That's out of the question. We're here for a trip. Even if you end up sleeping in the same room later, we still need to book 2 rooms for now. Otherwise, what if something happens? Wouldn't that put the responsibility on the senior sister? Exactly. You two are only freshmen, there's plenty of time ahead. Don't create trouble for Shuangcai. What Ling Ling said makes sense, you're only freshmen, so be a bit restrained. Watching these two sycophants desperately attacking his wallet, Shen Qian felt that his thoughts were unnecessary. He knew very well that sycophants don't end well, so why bother helping them save a penny? So he scratched his head and smiled, then thank you for your concern, seniors. Don't worry, we will be restrained. In fact, aside from wanting them to be restrained, these two also harbored some jealousy. Why could this kid eat well while they spent money and continued to flatter? Although the food might not be as good as theirs, at least he was still eating and satisfying his hunger. After confirming the hotel, they began their itinerary for the day. At Zayajin Park, as soon as they arrived, a girl with a ponytail waved at them. Just as they were confused, the girl rushed over with a large bag. Hello, are you Mr. Shen? Yes, that's me, Shen Qian replied as he stepped forward. Hello, my name is Xiao Guan. I'm the photographer you booked, and I'll be with you for the next few days. Everyone stared blankly at Shen Qian, who scratched his head in embarrassment. I just found a photographer to help me take pictures for my girlfriend since my photography skills aren't that great. Mr. Shen, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Xiao Guan said, glancing at Guo Shuangcai. You misunderstood, she's not my girlfriend. She is. Your task is simple. At each scenic spot, just take a set of pictures of my girlfriend. As he said this, Shen Qian took Tan Xingxin's hand. In short, just make her look good in the photos. Senior, I didn't expect you to book a photographer. Can you take a few pictures of us too? Senior sister, I would love to help you, but I booked an unknown session which is much more expensive than a group session, so I'm sorry about that. Cousin, can't I join too? Good girl, Senior Joe has such professional equipment, I believe he can take good care of you. Seeing that even this beautiful cousin was rejected, the other girls gave up on the idea of taking advantage. Do you have other colleagues who do group sessions? How much do they charge? For group sessions it's over 70 yuan per hour. 70 yuan an hour. Do you charge by the hour? Most photographers charge by the hour for sessions. Then how much is your unknown session? Mr. Shen booked the premium version, and after the shoot we still need to do retouching. It's 300 yuan per hour. 300. Hearing this price, the girls were shocked and looked at Shen Qian in disbelief.
Yes, and Mr. Shen has booked 10 hours of shooting time each day. Even if we don't shoot for the full 10 hours, the pay will still be calculated as 10 hours. That's 3,000 a day.
This concept echoed in everyone's minds.
Although those two rich kids had raised the original hotel fee from over 300 to over 800, this guy had directly spent 150,000 to take photos for his girlfriend. And it was only for taking photos of his girlfriend.
Why didn't you tell me about this? Tan Xinxin said with a hint of reproach. Going out to play is all about surprises. This isn't over yet.
Everyone believed that this time there would only be 4 main characters, 2 school beauties and 2 rich second-generation heirs. Yet when Shen Qian took action, it seemed to declare one thing: there would only be one main character, and that was his girlfriend.
Lingling, it's just a photoshoot, don't worry, I'll book one for you too.
No way, it's too expensive, 300 yuan for just 1 hour. And you've already spent so much on the hotel, how can they expect you to pay for this too? What's the big deal?
It's just 300 yuan for an hour, that's merely a bit of my pocket money.
Absolutely not, senior, thank you for your kindness, but my parents have told me that girls should not easily accept too much from boys, it's unethical. Her voice was not small, as if she was speaking for Zhou Wei, but Shen Qian felt she was really addressing Tan Xinxin.
The dog ran away. This girl is angry.
It's fine, Xinxin, you're my girlfriend, and it's not unethical for a girlfriend to accept a boyfriend's kindness. Shen Qian said this both to Xia Mangling and Guo Shuangxai.
Aren't you the one doing the selection? Aren't you looking for a rich second-generation heir?
The wealthy and devoted one is right before your eyes, but unfortunately he has a girlfriend, and that girlfriend doesn't seem to be as attractive as you.
Do you want to compete for him?
Throughout the entire afternoon, the girls' spirits were not high. After all, a photographer was present, constantly directing the poses, exclusively serving Tan Xinxin.
This kind of favoritism in the group was the most frustrating. Moreover, Shen Qian was spending his own money, so there was nothing to criticize.
He didn't even take any photos himself, only taking pictures for his girlfriend, and he felt no imbalance, so naturally others couldn't say much. In the evening, Shen Qian went to his room to get something. As he stepped out of the door, he saw Xia Mangling waiting outside.
What are you doing?
I'm afraid to sleep alone tonight. Can you let my sister-in-law sleep with me?
How can you say that? We're a loving couple and you want us to sleep apart.
It's a rare holiday, you wouldn't deny me such a small wish, would you? Xia Mangling blinked her big eyes. Honestly, if he didn't know about this guy's bad nature, Shen Qian would definitely fall for such eyes. They had a different kind of vitality, and being looked at by those eyes would warm even a corpse.
I need to discuss it with her. If she agrees, then I will agree too. Cousin, what's with you? You aspire to be a scumbag, yet you're suddenly so devoted. I'm not used to it. That was just a joke at the beginning, now I want to be a devoted person.
To deceive the girl while keeping a straight-face behavior conforming to scumbag standards, rewards are being distributed.
Cousin, you must be savoring the taste of this, so you said such things, right?
She indeed noticed her own social circle.
Shen Qian thought to himself, slightly embarrassed, shaking his head. What are you talking about? How could I be doing this for such reasons?
Pa. I know you boys well, it's always the small head controlling the big head.
If you're really not just doing this for such reasons, then tonight my sister-in-law belongs to me. What about me tonight?
Xia Mangling had a dark expression. This guy was so shameless.
Cousin, have you ever liked me?
The sudden question caught Shen Qian off guard, and he looked at her in disbelief.
Absolutely not, you're my cousin. Besides, I have a girlfriend now. Our relationship is so distant, Shen Qian, I need to tell you I'm very angry, really angry.
Since school started, you haven't looked at me at all and gradually stopped messaging me. Now out of nowhere you have a girlfriend.
You are clearly a very interesting person. Why have you turned into this? An interesting person should be single. Your reasoning is completely flawed. I'm not reasoning with you.
Tell me, Shen Qian, have you ever liked me?
Xia Mangling, your question is inappropriate.
The other party chose to go straight to the point, testing his compliance. In this way, Shen Qian naturally would not comply with her wishes.
Right now my girlfriend is in the room, yet you're blocking me here asking if I like you. The timing and place are wrong, so I can't answer that question.
You're scared, right? You're afraid that if you say you like me and in the end I won't be with you, you'll lose your girlfriend.
Think whatever you want.
Shen Qian finished speaking and turned directly into his room. Avoidance is a very shameful act, but in the game of emotions, avoidance can also be seen as a form of acknowledgement. When a man or a woman falls in love with someone they shouldn't, their first instinct is to avoid. At this moment, anyone with a bit of emotional experience will understand that once the other party starts to avoid, it means they have fallen in love. Outside the door, Xia Mangling looked at the closed door, her expression shifting from seriousness to playful.
Inside the room, Shen Qian yawned. Today he had taken a train and walked around, and after performing a scene he was indeed a bit tired. I must say, Xia Mangling is a formidable girl.
I don't know where she honed her skills, but she uses them so adeptly.
However, as long as I don't forget my original intention, I won't fear falling into her trap. Knock knock knock. Just when he thought the game for tonight was over, there was a knock on the door. Shen Qian was slightly taken aback. This was beyond his expectations. Hadn't the earlier act already made it clear that he was still her dog? Logically, she should have known when to stop. It was impossible for her to knock on the door now. Could it be Tan Xinxin? Who is it? Junior, are you asleep? The voice was somewhat familiar. It should be one of those from earlier in the day. Just about to sleep. Is there something? Not much, just wanted to chat with you about today's photoshoot. Shen Qian chuckled. Was she really trying to discuss the photoshoot? It's late at night. Coming to someone's door clearly means wanting something else. Senior, if there's something, let's talk tomorrow. It's not convenient at night. What are you afraid of? I'm a girl, how could I possibly eat you? Senior, you'd better leave, I have a girlfriend. Outside the room the noise quickly faded. But soon there was another knock on the door. Who is it? Junior, can I come in? No, you can't. Shen Qian was relieved that only 2 people knocked on the door. If all of them had come, even he would find it troublesome. After all, the skill of turning the tables is something women are more adept at. With his girlfriend present, doing something with other women in the room would definitely earn him scumbag points and catalog some scumbag behavior. But since the target is Xia Mangling and the others, there's no need to complicate things. They have already taken the bait. When to reel them in is still up to him. That evening Shen Qian did not seek out Tan Xinxin, and the reason was simple: Xia Mangling had taken action and it was only fitting to cooperate. After all, both of them had exhausted themselves the night before, so a little break was beneficial. The 5-day tour was packed with attractions, and the next day everyone woke up early. Woshwangsai had rented a large bus to shuttle between different regions. Lingling, let me tell you, the breakfast place we are going to next has an amazing taste. I visited it last year. On the bus, Zhou Wei tirelessly shared his travel experiences while Xia Mangling listened with excitement, occasionally gasping in awe. However, when Zhou Wei stopped talking, her gaze fell on Shen Qian. Last night she had conducted a compliance test and it was clear that Shen Qian still liked her. However, that girl was his first love, and first loves are always beautiful yet hard to let go of. Shuangsai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? On the other side, LV Jiajuan noticed that Gua Shuangsai seemed a bit distracted. A little carsick. She felt a bit nauseous, but despite her discomfort, her attention would occasionally drift to this new junior. She was an astute person, having sifted through so many rich second-generation heirs, and she could already tell whether Shen Qian was wealthy. Unlike those boys who couldn't wait for the world to know they had money just because they had a little cash in their pockets, this junior was more composed, intelligent, and definitely not stingy. Let's wait and see. Some people can be deceptive. She could not easily abandon the results of her long selection process based on just half a day's time. Achoo! Achoo! In front, Shen Qian sneezed twice. Cousin, could it be that someone is thinking of you? Behind, Xia Mangling spoke jokingly, but she did not realize that her jest caused the expressions of 2 or 3 people in the car to change. Does someone have a crush on Shen Qian? Of course, and not just one. The reasons for this admiration were simple: wealth, looks, and more importantly his girlfriend, who was pretty but not enough to overshadow others. If Shen Qian's girlfriend were Xia Wan or Tao Yan, the girl's ulterior motives would definitely be suppressed, but that would only be suppression. With the allure of wealth in front, who wouldn't want to take a shot? This was just a junior, how could he understand the virtues of a senior sister? Once they experienced it, they were sure this junior would cast aside his little girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. I am penniless, the only one who doesn't mind me and cares for me is our Xinxin. If anyone is thinking of me, it can only be our Xinxin. As Shen Qian spoke, he took the hand of the girl beside him and kissed the back of her hand. Cousin-in-law, don't be fooled by this guy. Before school started, he was determined to be a scumbag. This scumbag. Upon hearing this term, several senior sisters perked up their ears. It is well known that bad people do not wear their villainy on their faces, and scumbags would never admit they wanted to be scumbags. Those who claimed to want to be scumbags were without exception pure-hearted boys. Actually, even if he were a scumbag, I would still want to be with him. He treats me well, is gentle with others, and has great stamina. Among all the boys I have seen, he is the best. If I can see his merits, others will too. If one day he feels the novelty wears off and seeks other excitement or freshness, I wouldn't stop him. Just after finishing her sentence, Shen Qian immediately covered Tan Xingxin's mouth. What nonsense are you saying? When I'm with you, my eyes are only on you. What Tan Xingxin said was heard by everyone present, and apart from the shock, each had their own reflections. The 2 rich second-generation heirs looked disdainful. They had also dated many girlfriends, and those girlfriends had once sworn, saying, "You can play outside, I don't mind." But once they actually played outside, trouble ensued. As for the several girls, one confirmed that Shen Qian was definitely the son of a wealthy family, otherwise it would be impossible for a handsome guy to elicit such words from a woman. 2, they marveled at Tan Xingxin's high skills. After all, which man wouldn't like such a gentle and accommodating woman? Wow, cousin-in-law, your words are so domineering.
It has that feeling of being the head matriarch in a deep mansion, and it also has the vibe of a queen in a palace drama.
She was joking, don't take it seriously.
Shen Qian quickly explained, seemingly afraid that Xia Mengling would misunderstand. Xia Mengling still wore a cheerful expression, but her mood seemed to have improved, and during the subsequent itinerary she chatted more happily with Zhou Wei.
Junior, since your girlfriend is taking photos, why not help me take one?
In the scenic area, Shen Qian was taking pictures with his phone. Not far away were Tan Xinxin and the photographer Xiao Guan, and Guo Shuangkai's sudden approach clearly startled Shen Qian.
Me? I'm not good at taking photos.
If I could take good ones, would I still need to find a photographer?
It's okay, just help me out. Alright, wait a moment. Shen Qian said as he walked toward Zhou Wei, who was squatting down trying to find angles to take photos of Xia Mengling.
If it weren't for Xia Mengling wearing shorts, Shen Qian would have suspected this guy was up to something shady. His posture was too inappropriate.
Senior, can I borrow your camera for a moment?
The senior sister over there asked me to help her take a photo.
Cousin, the senior is helping me take photos. Can't you just use your phone to help her?
Yes, Junior, I'm currently helping the junior sister take photos.
Anyway, Shuangcai is pretty, just take some with your phone.
Since they all said that, Shen Qian had no choice but to walk back helplessly.
It's okay, Junior. Taking photos with a phone is just fine.
Guo Shuangcai reassured him, showing no visible signs of emotion, but Shen Qian knew that a woman who showed no expression was the most intimidating. In that moment, the two beauties engaged in a silent confrontation with Zhou Wei as the prize. Clearly Xia Mengling had won. Zhou Wei had completely leaned towards her, even though Guo Shuangcai had already resolved to approach Shen Qian. However, if something that once belonged to her was taken away by someone else, she would still be unhappy. Shuangcai, if you want to take a picture, let me do it. The junior still has to accompany his girlfriend.
Shen Qian had not taken many photos when LV Jiajue, who had gone to the bathroom, returned and quickly took over Shen Qian's task.
Alright, senior. Without a second thought, Shen Qian handed Guo Shuangcai's phone to LV Jiajue and stepped aside to take photos of Tan Xinxin with the photographer.
He smiled, holding up his phone, secretly plotting. Zhou Wei is completely out of the game now. It's either me or LV Jiajue.
She has already started to lean closer, indicating that during the selection process she has begun to favor me.
There is no need to rush. Next,
let's see if Xia Mengling will take action against this LV.
If she doesn't, then I'll think about how to eliminate him as well. The morning tour of the scenic area has concluded, and in the afternoon everyone is set to head to the next destination. The sunset at Tide Lake is exceptionally beautiful, Mr. Shen. Many couples often take couple portraits there, and even some wedding photography is done at that spot. Have you considered taking a set of photos? On the bus, Xiao Guan was making a pitch. What do you think, Xin? Do you want to take some pictures?
Wedding photos.
Tan Xin stared blankly at Shen Qian, not expecting him to actually not refuse, but rather to ask if she wanted to take photos.
This matter had nothing to do with money. What mattered was the symbolic meaning behind it.
Cousin, that's not feasible.
If we take a wedding photo set, that will waste a lot of time. Everyone is out here traveling together. You can't just focus on your happiness alone. Xia Mengling, relying on her status as a cousin, was not afraid of offending Shen Qian. In fact, it was more because she knew that Shen Qian liked her, and now that he wanted to take wedding photos with Tan Xin, it seemed to her like the last struggle of a love-stricken fool. That's how men are when they change their hearts. They want to prove their fidelity through external means.
This damn love-struck fool.
I really want to twist his head off and see what's inside.
How dare he take wedding photos with another woman in front of me? It's infuriating.
Xia Mengling cursed inwardly, but the words she spoke were all for the benefit of everyone, which Shen Qian naturally picked up on.
Exactly, Junior, you can't do this.
We're all here to have fun together. If you two take wedding photos, what about us?
Sure enough, as soon as Xia Mengling spoke, the love-struck fool immediately echoed her. We don't agree either, Junior.
There's no place for someone like you here.
In the end, Guo Shuangcai looked at Shen Qian and Tan Xin. Junior sister, it really isn't appropriate.
If you want to find a photographer yourself, it actually disrupts the balance within the group, but since you chose them and paid the money, we can't say much. However, if you continue to be so unconventional, it will be difficult for me, the senior sister, to manage.
Shen Qian was not moved by what others said. Instead, he turned to Tan Xin. Do you want to take photos? If you want to take them, then let's do it. At worst, we can leave the group. With me around, you don't need to worry about getting back.
Leaving the group was not an option for him. Xia Mengling was in the group, and she would never allow her love-struck fool to act alone. Wei Shuangcai also wouldn't let herself leave the group, as she was also a viable option. With these two around, it was equivalent to those two rich second-generation heirs being on their side, not to mention that there were also two senior sisters who knocked on the door last night. At this moment, he had unknowingly become the core figure of this group, something these people might not have even realized.
I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Xiaoguan, let's take the photos, but to avoid disrupting our schedule, please help me find a few more helpers. I want a good makeup artist and I want to buy the wedding dress, not rent it. Also arrange for lighting and photography, please set everything up that can be arranged. By the way, to thank all the teammates for their support, please get 2 more photographers to help my senior sisters and brothers take photos, they need to look good. Put the cost on my tab, I'll cover it. Successfully attracting a 7-point girl behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. Successfully stirring the emotions of a 5-point girl behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. Successfully engaging a 7-point girl's emotions behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. Successfully attracting a 5-point girl behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. With a series of rewards being given, Shen Qian felt quite pleased. In this day and age, being nice to one's girlfriend in front of others is actually the highest form of flirtation. Because now is not like the past, people used to be humble, accommodating and supportive. Nowadays people compete, fight and strategize. Most importantly, all modern girls basically have the mentality that they deserve the best in the world. When a girl who is on par with or even inferior to them appears to be happier, especially when the source of that happiness is right in front of them, they will want to destroy it even more and covet it. Cousin, didn't you hear? Xin said she doesn't want to put you in a difficult position. Why are you still? If she said she doesn't want me to be in a difficult position, it means she wants to. As her boyfriend, what's wrong with fulfilling her little wish? You. Xia Mengling's expression changed repeatedly. Mengling, don't you want me to take photos with Shen Qian? Tan Xin's words directly left Xia Mengling speechless. What a good assist. Shen Qian thought to himself. It had always been a game between him and Xia Mengling, but now Tan Xin's words were undoubtedly a masterstroke, like a few drops of water suddenly added to a hot oil pan, causing an immediate explosion. Over the past couple of days, Zhou Wei and the others had been hovering around these two beauties. At first Tan Xin was a bit worried that Shen Qian might be like them, after all, which man doesn't love beautiful women? But he truly was, as he said when he was with her, his eyes were only on her. Even when these two beauties approached, his gaze remained solely on her. She understood that happiness is fleeting, and this short-lived happiness cannot solely rely on Shen Qian. She also needed to put in some effort. She was not a fool. Although Xia Mengling called him cousin over and over again, her gaze was unmistakable. Only a fool who was completely manipulated by her wouldn't see through it. No, it's just. If it's nothing, your cousin has already arranged everything. Not only taking photos with me, but also arranging photographers for others. I believe everyone will be very happy. Cousin, aren't you happy? Of course I'm happy. Traveling is all about having fun. For the past 2 days Tan Xin had said very little, like a little ornament of Shen Qian. But Xia Mengling now realized that while Shen Qian might be a fool in love, he was definitely not brainless. How could someone like him be firmly held onto if Tan Xin were just a naive little flower? And just now their conversation also awakened another person. Guo Shuangcai had thought that to get close to Shen Qian, Tan Xin was her only rival, but it now appeared that wasn't the case. The so-called cousin was also eyeing him. She initially thought they were truly relatives, just siblings, but unexpectedly they were actually like Morong Fu and Wang Yuyan. Then let me once again thank all the senior brothers and sisters for their tolerance. Xiaoguan, make sure the photographers you arrange are skilled, and they must capture the senior brothers and sisters beautifully. Mr. Shen, there's one thing I want to confirm. Do you really want to buy a wedding dress? Actually, if you rent it. Xiaoguan, how can my girlfriend wear something someone else has worn? My girlfriend should use new things and she should have the best. But if you buy now, the custom ones definitely won't be ready in time. Only ready-made ones are available, and a set would cost about over 10,000. Shen Qian nodded. Then let's get a set for over 10,000. As long as my girlfriend is happy, what does spending a little money matter? Successfully stirring the emotions of a 7-point girl behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. When pursuing the target while taking wedding photos with his girlfriend behavior meets the standards of a scumbag, rewards are being distributed. Scumbag behavior has been recorded. When the crowd's vehicle arrived at Chao Lake, the photography team arranged by Shen Qian also arrived. The owner of the shoot did not expect that originally Xiaoguan had only gone out for a task, but he ended up bringing back a substantial amount of business. Wedding photography, is that about taking pictures? It is all about the money. Countless women adhere to the belief of marrying only once in a lifetime, which makes wedding photos especially significant, with profit margins in this industry that are astonishing. However, during this period, due to the awakening of love-struck fools, the profits in the wedding photography industry have been gradually shrinking. Who would have thought that during a trip such an order could come in? Thus the owner appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. Boss, we are on vacation, so we need the team to accompany us and not delay our travel plans. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, whether it be stylists, photographers, makeup artists, or lighting technicians, we have chosen experienced professionals who will definitely satisfy you. Just being satisfied is not enough, you need to make my girlfriend happy. Also, the 2 additional photographers, please take good care of my senior classmates. That's only natural.
Shen Qian and the owner were chatting amiably while the 2 rich second-generation individuals nearby were dumbfounded.
What was going on with this guy?
Where is this kind of situation possible? His girlfriend is pretty but not to the extent of being worth this much. Just going out for a shoot this expense would at least be 20 to 30,000.
Can an average person afford that? Let alone average people, even the 2 rich second-generation individuals might not be able to afford it.
And it also depends on who it is. If it were someone like Xia Mengling or Guo Shuangcai, having them as girlfriends would not sting too much even if it cost 20 to 30,000. But this girl is not even a campus beauty. What right does she have?
It's fine, Lingling, if you want to take some candid photos I can help you find someone.
Thank you, senior, but I don't need that.
It's too expensive and we are not in a relationship. Spending your money would make me feel guilty.
Xia Mengling was now nearly furious. Shen Qian was simply stepping on her toes. Originally Guo Shuangcai had already been firmly under her control. With just a little more effort this trip would yield her 2 loyal followers and she would be the undisputed protagonist.
Now everything was ruined by Shen Qian, this love-struck fool. How dare he? This idiot, I will never pay him any mind again.
Shen Qian had no idea that since getting off the car Xia Mengling had been internally cursing him. She had never faced such grievances in all her years. Whether in high school or university, beautiful, gentle, kind and cute, these wonderful adjectives belonging to women were all embodied in her. Since middle school she had been receiving love letters and had suitors. Although she always rejected others, she never harmed them. Instead she provided encouragement and hope. She didn't know when she started to enjoy this feeling, but as more and more people approached her she grew tired and frustrated. These guys always said the same things: love, affection. They didn't understand her at all, they were merely attracted to her appearance. To like someone after just a few words or a single meeting, how superficial could one be to act like that? Thus she changed. Since these guys were so persistent, she decided to play along, giving them hope and making them invest. After all, they were willing to do so and she couldn't be blamed.
She didn't lack money or admirers, what she lacked was fun.
Teasing these guys, playing with their so-called emotions, was incredibly amusing.
Watching them lose their dignity, gradually losing their curiosity, even some who had girlfriends losing them. She found it all very entertaining.
Shen Qian became one of her new targets. This guy was quite interesting. She thought it would be amusing to see such an interesting individual gradually become dull. So she agreed to this trip. Her goal was clear: to make Shen Qian fall in love with her. From then on this boy's life would only revolve around her. Every time she thought of this she felt exhilarated and infinite pleasure bursting within her. But the plan encountered a slight change.
Who is this woman? Who is this ordinary-looking woman? Why? Why would Shen Qian, this fool, ignore her for this ordinary-looking woman?
Why does he clearly still have feelings for her yet can still date this ordinary woman? Oh, it turns out he is a cheating cat. This naughty little cat should be taught a lesson. But. For 2 days this guy actually hasn't paid her special attention. All his focus has been on that ordinary woman. Is her figure not good? Is her face not beautiful? Or is her voice not gentle enough?
Is her personality not good enough?
Now he actually dares to take wedding photos with other women in front of her. This should clearly be his and her ultimate dream. He should be looking forward to her accepting his love, anticipating holding hands, kissing and even stepping into the hall of marriage together. Her heart surged with waves, yet her face still wore a radiant smile.
This is Xia Mengling.
Shen Qian did not understand her past, nor did he want to. Both sides saw each other as prey, sitting at the same table. There is only one type of person who will lose everything at the card table: those who win a little and then stop playing. And there is only one type of person who will leave the card table unscathed: those who stop playing as soon as they lose. Clearly Shen Qian is the one who knows when to stop losing, while Xia Mengling is the one who wants to win. As the sun slowly set, orange waves glimmered on Chao Lake and Shen Qian embraced Tan Xinqing, kissing her before the sunset. This scene stimulated everyone present. But when night fell, no one noticed how grim Xia Mengling's expression truly was. That night the group drove back to the hotel. Shen Qian and the girl directly expressed they would not be having dinner, and then the two returned to their room. Outside the room, Xia Mengling stood at the door, her fists quietly clenched. Although the soundproofing in this room was good, it couldn't withstand the loud noises coming from inside. As she was about to knock on the door, a voice stopped her.
What do you want to do?
It was Guo Shuangcai. Do you think knocking will stop them?
What does it have to do with you?
Xia Mengling glared at her, her expression filled with displeasure.
You like your cousin, right? It's none of your business. What if I have a way to make them break up?
Inside the room, Shen Qian and the girl were holding hands tightly, and just then the system's notification sound rang out.
It seemed someone outside was eavesdropping.
No matter who that 17th girl was outside, the goal had been partially achieved.
The new round of confrontation was about to begin. Do you really think it's that easy to break up a love-obsessed person?
In Guo Shuangkai's room, Xia Mengling stood with arms crossed eyeing Guo Shuangcai. This woman claimed she wanted Shen Qian to end his relationship, yet clearly she had already set her sights on him. But when exactly she'd begun watching him, Xia Mengling couldn't tell, only a quiet seething resentment simmered within her.
That Shen Qian. Utterly despicable, flirting shamelessly with every woman he meets. Guo Shuangcai was equally detestable. She'd fixated on Shen Qian, no wonder she showed no interest in Lu Jiaju. You still haven't answered my question. Do you like Shen Qian?
You saw what happened today.
My cousin's charm needs no elaboration. He's the kind of man any woman would fall for.
You claim you have a way to break them up, does that mean you're drawn to him too? Wei Xuanxai nodded without hesitation.
Exactly. I am. Handsome, wealthy and fiercely loyal, what woman wouldn't be captivated by such a man?
Then it seems we're rivals now, and there's nothing more to say.
Xia Mengling turned to leave.
Can you truly bear watching them so blissfully entwined?
I certainly can.
After all, I attend the same university as him, I'll have countless opportunities to interact.
As for you, you'll likely only hear about Shen Qian's new romance long after it's already begun. Xia Mengling was a student from another university and had been traveling for 2 days.
Wei Xuanxai had already gathered nearly all available information about her. Judging by your words, do you believe Shen Qian will definitely break up with Tan Xinxin once your trip ends?
And are you certain you'll take his heart in return? My distant cousin is far more complex than he appears. Yes, he's love-obsessed, but he's no fool. If you resort to underhanded tactics, he won't be easy to manipulate. So you know your cousin quite well then. Xia Mengling remained silent.
In truth, her understanding of Shen Qian was extremely limited. Her real insight had only deepened over these past 2 days.
Strangely, he seemed utterly unconcerned with money, even wealthier than she was.
Yet her father had once mentioned Shen Qian's family. His father suffered from severe heart disease, nearly dying, and it was his mother who single-handedly held their household together. Now suddenly they were rich.
Xia Mengling had met Shen Qian's parents. They bore no resemblance to affluent people. Even wearing designer labels, they lacked the effortless poise of true wealth. Shen Qian had swindled his uncles, yet his own father voiced not a word of reproach. In any household, financial control dictates authority, even between father and son.
Each detail pointed unmistakably to one conclusion: Shen Qian held ultimate sway within his family, and every cent he spent came from his own doing. If this inference held true, Shen Qian's potential was staggering.
A self-made tycoon carried infinitely greater weight than any airborne into wealth. Not especially well.
His father has recently launched several ventures, only just beginning to prosper. We assumed he'd be financially prudent, never imagining he'd prove so hopelessly love-obsessed. So you're calling him a nouveau riche? In temperament perhaps not, but in his attitude toward money.
Absolutely.
Since this woman had already set her sights on Shen Qian yet taken no action, she must still be observing. Was she indifferent to whether he lived up to her expectations of excellence? No, she cared only whether he would become her obedient companion.
And anyone who might challenge her claim had to be eliminated. Indeed, upon hearing the term nouveau riche, Guo Shuangcai fell silent for only a moment.
Regardless of whether he is or isn't, let's cooperate. First, get that girl out of Shen Qian's life.
Everything else can wait. How do you plan to proceed? Simple enough. Misunderstandings can fracture even the strongest bond.
You're planning to seduce him.
How undignified. Just manufacturing misunderstandings. Why would seduction be necessary?
They spoke until the dead of night. After seeing Xia Mengling out, Guo Shuangcai exhaled deeply.
Nouveau riche.
She smiled. Though the other woman had improvised cleverly, her haste was evident. The phrase was clearly meant for her ears alone. But why emphasize it so pointedly? She sought a scion of wealth. Shen Qian had already displayed the trappings of one.
Yet Xia Mengling insisted on labeling him a nouveau riche. He was young, too young for political influence, yet spent with astonishing generosity.
Moreover, he possessed an uncommon calm and composure far beyond his years. All these signs converged upon a far more compelling possibility: self-made tycoon. At that thought, Guo Shuangcai's heart began to race.
At that very moment, Lu Jiaju and Zhou Wei receded entirely into irrelevance.
No wonder she concealed it so carefully. No wonder such a stunning woman took the initiative herself. If this is true, everything falls perfectly into place.
No, absolutely not. If he is self-made, manufacturing misunderstandings becomes reckless. Once he regains clarity and analyzes the situation, even our most flawless scheme would leave a bitter aftertaste.
Without hesitation, Guo Shuangcai abandoned the plan to separate Shen Qian and Tan Xinxin. Back in her room, Xia Mengling lay awake for hours.
She disliked Tan Xinxin, but loathed Guo Shuangcai far more.
Since the other woman had proposed cooperation, let her play the sacrificial pawn. If the couple truly split, Xia Mengling would offer just enough clues for Shen Qian, sharp as he was, to swiftly identify Guo Shuangcai as the mastermind. On the third day of the trip, their destination was Mount Huang. Everyone rose early, but breakfast was modest. Instead, they packed ample provisions. Climbing the mountain would be arduous.
Lingling, let me carry your bag. Thank you, senior brother, you're truly wonderful. Shen Qian observed closely the girl had slipped at least 5 bottles of mineral water into her backpack. Harmless enough on flat ground, but they'd soon be scaling steep, exhausting trails. He toys with both wallets and bodies, truly despicable beyond measure. Xuanxai, may I carry yours as well? No need, I'll manage myself. The ascent is long. Lu Jiaju blinked in confusion.
Just 2 days ago she'd gladly accepted his help, why the sudden chill?
Yet he reflected mountain climbing was exhausting.
Her refusal then was considerate, perhaps even protective of him. Warmth bloomed in his chest and his smile widened.
Cousin, if I grow too weary halfway up, will you carry me? Ah.
Shen Qian was startled by the call, but instinctively glanced at Tan Xinxin and laughed.
Your cousin's wife has less stamina than you do.
If anyone collapses first it'll be her, I'll carry her of course. Xia Mangling curled her lip and glanced at Guo Xuanxai. From morning until now the other woman had done nothing. It was plain their fragile alliance had dissolved before it ever truly began.
Shen Qian of course remained utterly unaware.
All he knew was that today marked the 3rd day and only 2 remained before returning to campus. His senior sister, he mused, would likely make her move soon.
Unfortunately, not all events fell within Shen Qian's expectations.
On the 3rd day throughout the entire trip, Guo Xuanxai did not take any further action. To be precise, she did not make any proactive moves. This was indeed beyond Shen Qian's anticipation. Yet what he did not know was that Guo Xuanxai refrained from acting rashly because she had already made him her primary target. She was almost certain that Shen Qian was the person she was looking for, but she needed to return to school to strategize. Shen Qian was only a freshman. She was confident that given time, securing this promising candidate was merely a matter of time. Guo Xuanxai did not fall into the trap, and Shen Qian did not feel it was a loss. After all, he had already showcased his financial prowess, and while the effects on Xia Mangling's side were not significant, they were nonetheless effective, which was sufficient.
Among the 2 attractive girls, one was a rich 2nd generation. What kind of boy had she not seen?
Attempting to win them both over was an insurmountable challenge.
Lingling, let me take you back to school.
After the group exited the station, Zhou Wei immediately sought to ingratiate himself. Over the course of 5 days, amidst the warm greetings of seniors, Zhou Wei transformed into the person Xia Mangling wanted him to be. Shen Qian felt grateful for his sacrifice. After all, his downfall had also helped Shen Qian unlock a new facet of Xia Mangling, allowing for a more comprehensive approach in their interactions. Of course, all of this hinged on one premise: there was still a future. This trip had indeed stimulated Xia Mangling, but once the girl returned and calmed down, she would face 2 choices: first, to abandon Shen Qian, or second, to invest more effort into reining in this wayward dog. Regardless of which option she chose, Shen Qian already had subsequent plans.
No need, senior. I believe my cousin will safely take me back.
Really?
No need. I have a car. Thank you for your kindness, senior. My cousin has a car too.
With the trip concluded, Zhou Wei had served his purpose for Xia Mangling, and she naturally would not give him more opportunities to get closer.
Junior, I also want to go to the normal university. Could I hitch a ride with you? I wonder if that would be convenient.
Guo Xuanxai suddenly stepped forward, and Lu Jiejun quickly responded, Xuanxai, you want to go to the normal university?
No need to hitch a ride, I can drive you.
The girl frowned slightly. Hitch a ride?
You aren't even going in the same direction.
What kind of hitch ride is that?
If it's not on the way, I'll just take a taxi.
Shen Qian silently observed this scene. From the 3rd to the 4th day of the trip, Guo Xuanxai had maintained this attitude toward the final competitor. Clearly this guy hadn't done anything to upset her, yet he was treated this way.
Indeed, for a woman who does not like you, your existence is a mistake. Senior, it might not be convenient.
I was thinking of having my cousin take me to my school to give him a good dressing down.
It's alright, just take me to the normal university. I happen to be meeting a friend there and I won't disturb you. Junior, you wouldn't refuse a senior, would you?
Of course, no problem. The parking area where Shen Qian stopped was not far from the high-speed railway station, and the group quickly arrived at the parking lot where Guo Xuanxai also spotted the BMW 3 Series. To be honest, when she saw the BMW 3 Series, she felt a bit disappointed. She knew this car was only worth around 200,000. How much money does Shen Qian really have? Is this 200,000 car his limit? Yet during this trip he had already spent 30 to 40,000. Guo Xuanxai thought it was still necessary to investigate further. Many people in society wanted to pursue her, some of whom could earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year. Saving for a year or two to buy a BMW 3 Series was not difficult. The most challenging aspect of Shen Qian was here: he was low-key and stable, making it hard to gauge his depth. For the first time, Guo Xuanxai hoped wealthy individuals would flaunt their riches, otherwise remaining in this unknown state was truly distressing.
Senior, is your friend at our school male or female? You're so beautiful, your friends must be especially attractive too. Tell me, maybe I know them.
In the back of the car, Xia Mangling asked numerous questions without boundaries while Guo Shuangcai was not angry but slowly answered each one. She knew that since the alliance between the two had broken, they had essentially become rivals. Her presence here was affecting the other's performance. But what she wanted was to influence her performance. Compared to Xia Mangling, Tan Xinxin posed far less danger. Shen Qian was now her target. She could not and should not allow him to be with a dangerous woman like Xia Mangling, even if Tan Xinxin was the legitimate girlfriend present.
Meanwhile, Shen Qian was pondering what Guo Shuangcai meant. Could it be that during the trip, because Xia Mangling was around, the senior did not act and now she intended to take action after sending Xia Mangling away? No, that was impossible. It was too soon. Even if he spent 30 to 40,000 during the trip, that merely brought him to an average rich second-generation level. Looks did not matter to a woman like Guo Shuangcai. She was looking for a partner, not a male model, knowing the difference between what mattered and what did not. It must be some other unknown reason that led her to consider him. She believed that abandoning Lu Jiejun and choosing him was the right decision. But what exactly was the reason? The car? No, he had never mentioned the car during the trip. Tan Xinxin and Xia Mangling wouldn't casually bring up the BMW 3 Series. Moreover, for the senior, a mere BMW 3 Series should hardly catch her fancy. What else could it be? If you took away looks and personality, what else could be superior to Lu Jiejun? It seemed to revolve around wealth, but he had only showcased so much. How did this woman determine that he was significantly wealthier than Lu Jiejun?
As he pondered, Xia Mangling's voice reached Shen Qian's ears. When did Xia Mangling become so familiar with this senior? These two had not exchanged many words at the start of the trip due to their competitive relationship, and even now they should not be chatting so much regardless of the shared route. These two. They've had a conversation. With this deduction, Shen Qian roughly understood that Xia Mangling had certainly said something to this senior.
He did not know the specifics, but the content must have been directed towards his financial capabilities.
So after that, Guo Shuangcai's attitude changed. Coupled with the fact that someone had been eavesdropping outside his door that night, whether it was Xia Mangling or Guo Shuangcai, the two must have had a conversation afterward. It was after that conversation that Guo Shuangcai's attitude toward Lu Jiejun shifted. Shen Qian's mood instantly lifted. What they talked about was not important, nor was their purpose. The fact that he had officially entered Guo Shuangcai's selection list made the subsequent matters much simpler.
Shen Qian quickly delivered Xia Mangling to the normal university, and as his girlfriend Tan Xinxin naturally followed along.
Cousin, since you rarely come here, why not take a stroll around the campus with me? Our school is incredibly beautiful. And there are particularly many girls here.
Shen Qian raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this girl unable to hold back?
Speaking about how many girls there were in front of a boy's girlfriend was no different from direct provocation.
So what if there are many girls?
It has nothing to do with me, I already have a girlfriend. He said as he wrapped his arm around Tan Xinxin and planted a kiss on her cheek.
Alright, you love your girlfriend the most, it's none of your business. Xia Mangling was speechless.
Over the past few days, Shen Qian's display of affection had become increasingly excessive, almost as if he was about to do something right in front of her.
This hopeless romantic was truly annoying.
Darling, since we're already here, why not explore the campus with my cousin?
I happen to have never been to the normal university either. Sure, since you say so, then I'll trouble my cousin to show the way.
The National Day holiday had not yet ended and there were almost no people on campus. Just as Xia Mangling had said, the scenery here in summer was exceptional and the architecture was very stylish. As they walked, Shen Qian frowned slightly and asked, "Where's the school restroom?" Xia Mangling rolled her eyes dramatically. "Why are you just like my dad, always looking for a restroom as soon as you leave the house?"
"Over there. It's a bit far, you need to run fast."
Tan Xinxin immediately took out a pack of tissues and handed them over, and then Shen Qian dashed off, leaving the two girls behind. After standing for a moment, Xia Mangling smiled gently.
"Tan Xinxin, what do you think of Shen Qian?"
The girl beside her replied coldly, "He's not here, your sister-in-law isn't calling, so why isn't your cousin calling either?"
"Xia Mangling, you can't keep pretending, can you?"
"If I wanted to, I could pretend for a lifetime, but I have no need to pretend in front of you because you're not worthy." Xia Mangling's words were quite aggressive, but to Tan Xinxin they still weren't enough. "Indeed, I'm not worthy, but that doesn't change the fact that you have to pretend in front of me because I am Shen Qian's girlfriend and you can't have him."
"Ha, chase him? Why would I chase him? There are plenty of nice boys out there, rich second-generation types. I've seen my fair share and I'm not short on money."
"What right does Shen Qian have to make me chase after him?"
"Why are you silent? Are you unhappy to see me disparaging the person you like?" "No, I just find it a bit amusing. You don't want to chase him yet you act like this. You remind me of a little kid from my neighborhood who always says the candy others are eating isn't good when he sees them eating it, even though he has plenty of candy at home. In reality, he did have a lot of candy, but he always wanted what others had. He didn't lack candy, he lacked the candy he could actually eat." As Tan Xinxin spoke, Xia Mangling's breath hitched slightly. A tide of unexplainable rage surged within her.
She suddenly wanted to slap this woman, but in the end reason prevailed over her anger.
Do you really think you can hold on to him just because of you?
A man like him, no matter how much he loves you, will always have one or two women who are prettier, have better figures, and are more pleasant in every way than you. So what if that's the case? After a 5-day trip, it was the first time Xia Mengling saw such a disdainful expression on this girl's face. So what if that's the case? She repeated, in any case, I took the first bite of this candy.
Do you know the cola theory among men? A bottle of cola costs 3 yuan and the first sip is worth 2 yuan and 90 cents.
When we're together, I enjoy every day spent with him.
If we break up, then so be it.
Shen Qian is a good person at heart. I believe that even if we break up, he will take care of me properly and at least won't let me live a hard life.
So no matter how you look at it, I'm the one with the candy.
Xia Mengling gritted her teeth. She finally understood why Shen Qian was so completely under this woman's thumb. It was because this woman had never liked him from the start. Because she didn't like him, even if she were to lose him one day, she wouldn't feel regret. Because she didn't like him, she constantly considered herself savoring every moment.
He treats you so well, how can you treat him like this?
Xia Mengling might not have expected that such words would come out of her mouth. The girl across from her merely shrugged.
How have I treated him?
I accompany him to eat, I sleep with him, I provide emotional value, and I'm not noisy or troublesome. I care for him and I'm concerned for him.
From any angle, I'm a good girlfriend. But you don't even like him. Everything you do is a deception. I initially thought you were a smart girl, but now it seems I overestimated you.
I really didn't expect such childish words to come out of your mouth. Deception, how can that be called deception? Look at how many people in society marry, how many marry someone they truly love.
Do they count as deceiving?
If so, then they are even more cruel, deceiving for half a lifetime or even a lifetime. She paused and looked at Xia Mengling.
You say I'm deceiving him, hasn't he deceived me? He knew you before school started.
Can you dare say he wasn't moved by you? Can you dare say he hasn't shown goodwill towards you, that he doesn't have you in his heart?
And even if I'm deceiving, everyone can criticize me, but you have no right to do so. I'm not blind.
During these days of travel, that guy named Zhou Wei, I think back when school started, you played with Shen Qian like this, right? You're here accusing me, which is nothing more than blaming me for taking your toy for the man who should have been molded by you, being well protected in my embrace.
Shut up. How dare you bite back at me? Although I gave them hope, I've never dated them.
They just had one-sided feelings. Clearly they've only met once or twice and say they like him.
It's they who are shallow, not me. But Shen Qian isn't a shallow person. I just mentioned your behavior and you didn't refute me. Doesn't that indicate something?
Xia Mengling took a deep breath and looked at Tan Xinxin.
After a while, that hopeless romantic would be back. She absolutely could not let her discomposure be seen. This fool actually found such a woman.
And she's a hopeless romantic. Your girlfriend is clashing with a girl rated 7 out of 10. You are uninvolved and your behavior meets the criteria of a scumbag.
Rewards are being distributed.
Your girlfriend successfully stirred the emotions of a girl rated 7 out of 10 and your behavior meets the criteria of a scumbag.
Rewards are being distributed.
In the restroom, Shen Qian had just pulled up his pants, feeling a bit dazed.
What was going on? Did Tan Xinxin make a move? That was quite intense. Suddenly his phone received a message. Break up with her and I'll date you. She's a bad woman. Incredible.
What did Tan Xinxin do? She actually pushed that little girl to the point of losing her sanity.
However, facing this sudden confession, Shen Qian remained unflustered and replied, it's better to avoid such jokes.
If you were to confess, it would definitely be to Senior Zhou first.
I can tell you have quite a fondness for her.
On the other end of the phone, Xia Mengling was stunned by this message.
What's Senior Zhou?
That was just a small toy she picked up casually. How could this love-struck brain be jealous over that?
Jealous.
He is jealous.
He still likes me.
Realizing this, Xia Mengling immediately felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, no matter the time, men are always visual creatures. The more beautiful and better shaped always win, and this time was no exception. When Shen Qian returned to their side, he noticed Xia Mengling's gaze slightly dodging.
I've delivered you safely, so I'll be leaving now. You're leaving already, brother Shen. I can't bear to part with you. Can't you stay and have a meal with me? Go on, stop acting spoiled.
Shen Qian stepped back, looking at her in disbelief. Also call me cousin, not brother Shen, brother Shen.
I want to call you brother Shen. Shen, go brother, go ahead and hit me. Tan Xinxin watched the scene expressionlessly while Shen Qian seemed to drag her away as if fleeing. Watching the two leave, Xia Mengling felt a bit better.
Shen Qian not agreeing was within her expectations, but as long as she applied a bit of strategy next, she wasn't afraid that this love-struck brain wouldn't take the bait. In the car, Shen Qian looked at Tan Xinxin.
What did you say to her? I was only gone for a moment and she seems a bit off. She wants to toy with your feelings. I just provoked her competitive spirit a bit. I noticed she was on her phone just now. She must have sent you a message. What did she send? A confession. Or did she tell you to break up with me? You could guess that. It's not hard to guess. After all, she was provoked by me but then fell silent. She will always find a way to make up for it in other aspects. However, with her way of thinking, rather than arguing with me, it's more practical for her to approach you. Next, she will likely use some tactics to pursue you, and you could end up with a school beauty as your girlfriend. Shen Qian smiled and shook his head. Dating a school beauty is no easy task. Being with you feels much more comfortable. Your girlfriend helps you pursue other girls you hypocritically refuse, and your behavior aligns with the standards of a scumbag. Rewards being distributed. So far, this trip has indeed been fruitful. Xia Mengling and Guoshuangcai will likely take the initiative to find me later. I just need to play different roles. There is still time during the holiday. I can't waste it. After arriving at school, Tan Xinxin and Shen Qian parted ways after a sweet moment in the car. I'm back from my trip. Where are you? The recipient of Shen Qian's message was Lu Xinyao. At this moment in a restaurant in the city, Lu Xinyao and her dorm mate were in the restroom touching up their makeup. Originally, Lu Xinyao didn't want to go out, but after much persuasion from Wu Gao coupled with her dorm mate not returning home for the holiday, they decided to go out together. Lu Xinyao said she was out of money, and Wu Gao replied that he had some, as this boy had found a tutoring job near the school at the beginning of the semester and earned over 1,000 in a month just to take Lu Xinyao out during the National Day holiday. Bro, your little childhood friend is pretty, but isn't the expense a bit excessive? This meal costs over 600. There are only 4 of us. It's only 600. Divided among 4, that's just 150 each. Can't you afford 150? Besides, isn't this the pursuit phase? The cost of living in the city is high and 600 isn't that expensive. Lao Wu, are you sure? Are you certain your little childhood friend will be with you? She looks quite good, and this is the city where wealthy young masters are everywhere. Can you guarantee that no rich second generation is pursuing her at school? Wu Gao's expression darkened slightly. He didn't know why, but a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Just the memory of that person made him feel restless. He hadn't dared to ask until now whether Lu Xinyao had slept with that guy that night because he feared that if he did, his image in Zinyo's eyes would collapse. Of course, we will definitely be together. We grew up together, went to middle school together, high school together, and now we are in the same city for college. I am the only person she can rely on in this city, and I don't believe she can't see my feelings. For all these years I've only liked her. Oh, enough already. I've heard your love story enough to have calluses in my ears. But since we're in the same dorm, don't blame me for not reminding you. While pursuing girls, don't get too carried away or you will regret it. You know nothing. Pursuing girls requires investment. This is just the beginning. For Xinyao, I plan to stay in the city, buy a house and settle down here. Alright, enough talking. Here comes the girl. Remember the plan, it'll help you, and my assignments are yours afterward. No problem. After Lu Xinyao sat down, she still looked uninterested. After not seeing her for over a month, Wu Gao still looked the same, and he didn't bother to tidy up his hair or wear something nicer to take the girl out. The one beside him was slightly better, but not by much. The 2 girls had already complained about this in the restroom. The restaurant's environment was nice and the food was good, but the person treating was a bit embarrassing. Had they known it would be like this, they would have preferred to stay in the dormitory. Lu Xinyao glanced at her phone. It had just buzzed, but she hadn't paid attention. Now looking at it, she was stunned. Shen Qian had actually sent her a message first. That bastard. He went out to have fun with other women for a few days and only thought of me when he got back. Lu Xinyao cursed in her heart while quickly sending a photo of a delicious dish she had just taken to him. I went out to eat with my girlfriends. You just got back. Have you eaten? Not yet. I initially wanted to eat out with you, but since you're out, I'll just grab a bite in the cafeteria. Shen Qian looked at the photo. The picture only showed food. But if it was really just a meal with her girlfriends, why not show her girlfriends' plates openly? It must be Wu Gao. Shen Qian thought of his pitiful buddy. It wasn't easy to invite a girl to dinner, so he better not ruin it for him. Don't just make do eat properly. We don't really like the food at this place. Well, be back soon. Let's eat together, okay? Shen Qian sighed helplessly. Sorry, my dogged friend. Though you seem pitiful, I can't pass up these scumbag points that have come knocking. Xinyao, after we finish eating, let's go watch a movie. I've already bought the tickets. Wu Gao, I don't like watching movies and it's quite late. Let's just head back for now. Ha! Not just Wu Gao, even Zinyo's friend was taken aback. They had just been joking about it, but they never thought they would actually leave. Clearly this Wu Gao was interested in Xinyao. Just having dinner wasn't enough. Shouldn't they buy some snacks or something too? Xinyao, are you really leaving? Yeah, we're leaving now. I'll give you a ride. No need, you guys take a taxi, drop us off, and then you'll have to take another taxi. It's quite troublesome. Wu Gao felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He knew that Shen Qian was considerate of him. Online it was said that a girl who liked you would help you save money, and it seemed to be true. Shen Qian was in a hurry to leave. Even her friend next to her didn't understand what was going on until they got into the taxi. Wu Gao was still leaning against the car window saying, "Shen Qian, let me know when you get to school." Okay. After agreeing, the driver started the car. "Shen Qian, we're heading back now, wait for me." Seeing this message, Shen Qian frowned slightly. This woman has no feelings for that persistent guy at all. Since you're all outside, how about I treat you to dinner? Get out of the car and find a place to wait for me and I'll come find you. You want to treat us? You care about me so much, it's no problem to have a meal among friends. Alright, we'll get out of the car right away. Shen Qian saw this message and then the other party sent him a location in the city center. It was clear that the persistent guy was making an effort. Xinyo's friend still didn't understand what her friend was up to until they were pulled out of the car. Although those two didn't look great, they were quite generous with their money. It was too sudden for them to leave just like that. Are you okay? We haven't even finished eating and you're leaving. Are you afraid they want pay? It's not that, just look. Shen Yao said as she showed her friend the chat content on her phone, and the note was clearly Shen Qian. Wow, Shen Qian actually took the initiative to ask you out for dinner. So are you two secretly dating? The girl looked shy. No, we haven't started dating yet, but he does seem to have some interest. I'm still observing. Tisk, no wonder you're a beauty, Shen Yao. I'm still observing too, but you should be careful. A man like him is definitely in demand. It's best to secure him before it's too late. I know, don't worry. Also, if he comes later, don't say anything random. The girl gently pinched her fingers in front of her mouth. Rest assured, I'll eat more and talk less. Even when eating, you should be cautious. He's not like Wu Gao, he pays more attention to rules and etiquette. Now you're making me a bit nervous. There's no need to be nervous. Shen Qian is a really nice person. The two stood expectantly by the roadside but forgot that they were not far from the place where they had just eaten. After Wu Gao and his companion finished their meal and came out of the restaurant, they originally planned to return to the dormitory. However, it was summer and the girls' outfits in the city center were truly captivating. As they walked, they suddenly spotted the two waiting around a corner. Wu Gao was just about to greet them when he was pulled back by his companion. What are you doing? Don't you see Shen Yao over there? It's precisely because I saw her that I had to stop you. I sensed something was off just now. Don't you think your childhood friend is leaving too hastily? And clearly they took a taxi, but now they're here. It's obvious they're waiting for someone. Do you think they might have ditched us because someone is coming just to meet this person? Impossible. Shen Yao would never do that. Wu Gao said, but he sounded less confident. After all, the girl had previously sent him back to the hotel because of Shen Qian. It seemed reasonable for something like that to happen again. Whether it will happen or not, we'll know if we wait here. Besides, there's nothing to do in the dorm. Maybe we should just leave. What are we doing here? Also, I trust Shen Yao. What are you pretending to be tough for? Your expression clearly shows you care a lot. Just wait, it won't cost anything. So the two girls waited with anticipation while on the other side a boy stood there feeling despondent. Until a familiar figure appeared. Shen Qian, my best friend, is here too, but don't worry, I'll cover her share of the bill. Shen Qian smiled. It's just a bit more money for one more person. Saying that kind of thing is just slapping my face, isn't it? Hello, I'm Shen Qian, Shen Yao's friend. The girl was momentarily stunned but quickly took Shen Qian's hand. He had looked handsome on video, but in person he was even more charming. And no matter how you looked at it, he completely overshadowed the previous two. Hello, my name is John Yun with the Grass Radical. You successfully attracted a 5-point girl. Your behavior meets the standards of a scumbag. Rewards are being distributed. Hey Shen. How dare you come looking for Shen Yao? Just as the three were about to leave, Wu Gao suddenly stepped forward and shouted. Wu Gao. You're here too. What a coincidence. Want to join us for a meal? For Wu Gao's sudden appearance, Shen Qian was not flustered at all. After all, Shen Yao was on his side now, giving him absolute authority. You scumbag. How dare you come looking for Shen Yao? Shen Qian remained silent, only looking at Shen Yao with a puzzled expression, seemingly asking. Did you tell him? Wu Gao, stop talking nonsense. What scumbag? Shen Qian and I are just friends who arranged to have a meal together. Shen Yao, at this point, why are you still defending him? I've already inquired. This guy confessed to the girls in his entire class when school started. The whole Hu University knows about it. Wu Gao shot up. Just shut up. Shen Qian watched the scene, suddenly feeling a bit dazed because this scene seemed to have happened a month ago. However, at that time he was standing in Wu Gao's position and now he was in Lu Jiwei's position. In just a month the difference was like heaven and earth. But Shen Qian was not someone who hesitated. He had chosen this path and would not regret it, nor would he feel pity even if he was facing his past self. He simply smiled lightly. You're not wrong, I am indeed a scumbag. However, Xinyao and I are just friends. Where is the law that says a scumbag cannot have friends? Also, what is your relationship with Xinyao? If you're her boyfriend, then you have the duty and responsibility to keep me away from her. If you're just friends, then you've overstepped your bounds. Xinyao, please listen to me, this man is no good. Let us keep our distance from him. Wu Gao, provoked by Shen Qian, lunged forward to grab Lu Xinyao only to be met with a sharp glare, and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. Wu Gao, why are you still here? Are you stalking me? Her sudden accusation froze Wu Gao's expression midair. Whether or not Shen Qian is a scoundrel, he remains my friend. Is it wrong for friends to share a meal? Is that forbidden? What exactly are we to each other? We are merely neighbors. You are neither my elder brother nor my boyfriend, yet you dare stalk me. You call Shen Qian a scoundrel and urge me to stay far from him, then tell me what kind of man does that make you? A stalker. He saw you extended kindness by inviting you to dine together, and yet you rushed in hurling insults, shouting his name as if he were already guilty. When did you become like this, Wu Gao? Her logic flowed flawlessly, so flawlessly that even Shen Qian felt a chill crawl up his spine. Indeed, when a woman chooses to turn the tables, she can twist reason from any angle imaginable. No, I didn't stalk you, Xinyao. It was Lao Zhao, he said he'd seen you here and wanted to check whether you were waiting for someone. Shen Qian had initially felt a pang of pity for this desperate suitor, but the moment Wu Gao threw his friend under the carriage, all sympathy evaporated. A man who abandons his own comrade at the first sign of trouble forfeits even the barest claim to honor. Compared to that, groveling at another's feet is merely the least of his flaws. Lao Zhao, standing beside him, stood utterly dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for Wu Gao to so casually sacrifice him. Yes, he had suggested they wait, but surely not for his own sake. Damn it, what an utter disgrace. No wonder she rejected you, I wouldn't choose you either. Lao Zhao seethed inwardly. Even if he proposed it, so what? You didn't stop him either, did you? Wu Gao, you've disappointed me beyond measure. Leave now. We're done. Xinyao, these are trivial matters, not worth severing ties over. With things having escalated this far, Shen Qian would be remiss not to deliver the final blow, else what use would this scoundrel system? You have sown discord between a devoted admirer and his object of affection through manipulative, duplicitous conduct, meeting the criteria of a scoundrel. Reward granted. Don't play the righteous one here. Wu Gao lunged to shove Shen Qian, his patience shattered, determined to teach this wretch a lesson today. But the instant his wrist shot forward, Shen Qian seized it in a firm, fluid grip, followed by a seamless joint lock. Brother, let's speak, not strike. Things have grown awkward enough. Must we escalate further before this crowd? Shen Qian released his grip and gently pushed Wu Gao backward. Come on, old Wu, let's leave. No need to stir up more trouble here. Lao Zhao hurried forward to mediate. Though Wu Gao had acted shamefully, they were dormitory brothers, letting him disgrace himself publicly would reflect poorly on them all. What trouble? This is your doing. If you hadn't insisted on lingering here, none of this would have happened. Shen Qian could bear it no longer and turned instead to Lu Xinyao. Shall we still go for dinner? Let's go, leave him behind. Her face burned with fury. Wu Gao had just humiliated Shen Qian openly, how could she possibly pursue him now? He wasn't helping, he was sabotaging everything. Distance, immediate and absolute, was her only recourse. Xinyao, don't go with him. He's no good. As Lu Xinyao turned to leave, Wu Gao, refusing to yield after such a spectacle, stepped forward once more to seize her arm. When a man loses his reason, restraining him becomes no simple task. Shen Qian moved to intervene, but Wu Gao had already clamped onto Lu Xinyao's wrist. Wu Gao, let go. You're hurting me. I won't release you, Xinyao. You must not go with him, he's no good, he's a scoundrel. Let me go. Even if he is a scoundrel, so what? I love him. I choose to be with him. The moment those words left her lips, Wu Gao staggered as though struck by lightning. Disbelief flooded his gaze, and tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Yet he failed to grasp that what he mistook for profound devotion appeared to her eyes nothing short of revolting. Xinyao, we grew up together, childhood sweethearts since infancy. You once vowed to marry me, have I ever failed you? Have you even looked at me while choosing him instead? Childhood sweethearts. Does that entitle you to my life? All this time, it's been nothing but your own delusion. Shen Qian and I are merely going to dinner. By what right do you bar my path? Even if we were heading to a hotel room, still you hold no authority to stop me. Wu Gao suddenly raised his hand, his palm poised to strike. Shen Qian reacted instantly, pulling Lu Xinyao protectively into his arms. How dare you behave like this? You'd actually strike a woman.
You're utterly deranged. Jiang Yun, who'd remained silent until now, finally intervened, shoving Wu Gao aside.
Lao Zhao exhaled in quiet relief.
Had that slap landed, both men might well have spent the night at the priest. Whore. Whore. Wu Gao erupted in furious curses. What kind of friend are you, more like a kept mistress? You filthy whore. Is it because he's wealthy? Is that why you cling to him even knowing he has other girlfriends? Is it? You put on airs of purity with me while elsewhere you've long since been worn threadbare.
Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I know nothing?
That night before term began, you were already together. Back then you couldn't accept his other lovers, so you came crawling back to me, treating me as your backup plan.
Spit on it, I want no part of trash like you.
I'll tell your parents, I'll tell every neighbor, every shopkeeper on the street, exactly what kind of trash you truly are.
Shen Qian watched Wu Gao unravel, his descent into madness irrevocably shattering all pretense.
And perhaps rightly so. After years of devoted pursuit, the illusion of finally reaping what he'd sown at university had just been ripped away. Of course he'd break.
Say whatever you wish.
For years your parents joked openly, she's your future wife. I've endured that mockery for so long it's long since curdled into disgust.
And you, by what right do you presume I belong to you?
You mouth I love you yet never once asked what I truly desire.
Do you know what kind of man I admire? Not merely wealth, I seek romance, talent, depth.
Yet what do you offer?
Empty vows of love, hollow declarations of what's best for me, endless platitudes, nothing more.
You fought relentlessly to reshape me, to mold me into your vision of the perfect obedient wife, yet never considered changing yourself.
I never demanded riches, but I refused mediocrity. Wu Gao, for years your arrogant certainty has sickened me.
Whether that slap fell upon me, or missed entirely, the bond we shared is severed, irrevocably broken.
Let it scatter, I don't care, you piece of trash.
Slap. Shen Qian slapped the man across the face, preventing him from uttering the words that followed. Just because others don't like you, just because they don't follow the path you planned, you resort to such vile language. It is simply shameful.
Brother, we should take him away. He clearly hasn't been drinking yet, is acting like a drunken fool. Damn, how dare you hit me?
Enough, old Wu, stop messing around. The man named Old Zhao quickly intervened, being slightly taller and stronger than Wu.
He dragged the man away. This isn't over. He hit me. He hit me.
I want him to pay, I want him to be completely ruined. You want to hit others first, then insult them later.
I only gave you one slap to help you calm down. If you want to fabricate something, go ahead, however you want to play him in. Let's go, let's go.
Old Zhao apologized while pulling Wu Gao along. He was genuinely anxious, both were from ordinary families. Originally it was Wu Gao who was unreasonable, but if it turned into a scam he could be implicated too. Wu Gao was still struggling, but he was no match for Old Zhao's strength, and the two gradually walked away. It's utterly incomprehensible, how can there be such a person? Jiang Yun muttered, then grabbed the hand of Lu Xinyao beside her. He is just like this, he only pretends otherwise most of the time. After saying that, the girl looked at Shen Qian again.
Sorry Shen Qian for making you witness this farce and dragging you into it.
It's nothing, let's go eat, perhaps good food will help you forget your troubles. After this incident, Shen Qian's favorability soared in the hearts of the two girls. As for Wu Gao's so-called scum behavior, they brushed it off after just hearing about it. Lu Xinyao knew Shen Qian was a scumbag, a fact even Shen Qian himself did not hide. As for Jiang Yun, she believed that the term scumbag was merely Wu Gao's jealousy towards outstanding boys.
Moreover, a man of Shen Qian's caliber being a scumbag would be quite strange, wouldn't it? She actually wished to be treated as a scumbag by Shen Qian, but he might not even look her way. Successfully attracted, a 4-point girl behavior conforms to scumbag standards, rewards being distributed. As Shen Qian walked, he heard the system's voice and understood that Jiang Yun was likely smitten. After Wu Gao's commotion, it seemed the scumbag points were about to accumulate.
The moment the three entered the hotel, Shen Qian heard the system's notification sound again. After sitting down, both Lu Xinyao and Jiang Yun looked around nervously. For Shen Qian this was a mundane meal, but for them it was a bit intimidating. Especially the people around them, their attire and accessories added an air of nobility. Don't be nervous, it's just a meal, they are no different from us. This is truly sincere. When one is broke, saying such things feels pretentious, but now that he has money he understands that food is merely food. It only differs in taste, good or bad. As long as it can be eaten, it won't change in flavor due to the restaurant's decor or the people who eat it. People in fact cannot change anything. What can be changed is only the human heart. They were in a French restaurant, and after Shen Qian ordered a few dishes, he handed the menu to the two girls before him, appearing very relaxed, which made them feel comfortable.
Just as Lu Xinyao had said, Shen Qian was a very easygoing person. He could engage in almost any conversation, and he was witty and humorous. The three chatted and ate, forgetting the time.
By the time they left the restaurant, the sky had completely darkened.
Such a night reminded Lu Xinyo of that extremely romantic evening. You two should head back now. Ha! Shen Qian, aren't you going back? Shen Qian shook his head. I've been traveling for several days, I'll stay out tonight to rest well. While speaking, Shen Qian unabashedly exchanged glances with Lu Xinyo.
The connection between people is quite mysterious, sometimes no words are needed, just a glance is enough. That night Shen Qian booked a hotel and took the girl into the room. It was still the Central J Hotel, but a different floor, a different view, and a different time.
Their mindsets were different as well.
Shen Qian didn't care how Lu Xinyo sent Zhang Yun away, nor did he care if Wu Gao would suffer sleepless nights tonight.
He only cared that today would be another opportunity to accumulate scumbag points.
As the deep kiss ended, the girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of mist, adding a touch of allure.
Shen Qian, be gentle.
Ha, I refuse. Achievement unlocked, capturing the plum blossom.
Achievement unlocked, reckless driving. Achievement unlocked, deeply impressed. Achievement unlocked, overly stimulating. Achievement unlocked, aerial view. Scumbag behavior recorded.
Points have reached 100. You can perform a tenfold draw. With a series of system notifications, Shen Qian finally felt satisfied, while the girl beside him had already fallen into a deep sleep.
But that was not enough.
He put on his clothes and stepped out of the room. Shortly after, he entered another room. Little nemesis, while you've been out for these few days, your senior sister has missed you dearly.
It was Qin Lan.
Shen Qian wanted to accumulate points and naturally could not put all his bets on Lu Xinyo.
Qin Lan was not Lu Xinyo, she required fewer tactics.
After booking the hotel, this woman had been waiting here early on.
Really? I couldn't care less about you.
During the trip there was one named Guo Shuangcai who was exceedingly beautiful. Successfully stirred the emotions of a 6-point girl. Behavior conforms to scumbag standards, rewards being distributed. Complimenting another girl in front of one girl. Behavior conforms to scumbag standards, rewards being distributed.
Oh. Did you meet Guo Shuangcai? You know her.
Of course, she's the star of our major alongside Xia Wan Taoyan and Feng Qinmian, known as the Four Golden Flowers. Even though Shen Qian praised other women in front of her, Qin Lan was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shen Qian's waist.
Brother, that woman is rather hard to pursue.
These past few days just watching and not being able to touch must have been torturous, right?
Achievement unlocked, multitasking. Achievement unlocked, just next door.
Achievement unlocked, scumbag with no heart.
Achievement unlocked, little head first. Hearing the last achievement, Shen Qian silently complained.
What nonsense, I just want points and achievements, how can I be labeled as little head first? However, this Qin Lan is indeed a senior compared to the inexperienced Lu Xinyo. Her skills are miles apart.
Only.
Shen Qian slightly rubbed his waist. Being a scumbag, it seems that merely having looks and money is not enough. Some necessary areas need to be strengthened. If he draws a strengthening card again, Shen Qian feels it would be very necessary to enhance some functions of his body, otherwise it might be hard to endure.
In bed, Qin Lan's fingers gently traced circles on Shen Qian's chest. Senior, I've recently taken a liking to a certain bag.
Shen Qian chuckled coldly to himself upon hearing this. This senior sister had clearly lost her patience. He was a scumbag, not a lapdog. When a woman beckons, he wouldn't simply hand over whatever she desired. Just because they had slept together, did that mean he had to buy her things?
Did sleeping with someone equate to spending money?
That would turn into a transaction, which is illegal.
Senior, if you like something, just go buy it. Why tell me? Are you hinting that I should buy it for you?
Qin Lan was momentarily speechless. If she admitted it, it would mean revealing that she was a gold digger seeking his money. If it were an average rich second generation, both would know the game, one greedy, the other lecherous. But Shen Qian was different. He was not only wealthy but also handsome. Being with him was clearly a benefit for Qin Lan. Asking for money now would just make her seem greedy. Greed might lead Shen Qian to discard her. After all, a man like him must have no shortage of women.
Senior, why are you silent? It's nothing. I just like it, but I can't afford it. If I save up, I should be able to buy it later.
As Qin Lan spoke, a hint of disappointment crossed her eyes, yet she also tried to persuade herself. This guy was younger and handsome, always staying in such nice hotels. Even if she couldn't gain material wealth from him, some high-end experiences were not a loss for her.
Consider it dating a stingy rich second generation. Even a stingy rich second generation is still a rich second generation, not someone ordinary can compare to.
Despite comforting herself this way, the thought of Tan Xingxin's designer outfit still left her uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Tan Xingxin.
Successfully stirring the emotions of a 6-point girl. Behavior meets scumbag standards, rewards being issued. Many rich second generations, despite being wealthy, turn into lapdogs while dating girls. Why? Because giving and taking becomes a habit. The power of habit is truly terrifying. Such habits can even erode his self-confidence, and for a scumbag, self-confidence is the most crucial. This is precisely why after everything happened between Shen Qian and Tan Xinxin he didn't immediately drag her out shopping the next day. Senior, you seem a bit unhappy. If you're unhappy, I'll take my leave. After taking a shower, Qin Lan appeared somewhat disinterested. Shen Qian didn't linger preparing to leave since there was someone else in the other room. Wait, I'm not unhappy, I'm just a bit tired. Seeing Shen Qian about to leave, Qin Lan quickly stopped him. If he left like this, her favorability would drop to zero and any chance for the future would vanish. This guy could spend money on Tan Xinxin, so he could definitely spend on her. She just had to be patient, she shouldn't have been so proactive. If you're tired, you should rest well. Senior, don't be upset. Though I've lost my strength, my mouth is still functioning. The next morning, Shen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. On his phone, Lu Xinyao had sent him a message asking where he had been. Shen Qian glanced at it but chose not to reply. He looked at Qin Lan beside him. This senior sister was truly daring. From last night's proficiency, it was clear she was a novice. However, for Shen Qian, the impact on his soul was far greater than the physical one. In a few days, I can treat this senior sister to a reimbursement card. But before that, I need to let things cool off for a few days so she understands that even with effort to please, there might not be any returns. But when she is disappointed, I will give her a little surprise. That kind of shock is something no one can withstand. Shen Qian got up, took a shower, and then left without calling for Qin Lan. On the drive back to school, Lu Xinyao kept sending him messages. Shen Qian had no choice but to pull over, looking at the barrage of voice and text messages she sent before replying with just one sentence. I told you I'm a scumbag. I might treat you well in the future, but you must adapt to my indifference. Otherwise, you can pretend that nothing happened last night. Your scumbag remarks successfully stirred the emotions of a 6-point girl. Behavior meets scumbag standards, rewards being issued. Scumbag behavior recorded, achievement unlocked. Clearly, scumbag recording a new behavior and achieving a new accomplishment is the best news for Shen Qian. Then I won't cause a scene. Please don't ignore me, okay? The other party immediately sent a message. Shen Qian glanced at it. To outsiders, his ruthlessness seemed cruel. But he knew all too well the pitiful have their own hateful flaws. This girl knew he was a scumbag yet chose to be with him. She must pay the price for her choices. For now, not replying to her messages was just the beginning. If she found out he was with another woman, wouldn't there be an uproar? A scumbag's job is to make a woman gradually lower her standards to the point where as long as he loves her, it is enough. Shen Qian continued driving, but this time Lu Xinyao stopped sending excessive messages. Sons, your adoptive father is back. Pushing open the dormitory door, Shen Qian saw a pile of empty bottles, some random clutter, and several stacked takeout boxes. Fortunately, his area was a clean oasis. He initially thought that during these 5 days these three guys would have a good time in Shanghai, but it seemed they had spent the entire time drinking, and Shen Qian took a deep breath, feeling that if he drove now he might get pulled over by the police for drunk driving. It wasn't until noon that the eldest Chan Hung groggily woke up and saw Shen Qian's helpless expression. Hey, the third one is back. How was Anhui province? It was fun, but the time was too short and we left in a hurry. I said while I was gone for these 5 days, didn't you say you were going to have a good time in Shanghai? What happened? Did you drink for 5 days straight? Well, initially we planned to go out, but on the first day it was too hot, so we thought it would be better to just eat at the dorm first. After drinking a bit, we ended up sleeping until the afternoon the next day and didn't want to go out again. It was too much trouble. No need to say more, I understand. Chang Hong smiled sheepishly. As long as you understand. Since you're back, let's go eat together, and with you here we should drink less. Haha, you think you'll drink less with me here? I see that with me around you'll want to drink even more. Despite saying this, when it was mealtime, Shen Qian woke the other two up and took them out to eat. During the holidays there weren't many people in the school, and correspondingly many of the cafeteria stalls were closed. It's no wonder that these three hadn't eaten at the cafeteria for the past few days. Third brother, my living expenses are here. How about we go out to eat? It's on me. Looking at the empty cafeteria, Gao Haitao suggested. During the National Day holiday, the families of Chang Hang and the others gave them living expenses and in addition a small amount of extra money to allow them to go out and have fun. Who would have thought that these three would end up drinking heavily in the dormitory for several days? That's fine, there really isn't much to eat. Just as Shen Qian was about to leave, his gaze fell on a stall where a girl was sitting looking at her phone with no customers around. With just one glance, Shen Qian could tell that this girl was definitely above a 6 in attractiveness. Let's go. Wait a moment. Shen Qian quickly walked to that stall, and the closer he got the more delighted he felt. There was no doubt this girl was definitely a 7, rivaling Xiaowan. What would you like to eat? When the girl turned to look at Shen Qian, she was slightly taken aback. The boy in front of her was quite handsome with a heroic air that she hadn't seen in any other boy. Are there any openings for work-study programs? Ha! You must be a student like me. This stall is usually crowded and I'm looking for a part-time job. This stall doesn't need anyone right now and the holiday is almost over.
If you need something in the future, you can check the campus bulletin board. There are many part-time job postings there.
Oh, I'm a freshman and not very familiar with this. Are you a freshman too? No, I'm a sophomore. Nice to meet you, senior. Hello. Do you often work part-time? If so, could you share your contact information? That way if something suitable comes up you can let me know. Well. Okay.
You successfully obtained the contact information of a girl rated 8. Behavior meets the criteria of a scumbag. Rewards being issued.
Senior, what's your name? Shen Qian. Shen is in piano and Mian is in sheep. Shen Qian's mind raced.
He seemed to have heard this name before. Soon he recalled that last night Qin Lan mentioned that there were 4 campus beauties. He had met the first 3 and this girl was the 4th.
Shen Qian with Qian is in heaven and earth.
Also, senior, I don't need a part-time job, I just wanted to get to know you. You're very beautiful and your name sounds lovely.
Shen Qian looked at Shen Qian in surprise, but the verification notification on her phone had already come through.
Shen Qian had just seen that this senior's social media was very simple, even a bit dull, but that didn't matter. Getting to know her was just the beginning.
The basic information was already in hand and that was enough.
As for whether she would delete him later, it didn't matter. Currently he already had 4 girls rated 7 and above. Managing those 4 was enough to exhaust him.
This senior could serve as a backup. It's all good.
Even if you don't need a part-time job, you can reach out to me if you need help.
Thank you, senior.
After Shen Qian finished speaking, he left, leaving only his back to the girl.
She watched him leave, murmuring Shen Qian remaining money. What a nice name. Where have you been? Chang Hong asked, puzzled, as Shen Qian ran back looking excited. Just chatting someone up. Wow, you really don't miss any opportunity.
That stall selling food was at least in their 30s or 40s. Shen Qian remained silent. Given Shen Qian's looks, if these guys saw her, they definitely wouldn't go out to eat. A few grown men staring at a woman wouldn't leave a good impression. The group found a restaurant near the school, and after Shen Qian's stern warning, they didn't drink. They ordered 7 or 8 dishes and each had 3 bowls of rice.
Shen Qian was genuinely hungry while the others hadn't eaten any proper meals for days. Old Third, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Not at the moment. What about you guys? Oh, we've wasted 6 days already. We want to check out the city in the last 2 days. Alright, since I'm free, I'll join you. Aren't you going to accompany Tan Xinxin?
I've already spent 5 days with her, it's time to give each other some space. So Old Third, have you and Tan Xinxin started dating?
Seeing Chang Hong hesitate, Shen Qian knew he had something to say. Just say it directly, being vague isn't like you.
Chang Hong scratched his head awkwardly. These past few days I've been chatting quite well with Yuan Jing. Haven't you all been drinking heavily these days?
Where did you chat? Oh, not during these days, but before the holiday.
Besides, we only drink at night, we're still clear-headed during the day.
Ha! Shen Qian sneered.
These guys were clear-headed for no more than 4 hours during the day, and in those 4 hours the girl was likely having fun.
Who would want to chat with a girl at that time?
Let me guess, has she been taking a long time to reply to your messages these days?
How do you know? Just a guess. Let me guess again, when she replies, is she less enthusiastic than before? I do feel that way.
Shen Qian held up 2 fingers. 2 possibilities. First, she is spending time with her boyfriend and doesn't have time to reply to you.
That's impossible, she's single. I asked her. How did you ask?
I just asked if she had a boyfriend and she said no.
Shen Qian sighed inwardly.
A boy asking a girl if she had a boyfriend was indeed straightforward, but it exposed his own intentions, essentially telling her that if she was single he would pursue her. If he continued to actively seek out conversation, he would immediately find himself in a disadvantaged position in terms of gender relations.
Alright, she's single. Then the second possibility is that she doesn't like you.
In fact, the girl occasionally replying to a message during that time indicated that she had some interest in Chang Hong, or perhaps it was just out of courtesy due to Chang Hong's position as class monitor, but it definitely didn't mean she liked him.
She doesn't like me.
That can't be. When we chatted before, I felt she liked me quite a bit. Here it comes, the 3 great illusions of men. Shen Qian sensed trouble and looked at him.
So what exactly do you want from me?
I want to ask Tan Xinxin to help me gauge the situation.
If it works out, then I'll confess my feelings. You both know about this. Shen Qian quickly glanced at the other 2.
Of course, we've already made a comprehensive plan. I'm in charge of finding the venue and the second brother is in charge of the process. Since we're unsure of the girl's feelings, we didn't want to disturb you while you're traveling, so we waited for you to return.
Gao Haidao chuckled, but Shen Qian only felt a headache coming on. What should I do?
Logically, I ought to advise him to postpone his confession.
If he confesses now, success is utterly unthinkable. But what if delaying gives her time to start dating someone else? Wouldn't I then become the villain of this story? After much deliberation, Shen Qian finally nodded. Alright, I'll ask for you, but are you absolutely certain? She's in our same class. If you two date for 4 years, fine, but if it ends sooner, you'll still have to face each other daily, awkwardly, unavoidably. Then what about you and Tan Xinxin? I'm different, I'm a cad. Not only Tan Xinxin but Wenru as well. I've no intention of letting either slip away. Brother San, I'd always assumed your cad persona was just a joke, never imagined you'd embody it so flawlessly. I'm genuinely impressed. Gao Haitao bowed repeatedly. So senior brother, are you truly resolved to confess to her? Shen Qian turned once more toward Chang Hang. Yes, I've decided to try. Indeed. A man determined to confess is unstoppable, even 10 horses couldn't rein him in. Shen Qian sighed inwardly, resigned to let events unfold as they would. He sent Tan Xinxin a message. Our dorm senior brother wants to confess to Yi Wenjing from your dorm. Could you discreetly sound her out? She replied promptly. Fine, but they're unlikely to be compatible. Does Yi Wenjing already have a boyfriend? Not exactly. Seeing those 3 words, Shen Qian felt his headache intensify. Not exactly meant she had multiple ambiguous entanglements, she was quite plainly a master of romantic ambiguity. Still, it wasn't surprising in this era any young woman with even modest charm or merely a knack for makeup inevitably attracted suitors like fish circling a pond. Add to that the omnipresence of digital connectivity, countless chat apps where girls need only set an appealing profile picture to draw admiring messages and flattery from every corner of the web. This confession, it seemed, stood little chance. Yet if they somehow did begin dating, Chang Hong might soon find himself wearing a rather vivid shade of green. Had it been Lu Jiaowang, Shen Qian might have intervened forcefully, but his bond with Chang Hong hadn't yet deepened to the point where he could intrude upon matters of the heart. And even if he did, there was no guarantee his intervention would be welcomed. All that remained was to offer modest assistance, like the others, and leave success, failure, and any future complications squarely in Chang Heng's hands. After further reflection, Shen Qian resolved to honor another's destiny. It may have to wait until after the holiday. Yi Wenjing hasn't returned to campus yet. Tell me, what's your plan? We'll book a karaoke lounge by her flowers, and Brother San will need you to invite Tan Xinxin and her entire dorm for dinner. Then you intend to confess at the second gathering, in the karaoke lounge. Exactly. Fewer people means less pressure, but the gesture remains sincere. Shen Qian nodded approvingly. Fewer attendees suited him perfectly. If the confession failed, neither he nor Tan Xinxin would speak of it. Su Ling, the shy one, would surely stay silent, and even if the 4th person mentioned it, it wouldn't matter. So Brother San, being a cad yourself, what advice do you have? Shen Qian grinned, flashing a cocky smirk as he wagged a finger. You're mistaken there. Only true romantics confess, cads simply act. So I've no expertise in confessions whatsoever. Mine are always masked. Those who accept I pursue, those who decline I discard. No wonder you blasted out confessions on campus day. We thought you were being absurd. Who knew you were serious? Did anyone accept? None. Though things might change now if I sent another round. No, Brother San, absolutely not. Lately quite a few people have asked me about you and even requested your contact details. Do that again and we'll lose all credibility in class. Relax, I have no such plans now. Truthfully, his focus remained on several high-achieving girls he hadn't yet won over. Compared to their rewards, accumulating wealth through shameless tactics felt trivial. Actually, Brother San, there's one thing I'm not worried about, and one thing I fear: Yi Wenjing might fall for you. His words fell into sudden heavy silence. Only Shen Qian met Chang Heng's gaze with a quiet smile. Were I a woman, I'd fall for myself too? Brother San, if Yi Wenjing pursues you, what then? Shen Qian tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table, as though genuinely weighing the question. If she has a boyfriend, let her end that relationship first, then we'll be together. If she has none, we'll be together immediately. Brother San, we share a dorm, we're brothers. At least phrase it more tactfully. Shen Qian laughed, clapping Chang Han lightly on the shoulder. There's actually a third option. Even if she does have a boyfriend, we could simply replace him. Your cat-like remark has stunned your friends. Your conduct fully aligns with cat standards. Reward distribution in progress. Me. Senior brother, when you posed that question, did you consider one crucial factor? What crucial factor? In what capacity are you asking me? As the dorm's elder brother, or as Yi Wenjing's suitor? The implication was clear. If he spoke as elder brother, he hoped Shen Qian would declare, we're brothers, she's the one you love, so I'll refuse her for the sake of our bond. But if he spoke as a rival suitor, he hoped for the same refusal, this time for his happiness. This feels convoluted. Is there really any difference? If we weren't dormmates, if you were merely another suitor unconnected to me, I'd have no qualms acting ruthlessly. When it comes to women, I play to win. Your feelings hold no weight. But now we share a dorm, and lately our rapport has grown. That adds a layer of fraternal loyalty.
You're attempting to leverage that loyalty to compel me to reject your advances, thereby securing your own happiness. Yet that logic collapses upon scrutiny. If she truly loved you, why would she pursue me? And if she doesn't love you, she'll inevitably pursue someone else. Since we're dorm mates, why let another reap the reward when it might as well be me? But she's my person. Nonsense. Your affection means nothing, hers is what matters. One thing I can promise you out of respect for our dorm bond: if she approaches me, I'll tell you immediately and I won't betray you.
Ugh, I need a moment. My mind's spinning.
Shen Qian held no interest in He Wenjing. Since Tan Xinxin's dorm included Su Ling, a high-achieving girl, he saw no reason to pursue the other two. Doing so would only complicate his efforts to win Su Ling. Moreover, this served as an early warning to Chang Heng if Tan Xinxin's assessment proved accurate and He Wenjing accepted the class monitor's proposal solely for academic accolades. How long before Chang Heng found himself betrayed? In the following time, Chang Heng's mind was occupied by Shen Qian's words, leading him to fall into a state of paralysis until Wei Ming Tian and Gao Hai Tao bought a pile of beer, after which he succumbed to sleep under the influence of alcohol. As the only sober person in the dormitory, Shen Qian looked at the bottles and jars with a helpless smile. Glancing at the time, it was only 7 o'clock, and yet these people were already completely drunk. With nothing to do, he scrolled through his phone. His 3 or 4 long-distance girlfriends had been sharing their daily lives with him these days.
He occasionally replied, racking up points as a scumbag. Shen Qian, you are back, right? I want to see you.
The message was from Du Qian. During her trip, this girl had also messaged him, but he had coldly ignored it.
Senior, after the break, if you keep running, we will meet again. No, I want to see you now. I am already downstairs at your dorm. If you don't come, I will wait here forever.
Looking at this message, Shen Qian quietly walked to the window. Their dormitory had a view of part of the area downstairs, and indeed there was a familiar silhouette.
You are blackmailing me. It's not blackmail. Really, it's not blackmail, Shen Qian. I'm begging you, please meet me just once. I drank too much today and don't want to go downstairs. You can go back first and I'll message you tomorrow.
Okay. The other party quickly replied. Shen Qian looked out the window, lamenting how he was truly playing with people's hearts, feeling guilty for a moment.
However, after a brief moment of confusion, his gaze became resolute again.
Since he chose this path, he could not regret it. He once thought that being a scumbag only required attracting those who sought benefits, those bad girls. This way he could both uphold justice and gain more advantages. But gradually he realized that human nature is complex. Judging a person or a group solely as seekers of benefits or scumbags is too one-sided. Those who seek benefits may not be unwilling to give, and scumbags may not be devoid of sincerity. Pure love may not be as pure as it seems. In the face of time and societal changes, people are merely products of their era. And he was lucky chosen by the system. Since he had taken on this luck, he needed to focus more on being a scumbag.
The next day, Shen Qian woke the others early.
They had agreed to explore the city today, but as soon as they left the dormitory, Shen Qian saw Du Qian. She was holding a thermos.
Shen Qian, good morning. Haven't had breakfast yet, right? Look, I bought you soup, dumplings and porridge. Old 3 this. Chang Heng was a bit stunned. Isn't Shen Qian's girlfriend Tan Xin?
What was going on with this breakfast delivery?
Moreover, this girl was quite beautiful, not inferior to Tan Xin. What was she doing now? Acting as a loyal dog. Didn't school just start a little over a month ago? Are they even in the same school?
Shen Qian hadn't skipped classes much either, so where did this girl come from?
Senior, our relationship is not close enough for you to bring me breakfast. I went running, but you weren't there, so I came. Please don't be angry, okay? Shen Qian took a step back. Senior, I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm very grateful that you brought me breakfast, but you shouldn't waste your time on such things. Shen Qian. Du Qian, do you really see me as someone who is untrustworthy? I said I would find you today, and I will. You can go do your own thing.
What are you doing here so early?
I just wanted to explain. That day I only went to attend a social gathering. It was really Xiaowan who dragged me there. I initially refused. Shen Qian let out a sigh. Okay, I believe you. Then what? Du Qian, what is our relationship? We have no relationship, right?
Since we have no relationship, why do you need to explain this to me?
Doesn't it seem a bit strange? Shen Qian, I like you. I really like you. I want to be with you. Wait a moment, senior. Hold on. How about this? I'll go out with my brothers first. Let me think about it, this is too sudden. Your behavior of teasing the girl who likes you conforms to the scumbag standard. Reward is being issued.
It is indeed very sudden, but Shen Qian, I am sincere.
Senior, I believe you are sincere, but can you wait until I come back to talk? We need to head out now. Okay, fine. Will you message me when you get back? Shen Qian nodded, saying nothing more, and led the way out. Chang Hong and the others immediately followed. What is going on, old 3? That's senior. Awesome, old 3 is really awesome. But how did you do it? Except for sometimes going out at night, you've been with us all the time. Did your soul leave your body? Stop calling me old 3, call me foster father. Foster father, what is this move? I really want to learn. Du Qian suddenly confessed even earlier than Shen Qian had guessed. But now there was a new problem. This woman seemed to be a bit overly enthusiastic. It was necessary to let her cool down a bit. Are you sure you want to learn? Sure. This senior is the one I mentioned before, who put me on the confession wall and said I harassed her. Gao Haitao took several steps back. No way. Shen Qian nodded firmly. That's her. This foster father, you are not just awesome, you have become a god. People put you on the confession wall and now she is actually confessing to you. This works too. So what are you planning? You are still in a relationship with Tan Xin, right? Although that senior is beautiful, Tan Xin is not bad either. Shen Qian looked at Chang Han with a strange expression. Haven't I said it before? I'm a scumbag. Only honest people make choices. Scumbags naturally want it all. You want to have relationships with 2 girls at once? No, I don't want to. So will you refuse this senior, or will you break up with Tan Xin? What I mean is, I want to be with multiple girls, but I will make it clear to them. If they can accept it, then we can date. If not, then forget it. Are you saying you will tell the girls you want to have relationships with multiple people? Your scumbag remarks shocked your friends. Your behavior conforms to the scumbag standard. Reward is being issued. Your scumbag actions have refreshed your friends' views and rewards are being issued. Why? It's just that I'm too lazy to lie. In this regard, Shen Qian lied to them, but he did not intend to tell them the reason. In the future, when they tasted the sweetness and helped him build momentum, they would naturally understand what he meant. Du Qian was already hooked, and the next step could be initiated. Shen Qian took out his phone. A friend request that had been pending for days could now be accepted. At home, Xia Wan was watching TV when suddenly her phone rang beside her. I accepted your friend request. Now we can start chatting. Hello, I am Shen Qian. I would like to talk to you. The girl looked at this message, bit her lip. Okay. The 4 brothers spent the entire day wandering and dining in the city, but the difference between men and women when they go out is stark. The brothers' eyes were almost exclusively locked on the beautiful women posing for photos along the street. However, Shen Qian was different. As they observed from a distance, he had already approached a girl to strike up a conversation. Successfully obtaining the contact information of a 5-point girl, his behavior aligned with the standards of a scoundrel. Rewards being distributed. Hearing the system's prompt, Shen Qian felt as if he had returned to those summer days spent hustling for money. While my adoptive father, I must call you that too. You are simply incredible. Don't you know what it means to be afraid? That girl had a guy beside her and you went to ask for her contact. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Oh, that guy. If he were burly or if he was hugging that girl, I would definitely not dare, but he looks like a total simp and I have experience with that. As Shen Qian spoke, Wu Gao's figure immediately appeared in his mind. He glanced at the guy who had been holding his breath earlier. There really was a lot in common among simps. I'm amazed we've only been out for a day and you must have at least 20 girls from your side. Shen Qian looked at his phone. I didn't count, it doesn't matter. If there's a chance later, I'll develop it, if not, forget it. Now I understand that saying first solve the quantity then address the quality. Adoptive father, can you forward me that contact you added before? No way. You called me adoptive father, how can I give you my woman? What if one day you betray me? You're quite shameless. This is your woman. Big brother, you should learn from him. If you inherited just a fraction of his audacity, you wouldn't be single. Right now I'm not afraid of anything except if Wen Jing likes him. Others just talk big, but he's a true scoundrel. Don't be scared, big brother. Didn't San Gu say he guarantees not to cheat on you? Chan Hong's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. What kind of guarantee was that? It was the first time he had ever heard such a type of assurance. If you get a girlfriend in the future, make sure not to let San Gu know. No, make sure he doesn't see her. Ha! Why? I don't know why, but whenever I see San Gu, I just feel like my head is surrounded by green light. Actually, I think with San Ji's coverage ability, it's better for us to let him meet our girlfriends, otherwise we won't even know when we get cheated on. What are you 3 whispering about? Shen Qian suddenly joined them, startling the 3. San Gu, adoptive father, let's go eat. It's on me. No, I'll treat you. Let me, it definitely has to be me treating you. Shen Qian was puzzled by why these 3 suddenly became so polite. He had no idea they were all giving him a warning, afraid he might betray them in the future. The intimidation was just too scary.
His scoundrel behavior made those around him vigilant and his actions met the criteria of a scoundrel rewards being distributed. Shen Qian finally realized that these guys were afraid of him. That evening the group entered a restaurant just about to eat when suddenly someone approached, causing the eyes of the three to widen. It was Xiaowan. She still had that icy demeanor, but a campus belle was still a campus belle. Even with a cold face her attire was exquisite and she was breathtakingly beautiful. You didn't tell me there were others here. As soon as she spoke the three were immediately intimidated by her aura and wanted to get up and evade. What are you three doing? Ordering food. Going to the restroom. Just go and come back. Sit down. Shen Qian frowned slightly and looked at Xiaowan. Senior sister, our dorm is having a gathering, there's no reason to drive people away like this. Besides, I wanted to talk to you. If you don't want to chat you can leave, I won't stop you. You. Xiaowan was seething inside but ultimately did not leave. Senior sister, why don't you take a look at what you want to eat? Wei Mingtian stammered as he handed the menu to Xiaowan. This girl was too beautiful in his many years of life. He thought the prettiest was the campus belle from high school, followed by Wenru and the others. Now compared to the senior sister they all seemed dull. No need, if senior sister is looking for me you must have already eaten. Shen Qian directly took the menu and placed it back on the table. Xiaowan glared at him wishing she could devour him. But there was nothing she could do since Shen Qian said so. She couldn't deny it, right? After all, she was Xiaowan. So many people wanted to invite her to dinner and she never gave them face. How could she possibly lower herself now? Successfully provoking the emotions of an 8-point girl, his actions met the criteria of a scoundrel rewards being distributed. And so Xiaowan sat aside waiting for the four to finish their meal. Sango, are you coming back to stay tonight? What nonsense are you talking? I'm just discussing business with him. Before Shen Qian could speak, Xiaowan had already opened her mouth. He was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent, and Chang Hung became the breakthrough point. Senior sister, I just often don't go back to stay. My roommate was just asking me, why are you making such a big fuss? Where's your courtesy? With you, you're not worthy of me being courteous to you. Shen Qian nodded. Fine, I'm unworthy, then we don't have anything to talk about. You three can go back first, I won't be staying tonight. The three agreed verbally, but their curious glances were impossible to hide. After all, Shen Qian's reputation was quite notorious. Someone even accused him of sexual harassment, yet people still liked him. Who could guarantee that such a thing wouldn't happen with this beautiful senior sister? Yet they also felt it was unlikely. This senior sister's beauty was on another level, and with such a beauty many men must be pursuing her. Even if Shen Qian was impressive, he might not necessarily succeed. Then we'll leave first. Shen Qian suddenly thought of something and called out to the few. If that senior sister is waiting at the dorm entrance, tell her I'll be back a bit later. Also tell her it's best not to wait at the dorm entrance, it's not a good influence. Xiaowan's expression darkened even more upon hearing this. Because she knew that the senior sister Shen Qian referred to was Du Chanqian. If Du Chanqian found out she was looking for Shen Qian again, their relationship would be completely destroyed. Also, don't tell Du senior sister that Xia's senior sister came to see me. They know each other. Du senior sister just confessed to me and I'm afraid there might be some misunderstanding. Du Chanqian confessed? Hearing Shen Qian say this, Xiaowan, who had just relaxed, immediately stood up. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Also, Sango, you really won't go back tonight. If you don't go back tonight, I see how senior sister is acting. She might be waiting at the dorm entrance tomorrow morning. It's fine, I know what I'm doing, you all go ahead. After sending off the three, Shen Qian leisurely sat back down. Senior sister, I like you. What did you just say? Xiaowan instantly sprang to her feet again. Though Shen Qian's confession held not a trace of sincerity, it still startled her profoundly. He had never once looked at her seriously, had spent their entire acquaintance provoking and antagonizing her, and now he dared claim to love her. Preposterous. Shen Qian shrugged helplessly. Sorry, senior sister, I confess this is the only solution I could devise. I don't wish to reject senior sister Du outright, yet neither do I wish to wound her. I see. Xiaowan suddenly grasped his meaning. You're using me as a shield. You intend to cite me as your excuse to turn Du Cc down. Fury surged within her. She had never imagined Shen Qian capable of such audacity, refusing to play the villain himself yet expecting her to bear that role. Given how close you two are, if your dearest friend were to steal the boy you like, senior sister Du would surely understand. And since you're objectively more beautiful than she is, the story would carry far greater credibility. Absolutely not. What? You cannot say that. You cannot use me as your shield nor wield me as an excuse to reject Cc. Shen Qian, this is utterly despicable. Despicable. Shen Qian furrowed his brow, feigning indignation. That word is rather excessive, senior sister. I've merely selected the option causing the least harm among many, and yet you call me despicable. Recall, senior sister, Cece's current state stems entirely from you. I have no idea what she heard from you or why she posted that thread. Now that she's confessed to me, I feel bound by basic humanity not to shatter her heart.
Yet you condemn me as despicable.
You retreat into the shadows untouched by consequence, while all the trouble lands squarely upon me. Senior sister, between us who is truly despicable?
Why me?
Out of the entire school, why me?
Haven't I already explained?
Your closeness with her makes your involvement credible, she'll believe it if it comes from you.
Xiaowan began, then abruptly halted.
You mean to say your relationship with her has cooled, but fear telling me the rift arose because of me?
Why?
Xiaowan, your emotions have been thoroughly stirred by me. Even if you haven't fallen in love, you must harbor some singular sentiment toward me. In any case, you will not use me as your shield.
Shen Qian smiled, not with joy but with sardonic amusement. What are you laughing at?
At your naivety, senior sister.
What I choose to say is none of your concern. You refuse to be the villain.
Then today I shall compel you to wear that crown. As he reached for his phone, Xiaowan lunged to seize it, only to stumble forward and collapse straight into Shen Qian's arms. Only when their eyes locked did she realize the impropriety of her own action. Yet by then her entire body pressed against his chest. In the next breath, Shen Qian dropped his phone and cupped her face firmly in both hands. An old adage holds true: the bold thrive, the timid starve. The moment their lips met, Xiaowan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. She herself could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled to this point. But the suddenness left her stunned. Only after Shen Qian drew back did awareness flood her senses.
How dare you? Apologies, senior sister, you are exceptionally lovely.
I simply couldn't restrain myself.
You brute.
You lecher.
You.
Her palm flew toward his cheek, only to be caught midair, gripped tightly in his hand.
Brute perhaps, but this debt is yours alone.
Had you not falsely accused me of harassment, none of this would have unfolded. This was my first kiss, you wretch.
First kiss. Spare me the melodrama.
And given I'm younger than you, I'd argue you're the one who gained.
You dare call me old?
You monster, I'll kill you. Who could imagine this aloof goddess unraveling so wildly inside a restaurant private room? Helpless, Shen Qian seized both her wrists, but even restrained she drove her teeth deep into his shoulder. A sharp gasp escaped Shen Qian as pain flared, his muscles coiled, his hands locking hard onto her shoulders, fury blazing in his eyes.
Have you lost your mind?
His sudden volcanic rage froze her mid-motion, shock holding her utterly still. Shen Qian yanked his shirt aside, the wound on his shoulder bled freely. Her bite had been ferocious, thankfully she'd struck flesh not artery, otherwise she might well have killed him.
Are you some kind of zombie? He exposed the injury. Congratulations, you've drawn blood. That qualifies as minor bodily harm. I'm heading straight to get it documented. If confirmed, you'll face consequences. You kissed me by force, that's why I. Evidence.
Where is your proof of my coercion? But here, your bite leaves undeniable evidence. Blood fabric stains your DNA.
Where precisely is my evidence? You're monstrous, how could you?
It was you, always you, who tormented me first.
Du Cece won't speak to me anymore, and now you torment me anew?
Tears spilled down her cheeks. Fortunately, the private room's soundproofing held, and Shen Qian had locked the door.
Had she broken down openly in the dining hall, even innocence would ring hollow. Silence. She wept on. Silence.
He slammed his palm onto the table, jolting her from sobs into ragged, trembling breaths. Keep crying and I'll summon the authorities immediately, get my injuries verified, and you can kiss your university career goodbye.
A brief stay behind bars wouldn't surprise me. No, please. Afraid now. What about when you were biting me? Come here. What for?
I believe in repaying kindness and settling scores.
You wounded me. You will pay the price. You're not going to bite me too.
Terror flooded her gaze.
Close enough. But I won't draw blood unless you refuse to come. Then I will call the authorities. Don't, fine, I'm coming.
She edged forward slowly.
Shen Qian rose, tall poised. Xiaowan stood statuesque, her figure elegant, one arm extended hesitantly, eyes tightly shut.
Her chest still rose and fell from recent tears.
Turn your face toward me. Go ahead, bite me.
I said, turn your face toward me. Obediently, Xiaowan faced him directly, but kept her eyes closed, trembling with dread of pain.
Mum.
Softness brushed her lips once more, her eyes snapped open in shock, and she shoved Shen Qian away with frantic strength.
You must not do this again. Why not? Consider it fair recompense for the wound you inflicted. Enough, let me go.
Xiaowan pushed Shen Qian away again, her face already flushed, still panting heavily.
Senior, it was all me forcing you. I threatened you with my injury, it wasn't your initiative.
Shen Qian said as he held the waist of the other person, and the pressure from behind caused them to kiss again.
Zhang Ailing once said there is a shortcut to winning a woman's heart. But in Shen Qian's view, before taking that shortcut one must first pave the way above. In other words, one must kiss well. From the few girls he had interacted with so far, kissing was undoubtedly the easiest action to stir someone's feelings. This is not a theory but a hard-earned fact, a precious wealth. To help the other person relax, he took all the responsibility upon himself. Girls are like this, even if they have needs. Thousands of years of tradition and subtle education have made them wary. However, if someone takes on the responsibility, it becomes a different matter. When they separated again, Shen Qian surprisingly saw something different in Xia Wan's eyes, something intensely hot, as if it could burn them both away. If it's just about wanting the body, we could do it tonight. Although Shen Qian's heart was racing, he was still calculating how to arrange the night. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations, and he never imagined there would be such progress with Xia Wan. Now there were two choices: one, to seize the opportunity and directly take her. She was a campus beauty, and this was the first girl with whom he had intimate contact who scored above 7. The potential benefits would surely be considerable. But the considerable benefits also carried significant risks. He still didn't know how many people were pursuing this campus beauty or the strength of those suitors. Campus beauties are different from other girls. Other girls might only put on makeup and receive some praise online, but their actual popularity is nearly zero, as everyone's looks are quite similar. However, the campus bowtie's popularity both online and offline is genuine. This leads to the campus beauty being unable to lack confidence. A girl who is absolutely confident will not obey, which could become a significant variable in the subsequent plans. As for the other choice, it would be to kiss and treat the incident as if it never happened, letting time gradually work its magic until she becomes infatuated with him. No. I must resist. After much deliberation, Shen Qian gritted his teeth and set the girl down on a nearby seat. Xia Wan looked at him in confusion, her big watery eyes seemingly capable of captivating one's soul. Shen Qian turned his head away, not wanting to look at her at this moment. He felt he was about to explode. The string of rationality in his mind was pulled tight, not relaxing for a moment. This isn't right. I called you here to discuss how to reject Senior Du. His voice trembled slightly. Resisting primal desires as a man is extremely difficult. I can't stay here any longer. If I do, my rationality will surely collapse. No, absolutely not. I must not let a moment of pleasure interfere with the entire subsequent plan. Without any hesitation, he walked out of the private room, and once he was outside the hotel, he took a breath of fresh air before sending a message to Xia Wan. Let's talk about Du Qian later. Okay. The response came quickly, followed by another message. Why did you run away? Are you afraid of me? Shen Qian did not reply again. Just that one sentence made him feel as if the momentary rationality he had regained was about to slip away again. He quickly entered a nearby hotel and rented a room with a bathtub soaking in cold water made the heat on his body diminish slightly. When he emerged from the cold water, his gaze became clear again. I was careless in the future when dealing with girls scoring 7 and above. I must take it step by step. If he guessed correctly, Xia Mengling would soon start to take action. It wouldn't be surprising if there were also some kissing moves involved. With a perfect face and an exquisite figure, she was simply a knife cutting through bones. The more Shen Qian thought about it, the more fearful he became. If he made a mistake tonight, subsequent moves would definitely go awry and he might become a mere subordinate under Xia Wan's skirt. The reason he took a cold shower was also that he would have to meet Du Qian tonight. Having made such progress with Xia Wan, he couldn't touch Du Qian for the time being, otherwise there would be a thunderstorm here. However, since his rationality had almost collapsed just now, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't indulge in the tempting opportunity presented by Du Qian. In the bathroom, Shen Qian looked at himself in the mirror, glancing at his lower abdomen with a disdainful smile. You think you can control the big guy? Dream on. Shen Qian drove back to school, and as expected, although he had sent a message, Du Qian was still waiting downstairs. Shen Qian, you're back. Seeing Shen Qian, Du Qian was overjoyed. Hey Senior, do you know what I liked about you before? Previously you were willful, quirky, lively, and clever. These were all your strengths. But look at you now. This isn't right. This isn't the Du Qian I liked. So if you still want there to be a possibility for us in the future, I hope you can return to the way you used to be. At the very least, don't do things you wouldn't have done before. The old me. Shen Qian, I feel like you must have a lot of worries during this time. My situation alone shouldn't be enough to make you look so haggard. Shen Qian said, gently brushing the hair of the other person. Since we have time, why not talk? Just tell me what has been happening lately. Whatever is on your mind you can share with me. Shen Qian, have you seen Xia Wan since that morning? The sudden question caught Shen Qian off guard. Could it be that Xia Wan told Du Qian about their kiss just now? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They were just a step away from breaking apart, and if she said something like that now, it would undoubtedly be a provocation and the relationship would be even harder to mend. Shen Qian nodded. Yes, she came to find me hoping to ease the relationship with you. This statement was 7 parts true, 3 parts false. Actually, after I realized I liked you, I had a big fight with her. Du Qian recounted everything that had happened in the past few days, and as she spoke she began to choke up. Am I very shameful? I am jealous of her, but I just can't help but be jealous of her. Shen Qian held Du Qian's hand, strolling through the school, passing a park bench. Since it was a holiday, there weren't many people or lights around. He cupped her face and gently kissed her. As the two parted ways, the bright moonlight illuminated half of a profile, and Du Chanxian could no longer hold back, throwing herself into Shen Qian's embrace and crying heartily. During this time she had suffered many grievances, not only from Shen Qian but also in the dormitory. Clearly she was as jealous of Xia Wan as the other two girls in the dormitory, but once she voiced it, those two began to gradually distance themselves from her as if she were some kind of sinner. This is simply human nature. Everyone feels jealousy, but once you say it out loud you become the worst person and everyone wants to distance themselves from the bad person. Shen Qian silently listened, holding the girl and gently patting her back, showing his most tender side, even though the root cause of everything the girl was facing was him. When the girl had said enough, Shen Qian stroked her head and spoke softly. Senior, I cannot agree to your confession just yet. I need you to be yourself again. When your emotions stabilize and your troubles pass, then your affection will be genuine. Right now perhaps you are seeking someone to rely on because of your grievances. I am not. The other party attempted to refute but was gently silenced by a finger placed on her lips. I know you want to say that you are sincere, and I believe in your sincerity, but the timing is not right. Senior, liking someone requires a sense of security. Earlier you made me feel somewhat insecure, and now there are many girls pursuing me, which also makes you feel insecure. You can only ensure your emotions are stable for us to possibly move forward. Du Chanxian understood. She realized that day while running that there were many girls around Shen Qian. Although they might not be as beautiful as her, there would always be one or two who used special methods. Shen Qian was a man, and sometimes men are helpless in the face of women, especially proactive ones. I understand all of this. A person like you must face many temptations. Suddenly Du Chanxian grabbed Shen Qian's hand, and in the next moment Shen Qian's hand touched something soft, prompting him to quickly retract it. Senior, what are you doing? Shen Qian, if you need it, I can be there for you tonight. At that moment Shen Qian felt a bit fortunate that he had taken a cold shower at the hotel before returning, otherwise he would have surely lost his composure. Although Du Chanxian was not as good as Xia Wan, she was certainly a stunning beauty, and there would definitely be no shortage of admirers around her. Now she was being so proactive, which would be hard for an average person to handle. But Shen Qian was not an average person. He could withstand Xia Wan, let alone the current situation. Shen Qian stood up, his voice somewhat cold. Do you think I am that kind of person? Upon hearing this, Du Chanxian panicked. Her whole being was focused on Shen Qian, and thus every move he made tugged at her nerves. I know you are not that kind of person. I just want to say that you are a boy and have needs. I just want. Enough. I do not want to hear you say such things anymore. I admit that at the beginning of the semester I had a rather bad reputation. They said I was like a human teddy bear, and I also admit that you are very beautiful. I have thought about having something with you more than once. But absolutely not now, and definitely not in this way. If I wanted you, you would have been mine that night. Why wait until now? Du Chanxian thought of that night when she had played games all night while Shen Qian slept beside her. However, what Shen Qian did not know was that she had paused in the middle to watch him sleep and nearly reached out to touch him. Perhaps the roots of her affection were planted that night. I am sorry, it was my fault, the girl apologized. Shen Qian nodded. It is good that you understand your mistake. Come on. Ah. Just apologizing verbally. Aren't you going to do something practical? Shen Qian said somewhat resentfully as he embraced the girl's waist and kissed her again. As they kissed, he felt the desire that had been suppressed by the cold shower rise again. It seemed that merely soaking in cold water was not enough. The fire in his heart had not extinguished, and no matter how he suppressed it, it was futile. At the intersection of their separation, Shen Qian looked at her and said, "All right, let's head back to the dormitory." Okay. The other party softly agreed and turned to disappear into the night. When Shen Qian returned to the dormitory, he looked down and saw that the girl lingered at the dormitory building for a while before leaving. As expected, a woman in love is crazy. Even when told to return to the dormitory, she will sneak back to take a look. After confirming she had left, Shen Qian sent a message to Ni Zixin, who happened to be returning to school today. Come out. He sent just those two words, followed by the location of the hotel, then changed his pants and was ready to leave the dormitory. Old 3, are you going out again? Yeah, I won't be staying in the dormitory tonight. No way. Is it with which senior? You guess. Shen Qian smiled at Chang Heng. No, it can't be CS Senior. When I asked about it on my way back, that CS Senior is one of the 4 beauties in school. You didn't manage to win her over, did you? Originally Shen Qian had dated Tan Xinxin and they were already quite envious, but now in addition to Tan Xinxin there was also Du Senior, who came to confess, and to top it off, while they were eating, Xia Wan appeared. Now they were genuinely on edge, seething with jealousy. Why do I have to go stay with a woman? Can't I go stay by myself? The few of them chuckle. If you were single we might believe you, but judging by your performance today, adding over 20 girls confessing and the stunning senior, how can you expect us to believe you were staying alone? Alright, I won't argue with you guys any longer, I'm leaving. Old 3, come back early tomorrow, I'm preparing to confess. Shen Qian, who was just about to leave, immediately froze. Didn't you say to wait until the holiday was over? After observing you today, I am convinced that men should be brave. You were able to add over 20 girls because you were brave, so I should be a bit braver too. Shen Qian was speechless. He diligently played the role of a scumbag, yet the other party learned this from him. Shouldn't a normal person have learned to expand their numbers first? Don't you need to let Tan Xinxin test the waters anymore? No, I have confidence. Looking at Chang Hong's smile, Shen Qian chuckled. Indeed, people do smile when they are speechless. Confidence. What kind of confidence is that? However, it is better to run into a wall than to turn back. Alright, I will come back early tomorrow morning. At this point, what else could he say? It still comes down to respecting others' destinies. In the hotel, Shen Qian saw Nizixin in the lobby. She had changed quite a bit since he last saw her a few days ago. Due to your involvement, a 4-point girl has upgraded to a 5-point girl. Behavior aligns with scumbag standards. Rewards being distributed. Scumbag behavior recorded. Oh. Shen Qian looked at Nizixin running toward him. The speechlessness brought by Chang Hong had vanished, replaced by excitement. In the hotel room, their lips pressed together tightly. Only after a long while did they part. Shen Qian drew a slight ragged breath. He could no longer recall how many times he had kissed her that night. Thank goodness the first kiss resets at midnight, otherwise keeping up the lie would weigh on my conscience. Xin, you seem different somehow. You noticed. Her eyes sparkled with delight and 2 delicate dimples bloomed as she smiled. I got orthodontic treatment right after returning home, and I've also learned styling and makeup techniques. I'd planned to see you today, but I worried you might be unavailable. Fortunately, you messaged me just before I removed my makeup. It has nothing to do with makeup or styling. It's you who've changed entirely. Shen Qian was certain the system was not superficial. Its evaluations were holistic, otherwise girls who scored 6 points with makeup alone would never receive only 5 from the system. Maybe because I've missed you so terribly. As she spoke, she pulled him closer. His nerves had been relentlessly stirred all day, and now he could resist no longer. For a moment the room filled with soft, intimate sounds. The next morning when Shen Qian awoke, she was already up, lying quietly beside him, gazing at him with quiet, tender scrutiny. Aren't you tired? Why not sleep a little longer? Because I'm afraid, when I open my eyes you'll be gone. The moment she saw he was awake, she slipped instantly into his arms. Don't let your hand wander lower. I have commitments today and can't stay with you much longer. Shen Qian gently clasped her hand, glancing at her fingers, still bearing faint traces of injury. You've injured yourself again practicing violin. You really shouldn't push so hard. You play the violin so exquisitely. If I don't practice diligently, I fear I'll lose the right to stand beside you, even during your next performance. After the freshman welcome gala, teacher Song remarked how profoundly I'd changed, and even offered me opportunities that once seemed beyond my reach. She chattered like a cheerful lark, recounting everything that had happened lately to the boy she loved. Shen Qian listened in serene silence, and in that moment they felt like soulmates bound by true affection. It seems you truly love performing. I began piano training as a child, not out of passion but discipline. Yet the first time I performed alongside you, I discovered genuine joy in the instrument itself. Naturally, I would cherish every opportunity to perform anew. Gently, Shen Qian brushed a kiss across her forehead, then his thoughts drifted to another woman, Tao Yen. Since this senior already had a boyfriend, his plan targeting her remained dormant, for now. Yet Nizixin had just gifted him an insight, an elegant, incisive strategy for approaching Tao Yen. Still, before acting, he needed intelligence details about that so-called boyfriend. Only with thorough knowledge of both sides could victory be assured. They shared another intimate interlude in the hotel before parting ways. Youthful vitality prevailed even after days of near exhaustion. A single night's rest restored him completely. Instead of heading straight to campus, Shen Qian went to the reserved KTV private room. This was his first time orchestrating someone else's confession. Fortunately, his role was minimal, arranging candles, inflating balloons, and pasting love motifs here and there. He privately doubted this hopelessly cliched method of confession, yet watching the other's infectious enthusiasm, he leaned discreetly toward one of them. Lao Si, have you ever been in a relationship? No, why? Never mind. He then turned to Wei Mingtian. Lao Er, have you ever dated? Back in high school a girl pursued me, but I was immersed in studies and declined. How did she pursue you? She always came to me with questions, never anyone else. Wasn't that pursuit enough? Yes, you're absolutely right. A chill ran down Shen Qian's spine. Had he not acquired the system or undergone that summer's rigorous playboy training, his entire dormitory would remain utterly inexperienced in romance. Worse still, one dared to speak, the other dared to believe, and this very dynamic had clearly propelled Chang Hong to the verge of confession. No wonder he'd merely taken a short trip, and upon returning Chang Hong was already preparing to declare his feelings. A quiet sigh escaped him as he resumed his task. By noon, Tan Xinxin's dormitory mates had arrived at the hotel, including Su Ling.
Ever since learning she scored 7 points, Shen Qian had deliberately avoided any additional contact with her. Still quite busy it seems, Ta Yanxia mangling Su Ling Xia 1 all currently within active pursuit. Shen Qian reflected inwardly even as he took Tan Xinxin's hand.
Class representative. Mental health commissioner. Long time no see.
He Wenjing greeted the dorm group warmly and made sure to highlight Shen Qian's official titles.
No wonder Chang Hong worries He Wenjing might fancy him. Judging by her demeanor now the suspicion appears well-founded. Whether or not to betray Chang Hong required no deliberation. He was a playboy, not a moral paragon. Moreover He Wenjing wasn't Chang Heng's girlfriend, so no betrayal existed. Wherever advantage lay he would act without hesitation.
But first priority remained Su Ling. Girls like He Wenjing were plentiful in his pool, no need to reel one in prematurely. Chang Hong remained blissfully unaware that a vivid green cap had just streaked past his head only to land squarely back in Shen Qian's hands.
Everyone may only sip lightly today, absolutely no drunkenness. Last time I carried you all back was agony, I refuse to suffer it again. This was his sincere sentiment, yet also a calculated element of the plan. After all, if the girl became intoxicated, how could Chang Hong possibly confess? Having bonded during their first gathering, this reunion felt markedly more familiar. Though Shen Qian forbade heavy drinking, polite toasts and light sipping flowed naturally. Midway through, Shen Qian stepped out of the private dining room with Tan Xinxin. He's still determined to confess. Such matters cannot be dissuaded.
True, but failure isn't inevitable. Oh. Shen Qian studied Tan Xinxin, and comprehension dawned.
You mean she might accept simply because he's class representative? Tan Xinxin nodded.
Based on my observations these past days it's plausible, though it could also be because of you.
Me? Shen Qian smiled. Could she possibly think wealthy playboys enjoy scandalous thrills like pursuing a friend's girlfriend? Would that intrigue you? Perhaps, but not now. And even if it did, she wouldn't suffice. At least not unless she were someone like you.
You kept glancing at Su Ling throughout dinner, did you notice?
Tan Xinxin's remark instantly piqued Shen Qian's interest. Shall I assist you? There's no need for help at the moment.
In your dormitory besides you, who else has noticed?
So far no one. Su Ling is quite reclusive, usually going about her own way unless it's a necessary group activity. I happened to see it by chance. By chance. Shen Qian couldn't believe it.
A woman as intelligent as Tan Xinxin would want to know as much as possible about the people around her.
How could she only just notice?
Most likely it was because he had been watching Su Ling a bit more intently today and she simply stated it first.
This woman is too clever. However, Shen Qian did not dislike intelligent people.
As long as they did not infringe upon the interests of the clever, such individuals could become the best of friends.
For now I don't need any help. However, I hope you can become close friends with her. Even if you're not the closest, it would be good to know something about her. Sure. What do you want? Can't it be because I like you that I want to help? Tan Xinxin whispered beside Shen Qian's ear.
I don't have the habit of letting people help me for free, not even for my woman.
Then. I want a car, a Toyota Corolla, just for transportation. Sure.
Shen Qian didn't know how much that car cost, but he had seen quite a few on the streets.
With so many people buying it, he knew it couldn't be too expensive. In fact, even if she wanted a more expensive car, Shen Qian might not have disagreed.
But she was different, she genuinely just wanted a vehicle for getting around.
Not greedy. Understanding of limits. Shen Qian's perception of this girl improved a bit more.
Not long after finishing dinner, Wei Mingtian proposed going karaoke, and with Tan Xinxin leading the way, the others naturally did not oppose. When they arrived at the KTV, Chang Hong surprisingly wanted to take people directly into their reserved room, but Shen Qian stopped him.
What are you doing? Confessing. What the hell is your confession, some kind of dessert after a meal? You confess right after dinner. Surely you should book another room, let everyone sing for a while, and only confess after having fun. Oh right, old three, it has to be you. Confessing right after dinner is indeed a bit inappropriate.
Seeing him like this, Shen Qian nearly laughed in anger, but thinking back to how he might have been similar a month ago, he let it go. As they sang and played games in the KTV, downing a few bottles of beer, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Sensing the right moment, a few boys exchanged glances and Shen Qian nodded at Tan Xinxin.
I need to go to the restroom. Chang Hong was the first to go out.
A few minutes later, why hasn't the boss returned?
I'll go check. Wei Mingtian followed him out. They won't run away, will they? Today was clearly said to be on the boss tab. Not long after, Gao Haitao also muttered as he went out.
Psychology committee member, why are all three of you from the dorm missing?
You don't think they're trying to trick you, do you? Don't worry, even if the monks run away, the temple won't. I'll go fetch them back.
Xinxin, Su Ling, you come with me.
Just take Xinxin, why bring Su Ling? If I only take Xinxin, aren't you afraid I'll run away? That makes sense. Su Ling, keep an eye on them.
They are the sponsors, and if either of them runs away they both can't escape. Su Ling simply nodded in a daze. Soon after, Su Ling sent a message.
They're in room 520. They might try to run.
Wen Jing, if they really want to run, they're in room 520.
Let's go catch them.
The two quickly exited the room, and as they pushed open the door to room 520 they saw Chang Hong standing there holding a bouquet of flowers.
He Wen Jing, I like you. From the moment I first saw you I liked you. Can we be together? What? What is going on here?
He Wen Jing was stunned but still walked into the room. When she heard the name of this room she felt something was off.
She guessed someone might confess, but she never expected it would be her. Okay. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone in the room immediately cheered.
Shen Qian joined in the cheers, but only he noticed the sly smile that appeared on the girl's face after her initial shock. Chang Hong excitedly handed her the flowers and, taking the opportunity, embraced the girl, raising her hand.
Brothers, from now on I have a girlfriend.
This line made Shen Qian feel awkward, as if he had dug his toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. Perhaps this kind of joy was only felt by someone like Chang Hong, who was serious about dating.
That night Chang Hong reviewed his success from the day, looking as radiant as a victorious general returning home.
I told you, boss, you should have taken the opportunity tonight to make a bold move and showcase your manly charm.
I wanted to have a good talk with her.
It can't be rushed, this thing requires a gradual approach.
Gradual approach.
Shen Qian, a man of such self-control, nearly broke down last night because of those two women.
He couldn't believe Chang Hong wouldn't think about it.
This guy probably wants to date for a while longer and wait for the girl to take the initiative. Unfortunately, in such matters, if a man does not take the initiative, it is nearly impossible to wait for the woman to do so. Unless he has exceptional wealth or modeling beyond the average man, but Chang Hong had neither. There was once a theory that said when a woman accepts your confession, it's when she loves you the most. Once the excitement of the confession passes and she calms down, she might even immediately bring up breaking up. Having given the necessary advice, Shen Qian felt it was inappropriate to say more. In the girls' dormitory, He Wen Jing felt a bit down.
Everything happened so suddenly and inexplicably.
How did Chang Hong end up confessing to her? Her original target was Shen Qian. Even though she knew he was Tan Xingxin's boyfriend and she didn't compare to Tan Xingxin in terms of looks, girls always want to find the best even if they know they are not worthy. Chang Hong was a nice guy, straightforward and capable, but that was all based on one premise: he couldn't be compared to Shen Qian. Once compared, Chang Hong's advantages became insignificant. She didn't dare to ask Tan Xingxin about Shen Qian. After all, Tan Xingxin was beautiful and intelligent. How could she not know how to keep this boyfriend? So she thought about breaking through from Shen Qian's roommates. But how did it end up with her?
Should I just break up with him? Just say that I didn't want to embarrass him at the time, which is why I agreed. No way, absolutely not.
Even if I said it was for his good, with how much men care about their pride, he would definitely think I was playing with him.
If he holds a grudge against me, he might say bad things about me in the dormitory.
What if Shen Qian hears it?
Instead, let's just keep it hanging for now.
After all, he's also a class monitor.
Let's see if we can gain some benefits from him.
After all, he is Shen Qian's roommate.
The quality of life for Sun Haoyu's roommates has obviously improved. Shen Qian can't be bad either.
After making up her mind, the girl decided to go along with it for now. After all, there were plenty of fish in the pond and Chang Hong was a straightforward guy, making it easy to handle.
Wen Jing, what's wrong?
You seem a bit upset. In the dormitory, Xia Xiaodan and He Wen Jing had a good relationship, sharing many thoughts that they could not express to Tan Xan but could confide in Xia Xiaodan. Dan, I don't want to date Chang Hong, but I'm afraid he will say bad things about me in front of Shen Qian.
What should I do? If you don't want to date, why did you agree to him back then? Isn't that because I regretted it?
Who would have thought he would confess so suddenly? And Shen Qian was there at the time. I accidentally mistook him for Shen Qian.
How could you make that mistake? Aren't you afraid that when you two are together you might call out the wrong name? What should I do now?
If I break up with him, he will definitely hold a grudge against me. Then just continue dating. After all, he is the class monitor and also shares a dorm with Shen Qian.
Xia Xiaodan analyzed and He Wen Jing nodded repeatedly.
Thank you, Xiaodan, then I will just date him for now. He Wen Jing actually had her own plans in mind. She intentionally said this to get Xia Xiaodan to help her decide. That way, even if it came up later, she could say that she had wanted to break up all along and it was Xia Xiaodan who advised her to stay together. In the boys' dormitory, Chang Hong was still bragging when Shen Qian received a message.
Psychological committee member, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Go ahead, we are in the same class and we are all familiar with each other.
Actually, Wen Jing doesn't want to be with your dorm mate Chang Hong, but she agreed because she is afraid of being resented since he is the class monitor. I have already talked to her and she has agreed to date the class monitor properly, but I still hope you can help the class monitor and not let him get too deep. Shen Qian squinted slightly. No wonder the girls' dormitory is so quick to break things up. It's quite interesting, really too interesting.
Ah. How could this happen? Chang Hung is over the moon. What you guys are doing is really not I'm sorry, I know Wen Jing's actions are not right.
I apologize on her behalf, but since the class monitor is so happy and Wen Jing has decided to be with him, it's best to keep this matter under wraps. Shen Qian chuckled inwardly. If they were going to keep it hidden, then why tell him? He could just keep it to himself. I think you're right, we can only try to ensure he doesn't get too deep. Perhaps as they date their feelings will improve.
Thank you, Xiao Dan. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Does anyone else know about this besides you and Wen Jing? Currently just you, me and her know.
Then we must keep this secret buried deep unless they break up. No, even if they break up we can't say anything.
I definitely won't say anything, I promise you.
I'll treat you to a meal when there's a chance so we can discuss this matter properly. On the bed in the girls' dormitory, Xiao Dan worked hard to calm her emotions, determined not to let anyone see her excitement and happiness. Sure, but if I'm treating it will be on my behalf. Wen Jing is my close friend and she made a mistake, I should apologize.
Don't say that, you're a good girl.
It's her who made the mistake.
We'll talk about the details when we have dinner. Alright, are you going to sleep now? About that. Good night.
Shen Qian looked at the last message from the other person and then at Chang Hong, who was still enjoying a bright future.
He couldn't help but sigh. Women are changing.
If men continue to think the old way, they will be played by these women. It's good to interact with that girl, how else would one know the pain without getting hit?
In the girls' dormitory, Tan Xin finished washing up and came out of the bathroom.
She exchanged a glance with Xiao Dan, noticing a hint of pride in the girl's eyes.
Tan Xin didn't think much of it and turned her gaze back to Su Ling, who had already gone to bed.
Shen Qian discovered Su Ling earlier than she had imagined. She intended to advise Su Ling to dress up a bit, perhaps that would attract a throng of suitors, and once there were more suitors Shen Qian might give up on this girl. However, she learned from Wei Ming Tian that just last night an extremely beautiful senior had met with Shen Qian and another beautiful senior had confessed to him yesterday. Shen Qian's growing charm was not a good thing for her. Qinlan was a case in point. She could feel that Shen Qian's feelings towards her were different from those towards other girls. But there are always exceptions in the face of absolute beauty and figure. Men's affection and loyalty are extremely fragile even if she believes in Shen Qian. The two people in the dormitory coveted Shen Qian. She knew this, but she didn't care at all because in her eyes these two were not even worthy competitors. Su Ling could be considered. After all, Shen Qian had already started paying attention to her and was interested. Xia Mengling could also be considered, although her mind wasn't as sharp. Her beauty was simply too enviable and this woman was clearly interested in Shen Qian, so she would definitely make a move.
That extremely beautiful senior should also be counted. Thinking of this, even Tan Xin couldn't help but sigh. This man is just too popular. Is it because he is genuinely charming, or is it a result of his efforts? Tan Xin was a person who dared to think and act. Since she had determined that Su Ling would become her competitor in the future, she could not allow things to develop unchecked. She had a hunch that one day in the future Su Ling would definitely fall in love with Shen Qian. From these days of observation, Su Ling was completely indifferent to the opinions of the outside world, which indicated that once she fell in love, this girl might be crazier than other girls. At that time, any friendship would be disregarded. Since that's the case, rather than waiting for her to fall in love on her own, why not take the initiative to facilitate it? This way the other party would go from being a cake thief to being someone who receives the cake from her hands. No matter what, they couldn't surpass her. Moreover, she would have another top beauty on her side to compete with Xia Mengling and the others. As for how to facilitate it, she naturally had her own methods. Since Shen Qian didn't want her help, she wouldn't overstep her bounds. She would wait until Shen Qian got closer to her before making her move. This way she would help Shen Qian. Su Ling would owe her a favor and her own position would remain unshaken, achieving 3 goals at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Qian was on a phone call with his family. I know, don't worry, I'm eating well and sleeping well here. Why would you transfer money if the family has money? Is your living expense enough? The voices of his parents on the other end revealed their concern. It's just that I earned a bit recently, thinking of setting up a small shop at home. I've saved enough for my living expenses, so you can rest assured. This child has ideas. It's our fault for holding you back, but you must take good care of yourself while you're out there. Oh, what holding back? We're family. If we have money, we spend it, and if we don't, we just let it be. Anyway, life is getting better now. Just remember, don't flaunt your wealth. You can rest assured about that. Your mom hides the money like it's some treasure, just afraid that the money you have isn't from a good source. Also, if you have time, go visit Xiao Mengling. Yes. What's wrong with her? I heard from your uncle Xia that she seems to be ill. Sick. Alas, she is just a girl all alone in the city with no relatives or friends. Now that she's ill, it's rather pitiful. As her older brother, you should find some time to visit her in the next couple of days. After reminding his parents a few more times, Shen Qian hung up the phone. She was fine when she came back. How could she suddenly fall ill? Shen Qian glanced at his phone.
Xia Mengling hadn't sent him a message, which meant she communicated the information to his parents, who then relayed it to him. Why go around in circles when you could have simply stated the matter?
Is it to enhance the realism of the event?
Or perhaps this girl possesses a tsundere trait. Regardless of the reason, Xia Mengling had signaled her desire for him to visit her.
To her I must seem like a hopeless romanticist.
Besides that, she probably wants me to stay away from Tan Xinxin, considering the outrageous conditions she set before.
After some contemplation, Shen Qian called Xia Mengling. The phone rang twice before it connected. Are you alright? I heard from my dad that you seem to be ill.
Ah.
Uncle cough cough cough, how did you know?
Don't worry about how my dad found out, is it serious?
Is anyone else in your dorm? If no one is there, I can bring Xinxin to see you. Shen Qian. If you dare to bring that woman with you, you can forget about seeing me ever again. The girl who had just been coughing suddenly erupted in anger over the phone. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Even during holidays I can't enter the girls' dormitory.
If I don't bring her, how can I take care of you? Shen Qian intentionally mentioned Tan Xinxin. He was almost certain that this girl was faking her illness. Poor parents, they must be worried sick about their child, only to discover it's a little scheme.
I don't live in the dorm.
My dad helped me rent a place near the school.
When I don't want to stay in the dorm, I go to that place. Oh, I see. Cough cough cough, Shen Qian, I feel so miserable. Can you come keep me company? I feel like I'm dying. Alright, I will visit you tomorrow. Can you come alone? I don't want to see anyone else, but
after agreeing, Shen Qian sighed with relief. Xia Mengling was clearly looking for a unknown confrontation. Thankfully, he had resisted the temptations from Xia Wan. If he could withstand the first time, he could surely handle the second.
Moreover, Xia Mengling wouldn't go too far, limiting the temptations he faced. Just as he lay down, Tan Xinxin sent him a screenshot of the chat history between Xia Mengling and herself. I am sick and Shen Qian will come to see me tomorrow alone. You better find a way to prevent him from coming, because if he does, I will take him away. You should understand what I mean by take him away. He will be my first man in so many years. I don't believe that after having me he would glance at you again. Below is Tan Xinxin's reply. I will find a way to keep him. Whether you believe it or not, there is a girl in our dorm who matches you in figure and looks. Coincidentally, she likes Shen Qian, and I will work hard to bring this golden couple together. I will keep you out of the picture forever. If you want to play this game, then let's see how it goes.
After finishing reading the chat history, Tan Xinxin sent another message.
Should I not have provoked her like this? You've already provoked her, isn't it a bit late to ask me now? So, are you blaming me? I can accept the punishment. Following her message, a meme of someone spanking appeared. What do you mean? You can do anything you like as long as it makes you happy, anything at all.
This was a blatant temptation, essentially granting Shen Qian the freedom to explore.
What are the conditions? Tan Xinxin's sudden question caught Shen Qian off guard.
A smart woman shifting her style like this was a huge contrast and incredibly tempting.
I now understand why old couples enjoy various forms of cosplay. The contrast is truly terrifying.
The other party didn't send a message but called instead.
Hello.
Hello dear. Her voice was soft and alluring, a tone Tan Xinxin had never used before.
State your conditions. Shen Qian suppressed his inner impulse. I don't want you to go on being willful this time, is that alright?
Shen Qian fell silent. Xia Mengling wasn't an unknown situation but a uniantuo, and her maneuver shifted the battlefield onto herself, making each of the three involved a uniantuo.
The triangular relationship provided stability.
At this moment, the three individuals present were all ensnared. Shen Qian understood that Tan Xinxin believed in him, but no matter how much she trusted him with her intelligence, she couldn't possibly believe that a man could resist the advances of a beauty like Xia Mengling. So even if she believed in him, it didn't alleviate her insecurities. She sought a glimmer of reassurance from him, even if it meant Shen Qian deceiving her.
As for Xia Mengling, she was absolutely confident.
She dared to send those messages to Tan Xinxin, unafraid that Tan Xinxin might show them to Shen Qian. Perhaps, as she said, she had already made up her mind. This time Shen Qian might indeed reap some rewards, but as long as he chose her, there was no doubt that Tan Xinxin would become the irrelevant one. Regardless of the circumstances, a rift would inevitably form.
Even if Shen Qian ended up doing nothing with her. But Shen Qian was Shen Qian. He was never swayed by immediate benefits.
He always knew what he wanted and steadfastly pursued his goals. He directly forwarded Tan Xinxin's chat screenshot to Xia Mengling.
What exactly do you mean by this? Is this fun for you? Is it because I once liked you that you think I must be with you? Xia Mengling, you are far too arrogant enough to think you can toy with genuine feelings. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say to you.
Shen Qian finished speaking and directly blocked her. This was a risky move, but also a decisive one.
If this tactic failed, Xia Mengling would crumble. If it succeeded, it would mean he had successfully pursued her. I won't go, but only this once. If you want to control me again next time, then we will break up. If these two women were trying to force him to make a choice, then he would turn the table. What love triangles and dilemma are just cowardice bound by emotions. He never cared about loss, he only cared whether he could successfully conquer in the next step. Looking at the red exclamation mark on her phone, Xia Mengling truly felt like she was going insane. For so long, whether male or female, it had always been her blocking others, but this damn man, this infuriating love-struck fool, actually blocked her. She immediately dialed his number. Sorry, the number you have dialed. Bastard. Aha. Bastard. All bastards. Tan Xinxin, you wretched person. Shen Qian, you idiot fool, may you perish at the hands of that wicked woman. Xia Mengling threw her phone away. The screen shattered immediately, but she didn't care about that at all. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of grievance surged within her. Thus this carefree girl cried for the first time because of a boy. The system's notification sound kept ringing. Shen Qian knew that both Xia Mengling and Tan Xinxin were feeling like they were on a roller coaster. After a long time, Tan Xinxin finally sent a message. Thank you. Adults only see the results. Although Shen Qian had spoken harshly to her, the final outcome was that she won and Shen Qian chose her. Even if it was just this once, she was the one who won. She didn't even know when her mindset began to shift. Perhaps it was because during this trip Shen Qian truly only had eyes for her. Or maybe it was because she took the wedding photos that her mother had longed for her whole life but never managed to take. Rationality repeatedly told her not to be greedy. If she became greedy, this man would no longer want her. Yet in the barren land of her heart, which had completely lost faith and emotions, suddenly sprouted a tender shoot, the seed sown by Shen Qian. She was reluctant to admit it, but she knew she had fallen for him. Falling for such a man was a very painful thing. In the foreseeable future, jealousy would torment her endlessly. No child wants to share candy even if they took the first bite. What should I do with you? Tan Xinxin stared at her phone, lost in thought. Tonight was a sleepless night for the two women, while Shen Qian slept soundly as usual. On the last day of the holiday, the dormitory residents no longer thought about going out. Chang Hong wanted to invite his girlfriend out, but the girl didn't want to run around on the last day either, so he gave up. Shen Qian didn't want to stay cooped up in the dormitory. He made a trip to the cafeteria only to find that the vendor had changed and his desire to learn more about that senior sister phone was foiled. He thought this day would pass by in an uneventful manner. However, things were not that simple. Shen Qian. Come down. Shen Qian. If you won't come find me, you'll come find you. A very beautiful girl was standing below the boys' dormitory with a loudspeaker shouting up. It was Xia Mengling. Since it was the last day of the holiday, most students would return to school today, and Xia Mengling's actions quickly caused a great commotion. Old 3. Is someone looking for you? In bed, Wei Mingtian instantly sat up. He couldn't have misheard the name being called below. Must be Shen Qian. Shen Qian slowly walked toward the balcony and saw Xia Mengling being surrounded by onlookers below. The effect of the scumbag was gradually becoming evident. First it was Du Chanqian and now it was Xia Mengling. It seemed that not only boys would block girls from dormitories, girls could do this with ease as well. For me, she actually lowered herself to this extent. It seems this stimulus really made her feel that she has truly fallen in love. At this point, whether to continue suppressing her or to accept her, that is a question. While Shen Qian was still contemplating, Wei Mingtian and the others had already gathered around, crowding by the window to watch. They couldn't see her clearly, but just from her silhouette and their trust in Shen Qian's abilities, they could tell she was definitely a great beauty. It's not senior sister, do not senior sister Xia, not Tan Xinxin. Old 3, who is she? Foster father, what trick is this? I really don't understand. While they were still watching, a figure appeared at the door, banging on the dormitory door. Third brother. Third brother. There's a super beautiful girl downstairs looking for you. You should hurry down and take a look. The man had a big bag on his back and was panting heavily, clearly just having run up from downstairs. Super beautiful, how beautiful. How does she compare to Tan Xinxin? Wei Mingtian was instantly interested, asking 3 questions in a row. Damn it, she's stunning. I thought I saw a movie star. You guys should hurry down and take a look. Third brother, hurry, she's here to find you. The loudspeaker downstairs was still shouting while the busybodies upstairs urged Shen Qian, who glanced at Chan Hung. Big brother, help me, tell her to go back, I don't want to see her. Ha! You don't want to see her? Third brother, think it through, that girl is stunning. Not just pretty, she's stunning. The brothers at the door repeated. I know her and know how beautiful she is, but I just don't want to see her. Big brother, I'm counting on you. This might not be good, that girl also deserves some dignity. Old 3, why don't you just meet her? After all, meeting her won't cost you anything. Big brother, I beg you. Having said that, Shen Qian left Chan Hong with no choice and the 3 of them headed downstairs together. When the 3 saw Xia Mengling, they realized just how stunning that brother had described her. Clearly just an ordinary black long dress, but on this girl it made her skin glow.
Her eyes were red, filled with determination. The hand holding the loudspeaker was also exquisite, and every gesture exuded a beautiful lady.
Get lost, I'm not adding any contact information.
Just as Chang Hong was about to approach, he was directly scolded away by Xia Mengling.
We're not trying to add contact information, we are Shen Qian's roommates. Roommates.
Xia Mengling had just had a look of disdain upon hearing they were Shen Qian's roommates. Her expression immediately softened.
Can you help me call him? I want to see him.
Old three, that is Shen Qian. He said he doesn't want to see you should go back.
Xia Mengling gritted her teeth and glared upstairs. Alright, how dare you treat me like this?
After saying that, she looked at Chang Hong and the others.
Three handsome brothers, let's have a meal together. Ha! I want to ask you guys something about Shen Qian. I believe you should grant me this favor. This might not be good.
Gao Haitao was a bit hesitant to refuse. After all, this was betraying his brotherhood.
I study at a normal university and have some connections there.
As long as the three handsome brothers are willing to have a meal together, I can easily organize a social event to find a gentle and beautiful girlfriend.
Let's go, miss. I will definitely speak freely and exhaustively. The group did not head to the restaurant immediately. Instead, they first went to the mobile phone store. Could the three of you pool some money together to help me buy a phone? Ha!
The three of them, Gao Haitao and others, were a bit confused and exchanged glances. I had an argument with that bastard Shen Qian last night and smashed my phone. I used the little cash I had left to take a taxi and buy a speaker, so I have no money left now.
I need you all to help me out with the phone. You can rest assured about the phone money, although I haven't compared. Shen Qian might not be as rich as I am.
Well, pool it together. The three of them took out all their living expenses, pooling together over 5,000 yuan to buy a phone at a nearby store.
Let's exchange contact information. We will need to stay in touch often.
The three of them added Xia Mengling's contact information, and the next moment a transfer of 3,000 yuan arrived. Such behavior, combined with Xia Mengling's earlier words, kept the term rich beauty swirling in their minds. Auntie, you and uncle are truly a match made in heaven.
Gao Haitao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
When they were pooling money earlier, he had contributed over 1,500 yuan, and now they had received 3,000 yuan back in just 5 minutes. Who could understand this exhilarating feeling? Xia Mengling knew that acknowledging someone as a father was merely a game for the boys, but hearing herself called auntie still greatly lifted her spirits.
Let's go eat. Auntie will treat you to something nice.
When the three of them saw the sign for Xin Rongji, they felt nothing unusual, but upon entering the restaurant they realized that this meal would definitely not be cheap.
Gao Haitao opened the menu and quickly closed it again.
Many items were priced individually, such as hairtail fish. The most expensive he had ever eaten at home was only 20 to 30 for a whole fish. Here a piece of hairtail fish cost over 30, and it was priced by the piece, not by the whole fish. This was quite a shock for a boy from a coastal city.
Look at your expression.
Chang Hong chuckled as he flipped through the menu, but his smile slowly faded as he turned page after page to the end.
He knew this meal would probably be expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this pricey.
Who would have thought that the cheapest item in a restaurant wasn't plain rice but rather the black gold lava bun at 15 yuan each? Moreover, different dishes had vastly different price ranges. Although the cheapest was only 15 yuan, it didn't affect the fact that each dish was generally priced at 2 to 300 or even 1 to 2,000. The price of 2 yellowfish was equivalent to the total living expenses they had just pooled together. 2 yellowfish, we have 4 people, so we need 2 at 1.
4 Jean. 4 Jean.
Wei Mingtian calculated the price in his mind.
4 west wind crabs. Xia Mengling spoke up again. 4 west wind crabs, 3,192 yuan, totaling 10,552 yuan. Clear chicken soup with West Lake fish tongue for 4 large shrimp and crispy skin chicken.
Every time Xia Mengling ordered something, Wei Mingtian's eyebrows twitched until she turned to look at the others. I ordered all the specialties from their restaurant. You can check if I missed anything, or if there's anything you want to eat, feel free to order. Today it's my treat, so eat freely. The three of them gasped in surprise. Not just Wei Mingtian, but the other two were also calculating that this meal would cost nearly 2,000 yuan. Sometimes they really wanted to compete with these rich people. Spending 2,000 on a meal, no wonder this girl said she was not inferior to Shen Qian. But such a rich beauty, Shen Qian actually didn't want to meet her. It really was infuriating to compare oneself to others.
We won't order anymore, you've already ordered quite a lot.
Chang Hong wanted to say he would treat them next time, but somehow he couldn't get the words out. Treat next time.
How could he treat them next time?
His monthly living expenses were just over 2,000 yuan, and even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, he might not be able to afford this meal. You don't need to be polite with me. You are my brother's friends, which means you are my friends too.
In the future I will have to count on you to take care of him. That's for sure. The three of us get along really well, and we don't have any heirs. As the saying goes, the one who eats is short and the one who takes is soft.
After this meal, the group instantly opened up, recounting all the matters concerning Shen Qian, since school started, embellishing every detail they knew. So your brother is quite popular, right? Not just popular in these past few days, there have been two senior sisters. One senior sister is on par with his girlfriend, and there's another senior sister who is truly stunning, though of course compared to Xia Meng she might be a tad inferior.
Is her surname Gua?
Xia Mengling naturally could not believe that anyone could be a little worse than her. Since these three had eaten her food, they would certainly say good things about her. The only girl she thought of with a similar appearance was Gua Xuanxai, who had set her sights on Shen Qian during a trip. Perhaps she had taken action in the past few days.
Surname Gua? No, it's Xie. Xia Mengling's expression darkened. I didn't expect there would be another one. That bastard.
Although the third one claims he wants to be a scumbag, in reality he has been getting along very well with Tan Xinxin. Even though that senior sister is very beautiful, and even though another senior sister confessed at the dormitory entrance, he did not accept. He is a very loyal man. The three of them certainly wouldn't mention Shen Qian's flirtations or his public declarations of love as soon as school started, since that would be considered speaking ill of him. They would only assist him, and ultimately which girl would win was none of their concern. A man who attracts bees and butterflies.
Xia Mengling appeared calm on the surface but was secretly cursing.
No wonder he looked down on her. It turned out there were so many other beautiful girls around him. But this Tan Xinxin really has some skills to have this guy so infatuated. He can actually reject the advances of two beautiful girls.
No, if you count me there are three. Isn't this just underhanded tactics? Who can't use such methods? So it seems that Shen Qian has a very good relationship with you three. Of course, although we've only spent a month together, our temperaments and personalities are quite compatible.
Every time we drink heavily, it's the third one who helps us clean up. He's a really good person.
Then could you give me your phone numbers?
What for? Chang Heng said as he unlocked his phone and handed it over, while the other two also passed theirs to the girl. Xia Mengling took the phone and grinned mischievously, saying, if he doesn't want to see me, he'll have to use this method to make him redeem you all. In an instant the three of them were stunned. It could be done this way. They had become hostages. The call to Chang Heng was quickly connected.
Hello boss, I just wanted to pass a message. Where have you three gone? Brother, why do you answer others' calls so readily yet ignore mine? Xia Mengling, why are you holding Chang Heng's phone?
I came out to eat with eldest brother, second brother and fourth brother.
Brother, you really made me angry last night. I even broke my phone. What exactly do you want? I want you to come rescue us. We're eating at Xin Rome G. My phone is broken and the other three brothers don't have enough money. This is stressing me out. Ha, do you think using this trick will force me to come? Worst case, I'll treat this meal myself and transfer the money to them.
But brother, the other two's phones are also with me. Transferring money won't help.
Lingling, stop messing around and return their phones. I'm not causing trouble. I just want to see you.
I cried all night last night. You clearly promised to come find me today, but you didn't.
Now that I'm looking for you, you're still avoiding me. How can you treat me like this?
As the girl spoke, her eyes reddened again, but thinking of the presence of others, she calmed herself.
Shen Qian, I want you to come see me or I will annoy you every day. Fine, I'll come see you. Just let them go.
After hanging up, Xia Mengling repeatedly apologized to the others.
Even if he didn't come, I would have treated you all anyway. You brothers should forgive me, right?
Seeing such a beautiful girl acting spoiled in front of them, several men instantly flushed while secretly cursing Shen Qian for not cherishing her, letting such a lovely girl cry all night.
Shen Qian arrived quickly, and as Xia Mengling had said, she paid the bill.
Third brother, if there's something to discuss, do it nicely, don't make the girl cry again. The three walked away with Xia Mengling, and Shen Qian observed. Initially thinking she was just gathering information, he never expected her to directly use the situation to manipulate them. These three had been fooled but were still helping count the money.
I understand, don't worry.
After sending the three away, Shen Qian sat in front of Xia Mengling again. If you still want me to break up with Xin, save your breath, I won't agree to that.
What breakup? I was just joking yesterday. I never intended for you to break up with her.
Then what was that chat record about?
And what about eating her? Do you know how sad Xin was yesterday? Xin.
You only talk about that woman. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am?
Shen Qian, I've fallen for you, do you know that?
Facing the girl's confession, Shen Qian remained unmoved, quietly gazing into her eyes.
Did you really cry because of me? Who else could it be, you jerk? I wanted to see you so much and all you think about is her. Shen Qian let out a breath. Xia Mengling, from the moment I saw you, I liked you.
Your smile is simply too beautiful. Like many other boys, I fell for you at first sight.
Isn't it just pretending to be deep?
For someone like Shen Qian and natural talent, it was easy to get into character instantly.
But later, when you treated me so coldly, I understood that I wasn't worthy of you.
I was just one of those delusional boys.
Do you know how sad I was back then?
To like someone so much yet have it end before it even began.
I didn't want to disturb you, so I chose to distance myself from you. Then I met Xin. She warned me and shows me she wasn't a second choice for me. She was a light in my darkness. So mangling, because I like you, I can do many things for you, but I cannot give her up. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know I hurt you so deeply. I truly regret it. Can't you give me a chance? Tan Xin doesn't like you, she just wants to control you. I can give you the warmth you seek and even better. If you stay with her, it will only harm you. Harm me? What has she harmed me with? Since we got together, she's never once asked me for anything, nor has she acted spoiled with me. She respects me greatly. Is that what you call harm? Let me tell you, I don't care about spending money or anything else. We love each other and that's enough. Xia Mangling took a moment to calm herself, turning her head aside. There was once a boy who was infatuated with her and his friends had warned him, but he wouldn't listen. She never expected to one day become that friend's role. Let me take you back, send me your address. Shen Qian stood up and the girl followed suit. Xia Mangling's father rented her an apartment just right for one person. The room was not dirty, but as soon as they entered they saw a broken phone near the sofa. You've arrived. Then I should leave now, Shen Qian said, turning to leave when suddenly the girl's hand caught his wrist. Kiss me. Suddenly the girl spoke. What? Shen Qian feigned surprise. In reality he had followed her into the room to give Xia Mangling more room to maneuver. I said kiss me. Didn't you say that as long as you don't let us break up you'd do anything for me? Then kiss me. No way. Why not? The girl suddenly pulled hard, dragging Shen Qian into the room and then quickly closed the door. Once inside she immediately pounced on him, wrapping her arms tightly around him as if afraid the boy would run away at any moment. I have a girlfriend, I can't do anything to betray her. But you still like me. As long as you like me you are betraying her all the time. I can hide it. But I can't hide it. I don't want to hide it. Shen Qian, either you kiss me today or I will come find you whenever I have time in the future. I don't believe that your relationship, which has only lasted over a month, can withstand my torment. Not only will I torment you, but I will also buy off her roommates to isolate her. You know that's not a lot of money for me. Xia Mangling, you're forcing me to hate you. Hate me? Ha, you don't even dare kiss me, how could you possibly hate me? Let me go first, I need to think about it. If I let you go you will definitely run away. I won't let go, after all kissing doesn't require you to do anything, just lower your head. Xia Mangling, you. I only give you 10 seconds to think. If you don't kiss me I will keep bothering you in the future. Suddenly the girl pressed her hand on his head and stood on her tiptoes. Now that I've kissed, can I leave? That's not counted. How is it not counted? You kissed, are you going to go back on your word? I've seen how you kissed Tan Xinxin, don't think you can fool me, do it again. Alright. I will comply with your request. The emotional drama has reached its peak and is almost over, time to reel it in. As the two kissed once more, the suppressed feelings within them were finally released. No, I can't betray Xinxin. Brother, kiss me, I need you. Looking at the girl in his arms who had fallen into a deep sleep, Shen Qian stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. After a period of hard work, the funds at his disposal had reached over 30 million, a wealth that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to accumulate. During this time he had been striving to be a scoundrel, his mind filled with strategies and plans, never allowing himself a moment of relaxation, even holding on to cashback and reimbursement cards without using them. Now that he had money, it was time to enjoy a little. He was grateful for the system, but he was ultimately not a puppet of the system. After conquering two more campus beauties, I will give myself a good break. He thought to himself as the girl in his arms let out a soft hum. He gently kissed her forehead. The next morning when Xia Mangling woke up, Shen Qian was already gone, but the room had been tidied up and breakfast was laid out on the table. She made a phone call and the other side picked up. However, neither of them spoke. After all, the impact on both sides was too great. Xia Mangling had never thought about dating. She didn't envy sweet romances at all, as she had broken up many couples in the past. Her view on love between boys and girls could be summed up in one word: fragile. When she unintentionally broke up the first couple, she felt guilty, wondering why a boy couldn't love another girl properly. Just because she was good looking. Just because she accidentally smiled at him. To give up someone else's love, claiming to want to be with her while she didn't even like him. Later, as her character became worse, she began to enjoy the destruction like a child who loved to play pranks. Anyway, even without me this man would definitely change his heart. I just sped up the process, making them see how pathetic their love was. This was her thought. Now the retribution had come back to herself. She didn't know how to evaluate her feelings with Shen Qian. Was it love? No, a good love shouldn't start like this. Was it passion? It was somewhat like that, but even after the passion she still found herself thinking about that man. Indeed, she liked him, her body still ached faintly, yet her heart was surprisingly sweet. The call was still connected but neither party spoke. Xia Mengling knew that the other party was also conflicted. This matter was her fault. She despised fickle men, but under the guidance of habit she forced a man to face a choice. Since she loved him, how could she make things difficult for him? Shen Qian, am not a traditional girl who demands responsibility. I won't force you and I don't need your compensation. But could you occasionally come and see me? Mengling, I don't know, my mind is very chaotic right now. I failed to control myself. I said I wanted to be a scoundrel, but deep inside I despise such men. But now I have become the very person I hate. Can you give me a little time to think? I will call you again and I promise I will come to see you often. Don't feel burdened, it was my choice and I seduced you. If you don't want to break up, then let's not. If one day you want to be with me, then we will officially be together. If it were more than a month ago, Shen Qian would have found such statements utterly shocking, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. Now he accepted it calmly. This is what women are like. Some people think today's women are realistic, materialistic, and even have ugly faces, but the truth is they didn't fall in love with them. A man who has truly been loved by a woman will understand that when a woman loves a man, all ethics, morals, traditional views, and exorbitant bride prices can go to the side. When a woman loves a man, it is real. She may give up everything for him, including her life. This is also why some women in society, despite being beautiful, wealthy, and having great figures, suffer greatly at the hands of scoundrels simply because that man has received her love. What is love in this world that leads one to sacrifice life and death? Shen Qian was the director of this romantic game. He analyzed Xia Mengling's character, understood her fatal flaws, and thus achieved the final victory. But when it comes to love, there are no eternal winners. When the girl on the other end of the line spoke those words, even Shen Qian felt a slight stir in his heart. This is why, according to the script, he should have walked away without looking back, and he shouldn't have answered this call. Yet in the end he left breakfast behind and took the call. Mengling, thank you. What he actually wanted to say was sorry, but at the last moment reason triumphed over emotion. These high-scoring girls were each more dangerous than the last. The other party refused to hang up and they remained connected, seemingly wanting to hear each other's breath and heartbeat. This behavior resembled that of a couple in the early stages of love. Shen Qian, are you still listening? Still listening. Can I call you brother from now on? Why? We have no blood relation, but calling you brother makes me feel like we are family, just like a brother protecting his sister. Okay. They didn't know how long they had been on the phone, but only then did they hang up. Shen Qian let out a long breath as if a round of torture had just ended. Being a scoundrel is indeed not easy, and the one thing a scoundrel shouldn't have is a conscience. Clearly Shen Qian still needed to practice in this regard. Third brother, a senior named Xia, is looking for you. Shen Qian had just returned to his dormitory when Chang Hong conveyed this message. When? This morning while I was buying breakfast, that senior actively struck up a conversation with me, saying she had something to discuss with you. Why didn't you come back last night? That girl cried all night, I couldn't break away. Shen Qian knew that Tan Xinxin had definitely sent someone to keep an eye on this situation. It was better to let her know about Xia Mengling later. After all, she seemed a bit off right now. I'm stepping out for a bit. After saying that, he walked out of the dormitory. If love is a play, then I am the sole director. Next actor, take your positions. The small grove at the school is never lacking in visitors. Perhaps the girl is feeling guilty, so she chose this place for their meeting. Xia Wan's figure is exquisite, and even with a mask on, Shen Qian recognized her at a glance. If we are going to meet, you don't need to hide here. Wouldn't it be like, there's no silver here, if someone sees us? Stop the small talk. How do you plan to resolve the issue with Chen Qian? How to resolve it? Just keep her hanging, give her a bit of hope, let her get better and better, and when she improves, others will naturally pursue her. I don't believe that after a while she will still hang on to this crooked tree of mine. Upon hearing the word hanging, Xia Wan frowned, but without a doubt Shen Qian's later words are the optimal solution to the problem. Alright, let's do it this way. I'm curious about something, senior sister. What is it? I've met Qian Shen and she told me a lot about what has happened recently. To my knowledge, you two had a big fight. From what I know about girls, generally people in the same dormitory would have already fallen out. Why are you still so concerned about her? You don't like her, do you? Nonsense. My orientation is perfectly normal. Qian Shen and I didn't just meet in college, we were classmates in elementary school, and since then we've been very good friends. So you've been together from elementary school to college? Xia Wan nodded. Now Shen Qian understands why Qian Shen could be so easily hooked. It seems that senior sister Xia has been pursuing her relentlessly. Just imagine a girl who was originally quite beautiful but has been overshadowed by an angelic figure since elementary school. Just thinking about it is frustrating. If possible, I hope you can help me. I don't want to lose this friend. Wait a minute, senior sister, do I look like someone who is easy to talk to? You just casually bring up such a request. What I mentioned just now was merely my plan. It doesn't mean I will definitely keep her hanging and make her better. It's her own responsibility and that of her family. I have no obligation to do so. But she likes you. Just because she likes me, should I consider her feelings wholeheartedly? Her liking me is her business, not mine. Then if you're not keeping her hanging, what do you plan to do? At first I thought you had a good relationship, so I wanted you to be a shield, but now I think you're more suited to be the shield. After all, you two have already fallen out, so it doesn't matter if you take one more stab. Shen Qian, you can't do this. Why not? Because we kissed. The girl blushed, seemingly unwilling to mention what happened that night. In fact, she has a little secret. After returning home that night, she changed her pants. Senior sister, this matter we're discussing now has nothing to do with the kiss, right? Besides, it's not ancient times anymore. You can't expect me to be responsible for you just because I kissed you. I didn't realize you were such a traditional person. Moreover, to take a step back, do you know how exhausting it is to keep someone hanging? I need to constantly show interest in her, provide her with emotional value, and offer a series of positive feedback. During the holidays, she might even send me messages, and I can't find her annoying. But by using you, I can achieve a one-time solution. Senior sister, if you were in my position, which way would you choose? If Shen Qian didn't know the importance of Du Qianshan to Xiaowan, he might directly keep Du Qianshan hanging. But now that he knows the importance, he won't take advantage of it and will set conditions instead to hold Xiaowan. Xiaowan is different from Xiaomangling. Xiaomangling has character flaws, but Xiaowan may not have any. This means that more effort is needed with the senior sister, and since there is a weakness, it must be seized. So what do you need to do to keep Qianshan hanging and help us repair our relationship? Shen Qian pointed to his mouth. No, you are the person Qianshan likes. Can't I? Then forget it. Shen Qian has mastered the art of using the carrot and the stick. He clearly understands when a girl genuinely wants to refuse. Now, although Xiaowan is saying no, her body is wavering. She almost took a step closer to him just now. Wait a moment. As he predicted, the girl called him, then slowly leaned in until their lips met. Kissing is like an arrow that cannot be taken back. Once there's a first time, there will be a second, and the acceptance level for the second is much higher than the first. Xiaowan is a perfect example. Clearly she was hesitant just now, but now it seems to be getting better. Breathing heavily, their lips parted briefly, and with just a glance they kissed again. Not knowing how long it passed, even Shen Qian felt a bit parched before they finally stopped. Incredible. This guy has become addicted to kissing. Shen Qian sighed inwardly. This should be enough, right? Xiaowan's face was flushed, and the unwillingness in her eyes became her last stubbornness. It's fine, but the validity period is only 3 days. What do you mean? Your words don't count. Senior sister, a transaction doesn't work like this. Keeping her hanging is a long-term job, and besides, I have the important task of repairing your friendship. Do you think I can just settle this with one kiss? That would be underestimating me. 3 days, one kiss every 3 days. Until these 2 tasks are completed. Of course you can choose not to agree because we just kissed, so for the next 3 days I will keep to senior sister hanging. Okay, I agree, but you can't let Qianshan know about this. Isn't that common sense? If she finds out, how can I keep her hanging? So do you have a way to repair our relationship? There are naturally ways, but as I said, it must be gradual. You've valued this friendship for so many years, and Du senior sister is certainly not heartless. Shen Qian, thank you. Shen Qian waved his hand directly. I can't stand mere verbal gratitude, it's better to be practical. I understand. The girl said as she kissed Shen Qian again, this time much more skillfully than any previous time. Senior sister, just after the kiss, Shen Qian helplessly spoke. I meant something more practical, not just to have you kiss me. We're almost out of breath from what we just did. Are you trying to die with me? If it's not a kiss, then what is it? Next time we meet, wear black stockings, otherwise those long legs will be wasted. Can I just show you? I don't like wearing those things. Shen Qian was almost unable to contain his anger. Having taken all precautions, he still nearly broke his defenses. These high-scoring women are terrifying. After the holiday ended, a class meeting was held. Lu Qingyun strode into the classroom with unmistakable confidence. Clearly something auspicious had occurred. Everyone, the holiday is over, the first break of your university life. Its conclusion also marks your formal passage beyond the freshman adjustment period. From now on you'll see me far less frequently. I sincerely hope our encounters grow rarer, even non-existent, because if we meet outside scheduled times it means trouble has found you, and inevitably me. A ripple of laughter broke out in the audience. Indeed, this easygoing academic advisor possessed a right disarming wit. Alright, moving on, I'll now outline the responsibilities for each class officer. First, the class president. Psychological liaison. When Lu Qingyun called his name, Shen Qian blinked in mild surprise. Wasn't that post traditionally ceremonial? Did it actually entail real duties? With mounting societal pressures increasingly seeping into campus life, the university has mandated that each class's psychological liaison conduct a monthly mental wellness consultation with every student, a credit-bearing requirement. Essentially, it's onion-on conversation. Listen to your classmates, identify their struggles, and offer gentle emotional support. Oh, alright.
Shen Qian glanced sideways at his peers and noticed several girls watching him with unmistakable anticipation.
A faint headache bloomed. Clearly his workload had just intensified. Also, club recruitment is underway.
If you've set your sights on a particular club, feel free to join one or two, not more. Even if you sign up for many, you'll inevitably narrow your involvement to just one or two active commitments.
Once all announcements concluded, Lu Qingyun beckoned Shen Qian outside the classroom.
What is it, advisor?
Have you recently leveraged family connections?
Ha! Shen Qian immediately recalled the networking card.
Yes, I encountered a minor complication and consulted an elder relative. Actually, I owe you thanks.
I'd only been serving as interim advisor, still under probationary review, but your participation in the freshman showcase coupled with your subtle revelation of those connections accelerated my official appointment.
Really? He'd assumed the card was a single-use instrument, never imagining its influence would reverberate so tangibly.
Such was the quiet gravity of power.
Let's schedule dinner at my place soon. That won't be necessary.
No, it is necessary.
Lu Qingyun's tone suddenly turned grave. Why?
My younger sister just entered high school, and lately she's been dating a delinquent with bleached hair. I need an exemplary young man to subtly redirect her aspirations toward university, anything to shield her from that boy's ill influence. Advisor, must you phrase it so bluntly? I heard a stunning girl waited for you downstairs at the dormitory yesterday. I also heard you're dating Tan Xinxin, and that within a month you've captivated most of the girls in your class.
You've appeared on the campus confession board more than once. Help me out, brother, I have only this one sister. Is your sister attractive?
Precisely because she is, that's why the delinquent has fixated on her. She's nearly impossible to protect.
Fine. You set the time. Shen Qian now understood Lu Qingyun's buoyant demeanor. He hadn't just been promoted, he'd been quietly recruiting an ally.
Trapped between a bleached-haired rogue and a heartless charmer, poor advisor.
You're trading one den of wolves for another. The following days unfolded uneventfully.
Each morning Shen Qian jogged with Du Sisi and Su Ling. Su Ling, as deputy PE officer, considered accompanying him part of her official duties.
Du Sisi initially felt uneasy until she observed Su Ling's reserved demeanor and thick curtain-like bangs, rendering any romantic rivalry statistically implausible. Only then did she relax.
Classes and meals were spent with Tan Xinxin. Evenings often belonged to Xia Mengling. Sometimes they simply held the line in silence, drifting off to sleep side by side across the miles. Ni Zixin, Lu Xinyao and Qin Lan received consistent attention too, never neglected, always cherished.
Psychological liaison, today's your designated counseling day, Feng Wei reminded him. Is it already today?
Yes. Her smile shimmered with quiet expectation. They entered a classroom where only 2 desks and 3 stools occupied the space, less a counseling room, more a stark interrogation chamber.
A modest bookshelf lined one wall stocked with psychology texts, while the words psychological counseling were neatly posted above the blackboard.
Has anyone shown up yet?
Shen Qian asked, mildly incredulous. Having forgotten his own duty, he assumed others might have too.
Of course, they're booked through tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Exactly. At 30 minutes per session, nearly every female student in class is signed up. We couldn't possibly complete them all today.
No, surely not that many psychological concerns. As he spoke, a girl stepped confidently into the
psychological liaison. I'd like to consult you about something.
Though startled by the turnout, Shen Qian steeled himself and stepped forward.
Go ahead, what's troubling you? Lately I've fallen for a boy. He's extraordinary, but I fear I'm unworthy. I think of him constantly lying awake night after night. Look at these dark circles. Do you think I shouldn't love him at all?
Yes, you shouldn't. Your immediate priority is to expel him from your life entirely.
Anyone or anything disrupting your basic rhythms, sleep, meals, peace, must be distanced without delay. But isn't that harsh? I adore him. No, you merely believe you do.
In truth, he may fall far short of your ideal.
Consider this: before even dating, he's already robbed you of rest and appetite. What would true entanglement cost you?
Your very heart, or worse, half a kidney.
Feng Wei, standing nearby, burst into laughter at Shen Qian's deadpan absurdity. So, should I confess to? Confession is the victor's triumphal fanfare, not the doomed soldier's final charge. Unless certainty is absolute, never declare your feelings. To do so unprepared is to invite only your own suffering.
Alright, but even if you say all this, I'll still love you.
If you ever break up, please consider me. Okay. Before the first girl had fully exited, another slipped in. Psychological liaison, I've got this strange unsettled feeling inside.
Shen Qian let out a sigh and rubbed his temples. Are you sure this is a psychological issue?
It feels more like sexual harassment to me.
You can't blame them, after all. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding man as the psychological committee member?
Stop talking. The person ahead said she wanted to eat because she saw others eating but couldn't find anyone to eat with, so she wanted to find me. Is that even a rational statement? Am I really that easygoing? Shen Qian said. Psychological committee member, you haven't forgotten that you confessed to the entire class at the beginning of the semester, right? I still have the message where you confessed to me. Well, I confessed, but not a single one accepted me. Really? The girl took out her phone, showing the chat page with Shen Qian with his confession at the top and her reply below. Alright then, let's be together. It seems the psychological committee member was indeed joking. Confessing to the group was just a prank and I took it seriously. It's true, but I can't just date one person. The other party made it clear Shen Qian's original goal was to be a playboy, so he had nothing to fear. TSK tisk tisk, psychological committee member, you're quite ambitious, wanting to have a harem in school. The other party said this while directly sitting on Shen Qian's lap. I wonder if I'm qualified. Shen Qian smiled, pushing the girl away and standing up. Stop joking around. You were trembling when you sat on me just now. Tan Xinxin was steady when we first got involved. Let's talk about this when you've overcome your inner barriers. Successfully stirred the emotions of a 5-point girl. Behavior meets Playboy standards. Rewards are being issued. By the way, if you're prepared, just book a room yourself, clean up and wait for me. I currently have no plans to do this here. Extended a friendship invitation to a 5-point girl. Behavior meets Playboy standards. Rewards are being issued. Really? I thought the psychological committee liked trying different things in different settings, especially since this classroom wouldn't have anyone else until the evening. Shen Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. To him, this was free Playboy points, and depending on the setting he might unlock different achievements. However, he still needed to screen the girls who came to him voluntarily. Achievement unlocked. High temper achievement unlocked. Youth in the classroom. Shen Qian and the girl walked out of the classroom. Feng Gui had tears forced out from slight nausea at the corner of her eyes. Having gained 2 new achievement points, Shen Qian was quite pleased, as achievement points were much more valuable than Playboy points. A Playboy is still a Playboy. Achievements differ from those of ordinary people. That evening, Shen Qian called Xia Mengling as usual. Brother, can you come to see me on Friday? My roommates want to meet you. Sure, but I have something on Saturday. The other side fell silent for a moment, probably guessing that Shen Qian would accompany Tan Xinxin on Saturday. Actually, it was the opposite. Shen Qian planned to take Qin Lan shopping on Saturday. He had softened her character quite a bit, and since he had gained quite a few Playboy points from her, it was time to give her a little benefit. It's okay, as long as you can come, that's fine. These days Shen Qian kept reminiscing about that night with Xia Mengling. Although the feelings were somewhat similar, the visual impact brought by her looks was intoxicating. Now that she said such things, Shen Qian felt it was necessary to distract himself a bit. After hanging up, he sent a message to Xia Wan. It's time to renew my membership. The reply came quickly. Wasn't it 3 days? It's only the 2nd day since the last renewal. I have something to go out for later, so I need you to renew in advance. If you don't agree, that's fine, I can just take Du Shuijie out to book a room. I believe she would be quite willing. No, I will renew it. Where? On the playground. No way, there are too many people there. What if someone sees us? Then forget it, I'll find Du Shuijie. Don't be like that, the playground won't work, but there is a place. In the library's collection room, Xia Wan was panting while hugging Shen Qian. Although they were only kissing, both felt as if they had engaged in a vigorous workout. Xia Wan, your kissing skills are getting better and better. Shen Qian gently twirled his fingers around the ends of Xia Wan's hair. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The girl mumbled, pretending to be angry, but it sounded more like she was acting cute. In the mornings during her runs these past few days, Xia Wan often appeared, but she still wore that icy face signaling do not approach. Who would have thought that the high and mighty girl would be like this in front of him privately? Yes, it's all my fault. I forced you to do this, you only did it to save your poor friend. Shen Qian said, gripping Xia Wan's shoulders to face him. The library is closing soon, can we kiss once more please? The girl blushed and nodded, then leaned in to kiss him. When Xia Wan returned to the dormitory, Du Chanshan had already gone to bed early to prepare for her morning run. They hadn't talked much these days, and the other 2 roommates gathered around her. Xia Wan, you really push yourself too hard. Your figure is already so good running in the morning and exercising at night. Wan, you should hydrate more. Look, your lips are so dry. Xia Wan replied briefly before going to wash up. She felt a bit uncomfortable, especially needing to change her pants. For some reason she suddenly thought of Shen Qian, that man would probably need to change pants too. As soon as Xia Wan closed her eyes to sleep that night, the image of kissing Shen Qian flashed through her mind, leaving her body feeling soft and weak, unsure of why. As for Shen Qian, he wasn't feeling any better. As soon as he returned to the dorm, the door was locked behind him. The timing was too tight, there was no chance to find someone to stay with, so he could only take a cold shower to barely fall asleep. Playboy points have reached 100. Do you want to draw a prize? Yes. Shen Qian didn't hesitate at all. Indeed, he had been a bit too indulgent lately. No matter how healthy his body was, he couldn't withstand so much turmoil. Two cards appeared before his eyes, one enhancement card and one skill copy card. Both cards were what Shen Qian desired. The last time he received a copy card was while he was at home just after obtaining the system. He thought swimming could help build abs, and since he couldn't swim, he ended up wasting that precious copy card on such a skill. Even though his personality was such that he never regretted what he had done, he couldn't help but lament his wastefulness. Forget all that, let's enhance first. Shen Qian searched through a pile of small boxes and finally found the kidney function. Do you want to enhance kidney function? Yes. A warm current suddenly surged between his waist, and Shen Qian realized a serious problem. But it was already too late. The blanket was lifted, and it seemed that sleeping tonight would be quite difficult. Initially, Shen Qian believed his kidneys were exceptionally healthy. After all, he was only 19 years old, refrained from smoking and drinking, and exercised regularly. However, he had recently been somewhat indulgent, seduced by beauty. But when he had the system-enhanced kidneys installed at his waist, he realized he had underestimated things. During his morning run, he felt an energy he had never experienced before, his mind and body invigorated. It seems that merely enhancing the kidneys isn't enough. I should enhance every part of my body. If I do that, will my body still be that of an ordinary person? Du Chanxian and Su Ling, who ran with him, noticed something different about Shen Qian. For Du Chanxian, Shen Qian was already charming in his daily life, but today he exuded a unique aura that made her desperately want to get closer. It was a desire stemming from instinct. Su Ling felt the same urge to unconsciously approach him. When she got closer to Shen Qian, memories of what Tan Xinxin had said a few days ago flooded her mind. You like my boyfriend, don't you? No, I just want to exercise, which is why I want to be the deputy sports commissioner. Ling Ling, you really can't lie. Wanting to exercise and wanting to be the deputy sports commissioner, are those two related? If I remember correctly, since the beginning of the semester you have only participated in our dormitory's group activities twice. The first time was dining with Shen Qian and the others, and the second time was just a few days ago, dining with Shen Qian and the others again. If you don't like Shen Qian, then you must like someone else from their dorm. I can help you talk to Shen Qian and set you two up. No need. I don't like them. Su Ling, actually, if you like Shen Qian, I wouldn't mind sharing his affection with you. Ah. I believe you've noticed too, the girls in our class, including those from the neighboring class and the girl who ran with him this morning, all seem interested in him. This is only the first year. There will be new female students in the second year, and in the third and fourth years when they enter society, I can't even imagine how many will be eyeing him. So rather than let unfamiliar people take his spot, I think you're quite good. Although I don't understand why you dress this way, I believe Shen Qian must possess an energy you need, otherwise you wouldn't be drawn to him. My guarantee is valid long term, you may want to consider it. Returning to the present, Su Ling stared blankly at Shen Qian while Du Chanxian stayed by his side, preventing other girls from getting close. This senior was comparable to Tan Xinxin, and she began to understand why Tan Xinxin had said such things. If it weren't for dire circumstances, who would willingly share their boyfriend? However, this was still a challenge to her moral ethics. Shen Qian was indeed exceptional, but he wasn't so extraordinary that she would forsake everything for him. Thus, regarding this fluttering feeling, she chose to suppress it within herself for now, hoping that one day she might encounter someone even better to take his place in her heart. Or perhaps she might never meet such a person, and that would be fine. One must always look forward. Shen Qian, the clubs are recruiting new members. Have you considered joining any? Suddenly Du Chanxian asked Shen Qian. Recently the school was bustling primarily because of club recruitment. Although there were many freshmen, there were also numerous clubs. For instance, Guoxuansai's travel agency had at least 7 or 8 different travel clubs with various names along the entrepreneurial street. Moreover, there were larger clubs that could attract dozens or even hundreds of students at once. On the other hand, smaller clubs began frantically recruiting members. After all, once membership dwindled, the resources allocated by the school would also diminish, activity rooms, venues, and funding would all decrease. Me. I haven't decided yet. Shen Qian initially considered joining the swimming club, but upon reflection he could swim and had a gym membership, making it unnecessary to join. Recently someone from the violin club reached out to him, but his violin skills had already reached a master level due to experience caps. If he joined the violin club now, would he be considered a newcomer, or would the other members be? The clubs are worth checking out, I believe. To attract new members, the club presidents will showcase the best of their organizations. In these days, Shen Qian had been busy providing psychological counseling to those girls enduring harassment and hadn't had time to think about this matter. Perhaps Feng Qinyan and Tao Yan will be in these clubs. Shen Qian was someone who believed in acting on thoughts immediately. As soon as his morning classes ended, he headed to the activity square where a colorful array of tents had already been set up. Many senior students were enthusiastically promoting their clubs while students were eating. Shen Qian's striking looks immediately attracted the attention of several senior girls as soon as he appeared in the square. Junior, would you like to join the literature club? Junior, the modeling club needs logistics help, want to consider it. Junior, how about joining the guitar club? You look so handsome, you must play beautifully. As Shen Qian walked through, he ended up with a large stack of flyers in hand featuring various clubs' event photos and contact information. As he expected, during this time the club representatives stationed here were essentially the face of their organizations, and the girls were all around a score of 5 to 6. Shen Qian added contact information one by one and surprisingly earned over 200,000 in this round. He paid a little attention to the piano club, but Tao Yan did not appear, and he also didn't spot Feng Qinmian in other clubs, which was somewhat disappointing. Junior, would you like to join a club? In front of him stood a familiar figure, Li Ran, the first senior he met when he came to school. Senior, what a coincidence. It's been a while since we last met. Li Ran actually had some grievances against Shen Qian because she had previously given him a chance hoping he would pursue her, but ultimately Shen Qian simply ignored her, leaving her feeling quite defeated. But this was college, there were plenty of juniors around. If this junior didn't take the initiative, there would naturally be others. During this time she had been chatting enthusiastically with another freshman, a boy who was quite generous, frequently buying gifts and providing emotional support. Although he wasn't particularly good-looking, he was very obedient. They hadn't even held hands yet, he was lavishing gifts and concern far surpassing Shen Qian in her eyes. The slight disdain in the other party's gaze was quickly captured by Shen Qian. What is with that look? What does it mean? Shen Qian was baffled and too lazy to investigate. Among the many senior girls, he had already lost interest in this woman, so he planned to exchange a few pleasantries and leave. Junior, would you like to join a club? Qinlan's voice suddenly rang out, causing Li Ran to pause slightly. But when she saw Qinlan affectionately link arms with Shen Qian, her composure was further shaken. Ran, you are here too. Qinlan approached, clearly having noticed Li Ran, yet she still pretended to ask. Evidently her actions were a declaration of ownership, conveying to Li Ran that this man is already mine, so do not even think about it. Qinlan, when did you all? The dynamics among the four girls in the dormitory were quite delicate. One was a pampered only child from Shanghai who looked down on the other three, while the other three uniformly disregarded the most beautiful and materialistic Qinlan. Naturally, Qinlan despised the arrogance of the Shanghai only child as well as the hypocrisy of the other two. The four of them lived together in this bizarre and delicate balance. However, it seemed that Qinlan wanted to shatter this superficial equilibrium. Oh, you mean Senior Shen? It's been a while, I should thank you for introducing him to me. No need to thank me, after all he suits you quite well. What does the other party mean by this? Both Qinlan and Shen Qian understood, implying that a promiscuous woman is suited for a dog lasting forever. Lan, don't try to snatch everything. What can be snatched may not be anything valuable. Li Ran added with a remark. I'm not sure about the others, but Senior Shen is a bad guy and I really like him. Watching Qinlan like this, Li Ran inwardly cursed her for being a flirt. Senior, you are indeed here, you haven't eaten yet, right? A boy wearing glasses looking quite refined approached, holding a plastic bag containing takeout from the cafeteria. And I told you there's no need to bring me food. How can a senior skip a meal? Qinlan, you are here too. Hello. Qinlan responded blandly. Shen Qian observed the boy before him. He should be a freshman like himself, after all he was calling her senior, but the boy's eyes were not honest, clearly having stolen glances at Qinlan. While attending to Li Ran, his eyes were secretly watching Qinlan, and the jealousy in his gaze when looking at himself suggested that this little bespectacled guy was not as honest as he appeared, which made things very interesting. Shen Qian, let me introduce you, this is Junior Sun Ji and another freshman like you. Hello, are you Qinlan's boyfriend? No, we are just good friends. Sun Jian looked oddly at Qinlan, who was hugging Shen Qian's arm. What good friends are like this? Junior, don't listen to his nonsense, he has a girlfriend. I'm merely one of his pursuers and he hasn't agreed to be with me yet. Sun Jian initially thought Qinlan would explain, only for her to give such an explanation. Truly, one has to discard inferior goods and compare people to realize their worth. He had been pursuing Li Ran for almost a month without holding her hand, yet this guy had a more beautiful Qinlan pursuing him so intimately and still had not agreed. If he did agree, wouldn't that mean he would be in a relationship? Is there no justice in this world? You all can eat first, he'll take the junior to wander around elsewhere. Seeing Li Ran's expression change repeatedly and the discomforting gaze from Sun Ji, and Qinlan called out and wrapped her arm around Shen Qian. She looks quite angry. After walking a few steps away, Shen Qian remarked. That's natural, I advised her to make a move on you, but she held back and now I got ahead of her. Naturally she is not happy. But you don't need to worry about her now, there is that junior who cares for her and treats her well every day. Oh. How well? Just like a dog is good to its owner. Shen Qian naturally caught the mockery in Qinlan's words and pinched her. Then are you good to me? Qinlan smiled seductively, holding Shen Qian's arm a little tighter, and whispered in his ear, how the master wants me to be good depends on when the master gives the command. Shen Qian, being young and sensitive, did not expect her to speak this way. Fortunately his trousers were tight, so it was not noticeable. Let's go out this Saturday. Shen Qian quickly diverted his attention. What for? Since you are so obedient, I can help you take down her. What kind of low-class sycophant dares to compare with me? Really? What would I gain by lying to you? In an instant Shen Lan's heart raced. She knew that going out with Shen Qian meant spending money, and she immediately thought of Tan Xingxin's designer clothes. Initially she was a bit angry about Li Ran's provocation, but now she adored this provocation. Without it, how could she gain such rewards? Of course she would later show off in front of Li Ran to repay her provocation. By the way, I'm very interested in the 4 golden flowers you mentioned earlier. Could you help me gather information about them? No problem, but I'm a bit scared. Those 4 are all stunning beauties. If you get involved with them, where would I fit in as a senior? Any conditions? None, just a small guarantee would be nice. If a man's guarantee could be trusted, there wouldn't be so many resentful women in this world. You are different, I believe in you. Tell me. In the future, whether it's with any of the major beauties or several at the same time, at least give me a chance to help. Help? Help with what? Shen Qian quickly understood this woman was quite straightforward. That kind, forget it, I don't have that kind of bad taste, and do you think I need someone to push me? Rest assured, as long as you help me with work and I'm satisfied, you won't miss out on benefits. Just having you say that is enough. Tell me, which of the 4 are you interested in? I want to collect everything. Tell me all the information you can gather. Shen Lan stared at Shen Qian for a long time. You really plan to date all 4? Of course not. Do you think I have that ability? I just want to understand the information of these 4 people to see who is the easiest to approach. Of course Shen Qian intended to date them all, otherwise how could he be a scumbag? However, how could he disclose all this to Shen Lan? Even the previous promise was merely a pie in the sky. As if joking, he was indeed a scumbag. Can words from a scumbag be trusted? Time flew by swiftly, and Monday to Friday seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Shen Qian had just parked his car at the school entrance when a stunning figure rushed towards him. It was the first time he saw Xia Mangling like this. As the girl approached, she immediately clung to him, cupping his face and planting kisses. Shen Qian, I miss you so much. I miss you too, Shen Qian said, responding to the girl as the two of them continued to kiss, oblivious to their surroundings, until a cough interrupted them. Cough cough, Lingling, at least be a little more reserved. This is the school gate. The girl still clung to Shen Qian, unwilling to let go, turning her head to look at a few people. What's wrong with the school gate? Those girls are still all lovey-dovey with their boyfriends at the dorm entrance at night. As Xia Mangling turned her head, the others finally caught a glimpse of Shen Qian's appearance. They had always heard Xia Mangling boast about how handsome her boyfriend was. Initially they thought it was just love that made her see him as such, but now it was clear that she was not lying. This man was indeed very good-looking. Moreover, Xia Mangling had been hanging on him for quite some time, yet he managed to hold her up steadily, indicating that he must work out regularly. Alright, I've already come, so we have plenty of time together. Please get down for now. No, I want to stay on you. How about we change positions? You can ride on my back. If you keep hanging in front of me, I can't see anyone clearly. Shen Qian coaxed her gently like a child. Mangling, you should really get down. Hanging on him like this must be tiring for him. Hearing this, the girl finally let go of Shen Qian and smiled brightly while holding onto his arm. Let me introduce you, this is my man Shen Qian. Tisk tisk tisk, look at your pathetic self. What kind of love potion did you give our Mangling to make her go gaga over you like this? Facing the accusations from Xia Mangling's roommates, Shen Qian simply smiled and replied, we're both enchanted by each other, but I was the one who fell in love first. Upon hearing this, Xia Mangling tightened her hold around Shen Qian, resting her head on his shoulder, truly not wanting to part with him for even a second. Enough, you two, this show of affection could go on forever. Hi, I'm Wuhan, this is Chen Yisan, and there's Tian Zixuan. The girl named Wuhan tried to pull Xia Mangling away from Shen Qian, but unfortunately she failed as Xia Mangling clung tightly to Shen Qian's arm, unwilling to move. Let her be, come on, let's go eat. Shen Qian had high emotional intelligence, making it easy to deal with these girls. However, as the two separated from the others, a small incident occurred. Shen Mangling, it's really you two, Yu Ziwei exclaimed, her eyes briefly stopping on the hands they were holding before looking at the two again. It's Senior Yu. Long time no see. Actually, it hasn't been that long after all, we just saw each other before the holiday. Yu Ziwei said, her gaze once again falling on their intertwined hands. It had been less than a month since the three of them last met, yet the girl Shen Qian held had changed from one to Xia Mangling. At that time she found it a bit strange. It seems Xia Mangling was too concerned about this cousin. She even mentioned wanting to introduce herself to him. It turned out this little girl was trying to steal him away. She actually had a bit of a crush on Shen Qian. He was good-looking, had a decent character, and his family background was likely better than average. If there was a real opportunity, she wouldn't mind being with him, but it seemed that was not going to happen. She understood Xia Mangling's personality. Once she held onto something, she would never let anyone take it away. Sure enough, as she approached, the girl transformed from holding hands to hugging Shen Qian's arm, her gaze becoming somewhat unfriendly. What does this mean? Are you afraid he'll steal him away? Yu Ziwei found it amusing and decided to tease Xia Mangling. Mangling, didn't you say before that you wanted to introduce your cousin to me? Why are you keeping him all to yourself? I was joking back then, Senior, please don't take it seriously. Yu Ziwei planned to say something more but noticed three other girls beside her. She decided to stop talking and exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving.
In Shen Qian's plan, he had intended to get close to Yu Ziwei through Xiao Mangling's, but now Xiao Mangling's progress had accelerated too quickly, leaving him no time to take any action towards Yu Ziwei before securing Xiao Mangling. There are gains and losses, he'll find another opportunity later. The other three enjoying the spectacle teased Shen Qian, who would have thought you had such charm, even Senior Yu is interested in you. Shen Qian only felt the grip on his arm tighten slightly. It seemed the little girl was somewhat upset by Yu Ziwei's words. When I'm with Mangling, my eyes are only on her. As for the interest Senior has in me, it has nothing to do with me. You all should go back tonight, Mangling, and I will be staying out. The girl hurriedly urged her roommates. Little girl forgetting friends for love. All right, we're leaving. Before the three had gone far, Xiao Mangling immediately pulled Shen Qian into the car. MHM. Before the car key could even be inserted, the girl blocked his mouth with hers. Don't rush. Shen Qian had just pushed her back into the passenger seat when her arms wrapped around him like a serpent. Mangling. Brother, kiss me. After the car had been stationary for a while, Shen Qian touched his mouth. The little girl had kissed him so hard that his lips were actually swollen. What happened? That woman wanted to steal you away. Xiao Mangling pouted, a little unhappy. So what? So I don't want her to take you away. You are mine, at least for now you are mine. It won't matter if Tan Xinxin comes. Shen Qian pinched the girl's face. Silly girl, I told you when I'm with you my eyes are only on you. Don't say Tan Xinxin, it won't matter who comes. Really? Of course it's true. Only then did Xiao Mangling happily buckle her seatbelt. With his enhanced kidneys, Shen Qian's combat power had risen several notches. The girl fainted amidst her scream, and the system's prompt sounded at this moment. Achievement unlocked. Can't take it anymore. I should buy something for Xiao Mangling later, but as a little rich girl she doesn't lack money. What should I buy? This thought sprang to mind immediately, sending a chill of sweat down Shen Qian's back. This girl liked him too much. Such affection was contagious, and without a doubt he was infected by this affection and actually thought about giving her gifts. Giving gifts was simply a joke only a sycophant would give, while a scoundrel would enjoy. That was close. I almost relaxed just because I had her already. I'm a professional scoundrel. How can I get stuck in such a sweet trap? The next morning Xiao Mangling woke up from her sleep to find Shen Qian had already vanished. The girl's eyes instantly turned red, and outside the door Shen Qian listened to the sound of her crying from inside, his hand hovering in the air, ultimately deciding not to knock on that door. I should continue hunting for new targets, he thought, spotting Yu Ziwei waiting for a bus by the roadside. Leaving so early. I thought you would stay with Mangling. On the car Yu Ziwei smiled. After all, you and Tan Xinxin haven't broken up, right? Shen Qian said, and Yu Ziwei was stunned, quickly associating the implications. Actually, she doesn't mind me having other women, including Mangling. She said there's no need for responsibility, nor do I have to break up with Tan Xinxin. This is different from what I originally thought. It's not what I envisioned. Shen Qian said as he abruptly stopped the car. I do like Mangling, but Xinxin is my girlfriend. I initially thought I could slowly forget Mangling and be with Xinxin. But it's all my fault. I couldn't control myself, and now it's turned out this way. Making both of them suffer. In the passenger seat, Yu Ziwei looked at Shen Qian like this, feeling inexplicably heartbroken. She probably guessed a bit. Shen Qian lost control, perhaps for his reasons, but more likely it was the result of Xiao Mangling's initiative. How many boys in this world can truly resist such a beautiful girl taking the initiative? Don't think like that, it's not entirely your fault. Yu Ziwei said, patting Shen Qian on the shoulder. Suddenly Shen Qian grasped Yu Ziwei's hand, and as his face turned towards her, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, making the girl's heart ache to its peak. She had never seen a man cry like this, her hand instinctively wanting to wipe away those tears. Can you hug me? Without any hesitation, Yu Ziwei leaned in and embraced Shen Qian, feeling the slight tremors of the man in her arms along with the strength he harbored and the alluring aura that drew her closer. When the man's body stopped shaking, she loosened her grip. However, when they looked into each other's eyes again, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling them closer. Perhaps Yu Ziwei herself couldn't imagine that one day she would kiss a man she had only met twice, and they didn't even have a way to contact each other. Just as the girl was getting lost in the moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes and pushed Yu Ziwei away. No, this is wrong. This is even more wrong. I not only let you down, but I also let down Xiao Mangling and Xinxin. How can we do this? Seeing the man's flustered demeanor, Yu Ziwei simply held his hand. It's okay, I don't blame you, just think of it as relaxing here with me. How can I do this? How can I treat you this way? With no sense of responsibility, am I even human? Shen Qian said, about to slap himself, but was stopped by Yu Ziwei. She gently caressed the face of this heartbroken man and kissed him again, calming the restless emotions, leaving only a pair of grateful eyes looking at her. Senior sister, what should I do? Please tell me. Don't do anything, it's not your fault. I'm willing, and I think Mangling is willing too. You should be a little happier and not put so much pressure on yourself. Achieved achievement soft-hearted woman, achieved achievement awakening maternal instinct, achieved achievement powerful actor, achieved achievement it's just a kiss, thank you senior sister you. I hope you're satisfied with my acting.
Shen Qian thought to himself, holding Yu Ziwei's hand, which was small and delicate. Senior sister, will I still be able to see you next time? The girl nodded. As long as you want to see me, I will come to see you.
Shen Qian excitedly hugged the girl again, and only when his emotions completely calmed down did he send Yu Ziwei to her destination. Of course they exchanged contact information.
After Yu Ziwei left, Shen Qian let out a sigh.
The gentle warmth he was immersed in with Xia Mangling was finally ruined by himself, but besides that there was an additional gain. If one can evoke a woman's maternal instinct, it truly yields twice the result with half the effort. Of course this had to do with his extraordinary acting skills and strong emotional control. What is a scumbag who can't act? How can a man who cannot cry capture a woman's heart? Having unexpectedly grown close to the senior sister, the next target would tentatively be Gui Xuankai. Shen Qian arrived at the place where Qin Lan was waiting according to the navigation.
Have you been waiting long?
How can waiting for a junior be called waiting? It should be called anticipation. Qin Lan said happily, linking her arm with Shen Qian.
Let's go.
Shen Qian had adjusted his mindset and without any hesitation wrapped his arm around Qin Lan's waist.
Hello sir.
Recently Shen Qian had just taken Tan Xinqian out shopping, and the staff had some impression of this young handsome and wealthy man, also keenly noticing that the female companion beside him had changed. Some people, whether old or young, play around with extravagance. The staff sighed inwardly but still smiled, and Shen Qian was not interested in choosing bags but pointed to Qin Lan. Let her choose, as long as she likes it, wrap it all up for her. As he said this, he went to the lounge to rest. The staff brought him coffee along with the staff's personal contact information.
Shen Qian looked at the display of assets without being swayed.
No matter how tempting physical allure may be compared to the love of a girl who is completely devoted to you, it is too shallow. However, Shen Qian still accepted the other party's business card and added their contact information. If you can eat ice cream one night, remember to contact me and I will help you boost your sales. Shen Qian's straightforwardness made the woman feel slightly resistant, but she quickly digested the resistance. After all, wealthy people do not like to beat around the bush. Being able to express such direct needs is already considered good. What is annoying is the others who are clearly rich but always like to make empty promises. Sir, your total expenditure is 127,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Upon hearing 127,000 yuan, Qin Lan's grip on the bag tightened. This was more than 120,000, and usually she wouldn't dare to spend this much. Shen Qian simply rested his chin on his hand, looking at her.
You only took two.
Two already cost over 120,000.
Shen Qian nodded and looked at the staff beside him. Pay the bill. Let's go to the next place. Next place. Yes, the next place. It can't be just bags when you go out with me, right? Cosmetics, clothes, shoes, don't you want to shop for those?
Shen Qian either doesn't spend money. Since he decided to spend, he must spend wisely. Only by making this woman completely convinced will she put her heart into her work.
Okay.
Qin Lan was so excited that her face turned a little red. By the way, buy a pair of Valentino shoes. I heard that thing is a critical hit. In the evening, in a hotel room, Qin Lan donned a complete uniform, perfectly accentuating her curves. It wasn't until sweat trickled down his back that Shen Qian finally paused his actions. The woman gasped for air like a fish out of water. Even though it wasn't their first time engaging in such activities, this time she felt as if she were on the brink of death. Her face flushed, hair slightly disheveled, her chest heaving violently, and a slight pain began to surface.
Junior, when did you become so formidable? Was I not formidable before?
It seems you were holding back then. Now this is your true skill.
What about the investigation I asked you to do? How did it go? Qin Lan turned over, lying on her side. I've gathered all the information. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's start with Feng Qinian. Surprisingly, it's her. I thought you'd want to hear about Gui Xuanzai first, given you traveled with her before. You even know I traveled with her. There were only a few people on the trip, so it was easy to find out. They said a handsome young man was with two beautiful girls and even took wedding photos with one of them. I initially thought this handsome young man might be your potential rival, but it turns out it was you. Alright, let's talk about Feng Qinian then. Shen Qian brought the topic back. Feng Qinian is in her second year. Unlike Xiaowan, who was one of the four flowers, she is calm and interacts with many people, whereas Xiaowan is frigid to the core. However, her family doesn't seem to be well off. I've heard from her roommate that Feng Qinian is very afraid of answering calls from home, and she works part-time whenever she has time, practically dedicating her life to work and classes. Tisk tisk sounds like the storyline of a female lead in a novel. It does seem like it, but it might not be that simple. Oh. In her first year, both Xiaowan and Feng Qinian had rich second-generation suitors, but by the second year only Xiaowan remained pursued. Basically no one is chasing Feng Qinian now. Is she already taken? No, it seems like there was a rich second-generation suitor pursuing her during her first year and they were together for a short time but he dropped out soon after. Shen Qian instantly became interested. He had seen many rich second-generation boys forcing girls to drop out, but to see a girl make a rich second-generation boy drop out was a first for him.
Can you get in touch with that rich second-generation boy? I asked around.
The roommate of that rich second-generation boy originally saved his number, but when I called, someone else answered. Clearly he changed his number.
Interesting, truly fascinating. A girl made a rich second-generation boy drop out and even changed his number.
I feel that Shen Qian has a bit of a dark side. If you want to pursue the 4 flowers, I'd suggest putting her at the end of your list.
Shen Lan's advice was indeed very reasonable.
Furthermore, there was something off about Shen Qian. Shen Qian had almost interacted with all the so-called 4 flowers.
Tao Yan is proud and will quibble over trivial matters.
Wu Xuancai is selective, knowing her ultimate goal, and those who do not meet her standards can never get close to her. Xia Wan has an icy demeanor. A local from Shanghai, she looks down on ordinary rich second-generation boys, and even if they are wealthy, if she doesn't like them, she will still disregard them.
These 3 are on different paths, yet they converge at a single point. Ordinary people cannot approach them. But only Shen Qian seems quite approachable.
It's not that being beautiful means one must be aloof, however, anything unusual often harbors hidden motives. Especially if Shen Qian comes from a less fortunate background, she should be even more guarded. After all, Shen Qian knows all too well how sensitive one can be when coming from a financially constrained background.
Then there's Xia Wan. To be honest, I find her the hardest to pursue among the 4. She runs every morning and the rest of the time she's either in class or at the library.
Several rich second-generation boys are pursuing her, but she completely ignores them. To put it simply, she gives no one a chance. She won't even leave a contact number.
Even if someone adds her, she will immediately delete them.
Usually she is very close to one girl in her dormitory, but recently I've heard that the two had a falling out over a man. However, from what I understand, it's just that the girl in the dorm likes that boy and is afraid Xia Wan will steal him, which led to their falling out. It's foolish of that girl. If Xia Wan really wanted to steal him, what could she possibly do?
Shen Qian nodded. Indeed, if Xia Wan truly wished to take him, Shen Qian would have been instantly defeated.
With Xia Wan's 80-point beauty, the devilish figure, and the extreme contrast in her appearance, unless one were not a man, they would undoubtedly choose Xia Wan. Thinking of Xia Wan, Shen Qian was unexpectedly stirred.
Next is let's handle business first and we can talk about that afterward.
As Shen Qian spoke, he grasped Shen Lan's ankle.
Half an hour later he said, "Spare me. If this continues, I won't be able to remember the information on the last 2.
Shen Qian finally stopped his actions. The enhanced vitality of his kidneys had its pros and cons, and being overly excited was one of the downsides.
Huff huff huff.
Shen Lan, panting, continued. The last 2 are Tao Yan and Wu Xuancai, both in their 3rd year.
Tao Yan is the only one among the 4 who has a boyfriend.
According to my sources, her boyfriend drives a Porsche Cayenne. I estimate that his financial capability is likely on par with yours.
Upon hearing this, Shen Qian sneered internally.
Not on par with him, after all, he had the system. A single Porsche Cayenne costs around $1 million, and even without a cashback card, the cash he held could buy several of those cars.
Additionally, her boyfriend isn't from our school, he's at the Institute of Technology.
I've heard their relationship is quite good, so trying to poach him won't be easy.
So they don't meet often and their fields of study are completely unrelated.
What does dating have to do with fields of study?
Shen Qian didn't respond but urged Shen Lan to discuss the last one. Wu Xuancai is the one I most recommend you pursue among the 4. She is clearly looking for a rich second-generation boy. Almost no one is unaware of this.
She started a travel agency on Entrepreneurship Street, which you already know. I believe if you can demonstrate your financial strength in front of her, she will quickly become captivated.
Shen Qian shook his head. This woman isn't as simple as she appears.
While she seems to be looking for a rich second-generation boyfriend, what she truly seeks is a business partner. She wants to leverage her beauty to secure a future for herself. Marrying a wealthy man isn't her goal, becoming wealthy herself is her pursuit. Among the 4, Xia Wan is almost half won over. With a bit more patience, Shen Qian believes he can handle Tao Yan, Wu Xuancai, and Shen Qian simultaneously. The next day, while Shen Lan was still sleeping in her room, Shen Qian returned to school. He first went to find Lu Qingyun, who stayed at school during weekends to prevent any unexpected incidents except when students were on holiday.
What's the matter? You actually took the initiative to find me.
Lu Qingyun had a decent attitude towards this exceptionally capable student. Although he was wary of trouble, he owed Shen Qian a favor and would have to take this kid home soon to help with his sister's crooked little sapling. If I remember correctly, you did your undergraduate here and then continued as a graduate student and later stayed at the school, right?
Do you want to follow that path? To be honest, being a faculty member isn't easy and the competition is fierce. The money isn't great either. However, if you want to pursue this path, I can offer you some guidance.
No. What I mean is, you have been at our school for so long, you must have seen some things or know some unspoken rule.
Lu Qingyun raised his eyebrows slightly.
Just say it, what do you want to do? As far as I know, in the School of Arts, especially for those studying music and dance, the school arranges some performances each year and the eligibility for performances is controlled by certain teachers. Why are you suddenly interested in the School of Arts? You're right, the school does cooperate with external parties every year and the performance list is generally controlled by some teachers responsible for the performances. After all, they are all in the School of Arts. For dance and music, only those who are particularly knowledgeable can appreciate it, and as long as the basics are solid, anyone can do well enough. So do you want to push someone into the spotlight? I have this idea, but I'm not sure how to do it. Don't you have connections? Isn't this a small matter that can be resolved with a phone call? Instructor, you can't misuse connections. The hardest thing to manage is the debt of human relationships. Lu Qingyun nodded in agreement. Shen Qian made a good point. Even with connections, if misused, they could run out one day. This kid is impressive. He knows how to navigate things, has a background, and seems to have money. Whether in business or politics, he is bound to soar high in the future. Thinking this, Lu Qingyun contemplated for a moment, took out a piece of paper and wrote down a few names. These are the teachers in charge of school performances that I know. I personally suggest looking for breakthroughs among them, but they can't just benefit from it. Instructor, are you suggesting that the school should be made aware? Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up again. This student was too clever, understanding things immediately. Yes, it would be best if you donated something to the school in your personal capacity. Of course, donating money is the most straightforward, but there are downsides. If you only donate money, the school won't know what you want. If you want to push a dancer to the stage, you could donate for the renovation of a dance studio and the school would know you want a spot for someone to dance, and so on. This is the unspoken rule of society which has already begun in the school. Everyone is here for their own interests, and with Lu Qingyun's hint, Shen Qian immediately understood. He glanced at the list Lu Qingyun wrote. He recognized the name behind the piano performance, Song Shulu. If it weren't for a familiar face, I wouldn't know how to establish connections. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Shen Qian thanked him and left. Watching Shen Qian leave, Lu Qingyun felt a bit emotional. He knew Shen Qian had a girlfriend, and wanting to navigate connections in the School of Arts certainly wasn't for Tan Xinxin. But he was just a small instructor relying on others' connections to get promoted, so who was he to criticize Shen Qian's morals and conduct? Moreover, given Shen Qian's abilities, he wouldn't cause any trouble. The new generation of students is more capable than the last, and Lu Qingyun felt it was best for him to remain steady and not interfere, as for everything else they could stir things up as they wished. Teacher Song. Just after leaving the instructor's office, Shen Qian dialed Song Shulu's number. Shen Qian. What's up? Why are you suddenly calling me? Oh, Teacher Song, you say that as if you didn't mention that we should communicate more in the future. I owe my place on the welcome party stage to you, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. I thought I'd invite you to dinner. Alright, when? When do you have time? I'm free today. Then how about noon? I'll book a restaurant and you give me a location to pick you up. After setting the time with Song Shulu, Shen Qian immediately headed to the travel agency on Chuanye Street. According to Qin Lan's investigation, Guo Xuanzai would generally be here on weekends. Pushing open the door of the travel agency, sure enough, Guo Xuanzai was there wearing half-framed glasses, sitting with her hair tied up, dressed in a white shirt, looking less like a student and more like a refined urban white-collar worker. Junior, why are you here? Didn't you go to accompany your girlfriend? Guo Xuanzai didn't stand up when she saw Shen Qian. Instead, she took off her glasses and leaned back slightly. As she leaned back, her office chair moved back, revealing her long, slender legs in black stockings. Shen Qian wasn't sure if it was intentional or accidental, but his gaze didn't linger on those legs. He looked at Guo Xuanzai. I came to ask you for a favor. If I remember correctly, you mentioned knowing someone who sells musical instruments, right? During a trip, Guo Xuanzai had mentioned Shen Qian's participation in the new student performance and said she knew some instrument sellers and could help if he needed suitable instruments. Are you looking to buy an instrument? Guo Xuanzai looked at Shen Qian suspiciously. She had only mentioned it casually, and someone from a wealthy family like him wouldn't need to seek her help to buy an instrument. Yes, I do need to buy an instrument, but I haven't decided on the specifics yet. I just wanted to come here to reserve a spot with you in case you get busy later. Since it's your request, I'll naturally agree. You have my contact information. Once you've decided what to buy, let me know and I'll help you arrange it. Thank you, senior. Without lingering, Shen Qian immediately left after discussing the matter. Are you trying to flirt with me this way? She indeed couldn't help herself. Guo Xuanzai stood up and walked to the door, watching Shen Qian's departing figure. This man's patience was beyond her expectations, but it was fine as long as he approached her. She was confident she could win him over. Didn't you want to buy an instrument? Perfect, let me test your level. Turning into another alley, Shen Qian looked back. Senior, you haven't come to find me for a while, making things difficult for me. Instruments can be very cheap or very expensive. I'm giving you such a good opportunity, I believe you wouldn't want to miss this chance to test my skills, would you? The next step is to let Tao Yan experience the harsh realities of society.